Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Bendiska, Osteonusus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Bendiska, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love Aphrodite, Bendiska, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous.
Love it when you couscous.
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 I love it when you couscous. Love it, suckers.
Two teams have qualified through to the PAX major qualifier already. We've still got 6 more to invite. That's the exciting part. We get to determine one today for the Asia League, and I am so excited to do so. I'm joined by, and it's not just me, of course, I'm joined by James, Dev, Marta, Stewart. Yeah, you about to say something?
Can I just say, Nick, you are looking fine
Yo,
today. What's
hey,
going
how-
on?
can
You
you-
got
can you
some
give me like
vibe
a-
lighting. You got like,
Yeah,
you got this
dude.
shadow over
you
your
just
face.
Can you kind of give me
Cinematic.
like a half 180? Damn, dude. I didn't know you were like that. That lighting behind you as well is absolutely immaculate.
This is that shirt brand that you found that you're just obsessed with now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's
get
I like
that
it. It's a
sponsorship,
little
mate.
With you, right? Like, imagine we could just wear clothes that we like, and then a company goes, "Yo, here, take some more for free on my behalf." You know what I mean? But so
Yeah.
far, no dice. I reached out, no response.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
wouldn't,
gutting.
wouldn't be Ian Chambers at all. Obviously, I need to formally welcome Nicholas Pengu Maritson to the broadcast. Obviously, we've already been chatting, so it doesn't matter. But we're here for the Asia League. You guys have had the latest shift. Nick, how are you feeling? I know that it's a little early in the morning there for you.
It's a little early, you know. It's 5:58 currently local time. I got up about an hour ago, jumped in the shower, and it's so dramatic the lighting right now because there's no sun. It is pitch black outside, and it's gonna stay like that for like another hour probably.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fair. What are you welling about?
I said, wow.
I thought you said well.
It's funny because I've done a lot of broadcasts with you,
Well.
Nick, where so we do 5 VO1s in Europe, and
Yeah.
like at about the
Yeah.
halfway through the 4th one, my lighting changes completely because it gets bright outside, and I cast right next to a window, and I'd see the sun peeking on
So
through.
it's a
and
bit
I
of
know-
payback.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
it
I love to
certainly
see it.
is. Well,
Yeah.
let's have a look at the bracket and start to have a bit of a chat about what to expect for today and moving forward as well. Waybo and Elevate in the upper bracket final. The winner of that game goes through not only to the grand final, obviously, but more importantly, books their tickets to PAX. That's a very big talking point for us here. However, we've got a long haul today. We've got additional games down in the lower bracket. Daystar taking on Fury. I'm actually kind of excited for that. I feel like that could be very voluptuous. That's definitely not the right word. Arrival 7 and Soul's Heart down the very bottom in match 6. Unfortunately, I think it's really hard to sell Arrival 7 to me at the moment, Dev. They haven't had the greatest group stage, and obviously coming into playoffs, they are probably the bottom of the rung.
Yeah, look, let's be real. The game that we're all waiting for today is Elevate Waybo. That is a huge clash. We find out if we get, a team from Asia through to the APAC Major Qual, or if it's another Brazilian team after D+ already qualified in APAC North yesterday. Those two games, matches 5 and 6, they're a little bit less exciting. Though I will say, even though Arrival 7 have only won 2 games in Stage 1 and 2 games in Stage 2, both times they've played Soul's Heart, they've gone to overtime. It's actually the same story between Daystar and Fury. Even though Daystar has never beaten Fury before, both times they did match up recently, they were in overtime. So hopefully we get some 3-mappers.
Oh, I could really enjoy a 3-mapper. Who, realistically, Nick, do you see pushing through to that that grand final at the moment? Waybo don't feel like the same beast that they were, but a beast all the same.
Yeah, it feels like, Waybo not going to be playing at 100% necessarily, but they're still going to be the second best team after Elevate, if Elevate ends up winning later today, of course. I reckon it's going to be like Fury fighting their way in the lower bracket, making that comeback story, and then probably going to face off against the Waybo. But we'll have to wait and see, because I feel like anything could happen. We're one upset away from like disaster in the lower bracket, essentially.
Well, I mean, that happened yesterday when we were watching FearX play D+. We were sitting there in the pre-match going, there's no chance FearX are going to drop. And then they got they didn't get dropped. They got
embarrassment
dropped.
of a game.
They got absolutely clapped. 14 out of 15 rounds were won by D+ to close that series out. That kind of gives you a little bit of context to what happened last night, why we are potentially talking about upsets today, because there are always opportunities in APAC for that to happen. But let's hone in a little bit more on today's games. First up, Fury Daystar on the docket, and then obviously as we start to kind of move throughout, we'll get to play our other lower bracket game. But the most important one of all, we've all agreed to this, Elevate and Waybo. That's the one we're all waiting for. These are but mere curtain raisers. These are the this is a temperature check, I think, the first 2 games. Although Daystar and Fury could be close, I think we're all preparing for that third and potentially even that final matchup, who will determine a third-place team.
Of course, yeah. So there's a lot gunning on the first 2 games, but then, of course, the winner of those 2 matches will play off in that final match at the end of today. So let's say Fury, who are the favorites to win that Daystar game, if they have a long match, they've got potentially 6 hours of sitting around watching Soul's Hearts' game, and then trying to make sure that they're well fed, well rested, maybe take a little nap, maybe go for a walk in the sunshine, and then go and have your second match, which is so important because match number 1, match number 2, and match number 4 today are all elimination games, and match number 3 is a qualification game. Whoever wins that final game at the end of the day will only have to play one more game, the lower bracket final, to qualify for PAX. Of course, top 2 from the Asia region will make it through to the LAN in Melbourne. That's what everyone has their sights set on.
Yeah, what's most important about the conversation moving forward, especially over the next, it's today and then I think Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, the most important conversation is about the top 2. That's really where we need to keep our eyes set. And one thing that we didn't really get to talk about, you and I talked about it off camera, and I might actually throw this to Nick so he can be a part of the conversation. Pengu, we were talking yesterday to Falls after the post-match, and obviously 4 teams from APAC North, it's a little different, but 4 teams from APAC North go to PAX. They're not saying they're going to sit on their laurels and just let the games play out. However, he was saying we don't want to show the strats. But here's the problem, Nick. You're not guaranteed all your SI points. You're not guaranteed to go to the Munich Major. Right now, the best chance you have is to finish first in these regions. How important is it for these teams to take this seriously now? Because like you've gone through so many different formats as a player, obviously as a commentator, you've seen so many formats. But do you think that there's a false sense of security qualifying to PAX now?
I think there could be. I think one thing that comes down to is your support staff. How well are they about the rule book, the rewards? Because some teams or some players are very simple, right? Play this match, qualify, that's it. Don't care about getting first or second place. But if you dig deep into the rule book, okay, SI points matter more, right? Seeding games or some tournaments as well, of course, matters a bit more for your chances. Generally speaking, I think when we look at this region in particular, I think everyone's going to care about winning and getting, the first place. But there's a lot of pride, of course, in terms of domestic matchups. If you're Waybo, qualifying is one thing, but getting first is going to matter much more to you because you got an import team in Elevate. That's going to matter a lot for you. If you're Fury, maybe you'll take just a second place finish, so to speak. But let's be honest, you're going to want to win.
Yeah, this is the first year since we introduced SI points that the system has been shaken up quite drastically, where you actually earn a spot at an invite to Invitational.
Yes.
It's in the name, directly, regardless of points for winning certain events like those regional finals. And what that means is there's far fewer spots based on points available. Previously it was like, 16
crazy
teams?
amount.
And now it's more like 11, which is like far fewer. You're competing with not only teams in APAC when it comes to the global point standings, but teams from Latin America, Europe, and North America. And MENA, of course, can't forget the M and EML. So there's a lot gunning for it. It's going to be a real challenge, especially for these APAC teams, especially for the teams that didn't win in stage 1. Your FearX, Waybo, and Enterprise here in APL, they're a bit more chill because they won in stage 1. But especially teams like your D+, your Souls Hearts, your Furies, that is going to be an extra challenge. They really need to gun for points. It's not just about qualifying for packs.
It's not at all.
Because the top 3 are the ones that get relevant SI points, but from second to first place here in the regional league, you double your SI points.
It's crazy different. 50 points from third, 150 in second, 300 in first. The difference is stark. But let's get underway with our first matchup. Fury, they take on Daystar in the lower bracket, a game that has been shown to be close in the past, and Daystar, they can definitely pull it out when they need to. A couple of little, fun facts at the moment. Their opening kills as a roster, just absolutely horrendous. Down in 8th, they only convert 44%, well, not convert actually, they only get 44% of their opening kills. Then they sit about mid-pack when they open their kills to convert the round. It's kind of cool. I like that fact. The one stat that I'm still looking at, and I want to talk about maybe later, opening kill traded on our sheet. I think that's when you get the opening kill and then you're traded. If that is the case, that's not a good stat for Daystar because they're first in that, which means that every time they find an opening kill, 1 out of those 5 times, they're instantly traded. And that's a very high stat in comparison to the other teams behind them. But Dev, this is certainly a roster that has been, I would say, has the potential to be a dark horse in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Daystar have had their fair share of upsets in this stage. People have looked at some of their games, particularly their match against Souls Heart, funnily enough, where they did win. I swear. Wait, let me double check that because I swear that's what I wrote down like 2 seconds ago. But I feel like that is so hard to believe that I have to double check that. Souls Heart, damn, Daystar did. It was the opening play. Yeah, I was like, I have to double check that because that doesn't sound gullible. But no, Daystar 7-3'd Souls Heart in the opening play day of the stage. I think they really set themselves up for success. They ended up 4th in the standings of the group stage, which is an increase after 5th in stage 1. Daystar are a very talented team, of course. A lot of these players were on the old Direwolves roster. But are they capable of taking on a Fury that is kind of back from their slumber? That's the big question. Yeah,
they certainly are, Nick. I think that they've 100% this stage cemented themselves as the 3rd best team overall. They're nearly 3rd in every stat that you could possibly want. They're looking a lot better, but we always have that inkling with this roster. Are they going to be the good Fury, or are they just going to be that Fury that disappoints us?
And the thing about the team that's kind of scary for me is that if you saw the stats there, Crit J, he's the big defining factor of what kind of Fury is going to show up in the server. He is so far ahead of the pack in terms of the kill department, entering, and generally speaking, just his involvement in how many gunfights he can take every single round. Now, he's been super consistent, so that's why Fury found themselves in a very winning position. But like I said earlier, all it takes is one bad day for him or for Fury, and they're already in the lower brackets. So that's it. That's going to be their run. They got to hit their mark right now and stay consistent. And honestly, I think the matchup against Daystar goes pretty well because if you give Fury those opening kills or you get it yourself or get traded, they're going to take that momentum and just keep pressuring you in the rounds.
Yeah, no surprises with Labs and Cafe coming through as the first picked. They're both... For both teams, they are their most played maps, regardless of where their preference lies on whether they ban it or they don't. This is generally left as the decider in a best of 1 or picked by either of these teams, so that feels pretty comfortable. And then Consulate, Productions picked me up on saying Cafe instead of Clubhouse. I was looking at the wrong thing there, but it's still the same fact. it's Clubhouse and Labs that get played the most. Consulate being left in toward the very end. It's a comfortable map for Daystar Dev, but are they going to get to a third? That's my big question.
Yeah, well, the thing is here, Fury do like Nighthaven Labs, but like, as you said, they played a lot, but they did get absolutely destroyed by Waybo on it 7-1 just the other day.
Destroyed.
So yeah, I think that's a great pick from Daystar, but they do really need to win it in my mind, because once we get to Clubhouse, this is where we saw Fury take down Daystar in the group stage, and that was only less than a week ago. So definitely Daystar have their work cut out for them.
They certainly do. The gauntlet run starts now for both of these teams. They have to win not 1, not 2, but 3 best of 3s if they want to make it to PAX. It's a long haul, but if any team could do it at the moment, I feel as though Fury are the outside chance to make this kind of run. Daystar are somewhat underdogs in this, though they are extremely competitive. We just hope that this one does go the distance. It's time for us to get underway with the opening run of our lower bracket with Fury and Daystar.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yeah, Nick, it's time to dig into this one. Now, we talked about these opening rounds of the lower bracket being potentially a little bit more one-sided in terms of that Arrival 7 Souls Heart game later today. But this Daystar one, I feel like people are looking at Daystar with a little bit more hope. This team has shown us some shines of greatness. You know, it's been a rough stage overall, but that win on Souls Heart in their first playday certainly helped them out. The problem is, I mean, since then they have been on quite the losing streak. They lost to Latent Dragons, Fury, Waybo, and Souls Heart all in a row. And this is just another opportunity for them to come back and get back on that horse. But Fury, I mean, they took Waybo to 3 maps. I wouldn't be surprised if they continue that form and have a strong performance here, but it needs to start on Labs.
Another thing to consider as well as we get into the deeper end of the playoffs is that when you don't have as much experience as your opponents, every single map and every single series is going to push you a little bit further past your limit point, right? How many strats you have, how many maps you can play in the 9 map pool, and just how comfortable you are going up against the various playstyles that you will encounter. Because sometimes you'll play a quote-unquote weaker team or equally skilled team, but their playstyle, their map pool just completely counters yours naturally, and you can't do much about that besides just adapting in the server in every single given round. It's also why the operator ban system has been so important with those changes. You now ban 2 operators on the opposing side of where you start, and a 3rd one after playing 3 rounds. So if you realize as Daystar, oh my god, Fury, they're playing all this pulse downstairs in BG Man, you can ban it out, go for a counter. It gives you a little bit more adaptability. But the more games you play, the more VODs there are for your enemy to study you and see what your weaknesses really are. So my point here is Fury, the more experienced team, I feel like they're not going to have as big of a struggle the further they go in this tournament, whereas Daystar, not having that same kind of level to it, might actually benefit from having quick series and just, 2-0s, for example.
Well, Daystar did play this map against Waybo just a couple of days ago, 5 days ago to be precise. And while they did lose it, it was a tight affair, 5-7 loss for Daystar. The problem was, Nick, in that first half, they started on the attacking side. They only won 1 round. Now, they came back with 4 defenses in a row, but the attack for Daystar is where they struggle on this map. And it's where we need to see them stand up right now.
Critchy's been so good. Doesn't actually go for the fight though. Just kind of peels back onto the electric, but he's being boxed in here, James. 1 by IT, 1 by meeting wall. But guess what? Fury, they strike first with 2 kills.
This is exactly what Fury need. Holding onto their positions on this top floor, on this roam, as Joe Gore gets the first bit of damage onto Critchy, and the last as well.
Pre-fire.
Yeah, strong pre-fire game from Joe Gore. Always known to be a bit of a fragger, although he can be a bit inconsistent. He's on that Ash, and he's found the first opening kill for Daystar, but there's still 4 players left up for Fury. They've all fallen back to the objective now. Daystar don't know about it. They've got to clear the map and then start putting their attention on site.
I like this little 4+1 though, yeah. Just like saying, Crit J, play your life up top floor. No one's really gonna help you, buddy. Even if it only goes 1 for 1, if you look at the lineup here, we got Pulse, Tashanga, and Smoke. It is so valuable to lose the Goyo, because even though you are down a gun now, those fire canisters will also still live on. C4 from PG Man was primed and ready, was tossed on out, doesn't really find anything in the server, unfortunately for him. But Seal did go down, the top fragger for Daystar and the Sledge, the primary vertical operator. So look at this, we're using ass breaches for vertical destruction, the soft breaches before that as well. And even though they've used all their soft utility, it's limited how much of the floor they've destroyed. So they're very much going to be forced into maybe an EXO default attack, walk down that staircase with 2 players, have a Suki by the main breach, and that's where the smoke and the Tishan comes into play. You literally cannot plant default position against this lineup, so this shouldn't work.
Yeah, it's desperate, isn't it? However, a pick here and there certainly won't hurt. Azuki goes fishing. I mean, Dark, he wasn't one of the C4 players. Wasn't one of the ones with the plant denial or the smoke, so it doesn't matter as much. Here's an opportunity, though. Lycola's taken down. Joe Gore makes his way inside. BG Man with that Reaper is trying to hold in the post plant. I don't know if it is going to be possible here for Fury to deny it. Exalotic has made a grave mistake. Surely Daystar don't get this one. They do! Azuki and Joe Gore together win the unwinnable round for Daystar.
A little bit of lack of communication there from Fury, honestly. I mean, Tashanka going down early means the plant is now possible as the smokes have been used much earlier than you're allowed to see in the round. But my biggest problem is actually the fact that there's a lack of a trade in a crossfire. BGMan was holding a pixel angle with the Reaper on the pulse when his teammate got swung on the boost spot. And that was the Tashanka. That was going to be like, oh, look at this right here. Pulse is on the door, and he swings out, doesn't commit to the swing, doesn't get the trade successfully, so they can get inside the bomb side, stop planting the diffuser, and actually make a comeback in that round. Big kind of surprising factor there in the phases of Daystar saying, guys, we won the round, we won the round.
Yeah. Yeah, no, weird round there from Fury. They played it so well at the start, and then they completely petered out, let Daystar get in there, did not trade. I wonder if perhaps the Pulse having the shotgun and then forced to use the Reaper instead of the UMP made him a bit too scared to swing on contact, and that's really what you need to do. You can't afford to just, I mean, sit back and do nothing, can you?
It's a tough weapon though. I was like, so when this season first started and like Pulse got the C4 and he also got the Reaper, I was thinking to myself, Dog lost the ACOG, what if I play Rook primary shotgun and just play the Reaper almost like a mute or smoke SMG11? And in theory I was like, this is gonna work. I didn't get a single kill, James, in so many rounds because the gun is not for me. Okay, low fire rate, high recoil, my aim is terrible, and I'm just not a shotgun player either. But I feel like there's something about the Rook armor that's low-key underrated, but no one wants to play the operator. So I was trying to make a trend happen, but even I couldn't do it. So.
Does Rook have secondary shotgun? Doc does. I feel like Rook should get it as well.
Rook, see, that's the thing. Rook doesn't have a secondary shotgun, so that was my problem. I'm like, why would I play Dog without the ACOG? Let me play Rook. Okay, Rook doesn't have a secondary shotgun, but I can play primary shotgun and the Reaper. But
no,
just,
thank you.
no, not a good look. No, yeah, exactly. No, thank you.
It's amazing what a good secondary gadget, or secondary weapon could do to an operator. I mean, look at Glaz since he's got the Bearing 9. So many other operators fall into that category as well. Look what happened to, Mute. When he got the SMG11, look what happened to Sledge when he lost it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy to think that Mute didn't always have this SMG11 like his counterpart in Smoke. That actually happened. I want to say in year 3 of the game.
Yeah, I was a Mute main before he got the SMG, actually. So I was an MP5K Mute main. He was my first operator.
Must be kind of nice not having to make 4 billion rotation holes in the prep phase and put down 4 jammers. Oh, that's a bit of an inverted aggression there. And Suta goes big for 2.
And all he was doing was just holding down the line, holding right click and then tapping away with the DMR. That's exactly what Crit J's got to do now. 1v4. Oh, Joe Gore doesn't even care about waiting for his team. He takes the 1v1 and wins it. This is a great way off the rip for Daystar to assert their dominance on Nighthaven. They only got 1 round of attack against Waybo, and so far they're already 2 for 2.
This might just be a case of Crit J is in the server. I mean, he's getting 1 kill a round right now, but no one else is really getting a whole lot done mechanic.
Does it say save the oceans? What does it
say? What is that?
What is that doing?
Okay. It's I don't know. One of my big concerns with Fury is just like there is an eye in team, and that eye is in Crit J. Like this guy is doing too much heavy lifting, like historically this stage. And when it's going well, it's all good. But when he's having like an average day, I feel like that puts Fury from like a good team to a middle pack team. And when they're gonna be a middle pack team, they can lose to teams like Daystar, like Soul's Heart, maybe not exactly Rival 7 to be honest, but still it puts them in a spot where they might find themselves shockingly surprised, like guys, we thought this game would be easy, why isn't it? And you look at the scoreboard and go, well, Crit is only getting 2 kills in 2 rounds, that's why it feels so darn difficult. So I really want to see everyone else step out right now, but more importantly, again, like in round number 1, play the damn crossfires, have people play together, because everyone's dying one by one to instant gunfights by Daystar just walking the building.
Yeah, Fury really need to shape up. Play a better crossfires. Don't swing into these DMRs when Daystar are simply holding angles. The aggression is not working out for Fury. It's not been played well. It's not been read well. Daystar now attacking onto this tertiary bomb site as Fury have tried the top floor and the bottom floor and failed in both attempts. Step 1 is hard breach here, and the Maverick of Azuki will get to work, while the Flores at Pika looking to gain some info and clear some util here on the rafters. Actually, it's really just info gathering. Oh, is that a Vulcan canister in the drone hole?
It must be.
That is a...
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
As a former mute main, you should appreciate the fact that he stopped the drone hole from working with that Goyo canister, you know?
Respect.
Respect.
Yeah, there are a lot of other drone holes anyone could use near that one, but...
Yeah, there's a window next to it as well, you know, there's different avenues for sure. I like it. Goyo is a bit of a cheeky operator because you get 4 of them and it feels like you can just do so much different stuff with it. Okay, right, Suki, you just walk in and get another counter BG, man. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, Fury have just like fallen asleep. I can tell that it's been an early morning for you, Nick. I'm not sure if you've had your energy drink or your coffee yet, but clearly Fury are the ones that need to wake up right now. Jogor is running shotgun on Nook. I mean, Azuki's swinging to win on the upstairs above the objective. Lycolis will finally find a pick of his own, taking down Pika, but not a high priority operator anyway. Here's a big run out from Exarlotic. Doesn't find anything. However, Dark has found at least something. Jogor with the Deagle finds 1 kill. Dude, trades himself. Lycolis finds his head. It's a 2v2 in the late round, 40 seconds still to play. The flashbang could be good, but that's a big kill for Dark. He needed to find it, and he did. Souffle in a 1v2. This has been one of the messiest rounds I've seen from Fury in a long time, but a round win would be a sight for sore eyes nonetheless.
Oh, they'll take it any way they can. And in this 2v1, it's looking very good. They got Diffuser upstairs, so look at this. A lack of crossfires once more, perhaps, right now, as they're in 2 separate floors. Dark upstairs in servers, and Crit J downstairs in storage by the bomb site itself. So if you can fin this gunfight, it means he gets bomb site access. But a Goyo fire, perfect timing, shuts him out. Kind of. He's still in there. Oh, he gets taken out instead in the gunfight. So I'm going to say full send it, tank the damage. But Fury, they got the information. It does come down to individual gunfights, and honestly, with 2 different fights being a trade, that could have been anybody's round based on who would have gotten that kill if one had stayed alive.
Well, the third operator's come out to be banned, and Daystar, holistically, in very good stead. Like we said earlier, they are much more successful on the defensive side of Nighthaven Labs, at least if you look back at that Waybo game they played less than a week ago. Also, you know, we have Fury's game against Waybo that we saw just yesterday. Fury only found 1 round out of their 6 defenses and didn't find an attack at all. They got 7-1'd. So yes, Fury not in good stead on this map, but this was meant to be their redemption opportunity. And Daystar, the only round that they've let slip so far is that extremely messy affair. I think Fury need to really lock in. They can't guarantee that they're going to win a lot of 1v1 fights like that. You know, the first round on this basement bomb site, it actually wasn't that bad for Fury for most of it, was it, Nick? It just came down to a really poorly played 3v3 in the end round.
Yeah, it started off in one of the best conditions you possibly could. You take down Seal, who has been the best player, not really right now, he's 0-3, but throughout the entire stage, and you lose Goyo, but you take down a bunch of different utility operators on the attacking side. So it really, again, comes down to Fury being able to communicate, guys, okay, if a fight happens on this area of the map, who's gonna help me? Like, who are the two people in charge of playing that position together? And it came also down to like Cole is playing the Tachanka and having like a very aggressive angle with his gun rather than playing for the plant denial of the gadget. And there's no like perfect way to play. Like you should never use your primary gun with Tachanka, always use the gadget. It comes down to, again, what kind of playable positions do we have in the server. But I think if Fury doesn't die early, and given Daystar's track record struggling in the opening engagements and conversions, I mean, that could be good, but they keep dying early. This time, Crit goes down without trading his own body, and Jogor is 6-1, James. He is absolutely popping off right now together with Suzuki.
Yeah. Every now and then, Jogor has a game like this, and it turns out that he's got up on the right side of the bed today. And you're right, Azuki's not far behind. Crit, though, falling. He's been one of the only positive things about Fury in their recent playdays, especially in that game against Waybo. He was really doing his best to carry the team. Him going down early, especially as last time on this bomb site, he found a kill before he went down. I mean, yeah, it looked a lot better for Fury last time around, and they still lost it. They're starting to get to work. There's still a bit more map to clear, like Colas on the vending stairs, trying to burn a bit of time with his Shimikas. He's just losing his life slowly. He's going to commit to the fight here. Jogor looking to swing him again.
Oh my God.
He's really under the pump now. The Vert needs to come out from Daystar to watch his retreat. But he actually is committing to holding onto this staircase. If he wins the fight against Jogor, it might be something, but out comes the shotgun. Big plays from Jogor. He's doing it all on the sledge today.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's such an effective roam clear, and there's no Dogebi, there's no shield operator. It's just Jogor with goddamn sledge shotgun and Reaper secondary, getting 2 opening picks, and arguably on paper, he has won the round for his team. But there's still 1 minute and 10 seconds left to make mistakes, or a few to make a clutch happen. But they have lost their playmakers. It's gonna be like passive intel downstairs, like no C4s in pocket either. They've used all of that already. Nothing's really finding their marks. No easy kills for Fury whatsoever. Now the Vert is being opened up and they see more players going for more freebies.
Yeah, Dark should be dead here. And he is.
Yeah.
From outside the breach with 2 players on the Vert above him. Exalotic is trapped. He knows he's pinned from outside that window. Gassing it off isn't going to do very much. Worrying about the Vert, worrying about these players coming down the staircases. He opens another avenue. Exalotic will find that pick. Jogor down, finally. The plant is also being secured at the moment by Souffle. He has to get off it, but with Exalotic being finished off, it's all up to BG Man.
Oh my God.
Shotgun and Reaper to boot as he is being watched by Seal, the bottom of Exo. BG Man is hoping for the swing to come out, and it does. Now he needs to get into another position. Can't deny that plant in time. Azuki cuts him off from outside the breach. It's another round for Daystar. Flying over Fury, 3-1 in the lead.
Okay, either it's time for a tactical timeout if you're Fury, or you gotta have a player in the server make the call right now happen. We need to close the net. What I mean by that is, okay, this death right here is a yellow ping from a drone in the prep phase. That's kind of unlucky, but look at this. There's no trade. There's no pulse C4 downstairs. There's no opening of the soft floor from the defenders trying to help Lycolis, and Lycolis himself chose to stick around. It feels like there's a very big divide right now from the roamers or the more aggressive players versus the side anchors. In a perfect world, you're gonna have this kind of network work together. So for example, you can have 2 people by the bomb site. That can be the bandit and the pulse last round because they got the C4s. It makes sense that they are below and they have arguably the weaker guns on pulse. Then you should have a person being the link, the chain in the middle. That can be like Collins on a staircase, for example. Then have 2 guys roaming top floor. Now you have a network, top, middle, bottom. You can help each other either with C4s or run it, like going either up that staircase to help your teammates or escort them back down that staircase back towards the bomb site. And you got options. What we're seeing for Fury is a deep solo roam from Critjay, who's not playing Scopos, who cannot get back to the bomb site. He died both times. Then we see Tachanka, the plant denial operator, playing solo on a staircase, wanting to go for fights in a 4 versus 5, and dies for absolutely nothing. Now you're playing 3 versus 5. Statistically, the round ends right there. So I want to see Fury again do more of the basics. try to punish Daystar when they go for these 1v1 engagements, because you own the entire map in the beginning of the round, and if you play correctly, you can keep a lot of map control for much longer if you're better at it.
It's not been good enough for Fury. Now this is Daystar's map pick, but I don't know, I just don't want to see Fury get obliterated on the first map. I think it will affect their chances of coming back on Clubhouse, even though we know that Fury have beaten Daystar there before. Daystar have brought their A game today, and now they focus up, getting a 4th round on the attacking side. This time onto this top floor. Dark, last time, played way too aggressively in his position. He was forced back into sight after his keeper barriers were destroyed like that, and then he continued swinging and died to players outside the balcony and a crossfire from the DMR, who was perched at the top of the rafters. Jogor is taken very low by that Nitro. He's definitely the player you want to take down. Him and Azuki for sure.
A spare reinforcement being spent on Catalog Rafters. This leaves the gap here on connector a lot more open. A flashbang goes out in the box window. Do they jump in? No. Still's gonna stick around. Just hold those angles, expecting aggression from Fury, which he would be correct because they're trying for it, but Azuki is good for another kill on 8 so far.
Wow. Nobody can stop this man.
Oh.
Here comes the M4. As he holds that line, Seal supporting him as well. And the buck down below. This is what we need from Daystar. Fury have failed to contest vertically, whether it's from above on this bomb site or from down below on the basement. They're worried about the horizontal angles that are being manipulated here. Great angle here from Soufflé as well. Pika from below will take him down. This is picture-perfect teamwork from Daystar. As Azuki goes massive, 10 kills to his name, puts that diffuser down. Flawless for Daystar. A 4-1 lead on Nighthaven Labs leaves Fury questioning far too much.
This is a complete massacre in the server, and I think it's kind of funny. They get 4 kills for Daystar. We spectate Crit J. He is literally standing still, looking like he's AFK in the Aqua hallway, and it kind of tells the full story of Fury. They're not in the right spots at the right time. They're not winning individual gunfights, and they're not making any counterplays to actively try and, you know, win these rounds. They're not flanking Garage Rafters. They're not fighting E-Box. It's just, again, Azuki walks in the building and just says, "You're dead, you're dead, you're dead," and no one can fight back at all. This could just be the case of a very slow first map from the individual players of Fury. You know, the voice comes warming up. It's their first game of the day. Maybe they didn't quite find their practice scrim this morning. Who knows? But they gotta solve this for the long term, and that's where best of 3, the best teams can shine. You can fix your mistakes, change the game plan, have a talk with your supporter staff, saying, "Guys, what do we need to do right now to win?" Daystar, all they need to do is do the same thing because it's working really well, and Fury have not made any massive alterations to actually change the outcome of these rounds. Obviously, finding these injury kills is not gonna be easy, but they've been doing a great job at it. There's always a drone giving information to the players like Azuki or Jogor, who are completely taken over. 10-1 and 7-2.
17 kills and 3 deaths between 2 players is unheard of. On the flip side, you look at Fury and what the team has 12 kills across the board. Not nearly enough. This has been far too dominant a game. And Fury, they're not looking to wake up anytime soon. Jogor has found his 8th again with the Reaper. He is a demon with the secondary. The secondary that everybody in Rainbow Six seems to hate. He's making a charm. Shotgun as well is so good for those close range engagements. He's been making that work. He's been using the sledgehammer, the nades. Honestly, at what point do we say GG go next for Fury?
No. Before we say GG go next, I want to see Daystar play defense so Jogor can play Rook shotgun with the Reaper, okay? That's what I want to see, because he's right now he's literally playing Rook on attack right now, right? Like, so it's the same kind of setup. And he's doing such a phenomenal job. And I honestly don't know how he's finding these kills. Like, I can't tell if this is Dark being a little bit silly or just Jogor being that guy. He's the main character. Azuki's also the main character. This duo is literally 2v5ing every single entry situation the past 6 rounds.
Jogor goes down. Soufflé finds one. It's Critche, the player that was meant to stand up for Fury. Exalotic and Lycolis The SAS boys try and stand tall, but with Exarlotic going down, Lycolis is just a dead man walking. Nice headshot onto Souffle.
Nice shot.
Spotted by that drone. He's not going to be able to revive Exarlotic though, that's for sure. So it's a 1v3 here, and spotted out by Seal. He's taken down. A 5-1 domination from Daystar. Fury, not hot today, not at all. They have woken up cold, and if they're not careful, they will be eliminated from contention of going to the APAC Major Qualifier. One of our favorites here in the Asia League could be out if Daystar keep this up.
Is this now the time where I should ask you, James, who did you predict to win this matchup before the game started? Because
easily.
Yeah, okay, good. So did I. Like on paper, it seems like, I don't want to say like an easy decision, but I think if you've watched the entire stage and you know the story of the teams, the expectation should be that Fury is gonna either make it a close series on the enemy's map and then probably win their own pretty handedly.
Yeah.
That has not been the case at all. Like they have not yet woken up, and the most dangerous part comes to life now. Seal got his first kill in this particular round. He got the final kill, so now it's a 5v5 for reals. The issue is it wasn't Fury playing 4v5. It was Daystar. So it feels like it's only gonna get worse from here on out.
Yeah, it's not a good look here for Fury, that's for sure. Daystar, like we said, I mean, they're all right on this map, but they did lose it to Waybo. They struggled on that attacking side. They won 4 defenses in a row against Waybo on this map. Now they're on the defense. They only need 2 rounds to put the game to bed. And yeah, look, Nick, I'll be real. I'm trying my hardest to make this, like, hyped, but this is not a match. This is just a one-sided domination. Fury have shown us absolutely bugger all in this game. Daystar have run away with it, and really it's just Azuki and Jogor who, between them, have 20 kills in 6 rounds.
No, you're completely on the money there. It has been like, we're trying to make it sound competitive and close, but it's just gonna continue. Jogor on the meeting portion of the map, he owns that spot. That's his 4th kill out of 9 that's happened in this hallway, by that door or by the breach itself. Now both the attack and the defense as well. And you lose Grim, one of your most important operators of this round. I mean, it would have been okay if you lost the floors, would have been maybe okay if you lost the IQ, but this is, again, it's very alarming. Fury's only way to win this round feels like they just need to like pop off now and match Daystar in the gunfights. But the scoreboard tells the full story. Right now, they're not capable.
It's a simple affair here for Daystar. Just wait on, see what Fury are doing, and see if you can poke something around it. Jogor is continuing to prod at these windows. Just look for anyone who might be holding a flank. He makes his rotation up blue. Fury slowly and steadily taking control of Connector. I mean, you can see Jogor just wants to peek this, and he's going to deal a hell of a lot of damage doing so as well. He's really made a statement. I mean, no one's peeking Jogor right now.
No, and I mean, when you have the kind of confidence and this is working out for you so consistently, you should keep swinging until it stops working. And I feel like Daystar are very much aware of that. They are respecting their own level and their opponents. I mean, they don't even pre-fire their air jab. Now they do. For a second there, Pico's making a huge bait play potentially. But look how locked out they are. Yellow ping on the standing level. Could pre-fire Crouch. He has the information. I mean, should he just... There we go. Shoots the drone and the player of Jogor. He goes down to a 4v4. There's only 60 seconds left though. Still Toxic Babes in pocket of Pika. Still a C4 from Azuki as well.
Oh my god. Souffle and Seal both finding kills. It's so over. Critche can get on the back of that air jab, find the kill on a Pika, but there's a player right around his corner waiting for him. Azuki, 12-1. It's just a matter of time, isn't it? He's hungry for it. Souffle goes down. Big kill from Critche. 2v2. Azuki and Seal to hold on. Azuki, who has been untouchable this game as BG Man goes hunting for him. He's got the angle to take the fight, but it's an awkward crossfire, and he's one with the diffuser. Seal will find one. BG Man finally puts Azuki to rest. This is the moment for Fury to finally get themselves back into it, but the deal is sealed for Daystar. 6-1. Fury obliterated on the first map with barely a breath remaining. Daystar on the verge of embarrassing a team that we put so much stake in stage 2 in an elimination matchup.
The closest round that we've seen so far between these two teams, and it started off again with with Fury on the back foot, losing that early pick as well. And then it's Daystar, swinging really aggressively up until the basically 3 versus 3. Crit J got some good intro kills, but he's doing all that work himself. BG Man only got a kill in the 1 versus 2, and it became that 1v1, which he then lost. One thing that I didn't see a lot of from Fury either was actually flexibility in the operator selection on defense. We saw Mira being the 3rd rotation ban from Daystar. That meant Mira was open for the first 3 rounds, yet it had like 0 presence pretty much from Fury when they were defending. Then when it got banned out, they didn't play like other high value operators, let's say like a Valkyrie from Formation game, that's what they're struggling with. Daystar in the first round, they're playing the Mira. They're playing Bandit 2 Burrow. They're playing the utility operators that can slow down Fury, that can make problem solving difficult, and they're playing, let's say, the meta. The kind of powerful operators you would expect, if left open, to be abused. Most teams, they will ban the Bandit and the Kaid when you're on the attacking side. Because as long as one of those Electro Bros are in, pair that with a 2 Burrow, and you can't really get through any of the walls unless you play Maverick, which a lot of teams don't find a lot of comfort in. Fury are in this position. Basement attack, they probably can't breach any of the walls, so they're forced into a full map roam clear. Now look at how Daystar, how they're adapting to this, right? They have 4 roamers. They have 1 person playing by a staircase, and then they have 3 people between first floor and second floor. The reason why they're so aggressive on the roam, they know Fury has to go for a top-down roam clear. They're expecting this, they're waiting for it, and they're striking in the corner. Oh!
How? How on earth do you win that? I mean, I feel like Dark nearly shot himself in that moment. Getting a bit of damage as a player left of the breach. Yeah, all right. Unlucky for Souffle. Probably should have won that fight, but oh well. Bit of a forfeit of the first kill, but you have plenty of space to make aggressive plays and take risks for Daystar when you're leading by 5 rounds.
Yeah. Again, strategically the right play though. They recognize there has to be a roam clear. Souffle tries to go for a rat play. And if it wasn't a ram opening up the wall from far away, let's say it was a sledge walking in or a breaching charge, he can probably play that out around very differently. A bit of info in the drone hole. See Seal. That's going to be him, Pika, and Jogor that are the 2 other roamers now. But just the Bandit covering that bomb site. The timer could become a problem here actually for Fury. Like they're making decent progress in terms of like they have kitchen control now. They're a little bit on top floor. But the major pain points are going to be once you approach these staircases by Soda Machine. So there's room to come for Dark. That's where the fight will happen. That's where there's going to be a C4 below. Good to be called though. It's going to give them a good bit of information. But Dark is now down to 1 point of HP from the C4 going out.
How does he contest this? I mean, he's got to worry about the vert, which his job is to dominate that vert. Oh, one bullet and he's dead. Thankfully, Crit J is there to support, and Nazuki goes down. Lycolis as well, joining the fray. This is what we needed. Dark, I think he got down from Pika's gas, but he'll be safe to res. The problem here for Fury is the timer. 30 seconds, Nick. They need to get around it, and, well, thankfully, BG Man has done just that. Jogor is the last one standing. He looks to get aggressive, and he will fall. Flawless for Fury, the first such round in this game, the first of many needed to march that long road back to overtime.
Yeah, really good information game there from Fury. I think that won them the majority of that round. They had yellow ping information on 3 of the 5 kills that they got. BG Man especially did an excellent job spending times on the drones whenever possible. And I mean, hitting a nice flick there on the opening engagement when the ram is going for the vert is gonna also kind of make or break the round. I think for Fury, if they can get the opening pick, if they can get a little bit of momentum, I truly think they can just kind of run over Daystar like they did in that previous round. But I do think that getting that initial opening kill is going to be very difficult. It feels like every single round on both sides, on defense and attack, it's Daystar choosing when the fighting happens, you know? That round, Daystar, they swing most of those gunfights, but they lose them. When Daystar were attacking, they were swinging the defenders of Fury, and they were the ones winning the gunfights. I'm curious what actually happens if Daystar let go of their mouse and keyboard in like the most common positions and see what Fury will do. Because I generally think right now Fury would be extremely slow to get inside the building and progress throughout the map if they're not given an advantage. I'm not saying that Daystar should literally go AFK, but just slow down this pace maybe 20%, and I think we're gonna start seeing a Fury that can barely get to the bomb site in time.
Yeah. Match that pace to your opponent. Force Fury to make the first move. The Fury are clearly cooking something this round with the Ossa pick. What's Dark got in mind? Oh, this is very fast. Is this a rush? No? Just taking out the castle barricade early, I guess.
Who wants to punch castle barricades, man?
Nobody.
It's too many punches.
Remember when it was 12?
I do remember when it was 12.
Was,
the thing is, let's be honest, is 9 and then 12 punches really all that different? You're still committing a long bit of time, right?
Yeah. No,
Like
you're not wrong.
it's kind of insignificant, but it is significant at the same time. The biggest change is when it first happened, people were not used to the change, so you're like, okay, let's prep the castle.
You hit it
And you're like,
11
okay, let's punch
times.
it like, yeah, and it breaks way too early. Like, oh, wait a second.
Oh. Exotics finds Joe Gore. Where was that kill? Is he up in the upside down rappel? Oh, peeking sight with the smoke. Nice, love that. I guess, is the Osa pick just setting up for these like impossible to retake positions with the shield? Is that the idea here? Oh yeah, nice. This is perfect.
Yeah. And you know, you have full flank control top floor. Instead of playing on the breach itself, you can kind of hold it from the catwalk rafter's position and help the flank watch in bottom garage as well. You can also rotate somebody else to play where Dark is sitting, take that final Osa shield and try and maybe make a play on the bomb site with the coverage of the shield. Like Hollis is in a pretty useless position downstairs by the basement walls. He doesn't have self-destruction, can't get the building. But this is Daystar losing one of the primary plant denial operators of Joker and Smoke. That means that timer is true. Had Smoke been alive, you can take off and subtract 30 seconds or so. I want to see a C4 kill for Daystar as one of their win conditions to get a kill back in the round. A crit J is by the bomb site window and BG Man finds a third.
Yeah, this is over for Daystar. Who would have thought this would be a very attacker-favored Nighthaven Labs? Not me. That's for sure.
Sometimes it be like that. There's plenty of time left for Fury to still win this round as well. They don't gotta rush up or speed through this.
Seal's been
Playing
undetected,
sound,
though.
holding angles, plant is going down.
Oh, and now they know where Seal is, and he's nowhere near that plant. He will win the fight on Crit J, but it won't matter. 2v4 on the retake, and I mean, talk about impossible retake scenarios. How on earth would Seal and Pika win this, especially with no Nitro Cell? You got to deal with the Osa, you got to deal with the... Oh, Jogor has just rage quit. Nice. Now it's Pika against 4 players. And yeah, Fury will find a third round. Much needed. Crazy, I think we've only seen, what, 2 rounds of defense? One, this entire map long. Pika finds an exit, and then gets swiftly shown the door. It's another round on the board for Fury. 3 more required to push overtime. It's still a long way back.
It very much is. Again, it comes down to the open engagements. The team that gets that can often convert it into a round victory, and you just see the pace being so good for Fury right now. They have good amount of time because they get those low effort kills early in the game. So smoke goes down, they know, guys, slow down the game. They can't plant analysis that much anymore. Let's just make sure everything is perfect right now. And they still had 35 seconds to spare when the bomb goes down. Now, if Daystar don't die in those kind of weird positions like Crit J, walking by bomb site window, taking down the castle and stuff like that, the timer would be a very different story. So again, I feel like there's a bit more to be seen here from Daystar and how they can approach these rounds. But now they gotta figure out, does our original game plan still work? We're 6-3, we can still go for those risky plays, or do they want to take a more, comfortable, safe approach?
Oh, we're just spending a little bit of time here getting everyone back into the server. Jogor decided to make this take a little bit longer than it needed to. What do you reckon about Nighthaven Labs? Now that it's been in for, God, how long has it been now? A year or 2? Like holistically, if we
gotta say 2 years.
2 years, is it that long? God, it still feels near to me. So I feel like, you know, if we talk like comp maps of all time, you know, what's your top 5? Does Nighthaven make the cut?
Okay, so real quick, Nighthaven came out in Solar Raid in December 2022.
No way, it's been here for 3 years.
It's 3 years. Yeah, that's
that makes
crazy.
me feel so old, dude.
Like, what?
Solar Raid, that was the Solus season.
Insane.
That was when Solus was busted.
That was Solus and Rank 2.0 and Nighthaven Labs 3.
Rank 2.0, yeah, no comment.
Yeah, I whenever I check people's trackers when I play them in ranked, I always judge them if they didn't get champ before rank 2.0. So I feel like Solar Raid is like my benchmark season to look at.
No comment. I actually never made champ, fun fact.
Well, now is your time, dude. Rank 2.0, it feels like a lot of people are getting their first champion rank, so
yeah, but that makes me want to do it less because it's just battle pass now. Like, it's literally just play enough games and you get champion. Also, like, yeah, I would love to play in Europe because, or even in North America. We used to queue North American servers a few years ago before they really made ping like a massive debuff, because it used to be that when you're on ping, it sucked, but at least you kind of had a bit of peak as advantage. But then they deprioritized high ping players, like shots registering to the server. So before that happened, me and my mates would play NA servers a lot because, you know, being from Australia, you don't get a lot of players on your servers. If you want more matches, we would Q&A because the games were a lot easier. Not to be toxic or anything.
Oh my god.
But the games were a lot easier on NA servers. So we would queue there. And yeah, no, like I would much rather play on a server with just a higher population, because unfortunately in OS, yeah, you end up playing the same like 3 stacks all night long if you're anywhere above like plat, because there's like 2 champ stacks and then a couple of diamond stacks, and so like if you're even just above emerald, I guess, like yeah, you're just going to be playing against the same couple of people for 4 hours straight, which gets a bit old.
Yeah, in a way it's kind of cool, but as you said, it gets kind of old with time, and if you don't like playing against those particular people, there's no way around it, right?
I mean, I didn't mind it before nicknames. I didn't mind it because at least you knew who you were playing against. But I would get really annoyed. Not, you know, we're not doing OS right now, but like a lot of especially the older OS players, like when I played a lot of ranked, like I know you guys, like I've casted your games. Why are you like hiding behind a nickname and then not saying hi? Come on, dude. Like I've met you at LAN.
Oh, that's sad.
My co-caster Mandy once was playing with, you know, Sajon from Now Cheese, and they were playing ranked together, and they were on my team, and they didn't even say hi. They were playing with nicknames, and then they ended up on my team for a couple games in a row, and I was like, "Hey, is that Mandy?" And then they were like, "Oh yeah, hi." And I'm like, "What do you mean? You're my co-caster. Why are you ignoring me?"
Oh my god. Yeah, call them out. Let them know how you really feel, James.
Yeah,
Betrayal
not sorry,
of the
Mandy.
highest degree. Damn. No, I feel that. I do feel your pain on that, and not knowing like who your enemies or even teammates are sometimes. Since the Nighthaven Labs are quite rated, I think it is a top 5 Pro League map. Honestly, I think it's maybe even top 3 these days, and the pick rate in most regions and how quick the teams were to accept it and welcome it into pro play, I think also tells the big picture that this map is actually good from the get-go, and everyone kind of recognized that.
Yeah.
This is slow. This is this what happens when Daystar don't give them an opening pick? Are they just gonna slow down like tremendously? There's a minute and 10 left and they're not really in the building yet. Like they're literally all 5 outside the building.
Yeah, Fury are just waiting for their chances. They're making slow progress, but emphasis on the word slow at the moment. A lot of util they're going to have to clear when they approach the site. Oh, hello, and goodbye. Missed opportunity. I mean, this as army is a big part of it, right? Like, look at all these Kiba barriers. That Flores is not really clearing the Kibas that you'd want to clear, though. You know, there are 2 on the doorway there, which would be nice to clear pretty soon.
Yeah. There's very few drones left here for Daystar, or for Fury rather. They'll be very reliant on information to make plays. A good flashbang, air jab. Pika stays up though, but gives up electric box. He falls back towards the side. 30 seconds to go. Fury, they have to go very soon.
That they do. Time's ticking, Fury. You read this down to a T, Nick. If Daystar don't give it up, then Fury cannot find the opening kill. Guys, look at the timer. There's 10 seconds to go, and you're not even in the bomb site yet. You're not even close to it. Get a move on, guys, because this game is so nearly done. Critche finds the opening kill, but there's nothing to be done for Fury but lay down and die. It's a very belated finish, but Nighthaven Labs is still a decisive victory for Daystar.
Can I just ask you, did timer run out or did the Fury players die? What happened to
It was a 2v2 when the timer ran out.
Okay, I was gonna say, I honestly was waiting for all the kills to happen, but the round just ended. And it came down to Daystar recognizing the win condition. Guys, they're being really, really slow. Let's not give them any of the fights. And literally, they did exactly that. They just burned down the timer. What a way to win the first map.
That it is. The first map is done. Can Fury bounce back on Clubhouse? We'll have to find out in just a moment.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
안녕하세요. 저는 BNK POX 소속 선수 매피 박주환이라고 하고요. 오늘은 제 커리어를 돌아보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 그때 저희가 리로드를 갔을 때였는데 제가 4승 그룹 스테이지에서 4승 1패를 만들었는데도 불구하고 플레이오프 확정이 안 난 거예요. 근데 이때 당시에는 G2랑 다크제로랑 경기를 했을 때 G2 e스포츠가 매치 포인트만 만들어도 다크제로가 저희보다 포인트가 위로 올라갈 수 있는 가능성이 없어지기 때문에 저희가 플레이오프가 확정되는 상황이었고, 그래서 저희가 G2를 응원하면서 경기를 보고 있었습니다. G2가 매치 포인트를 만들어서 저희가 이제 플레이오프 확정된 거를 딱 만들어줬을 때 되게 기뻤습니다. 저희가 리로드를 다녀와서 스테이지 1을 준비하면서 느꼈던 거는 일단 한 번도 뚫지 못했던 조별 예선을 뚫었을 때 한 걸음 나아갔다는 그런 느낌을 받았던 게 가장 좋았던 것 같고요. 리로드에서 플레이오프를 한번 가보니까 아시아에서는 사이클롭스랑 저희가 제일 세지 않나 하는 생각을 갖고 스테이지 1을 준비했던 것 같습니다. 스테이지 1에서 각 지역에서 1등을 한 팀인 만큼 어려운 매치업이 되지 않을까 생각을 하고 있지만 저희가 많이 노력하면 결과가 나오지 않을까라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Do you think Waybo is the best team in Asia right now?
어느 정도 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있지만 저희가 더 잘할 거라고 생각합니다. 자, 이상 저는 BNK POX 매피였고요. 스테이지 2도 좋은 모습으로 돌아오겠습니다. 항상 응원해주신 분들 감사합니다. 땡큐.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa! What the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need
We do need to go. We need to get out of that ad as soon as possible, of course. Please go and support PSG Talon by purchasing their skin. Nick, do you cringe every time you see that one, or do you reckon that's a good performance from you?
No, I reckon it was pretty awful for me. I'm not gonna lie to you. People always say, "Oh my god, great acting job," and they smile. I'm like, "Yeah,
Who
like
says
screw
that?
you, dude. We all know it's kind of."
Hang on. Who is saying this?
You know, the fellow cast members always say with a smile on their face, James, you go, "Oh, Pinko, I saw the ad. Great job, buddy."
I will say
We're
the
not
ad
all born
actually goes
actors,
quite
okay?
hard. It does go quite hard.
Yeah,
Like,
but guys, I think we really have to look at what's before us rather than dwelling on the past. That's the line from what Pengu says in the thing. That was the joke. Yeah,
I honestly,
you clearly didn't get it, but I could
straight
tell
over
you got
my
it.
bald head, like it's just silky. It's silky, and it's still a little. It's kind of like a little sandpaper.
You know what else is silky? Silky
Daystar?
7-3 over Fury for Daystar, huh?
Just not
How
what I
about
was.
it?
It's just it was very smooth, kind of like my oat latte earlier. It's
You had
just
an oat latte? Where's mine?
I did. Speak to Isaac. Speak to our replay operator. He'll be able to help you.
Damn.
Look, overall,
Dude, Rob's talking about anything but the game.
I
This
know,
is
dude.
crazy.
I'm sidestepping this one because I do feel bad about Fury. I like we hyped them up. We showed them so much love, and coming into this match,
Yeah.
the two maps that I thought were going to be super competitive was Nighthaven Labs and Club. Club is up next, but
Yeah.
Nighthaven Labs was just, that was not it. I think the last round, Nick, probably sums it up the most. Like, what are we doing? We have 3 minutes in a round. There's 5 alive, and we're nowhere near the site, and we just lose to time. Like, it feels as though there's something that just doesn't click right now with Fury, and it's infuriating.
The disconnect showed in the very beginning as well when they're playing defense, right? You have just Crit J doing Crit J things completely alone. No one's helping him. I feel like there was no sense of teamwork or coordination on their defense. We go on the attack, they get a couple of rounds. Oh my god, the comeback can happen, right? No, not even close. They literally run out of time before they enter the goddamn building in the final round, and it shows the full story. They're not here. They gotta wake up before Clubhouse starts, or this would be a quick 2-0, which would be a devastating loss of Fury to have already.
It would be a very devastating loss. I mean, the conversation for Fury typically already leans toward which Fury's going to show up. This doesn't help it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, this is still 4 out of 5, the same roster that went to all those majors back in the day. The thing is, you know, back then they had I9, who's now on Soul's Heart. Crit J at least is back in form. Exiliotic's not bad by any means, and
Not
the team
at
looks a
all.
lot better than when they had Firelord, but a bit better than when they had Firelord, but yeah, it's just not good enough when you have a map like that go down. It's possible to bounce back. Like we saw these guys just 2 days ago take Waybo to 3 maps. But it was in that Waybo game that we saw them play Clubhouse. We saw them lose it. It was a 7-3, which is not amazing, but it is against Waybo, you know, one of, if not the best team in Asia. So yeah, I think that there's a way back into it for Fury, but if they don't start strong in Clubhouse, then this is going to be such a disappointing way to peter out of the tournament. 0-2 to Daystar, who they historically have had the better of in the lower bracket without even getting a shot at fighting in that lower bracket final for a spot at LAN.
And fortunately, this is not an unknown entity. Going into Clubhouse, we've actually seen Fury play it twice in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, that's
well,
insane.
not 24 hours, 48 hours, I should say. But the fact of the matter is, for here, at least for Fury in this matchup, we should feel confident. We should feel comfortable going to Clubhouse. Whether that's going to be the case or not, it's still yet to be seen. Nick, one of the stats that I looked at way back before this game started, I looked back at the entirety of this year, so 2025, taking stats from January 1st up until today.
Okay.
One thing that really cements the conversation for Fury is the conversation around Crit J and the team dynamic. Crit J is the only positive player in EPS and in KD for the entire roster. Whereas for Daystar, this is actually a little bit of a sneaky kind of fun fact, if you will.
Sneaky fun. My favorite kind.
It's the best kind of fun. Daystar have 4 players above 100 EPS, which to me I was not ready for. I was expecting decently similar, you know, maybe we have a player out in front or something like that. But the one thing that we talked about with Daystar coming into stage 1 was that they had 2 massive names on there. Azuki, who in his debut season went absolutely crazy, and Jogor too. However, both of those players are just not needed. They've got Seal, who's leading the front, but I still don't think it's enough of a gap to worry about it. When we go to Clubhouse here, my main concern, Nick, and this is something that I throw to you a little bit, is that it feels like it's a team game versus a game of individuals. It just feels so stark at the moment. I mean, Clubhouse is one of those maps that if you don't play as a team, you will get absolutely slapped.
Yeah. That's the thing. I feel like we look at 9 different laps, and it's like you need a little bit of teamwork. We can do a lot of work individually. On Clubhouse, it's a completely different story, like you said. We need to see, you know, the verticality, which together with the heart destruction, which together with the utility, which together with the shield operators, with the roam clear, and just more importantly, the communication has to be very clear on what the team wants to achieve in every given round. Right now, I'm gonna change my vote. You know, I'm repping Daystar. Fury, I don't think they got what it takes right now because they are not awake in the server and they're not showing up just yet.
I agree so much with that. It feels like their minds are still in bed. They're going to have to jump out and hopefully, as Dev said a little earlier, maybe go get some fresh air, look at some sunshine, because Fury need to re-innovate here on Clubhouse. It's a map notorious for its mini-games, and right now they are losing every game in the server after a shocking performance on Labs. We need to see a bounce back from Fury. Unfortunately, this is one and done for them. If they lose this, they are out of the playoffs. They can say goodbye to PAX, they can say goodbye to Munich, and you know what? They could probably say goodbye to SI at that point. It's time for us to get underway with our second map here. Fury are on the ropes.
That's right, it's the last chance for Fury, who started this year absolutely pitifully. 6th place in the group stage in stage 1, 5th in the playoffs, and now will they get first rounded again here? I sure as hell hope not. This is their last chance, Pengu. Their last chance for LAN. Their last chance for 6 Invitational. Their last chance before, you know, essentially capping off what has been an absolutely pitiful year. That's the end of it for them. They need to come back here. There's no two ways about it. If Fury lose this, we're not just talking about, oh, it's been a rough year. We're talking, okay, is it worth the organization who's invested a lot of money in this team, you know, starting to think about other options? Is it worth roster changes? I'm not just talking, you know, one, you know, new player shuffling around. I'm talking about significant changes. That's what's at stake here. It's not just one game. It's not just a map against Daystar. It's a map fighting for the survival of one of the longest running top teams in APL.
Yeah, when you're a player on the roster of Fury, you know, you have goals, you have expectations, you have a vision for the year to come. And I know from being a former player myself, before the stage starts, you're thinking there is so much time before, you know, stage 1, stage 2 is over, qualifiers, etc. But then you blink and you're right in the middle of it. And it can be very difficult to apply everything you have learned in such a short notice. You know, for the most part, you're playing best of ones, and you show up every week, you play 1 or 2 best of ones. That's really it. That's your pro league career. And then eventually you'll have, you know, playoffs, you'll have a LAN qualifier, you'll have LAN itself, you're playing best of 3s, higher skill level, different kind of prep work, different kind of workload. And sometimes you can kind of get shocked in the middle of it all. And all it takes sometimes is one bad beginning to a tournament or to a playoff run, and you kind of find yourself tilting, feeling a little bit, you know, uninspired, lacking confidence. And this could just be a Fury who feels a bit like they've lost their teeth. I mean, they're not really being super aggressive in the server. They're not showing a lot of confidence. And the communication so far, at least from our perspective, has been pretty damn awful. There's been asked for Riho's in-game chat from Fury. Apparently one player cannot hear a whole lot. Exolotic. I was going to say he's playing Fuse Shields, he doesn't need sound, but he's playing AK-12, so he actually does need the sound.
It looks like, yeah, I mean, we haven't got a response from the admin yet, so I guess the round will keep being played.
I think we're playing it.
Yeah, I mean, it did look like it was
past
before...
30 seconds, I think, as well.
Oh, I don't think it was...
Or just a round, maybe, just a round.
I think it was at 30 seconds that he asked it, but
yeah.
I know, I assume the admins have heard it, but anyway, you kind of have to, if you don't hear from the admins, you kind of have to keep playing the round until the admin responds. So we will continue. And just to, you know, pile onto what you were saying, Fury have actually had an incredible stage. You know, from 6th place in groups in stage 1 to 3rd place this time around. They only dropped 2 games. They even beat Waybo, right? They only lost to Elevate and Soul's Heart in the regular stage. Of their wins, only one of them was an overtime win. 5 out of their 7 games. They take a map off of Waybo. This is by far the worst performance we've seen from Fury since last stage. So
yeah,
there's no 2 ways about it. Got to get back into it now. We know they're capable.
So a team that's used to feeling good and feeling victorious, you know, now you find yourself backs against the wall. Either you're going to rise to the occasion and play a very exciting, inspiring round of Siege, game of Siege, or you're going to be like, guys, we kind of suck, and kind of walk through it head down. Look at this aggression, though. Fuse doing medical destruction, doing a lot of sound coverage from Lycolis, who can breach this triple wall. There's no mute jammers, there's no water now at all available. But there is still only 40 seconds. Now, I hate smoke cleans out of dirt tunnel because you can't use the gadget anywhere but, you know, in the dirt tunnel itself. And Exotic, with no sound, strikes first onto Jogor. Big kill.
Yeah, that's a huge kill. Can Fury convert the advantage now that they've garnered? They've got a big, wide open hole here on the church wall, and they will confirm a kill onto Souffle on the back of it. Lycolis confirming the plants. As Pika replies, he looks for a bit more, but he's worried about that pressure from the hatch. Trying to deny the plant. Seal will eventually take down Lycolis, but not before that diffuser is confirmed. Exalotic coming to life with no sound, finds a second kill. The retake from Pika, but he gets turned on. Azuki now needs to try and sneak around. Oh, but BG Man's got him. Big round for Fury. From the request of the technical pause, to come back and win the round, that is impressive. And we need a hell of a lot more of that if they are to come back and win this series in map 3.
That might just be the case of guys, let's just play balls to the wall and just go for crazy plays because, like, you know, we're down a player technically speaking with that tech issue, and they had the confidence, they went in. But I gotta say here, Daystar, a couple of confidence like this one, really ugly, whiffing a lot of shots. If you get that kill in Morador, you only have one player left alive on the server, half health in blue, who can't see the post-plant diffuser because it was planted by the black box, left-hand side of the breach. So if one gunfight goes differently for Daystar, I generally think they could have been successful in that retake.
I gotta say, it's pretty awesome that Fury won that round, because if they lost it, that would have been so frustrating after the call for the technical pause. But yeah, so of course, Fury win the round. Now we're going to do a quick restart for Exalotic, who needs to get his game working again. But a good start, a good tempo setter for Fury. And, you know, what's more, it's also winning on the attacking side, which is very challenging on Clubhouse. Attacking that basement bomb site, you need to have a lot of coordination, you need to have confidence. And yeah, they did just that. They shaped up for a Churks execute, and it looked really good.
Clubhouse is obviously one of my favorite maps. I love all the mini games and mini executes and whatnot, and the variety that you can do. The fact that we saw a church attack in the very opening round is a very rare sight. It's not uncommon to go multiple games of Clubhouse and never see a church push. Triple was reinforced off, it didn't have mute, bandit, or Kaid. That means they can open up the wall and go for that kind of attack. And it's a very old school style, because back in like the early days of Clubhouse, even before the mini rework that it got, it was the only attack that you would go for. And I love when we see like old kind of strats come back into the newer style of game. It's like a full circle moment kind of.
Well, I think we're still waiting for Exalotic to get back into the game. Hopefully it won't take too much longer. Let's go back to the conversation we were having before, Nick. We were talking about favorite maps, you know. You said Nighthaven might be a top 3 map in the comp pool right now. Obviously, we got 9. We used to have 7 in the pool. We've had a few drift in and out. I want to say all time. Like, I want to talk about best maps of all time in comp. So relevant to their specific period in time. What are your top 3?
Okay. I think Clubhouse, for me personally, takes the cake. I think in every iteration of Siege, It's always been like a top 3 map, and if it's always top 3, it's gotta be like number 1, because other maps have fallen out of favor pretty quickly. I think there's been a moment in time for both Clubhouse and Coastline to be like the goated maps. It was like the iconic big matches have. Like Oregon was played in every BO3. It was often a BO1. Every team could play it. Coastline had some big historical moments. Obviously, my bias for 2018 and 19 SI. 2 incredible games happened there.
Yeah, I feel like Coastline is a funny one because it's like Coastline was so iconic in that era, like 2018, 2019. But God, I'd never want to see it again.
No, I feel the same for Oregon. Oregon, Coastline, I never want to see them again in pro play, and I don't like playing them all that much. But they were like the maps back in the day. Yeah. And then you have Bank, which I think hasn't been that fun to play in a while myself personally, because it feels very frustrating. But the map also was insanely iconic before it was like overly figured out. Half the rounds happen from outside the building now, window repels, whereas before it wasn't like that.
Those like iconic moments of like the Bank basement plant denial, similar to the Oregon base, the old Oregon basement, original Oregon pre-rework. Like how many iconic moments were there on the like original Oregon basement plant denial, original Bank basement plant denial? I miss that. I'm gonna throw a curveball in here. I think like Parabellum era Villa, one of my favorite maps of all time. Like,
no, you can't eat with that.
No, what? You disagree?
No. Sorry, like you're right. Like I'm like mad that I didn't think of that. Like that's actually a good point.
Yeah, like, dude, like Villa, back when every map in the pool was all about hard breach, and then Villa, people figured out you didn't need to like have hard breach. You could just do a split attack.
Do you remember what team did that? I have a memory of who the first team to innovate that. Reciprocity in North America, like the Skies and Laxing roster. Yeah. They would play no hard breach on Villa as like the first team from my memory, because we copied them, or we looked at them and felt inspired, should I say. And it was like, wow, these guys can play one more operators and make it better. It's like you take somebody's homework, but instead of getting a B, you get an A.
Talk about like iconic things that you copied. Original Clubhouse cash defense. The flip side defense that you guys then actually took and made work. That was awesome.
I don't remember doing that.
You don't remember doing that? You remember the old cash on... Oh, boom. See you later, dog. You remember old cash
before the rework?
On Clubhouse, pre-rework, where this basically like master bedroom ended. There was no connector, no construction on the top floor.
I don't remember playing that bomb set ever. It was awful. Okay. But I mean, that's a long time ago.
It was. Flipside did it first, and then Penta copied it. That's what I remember, at least. That was around the time I started watching Pro League. This has not been a good round for Daystar. Look, they found a nice C4 kill near the start, but then, like Collis has replied, I don't think Dark losing the Thatcher is going to matter too much. Fury still need to take cash control, though.
Yeah, they do. They got Capital Fire. They only have, for example, the Grim Beast for information. No shield operator, but BG Man strikes another. Jogor goes down. Maybe up to peek enough for a hero play, perhaps.
Oh. Okay, here we go.
Claymore kill.
2v2. Oh, nasty shot from Pika. Another one. 3-piece from Pika. Daystar looking solid on their first defense win on the gym bomb site. Bouncing back from that first round where they couldn't hold downstairs. That was a weird round, Nick. Everything pretty much went down off-site, away from the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those classic extension games here on Clubhouse where it will often, you'll win or lose the round on CCTV hold on the gym bomb side. Because if all the roamers die, you're playing like, 3 versus 5. If the roamers are successful, well then the attackers won't even see the site itself, besides of course the windows and the exterior. Clubhouse, it's been through all those different iterations. Like you said, like the old cash bomb site before they connected both these buildings with the connector. It used to be master bedroom would end, there would be an outside balcony, and then you would have the whole other building. There was technically a rotation if you were like shotgun open 2 soft walls, but there was no inside the building rotation, only external. Nowadays, we don't see CCTV being played as like the best bomb site. It's like the tertiary. You go like gym or basement, and then you go CC as your third option. But if you go back only like 3 years onto the past or whatever, CC was one of the primary bombs that's being played, where you'd start there almost every single round and then work your way forward. And I feel like Clubhouse, despite being in the game for literally since the beginning of the game, it's always been a playable map. It's always been liked by the majority of people, and it's always gone through a lot of evolution with different operators. Like Asami changed the map, Mira, Maverick, Clash, the shield meta. Like, it feels like it gets impacted by everything in a good way.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Yeah, so many different iterations we've seen of Clubhouse at the moment. You know, in this meta with the shield buffs coming through, we see a lot of Blackbeard and Monty here. Of course, Daystar banned out 2 of the shields. Blackbeard left on inside. Lycolas finds an opening kill onto Joe Gore, getting aggressive down at the bottom of Garage. Bombsight is over on Cash CCTV. Curious that Daystar decided to go back here, or go here for the first time, instead of going back down to the basement, which is, you know, objectively a better bomb site. Little play prepped here from Souffle. Try and C4 this Maverick. This is cheeky.
Oh no. Got him eventually though. As the first layer though, behind the reinforced wall is a mirror window. Crit J, if he knows Jim is clear, could just walk up and bash the mirror window. Ooh. There he goes with the fire pipe. Ooh. A lot of damage.
Yeah, good timing. Nitro Cell goes out as well. It's a lot of util utilized for not a lot of damage. All the damage was done by that gas pipe, which also hit the guard break effect, by the way, on the Blackbeard. So almost a chance there for Souffle to confirm the kill. But no, Fury continue slow and steady. They say it wins the race, but not always the case in Siege. You do need a bit of pace, especially in that mid to late round. Fury have hit some of the big ticket items on this round. They've found an opening kill. They've breached, actually not the main wall. There's still just a mirror window here, no entry. Well, they found a second kill now, and they have control of master bedroom. So in theory, this is a solid look, but they do need to shape up for a plan because this is still very losable.
No more hard breaching, but the Mavericks are gonna go in for kills. Snake goes out, but one player injured, one player down. Even numbers now.
Not good. That is not how you play it. It's barely even because Lycolas is on the floor. I think this is a throw and a half from Fury. It was a 5v3, and now it is a 2v3. Lycolas on the floor needing to be picked up. Here comes the revive, 25 seconds to go, and that Blackbeard of Critche losing his life, I think just completely threw the round here for the tie. As Daystar just holding on to their positions, they got really lovely crossfires to work off of. Keep in mind, there's no breach on the main wall, and, well, all the kills come through. Yeah, this is an absolutely pitiful attack. From 3v5 to 3v0 from Daystar. Fury need to figure out what the hell just happened, because that is not how you're going to win this series.
I would really like to see them go for a plan there, but that would mean that Maverick couldn't be on the main breach. And I feel like one of the beauties of Clubhouse, understanding at what time in the round should certain operators be in specific positions. So for example, for that last round, when Thermite spends his last exothermic charge, I feel like he should be the person playing on CCTV main breach, because he can look through that mirror window, any operator can. But it was Maverick. Maverick who still had gas left in the tank to open up the connector wall, to apply pressure towards the bomb site, and to give them a different win condition. He was the one holding that angle. It's about putting the person, or the operator, sorry, that is the least useful for the attack to be in the least relevant spot. So small mistakes for Fury, it cost them. Daystar had the mirror windows, they locked that down, and to my surprise actually, Fury opted for a bandit ban, not the mirror windows, not the Asami, none of those like massively bomb site shaping operators, just the bandit batteries. Maybe they're fearing a Maverick ban, who knows, but Blackbeard got banned out in response by Daystar, as that has been a bit of an issue for them.
Tactical timeout for Daystar. It's funny to see them being the ones taking it, isn't it? In the lead.
Yeah.
They're in a pretty solid position, all things considered. I mean, Fury had a really nice attack onto the basement in the first round. Second round was a bit of a mess from both teams. Third round, Fury had the lead and then threw it away. Daystar are in the driver's seat of this game. And of course, they've already won the first map, so they could finish it on Clubhouse here, which would be unreal. Like, I feel like this game has been a little bit slow and a little bit stilted, but there's a lot of hype coming into it because this is to stay alive in the bracket, to continue fighting for a chance to go to the APAC Major Qualifier in Melbourne at PAX Australia. You got to win, what, this game and then the next game and then one more game after that to make it to the top 2. You've got to win that lower bracket final. And this current iteration of Fury, I mean, it's just not happening. Like the Fury that beat Waybo in the group stage, the Fury that took a map off of them just the other day, yeah, I think that Fury might be possible to make top 2, but not this one.
I do agree there's an early tactical timeout from Daystar, but I actually quite like it. If we're going on the assumption that they want to build an early lead and just like get the mental game over Fury, that's what you'd want to be doing. And they've seen the final operator bans, and with that, the bomb site priority and playstyle will change. For example, with the bandit ban, they can't go basement and just penetrate the triple wall, which got attacked by Fury last time around. So what do? They do the budget SSG roam, where you play the Mossy, the castle, and you start top floor, kill a drone, fall back, and you have this like fortress inside a bar. Pair that, we're playing inside a blue stairs here, where we see a souffle, and you're slowing down Fury as early as possible in the round, and if enough time goes by, sprint back towards the bomb site, drop the hatches, and now you're playing a 5v5 with Fury low on time, and we saw how that played out on Nighthaven Labs. It was a disaster for Fury, so I actually like this approach here from Daystar a lot.
Yeah, change things up. Take that tactical timeout, go for a bit of an off-piece defense. The castle being instrumental in that. Joe Gore in his position needs to be cleared out here by Fury. How are they going to deal with a setup that you just simply do not see very often? Joe Gore wall banging the ever-living hell out of Dark and then finishing off the kill. That is next level game sense, and Seal's going to obliterate by Colas. No rifle brought to this round, so he had to use the Reaper. Joe Gore's going to find a second one, eventually traded by Critche. 2v4 now for Fury. Seal certainly doesn't need to pick, but he somehow still gets a bit of damage onto BG Man. I feel like this round is done already off that roam from Joe Gore and Seal.
Yeah. If you just get one kill to a 4v4, it's massively favoring the defenders because you're taking away valuable utility from the attacking side. And look at this, there's so much passive utility, right? Valcam's pre-placed, Mossy Spider, same thing, Castle Barricades. It's only really Azuki Smoke who has to try and stay alive for as long as possible, whereas every single member of Fury is so important. The Ying, that's your execute. The Bok, that's a self-destruction. Hibana's the hard destruction. Grimace, the information operator. You can't afford to lose anybody, but someone has to enter and take those fights.
And Critche just walked straight past the Valkyrie camera. We saw it from his perspective on this screen. It's just to the right of where those X-Kairos are. If that doesn't get taken down, Daystar are going to know exactly who is and isn't pushing from that side of the map, from Kitchen, dropping down the Kitchen hatch. Oh, and that's an angle for Souffle to win out on Critche. BG all alone. This is going to be a third round on the board for Daystar. Pika in off position, loses his life. BG Man. Desperate times. Nice shot, 1v2. Ooh. A flashbang. There's still no way that he makes this work. The player is fully flashed. We'll find another kill, but there's no way he can confirm the plant. Okay, bro. He's just going to not even try and then not get the kill. Play for Kate. Okay, that's... I don't know. You can probably hear in my voice. I'm frustrated at Fury right now. What the hell is this, dude? Like, this is not good enough. This is so far from being acceptable for Fury.
It is, but I want to praise Daystar because I actually think like the timeout into the strategical change-up in that basement roam game is excellent. It throws Fury a massive curveball that's been hard to adjust to this entire BO3, and this is what I love about best of 3s compared to best of 1s. You can look at the first map performance, recognize the weaknesses of your opponent, and then take that, you know, counterplay into the second and third map when you start going the distance. It's beautiful. I don't think Daystar would have gone for this exact roam game if it wasn't because they had seen what Fury struggle with on Nighthaven Labs. So yes, Fury, they fall short. They've been falling short this entire best of 3 so far. That's been the same story for a while. But Daystar is taking this opportunity to make the most out of it, and they're doing an excellent job at punishing their opponent.
Yeah, that they are. I think you're right about that roam game. It really came down to that. Right on the back of the tactical timeout. I wonder if that's something that Daystar have cooked a lot. Or if that was just, hey guys, what if I just chuck a castle here and here, and then we go for a bit of a roam, play a bit loosey-goosey. It worked.
Yeah, and it was loosey-goosey. It didn't feel like you had 5 defenders stuck in their different corners. It was very much like, okay, they're coming stuck, let's fight them stuck. They're coming bar, let's fight them bar. And then they weren't even falling back with like a set win condition. because you know, I think it was Seal did go for like a really aggressive swing outside the Kennel's door, and I was like, okay, if I'm a player right now, I'm screaming, fall back, drop the hatches, we got the 5v3, or 5v2 even. Yeah.
I want to know what Fury's trying to cook here, running the Kali. So early in the round, Critche was cutting off the cross at connector. Surely that's not the reason he brought the Kali.
Oh no, that's the sole reason he's playing for his individual KD.
I mean,
I spoke to Critch on the phone this morning. Yeah, he's still.
What is that?
Oh no.
What is that?
Oh no. Oh,
Joe
no.
Gore is just like farming right now. He's disrespecting Fury. He's warbanging everyone on Castle. He's jumping over rafters like a minute into the round and finding the Lion. Dark is 0-5, by the way. How does Joe Gore nearly win that as well?
Can we spectate Critch? Is he still in the same spot? Is Critch still just holding connect? No, he's not. He's outside CCTV then.
Yeah.
He just used a Kali lens inside the building to clear the. I was gonna say put BP or Melusi Banshee. There we go. So my charge goes through. It's still a little bit of a lackluster round so far. They gotta find ideally one more pick, but when it looks at this player inside a cash room, I think they're stuck. I think Pika's in a lot of trouble here. He has no backup, nobody nearby to help him.
Yeah, he's fine, dude.
Oh, he's out.
He can just
Never mind, he's completely out.
What are you talking
If
about, bro?
only Critch was on the roof right now, he'd have gotten a kill.
Critch should still be on the garden shed way out in spawn. He'd cut him off. No worries. Oh, he's actually not a bad angle he's got here, because this looks deep all the way into Khan.
Angle.
Oh, he literally gets off
What
the cross at the worst time and then smokes off his own angle, which is a bit awkward. 3v4. Oof, if only BG Man could find this angle.
Don't peek it.
Come on.
I think they both know. I mean, you're gonna hear the repel for sure. Oh, really good work. Problem solving there for Master Window. Gets the wall bang instead. 3-3, but Pika low in HP and Azuki almost low as well. Oh. Almost half.
Pika still doesn't matter how much HP he's got. He's going to tear up things. Gets traded back. Wow, there's still a roamer at top red stairs, but Seal will fall. Critche now in a 1v1 with Pika on the floor. Critche finishes him off. Azuki 7-1 in this game after tearing things up on Nighthaven Labs. He's got that diffuser in his clutches. Critche's got to go for the kill. Which way does he walk? He's doubling back. Dude!
What?
You've got to commit one way or the other. You can't half-ass it. You can't go both ways. He's not going to peek you. A mistake from Critche in the 1v1. And another round that Daystar have won on time. How many rounds in this series, Pengu, have we seen Fury lose on time because they do not push, because they are too scared to take a step forward? Well, I tell you what, if they keep being too scared to move, then, well, they're going to go backwards. They're going to get eliminated from playoffs. And they're going to be, I mean, done. Their campaign for the year will be over. No Six Invitational, no Munich, no Melbourne.
It feels very much like from the very beginning of this morning, well, morning my time anyway, that Fury are not the ones making any of the plays. If you go back to Nighthaven Labs, every single first gunfight was because Daystar was swinging, because they're inching on the attack or they're being aggressive on defense. Fury, they will of course take the gunfight if it's presented, but they're not the ones forcing them. And then at the end of Nighthaven Labs, we see Daystar flip the switch and start playing very slow, and Fury run out of time multiple times. Now we're seeing the similar thing on Clubhouse. If any action happens, it's by Daystar's choice, when and where the action occurs. And Fury, if they lose the gunfight, the 50-50s, it seems like with that they just lose the rounds. Critch individually has been a monster this stage. He has not shown up. And then my question was, what kind of team does Fury become if their carry becomes an average player on the server? By the looks of it, it's not just that. It comes down to communication, leadership, guidance in the small moments. And I don't know who the IGL is, to be honest, in Fury. But for this specific game, they need more help than they have currently because they're not getting the right calls.
Yeah, 4-1 down. Fury just making playoffs barely in stage 1 and then petering out early, getting first rounded. Here in stage 2, well, they won their first round in the upper bracket, but then immediately was sent below by Waybo.
Oh,
they had a big glow up. 3rd place in the group stage, and yet they still could not make it. to the regional finals. They failed to qualify for regional finals, and it looks like they might fail to qualify for the APAC Major Qual in Melbourne at PAX Australia as well. And for Daystar to be the one to take him down is a surprise to me and a surprise to most people. Here come the Candelas. This is desperation from Fury. They need to take some map control here because the bomb site is over on Cash. Seal feeling the pressure. Dark shuts him out. This is the first of many that will be required for Fury, but Pika lashes out straight away. Good trade from Critche. No more faffing about the shotgun. He's got the rifle and he's here to play on the Ying. But Seal is lying in wait. Even with Jogor falling to BG Man, Seal has a position to make a play hidden away in logistic. If Fury don't know about it, if they don't do their due diligence and drone him out, then he'll be able to bring this back. Azuki's found his one on site, and a freebie onto Lycolas for Seal. The trade needs to come through, and Critche does confirm it, but Azuki makes it the 1v1. It's Ying versus Azami with 2 keepers remaining, and for Critche, he needs to win this. He's got this 1 Candela left. It needs to land. He needs to go in on the back of it. Azuki falls on back. He's got cover, but Critche lands the headshot. Fury needed it desperately, and Critche will deliver. The Fury carry, the Critche carry, had to come through in that moment. Gets a second round for Fury. A lifeline to keep this game going.
Beautiful shot pre-fire, pretty much hip fire through the wall, by the way. He heard the Asami make the deagle holes and assumed, okay, he's gonna play from a far angle inside a CCTV, and that's smart because my Candela is not gonna blind him and affect him. And then I can't get inside the bomb site myself, so Critche finally shows up, not like before, where he's kind of baiting in the 1v1 and just time runs out. 4-2 is still gonna be quite the challenge. When you look at Clubhouse at the highest level, you know, in Tier 1, it becomes, I think, more and more attacker favored as the teams get progressively a bit better. And that's because every single bomb site has ways to problem solve them. And there are so many current strong, powerful operators on the attacking side. You can't ban them all away. Fury have opted for Grim and Ying. So they're heavily trying to negate the chaos and the execute enabling operators from Daystar, but this is open all the shields, all the heartbreachers. It leaves open so much power potential for confidence inspiring operators, and we saw Daystar, when they're feeling good, they're gonna play very aggressive, and they have aggro operators that they can play.
Man, Azuki really stood up there. Dude would have been 10-1 if he'd won that clutch, by the way. And how many kills did he get on the first map? It was over 10 as well, if I'm not wrong. So this guy's hit like, what, 20? I think he got at least 12 kills on the first map.
I want to say 12 as well.
Yeah, unfortunately my stat track is broken, so I can't go back and check that. But yeah, he went unbelievable on the first map.
Just make up a number. He dropped like 74 kills.
Dude, I literally saw, I don't think anyone's ever done this before, but 99 kills in one map. That's what Azuki just got on the first map. Yeah. And it
Regulation.
says... Yeah. And like, dude, it was like a 7-2. And then in this map, right, it says 9-2, but we actually had a rehost. He actually had 30 kills before the rehost. So 99 kills on the first map. Yeah, and then 39 kills. Yeah, he hits the like bonus points, you know, like it times your kills, like the 2x multiplier.
Oh my god. That might actually be a way to make the game more playable and ranked. Like, let's say you kill 5 drones in prep phase, you get like a 1.2 multiplier to your KD, so like 1 kill is 1.2 kills. And then like if every single defender used their gadget at least 4 times, like Warden stuff, you will get a further multiplier. This way you can make the KD players actually press middle mouse button.
Okay, how about this? What if instead of like, you know, we've got like kills, deaths, assists, and points, what if you get rid of points? Replace it with KOST and then add like drones destroyed or like gadgets cleared. Something like that. I feel like
time
cool.
spent on drones on attack.
Yes.
My team is about to AFK to farm the fucking... Oh my god, I keep swearing. I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
I didn't even notice.
This is the second time.
It's because this game...
I swore yesterday as well.
This game feels so casual, strangely. Like, Fury have played it so slowly on their attack, and now on their defense as well, playing really passively, that it just... I mean, it feels like we're just chilling out. Like,
I was gonna say, I feel like I'm streaming and it's a different dialogue option when I stream.
It barely feels like there's, you know, an elimination match on the line right now, but that's exactly what these teams are playing for. The loser gets eliminated from the playoffs, and their chance of going to Melbourne is gone. That's what Fury are worrying about at the moment. Daystar, though, they draw first blood. Fury striking onto Seal. No more Buck, but at least we got Jogor on the sledge.
Yeah, but the problem-solving skills, right? Like, I would have loved to see a Capitan this round or a shield operator. I feel like the floor is... I'm not sure what you're trying to get rid of. Maybe the Melushi Banshees, but it's pretty low value. These gunfights have to go the right way if you want to see Daystar win, but they don't. Fury, 2-man advantage. They got the Keybers, they got good protection, and they still got partial mirror windows.
Yeah, that Azami is so powerful there inside a church.
Ooh.
But Azami himself will fall. Pika finds a double kill. This is the way back into it for Daystar. And, well, Exalotic has taken down Pika, traded him back again. Jogor 1v2. Dark, low HP. Out comes the Reaper. This is not a weapon you want to have engagements with. But Exalotic is exposed and he dies. 1v1, Dark's got the angle, he takes down Jogor, and a round that was far closer than it should have been. Fury barely get across the line.
He had that spare nade in pocket, man. I saw the clutch potential. If only he had the information, but a little castle of the Asami barriers made that jukebox positions much more playable than usual. This right here, I mean, it was such a close attempt of a combat. They got 3 kills in extremely quick succession. Yeah, so damn close. You gotta be a little bit cautious though. Like, Fury are playing 1 versus 2, and they didn't have a crossfire. They didn't have any real setup to shut down Jogor on the church breach. So yes, they win the round, but again, not in the most confidence-inspiring way possible.
What do we reckon about Daystar on the attack? Did they make this work? Is this a 2-0, Nick? Or is this a very, very long and arduous series for Fury? Keep in mind that whoever wins this is going to have to play in about 6 hours' time. Depending on how long our other semi-final and our upper bracket final is. Like, this is a marathon of a day. If you're Fury, who, by the way, like, they've played absolutely pitifully here, let's be honest, right? They lose 7-3 in the first match. Was it 7-3? It felt like, yeah, it was a 7-3. It felt like a 7-1, to be honest. And then here, this clubhouse drags on a lot, you know, fighting from behind. If they come back and win this, and then they win Consulate, then they sit and they watch the next match go down, Soul's Heart versus Arrival 7, and then they watch Waybo versus Elevate, and then they play the winner of Soul's Heart, Arrival 7. And even then, that's still not a spot in Melbourne guaranteed. They would then go have to beat the loser of Waybo Elevate in their next play day. Man, like, this is a long day for these boys in this match.
Yeah, I think you play this game and you win it and you go straight back to bed. You take a little 5-hour nap and then you get back and play your second series. I don't think you sit back and watch every other game happening. But, you know, you're correct. It's a very long one. And whoever the loser ends up being in this BO3, the best thing you can do if you lose is just take your opponent the entire distance, expose the strats, tire them out, and set them up for failure later on for their future match. That's the real thing you can do.
That's BM. I love it. Well, it would be a huge upset if Daystar beat Fury. It would be an even bigger one if they then go on to win their next match against presumably Soul's Heart. I mean, it would be a big upset if it was Daystar versus Arrival 7 in the upcoming lower bracket semi-final later today. Because then the winner of that match would go and play, you know, either Waybo or Elevate for a spot at LAN. I think a lot of us thought it would be Fury in that 3rd place behind Waybo and Elevate. But I certainly haven't made a solid case for that today. Ooh. Aggression from Dark as he finds one. However, the smoke is going to make it difficult for him to contest on the Bob side. The shotgun.
Pick up the shotties.
Thermite. I have literally never seen that in all of my days. A shotgun thermite picked unironically from Jogor as he gets aggressive and finds a kill with it. Out comes the pistol as well. He seemingly is. He's got the diffuser waiting for a chance to lock it on down. 4v2. Dark and BG together. from Connector have to retake. It's not going to be easy.
C4.
The C4 might be able to deny the plant. It's a big one.
What?
Takes down Seal. It actually didn't kill Joe Gore. This guy's got boots of steel right now, and he does confirm the plant. I don't know how that happened, but Dark, well, he's doing the Lord's work, making this retake work. BG Man and him together. A quad for Fury and the one for BG. They get themselves back into it. The diffuser counted, and the tied score on Clubhouse.
The comeback is happening. Oh, yo, he's noting it down very aggressively, dude. Oh my days. Back to 4-4 even numbers though, and again, I mean, this could honestly have been a 6-2 in favor of Daystar very easily. The CCTV 1v1 where Azuki gets hip-fired by Crit J. This round, that it's a 3 versus 2 post plant and no one goes outside the building. I mean, they could have gone down the hatch, could have played Jacuzzi Breach, could have played Gym Window. But the entries are so impressive from Daystar. They played double shotgun in that round and still they get in the building, still they get down that diffuser, and they only lose to a clutch. If they can stay mentally in this for Daystar, not tilt because these rounds arguably should be won from them, it's gonna be a heck of a clubhouse to come.
Yeah, it could well be. Again, just a crazy game. Like Daystar rushing site with shotgun without clearing the other side of the map, cache CCTV without connected control. They're going for a plant with, thermite shotgun rush. Wild. For Fury to win the 2v4, wild again. It's very hard to keep up with this game.
Whenever you say wild, I always want to do the classic, like, no, they play an EML joke, but I've already done it once, and it went over your head last time, so I'm not going to do it again.
The wild joke? What? As in the team wild from...
Yeah, you go, no, James, they don't play right now.
Oh, right, that one. I get it.
Yeah, apparently everyone always does this.
I've been informed that WILD actually stands for what you love doing esports.
Oh my god, I learned this the same time as you probably. It was in the group chat, like recently.
I had heard it many years ago, but yeah, then it came
up
again
joke.
the other day. No, it's that is real.
Yeah, like, well, when I heard it, like when WILD first entered pro play, I was like, yeah, that's a fun like play on words, you know, whatever, or play on letters. But then it was actually real, and I just thought there's no chance that that's what it stands for. Like G2 is just an it's just G2. It doesn't stand for anything.
It does. What do you mean?
Originally, no, they've abandoned that. G2 doesn't. It's not an abbreviation for Gamers 2. No, they changed it.
But it
so
originally
it used to be
did.
Gamers 2.
It originally did though.
Originally did, but they were like, we don't want to associate with this branding anymore. Let's not do that.
Yeah, that doesn't mean
like,
that the history is erased. You can't erase history just because you don't want to be called that.
No, but
anymore.
you can change. You can change the present, right?
Change
so like,
but it doesn't change the fact that
if you call them Gamers 2, you will literally get slaughtered by their social media team.
All right, I'm gonna call them
Gamers 2 exclusively
they will not have from now on.
Like when Milos called them Gamers 2 during Paris SI, he got a DM from Carlos, the CEO, being like, "Don't do that ever again."
Yeah.
Like, we're not Gamers 2, we're G2.
How would that work out for Carlos, by the way?
Well, he's living life great over in Dubai, no? He's living life.
Not for G2, he's not. VG Man comes to life, takes down Azuki, but there's a solid response here from Daystar. Great usage of the Capital. Still single-handedly clears Rafters. Fury need to get back to site. Like Cola's gone for a jog, back onto it. Good info at least on site thanks to that bulletproof camera, but I believe it's now been destroyed. Daystar preparing for this execute.
Yeah, they got plenty of time to work with. They got to rotate over that diffuser. That was Pikachu right now, so they're going to go catwalk Raptors with 2 players. The issue is, I don't know if they have enough. I guess the DMR can shoot open the wall enough to vault through the rotate.
Freebie.
It's just not ideal. Almost a wall bang. The issue is there are Valve cameras. They actually found it just now inside of Garage Catwalk Rafters, and there is no C4 plant denial, only Toxic Babes, but time will hit that 0 mark unless they start getting a lot of kills here.
Oh, here's a big run out from Lycolis. Outside the building, he finds one. But the response from Souffle making his way up the stairs as Daystar start to force that plant down. Joe Gore has got the side on lock, and Crit J can't get back into it. Big 4K from Joe Gore. As another round is taken for Daystar, 2 more, and they've knocked Fury out of the tournament.
This is ridiculous. Like, not even kidding, this should be 7-2. If you go back to the last defense round for Daystar, it was a 1v1 where Asuki gets hip fired. The first attacking round is was the first, yeah, is it the first one? I don't know. That a basement attacking round that came down to a 1v1. That the previous round in a 3v2 where the bomb goes down, they lose all of those rounds, by the way, and then they win this one. Like, Daystar have maybe not gotten that many rounds on the attack just yet, but they have had the potential and the chance of winning every single one thus far. Like, what they're doing is actually incredible. And Fury, they're keeping up in the round count, sure, but in the individual small details in every single round, they are the team to lose. Like this, Fire takes down the Catwalk player, instantly peek, okay, let's take Diffuser into Catwalk rafters. A good jump out from Critty, I believe, from like Colas actually on the Valkyrie, shuts down the first plant, but then Joker goes absolutely nuclear again. Mind you, Joker was the same guy on a gym attack, playing Thermite Shotgun, getting also 2 or 3 kills in a round with Thermite Shotgun. This guy is literally carrying Daystar in the first and second map.
Yeah, it's been an unbelievable game. The way that Joe Gore and Azuki as well have been styling on Fury. Peak has also hit 9 kills now. And Fury, they've played a lot better Siege here on Clubhouse than they did over on Nighthaven Labs, but they cannot keep pace. On their defensive side, they still remain 3 more rounds left in this half. We could see overtime. Fury can't let another one slip by them, but guess what? Joe Gore, again, is running that Reaper, is running the primary shotgun on the sledge as he brings out the hammer. Ready to pluck open a breach onto CCTV and get to work on this roam clear. Pika is ready for it as well. The confidence from Daystar, dry peeking all of these corners.
No drones.
No drones ahead of them at all. Fury is lying in wait. Shots exchanged, no damage done yet. But it looks like the map is pretty much clear.
Yeah.
45
full
seconds and Daystar have full map control. That's unreal.
Without even watching the drones and drone in stream. I mean, they checked the garage drone, they checked the bar cam, but like they're walking in just holding angles themselves and checking every corner. 2 full minutes now to set up your bomb set execute. I would have loved for this round as well if the Flores wasn't on the board. Again, if you bring out the Capital, you bring out some utility, because right now you have no easy way into the bomb site. You gotta drop a hatch or walk down a staircase. Operators like a shield or a Capital massively can help with that. They have some frag grenades, they have flashbangs, but I feel like for this particular round, Daystar are dependent on finding a pick before they go for execute, and I don't know where they're gonna find it, because as we said, there is no more roam game. They're playing in default spots, right? 2 in church, 1 by third door, 1 blue box, 1 inside a blue generator. There's not going to be any easy kills to find here for Daystar unless Fury make a massive mistake and swing out.
Still a lot of work to be done before it comes to that execute though for Daystar. Clearing a lot of util though. Nice job triggering the Banshee from above, taking it down. From Souffle, he's used now all of his Roteros, clearing those Banshees, clearing the barbed wire. Azuki breaching onto Dirt Tunnel to open up another avenue for Daystar in the late round. I mean, this is so much progress, but I mean, it's been over a full minute now of clearing util on site, and still there is more util available. You have a look at BG Man's setup here with the Azami, and he's well protected in this corner to have the site on lock. This is such a nice little perch. How to clear him? It's up to Jogo.
Yeah. They can flash from the hatch, shoot the keeper, try and bounce a grenade off, but Asui goes down first.
Souffle. Big kill on the Lycolis, but the reply from Dark. Joe Gore will fall as well. Pika coming in from blue. He finds 2 big kills. 2v2, but he falls. Still the last one as he makes his way in through Arsenal. Dark and Critche just hold back, fortify their positions, dancing around him. There's info, but Seal can't confirm the kill. The fire is not going to be enough. Critche swings, and Fury again tie the scoreline. 5 rounds apiece as this game is reaching its breaking point.
So close every single round. It feels like Fury, because they get the opening pick, they really, look very secure. But in Daystar, they have this this thing that they do every single time on the attack where they find 3 kills super quick back to back to back, and the game looks super winnable. If this doesn't happen where Dark covers the pixel, the round is winnable. And if Pika doesn't whiff this third shot here on the third person, I think it's the Warden, again, round is so winnable. There are all these, again, very small details where if you win or lose one gunfight, look in that spot in the exact right timing, you can literally win or lose rounds off of it. Fury are fighting back, they're doing their very best, and still it comes down to the wire in the 4v5s with Daystar. I can only imagine what will happen the moments when Daystar will get the opening pick and they will play their 5v4, because that seems like a guaranteed round victory at this point.
Attackers have located a bomb. What do you want to bet that Jogor is running primary shotgun this round?
I'm not a betting man.
Nah, I reckon he's supernova bearing 9 on Hibana.
I think he is too,
take that
but I wouldn't bet on it.
Take it to the bank. There you go!
Yes. If only you had bet $1 trillion, James. If only.
Oh, man. This is so crazy. What a
This guy's
weird
having
game,
way too
dude.
much fun for elimination match, by the way. Way too much fun.
I wonder, like, is the only reason he's playing Hibana... He actually did damage to, like, all of them. Is the only
I think
reason...
it's Hibana, that trick.
Yeah, well, the thing is, right, what's the difference between Hibana and Thermite?
Yeah.
Well, Thermite's utility here is better, right?
And it's banned.
Oh, lol, I'm...
That's a difference.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, I reckon he's doing it because Hibana is faster and easier to rush with.
Not enough far up.
Yeah, he can still...
Jogor.
It doesn't matter. Like, I guess...
It matters.
Well, he can just keep on, like, using more of his util, right?
Opening kill.
Where's Critche gone? Where... Souffle's dead? I'm so confused.
He's dead.
Where the hell are these action going down? It looks like Souffle died outside a gym window or something. Pika has now lost his life. Dark over-peaking, just desperately trying to get something back. The Flores pick that you seem to hate, but is being loved by Daystar, continues. Azuki, though, does struggle to actually take down that bulletproof camera. Jogor's rotated all the way over to try and support with this red stairs take. And Daystar has some nice ideas, but losing Pika and Souffle early is a bit of a burden.
I still don't like the Flores, you're right. And I feel like they rushed in there. Souffle was walking on the catwalk rafters to fight Dark, but he tuber out off the CCTV wall before it got opened up. You can just wait the tuber canisters out, take it nice and slow. You got the opening peak, you don't have to aggress really that much, you know, in my mind at least. But it's one of those, if Dark dies, well, he's dead now, the round could have been 4 versus, or 5 versus 3, which is a huge lead, obviously. Now back to even numbers, it's all good and well, still got the Sense projector walls, but Joker not having a primary for these long engagements, that could come back to bite him, unless he can have good accuracy with that bearing 9.
Nah, bearing 9 is just fine. I wouldn't worry about it one bit, mate. Oh, they've actually full reinforced the bathroom wall.
Ooh, they can take Jacuzzi then. The wall should be open from earlier.
I'm not sure if Jogor made it a large hole.
It's the crouch one, technically, I think.
Gonna be awkward to take down that bulletproof camera. I mean, the
It's a
shotgun
nice
here
BP.
It is very hard to take down. But this is a very nice setup as well. I mean, Jogor's got the shotgun to open up a
They
more
could plant
aggressive
Jim,
angle.
maybe.
They could, but
Oh,
the
he's on the
problem
breach.
is there's actually, a player has retaken the breach. This is Lycolis. He's the perfect operator
It's
to
not
be in
gonna
this
work.
position as well. He's going to land the shot, finds one, looks for a second. BG Man takes down Seal. Jogor will fall. Fury, it's been a very long road, but they are now on the verge of winning the second map and sending us to a third.
I'm not entirely sure on the 3 player positions there from Daystar. I feel like if you want to go from the window execute with the sense, we gotta see that third flourishing going for Jacuzzi breach when it's opened up earlier. Instead, Joker went for office rotate from the exterior. So he's an office here in a 1v3 essentially, and you can't help his teammates. Office is one of those areas that you can't really backstab. Either you take it full control with like as many people as possible, now you can cut off the bomb set in half, or you don't really go there at all. Because it's one of those rooms where it's so hard to check all the corners and win the gunfight, so there's so many different angles and whatnot to deal with. Fury are gonna have to go CCTV though to try and win in regulation. A statistically poor bomb site, one which they lost the previous time around. And again, this is where we don't see the Flores. We're gonna start seeing those high value operators like the Capital, like the Monty, the exact kind of operators that you'd think to expect on Clubhouse. I don't know what they're cooking the floor is. I didn't really see the gadget being used for insanely high value. Castle wasn't being brought out either, so want to see that change for overtime if Daystar takes us there. Less floors, more victories.
Yeah, Gridlock Capital is a good combo here. Oh wow, there is a distinct lack of hard breach in this lineup. I guess we have the tin cans on Capital, but I mean Jogor on the ace and 2 tin can opens. That's all we've got for this whole attack. And I mean, all 10 reinforcements have been used. We've actually have reinforcements on the bottom of garage. Often teams these days will opt to actually forego those to prioritize them on the master side. Okay, that is a throw. That is a throw.
That is a throw.
That is such a big pick for Joe Gore.
You just don't see the vision.
How is BG Man?
If BG Man gets all the kills, then it doesn't matter if he dies.
Yeah, but he's not.
That's a lot of thinking.
Yeah, sure.
That's a lot of thinking.
I mean, Joe Gore and Pika both
okay.
have as many kills as him. Exalotic is low in the kill department. Critche is the one who's going to replace that position. That's how important BG Man's position was. Critche is like, well, I guess if he's dead, I'm going to have to do it. But look how aggressively he's playing again.
Oh, no.
If he dies here, that is like literally the round done.
Yeah, very much should be. I mean, this might need to come down to an Echo Smoke plant now situation. Timer is, you know, not low, but it is taken down for Daystar. But they got the Monty, which so far has just been droning and, yeah, I don't know, not really in the building. I feel like the second you play Monty, you gotta walk off this catwalk rafters. To be fair, they might be looking for those yokai drones to see if they're gonna have that counterplay ready.
Here's one in garage.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, so they know. That's why he's not over-aggressing right now, because if he gets stunned, he's going to get guard broken and can risk dying. So now he's got backup, he's got more guns, he can walk up, see exactly where Omai is playing from. The goal right now is to 5-man clear Crit J.
But this is the impactful thing here. The yokai drone has to come through. It's up to Crit J to get enough damage on. The Sonic Burst should regen in just a moment. He needs to get aggressive, sees the Monty is down! But it does get traded back. Fury might have done enough though. They stabilize to a 3 versus 3 as they lose garage control. The yokai somehow manages to escape as well. Fury have all the ingredients they need to finally take a map. Daystar have to pull out a miraculous attack in the 3v3 with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah. This comes down to Echo and Smoke, and the fact that Suki missed the yokai drones earlier might literally lose them this entire round. I see the outline, it's hard left. Smoke primed and ready. I think it missed the default plant spot actually, so it's gonna buy the attackers a bit more spare time. Oh, and they take down the Echo! This is huge!
That's the one operator you need to keep alive here for Fury. Exalotic! He's the last one left, but Seal is dying to the gas. No more gas remains. Azuki is covering. Exalotic, is he not moving? Why is he not pushing? He thought they didn't plan, but no, he has to go and take the fight. Azuki again. He pushes Daystar into overtime. Fury are not out of the woods yet.
I'm pretty sure what happened there is that Smoke tossed his final babe and he was aiming for the default plant spot. The only plant spot that the Daystar could go for was default. So he was standing still, waiting for a gun swing, because in his mind, they literally couldn't plant in that spot, and they knew they didn't go deep. But he missed the smoke. That's my assumption here, at least from what happened, because it clipped the railing of the middle server board or whatever. He actually missed both of his final 2 toxic babes. The first one also missed. The fact that Echo dies here on the pixel on the chassis literally might have lost him the round. They had the yokai drone right on the floor. All he had to do was press space on the keyboard, left on the mouse click, and you could deny a plant not just once, but 2 separate times.
I don't know, man. In overtime, I feel like anything can happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what happens if we go to Consulate? Like, is it gonna be a super big letdown, or is Fury here to play now? Because they're actually playing a lot better. Daystar, to be honest, Daystar have been doing a really good job at finding big comebacks in rounds that have been losing for them, and they've been doing a great job at forcing openings in the round that they've been winning. But is this Fury clutching and Daystar just like falling a little bit short, or is this actually a close series?
Yeah, well, so if we go to Consulate, right, so Daystar lost that to Soul's Heart 2 days ago. They haven't won it for over 2 months since stage 1 where they beat Shark LFO, which is, not the Not the best team. They were actually not bad 2 months ago, though. Fury on the flip side, actually, like Consulate, it's a map that they don't mind. It's kind of mid-pack. They do ban it more than they pick it. They haven't played it at all in the last 3 months. So we have zip information on Fury on Consulate. They could 7-0 or they could get 7-0'd. And unfortunately, that is just the story of Fury at the moment. And on the flip side, like Clubhouse, this is a really good map for Fury. They played it twice in the last 48 hours, as Rob said before. Lost it to Waybo, but it was close. Beat Arrival 7. They're 4-1 in the last 90 days on this map. And look, Daystar liked this map too, but they did, of course, lose it to Fury just a week ago. And they're 1-2 in their 90-day record on this map. Haven't won it for 2 months. So in theory, like, this should be a really good map for Fury. And in theory, we don't really know how good Consulate is. So all we can comment on is what's before us, and that is a ridiculously tight game of Clubhouse, where both teams, I feel like, are still not quite hitting their full potential. I think that Fury is still capable of so much more than this.
I hate to say this, but Daystar have only done one of the two things they gotta do correctly. They got us into overtime, but they're still playing Flores. So as much as I want to support the boys, I'm hate watching. I'm officially hate watching and counting on Daystar's downfall right now in this map.
All right, what is Flores out of 10 as an operator? Right, come on.
Well, you rated him 8. I rated him like 2.
What?
Maybe 3. Like he's at 3.5. 3.5. Final answer.
Crazy, bro. Okay, who's worse than Flores?
Gridlock, Caveira.
So they're playing two of the worst operators in the game, you're saying, right now. Gridlock and Flores.
Well, for this specific setup, like, what's Flores doing? Like, what is this Flores doing? Tell me, what is he doing? He's droning a hatch that isn't open.
Yeah. I think that's
he was trying to go
because
down the hatch to clear util.
Yeah, I think that's because Souffle is playing it poorly. Not because
And what's Gridlock dead?
Flores,
Yeah, exactly. Useless.
At least they got the Osa, boys. Don't
man.
worry about it. Like, Colas has snuck all the way deep underneath Kitchen.
Oh, big.
But Crit J's been taken down. That is the player you want to take out. Wow, like Colas, how the hell has he not died to the hatch there? Sprinting past it. Seal and Azuki missed their chance. Oh, what is going on? Like, Colas, you are not respecting these vertical holes. Pika takes him out. The PDW. BG Man flashed out of position. Time is ticking away, and Daystar, well, it could finish it right here.
D4.
The plan starts to go down. Nitro still needs to come out. It does not land. Impact has to come and support, but still Pika survives. Exalotic is not in position, and Impact goes out. Pika takes a hell of a lot of damage. Exalotic confirms the kill. 2v2 on the retake. Bottom main, though, is locked down by Azuki. BG has no utility to speak of in this 1v2. It's an unlosable situation for Daystar. Seal and Azuki fall all the way back. BG, literally his only chance is to stick it and to pray and hope that nobody knows that that's what he's doing. He's going to go and take the fights. There's literally no time. I mean, round is done.
Where's he going?
Daystar has won it for sure. There's nothing to be done here for BG, man. Daystar, another round on the board, and match point in their grasp. They're on the verge of eliminating Fury from the Asia playoffs.
You might be thinking to yourself, how did Daystar manage to win this round, losing the opening pick? And I'll tell you exactly how. They willingly sacrificed the two useless operators of Gridlock and the Flores. The first operators to die, by the way, for their team. Look at this. It was their Osa, Bok, and Hibana, the last three alive. Right here, boom. Bomb goes down. They play the vert post land. They win their round as well. Small sacrifices for a big round victory there for Daystar. A great post land, good discipline. And Joe Gore, yes, he was there in that round, but generally speaking, this guy's the GOAT. I'm going to keep saying it. He has been playing an absurd clubhouse and a ridiculous Night Haven Labs. Whatever happens here on forward, he's my daily MVP.
The daily MVP for Daystar.
And it's the first game. Yeah. There's still 3 more best of 3, but he's still my daily MVP.
We have a lot of Siege still to go today. Let's not forget, of course, on the other side of this game, we've got Arrival 7 taking on Soul's Heart. Arrival 7, who have only won 4 matches this year in the APL, by the way. So Soul's Heart, yep, 2 in Stage 1 and 2 in Stage 2. So it's going to be, in theory, quite a one-sided affair for Soul's Heart, but you never know. We thought this would be a Fury match, and at the moment, they're staring down defeat. 7-6 in favor of Daystar. 1 more round to go. for them to knock Fury out of the tournament. Of course, after that Arrival 7 versus Soul's Heart match, we have the big ticket item of the day, which is Waybo taking on Elevate. The winner will go to Melbourne for the APAC Major Qualifier at PAX Australia. That's what all these teams are fighting for. That's where they get a chance to vie for their spot in Munich at the Major in November. And then our final match of the day will be whoever wins here between Daystar and Fury versus whoever wins our next game between Arrival 7 and Soul's Heart. And then that will set up our lower bracket final, which will be played against the loser of that Elevate Waybo game. And whoever wins our lower bracket final will, of course, be the second team going to Melbourne. But we're just in a quick tech pause. Apparently, Exalotic's got some internet issues. He needs to restart his router.
Question for you. Has back when so this is the first APAC finals in 5 years, Rob said yesterday, something like that, right?
Yeah, far out. That sounds about
Just
right.
like roughly. Okay, did you used to have the finals played at PAX in the past, or have some sort of event, maybe a show match at PAX in the past?
So last year, 12 months ago, we did have a show match at PAX, and actually, funnily enough, it was Fury against Game and Gladiators. Now, there wasn't anything on the line for that. Maybe some prize money, I genuinely can't remember. It was not an important game, right? It was just a show match at PAX, a bit of a proof of concept. It's kind of what earned us the right to hold this event at PAX this year. Prior to that, we did have some events at PAX, some Rainbow Six at PAX, but it was the very first time we had an event at PAX. It was called Six Masters. It was a purely oceanic tournament way back in the day. And that was Fnatic, actually, who won that. They were the Six Masters champions back at the OS Fnatic roster. But that was separate to any Pro League or anything. It was not APAC-wide. It was just Australia-wide. The APAC finals that we used to have back in the old ESL Pro League format, that was held in Sydney, back at the old ESL studios, and that was every 6 months or every 3 months. I forget. They changed it a few times as how long the Pro Leagues went for. Yeah, we had a couple of those. We had the Raleigh Major Qualifier, the Paris Major Qualifier, all those events as well, which were LANs, similar to like the Six Invitational Qualifier that was held in Melbourne at the start of this year. But no, this is the first time we've ever had an APAC finals event at PAX. It's never happened before. And for those who don't know, PAX is the largest gaming event in the Southern Hemisphere. It's a huge cultural event here held at the Melbourne Convention and Exhibition Centre, which is on the beautiful Yarra River. I really hope that you get to come along and see it, Pengu, because it is a beautiful part of the city.
Me too, man. No. I got Rob whispering in my ear, and I don't want to say what he just told me to say. To ask you, it sounds like he's asking me to ask you about the brown water.
The brown, oh yeah, well, I mean, like the Yarra River is beautiful. It's not exactly clean, but it is beautiful. I wouldn't go for a swim in it. It's kind of like it's the Seine in Paris, right? That I think Emmanuel Macron said that he was going to clean it up and have a swim in it. And everyone in France was going to take a dump in the water.
Oh my God.
We actually had the mayor of Melbourne recently said that he wants the Yarra River to be swimmable, so he wants to clean it up, which is, I mean, cool, great, good intention. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Unfortunately, colonial Australians have been dumping their rubbish in the Yarra River for about 200 years.
Oh,
but hopefully it does one day get it cleaned up. It is beautiful though. As you walk along the Yarra, along the kind of the boulevard there, we've got like a lot of great hospitality venues. It's beautiful, especially in October, which is when PAX is held. It's a great place to be. Lovely place to have a bev, have a bit of a snack. Enjoy the spring weather in Melbourne. It would be so warm if you come down to Australia compared to, like, it won't be that warm relative to Australia in Melbourne, which is one of the coldest parts of the country.
Winter back here.
Yeah, it's winter up in Copenhagen. Do you know what the weather's like in Germany in November, by the way? Because, if I get to go to Munich, I'm just thinking about how many jackets I should pack. Last time I was in Germany...
reports are between like 0 and 10 degrees, depending.
No way. Last time I was in Germany, it was for the Berlin Major, which, do you remember how hot that was? It was like
It was really warm, yeah.
Middle of August or July or something like that, and it was stinking hot.
Uh-oh.
Jogor's finding shotgun kills
Jogor.
again. Of course he is.
This guy is so annoying. Like to play against, I'm sure. Like this guy is just like look how far away the guy is. He's a shotgun merchant. Every single operator just plays a shotgun. Just a mute jammer, sits by it, opening pick, falls back. 5 versus 4 for Daystar on what could be the final round of this entire BO3 series. And Fury, they need all the manpower they can get because look at the lineup. They need the OSA and the Sense to stay alive, so going in the building roam clearing is going to be difficult. Now, thankfully for Fury, there isn't much of a roam happening. They're playing main stairs and they're playing blue stairs. That's really it. So they can start opening up hatches. It's actually soft, the kitchen hatch. And there's 2 spare reinforcements in the pocket of Daystar as a team. Don't know if they forgot about it or want to keep them for something else, but it doesn't matter. There's an Iban on the board. There's can openers and Sophia. It's all okay.
In theory, but that's still a pretty big kill. I mean, it's hard enough to attack this bomb site with 5 players, let alone 4. Here we go.
Oh,
nice.
it's a good kill.
Nice Valkyrie
For
cam.
sure.
Is you going to see that Valk cam? It's actually up on the
He's
next
checking
rung of the
for-
stairs.
It's smart. It's like it sees the
There
same
we
as the
go.
default lamp position, but there we go. You gotta go past it. That's the tricky part. Oh no, you gotta go past it. There we go. Great J.
Got it in the end.
Oh man.
All right, hard breach, name of the game. Exalotics still got one in the pocket. Lycolis
Oh, it's
gets
over.
swung by
That's
Jogor.
Osa.
Oh, I think this might be the end of it here. Daystar
Anton is dead.
in the 5v3. How are they going to clear out this position without the necessary vert to do so? A C4 is prepped, and Jogor is hunting for more. Shotgun comes out on the main stairs. 15 kills to his name. And I don't think they're ready for him.
No, they're not. How do you prepare for this man? He does the most unpredictable things, and look at this BG man. When this barbed wire is going to give away the sound cue, shotgun of Asugi, the second top gunner for this team of Daystar, is ready. In 30 seconds, Sophia Sons are going out as is sensed. They gotta go right now or in a few seconds to come.
BG has to have a nuclear impact here from inside a dirt tunnel, but he's shut down. Crit J drops into the bomb site and drops out of the server. It's a new day and a new star is rising in Asia. Fury have been eliminated from the playoffs. 2-0 as Daystar upset one of the favorites of the tournament and take their spot in the lower bracket.
I predicted Fury to win. When I woke up this morning, I thought they're gonna win. I saw them play a little bit on Nighthaven Labs, and I was thinking to myself, there is a world where Daystar could do this. But when you go to Clubhouse, that's Fury's map. Historically, they always do crazy things here. But Jogor, again, my absolute goat, popping off for his team. Asuki, same thing as well. But the entire team of Daystar having better teamwork and coordination than Fury, and it showed its entire BO3.
See the elation on Jogor's face there. It's he's a man that doesn't hide his emotions, I'll tell you that much. He absolutely lost his nuts there because, fair enough, you've just beaten what is considered the 3rd best team in Asia. And for Daystar, this is a great step forward and a great start to their long gauntlet run they're going to have to make in the lower bracket. But it's certainly a statement, Pengu. I mean, this is the kind of, I think you said it perfectly there, and it contextualizes it really well. This is Fury's pick. Like this, and I don't just mean the map is their pick. This is the map notoriously that we know Fury are good at. Like there's so many teams that have their picks, right? I think to Waybo with Labs. Fury, for me, just screams Clubhouse. They've always been so good, always been so strategic on it. But there's something about them at the moment, Pengu. I mean, would you lean more into the camp of this as Daystar's performance, or this is just Fury underperforming?
I feel like if Fury performed to the level that we expect from them, this would have definitely gone like a 3rd map, or maybe they can make a comeback like fully on Clubhouse. But I do want to give praise to Daystar and say that this was not Fury throwing and Daystar a bad team that happened to win. Daystar played incredibly well today, while Fury also, of course, had a bit of a lackluster performance.
Go on, do it.
Wow.
Do it, Jogor!
Oh my god.
Sorry for headphone users there.
Oh my days.
Wow, he was so excited. I love he's got his washing behind him.
I definitely just channeled my my inner Jogor there.
This was a big game, by the way, because
it is
5 games in a row Daystar had lost coming into this.
Wow.
Right, they're on a 5-match losing streak, and they have never beaten Fury before. So this is a huge statement to make, to knock Fury out of the tournament, to do it like that, 2-0. Unreal.
I think that response is warranted from Joe Gore then. I think that that's probably a little telling as to why he was so emotional about that. But just a side beat for a moment. We'll talk about Daystar in a second. This is devastating for Fury. Don't understate that.
Yeah.
This is... So, Munich, gone.
SI?
PAX, gone. SI, gone. Why is SI gone? Because the way you get to SI is through creating points in playoffs, and then, of course, at the Munich Major, they've been nowhere to be seen in Stage 1 or Stage 2. And not only that, regional finals off the table.
The only way that they could have made it would have been like making the major, going so deep at the major. Because remember, Stage 1, they did pretty pitifully. Like, they were 5th place overall in Asia after the playoffs in Stage 1, which means they got like bugger all SI points. They would have had to have a really deep run at Munich. Even then, it wouldn't have been enough. Like, the only way they make SI is we have LCQs, right, in theory. So, like, the only way they could make it is, or I mean, the formats keep changing. It's quite hard to keep up with, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
the only way that Fury can make anything this year is going through SI quals, and it's APAC, which means you got to fight through all of the Asian teams, and you got to fight through all the global teams, and you can never take that for granted. I mean, I think CAG winning the SI quals last year was a big enough upset as well, and they will be competing with so many teams for that. And like something I was saying to Nick as we got into that game before, like, for Fury, you know, if this is a year with no events, if they fail to make SI, no regional finals, no PAX this year, they even went to PAX last year directly invited for the show match. Like, if this is a year of nothing from Fury except like 5th place performances, at what point do the orgs say, all right, it's been a good run? At what point do the players start saying, okay, maybe this isn't it for us?
I dare not comment. I'll tell you that much. I'm going to keep my head completely clear of that because we're actually going to welcome Azuki in to have a conversation with us about that matchup. Azuki, congratulations, my friend.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys.
A very, very good game from you and the roster. How are you feeling after that one? Because we saw Joe Gore was very excited to win, but obviously the rest of you, big smiles on your faces.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're really excited because, like, we lost, like, 5 games in a row, and like I learned a lot from like the first playoff day, like against Soul's Hearts. Like, I actually learned a lot, and I finally can transfer the result from like to the officials. Yeah.
Look at the smiles, Dev.
Yeah, look, Azuki, individually you played so well today, so congratulations on that. Congratulations on taking down Fury. Now, it's been a tough year in Asia for you guys, even making playoffs, going deep. You know, only the top 2 spots will go to PAX. How do you feel like you're going to square up against other teams? For example, Soul's Heart, if you end up facing them later today, that will be a rematch for you guys. And then even if you win that, you will have to face either Elevate or Waybo to play at PAX. How do you feel about those upcoming games?
I mean, like, if we play like the next game against Soul's Heart, like, we can 100% beat them, bro. Like after we lost to them, like, we did like 3 hours review, and I feel like, oh fuck, this shit is damn easy. Like, I'm just too panicked, bro. I'm just too panicked. Yeah.
Pengu?
Yeah, but if like
you guys are
against Waybo or Elevate, yeah, but if against Waybo or Elevate, then I mean, we need to like try our best. To win then.
Yeah, big games today. Big congratulations. You and Joe Gore were popping off in the server. I was loving watching that. When you guys were winning on Clubhouse, I think the score was like 3-1. You guys called a tactical timeout despite being in the lead and the game going really well. Was that to make sure that you guys are doing things in the upcoming rounds to build an even bigger lead? Was it going to be a playstyle change? What was that tactical timeout about? What was the vision for it?
That's like our coach want us to like change the play style, and he want to make sure like the next 2 rounds, like we need to take the next 2 rounds, like the defense rounds. Yeah.
There it is. Awesome.
It's the big one. Azuki, massive performance from you guys. Obviously, as you said, you kept it close with Soul's Heart as well in the upper bracket, so your next matchup will be very interesting. That's still obviously, you know, 4 to 6 hours away, so please go and get some rest and relax. But before we let you go, would you like to say anything to the friends, family, fans that are watching?
Yeah, like thank you everybody. Like we have a good start in group stage, but we lost 5 games in a row. But now we're back.
Nice and simple, Azuki. We look forward to your later matchup. Best of luck and enjoy the rest.
Yeah, thank you. Goodbye.
It's a very fair point that he makes about the fact that, you know, Soul's Heart, I won't use his words because his words were more colourful than my words, which is...
They've had their weaknesses. You can say it kindly. They've had their weaknesses this stage. Now, what's funny is, you know, if we do end up seeing Soul's Heart and Daystar playoff in that final match today, that will be a rematch of the exact same playoffs game in stage 1 that Soul's Heart eliminated Daystar on. Now, in that time, Soul's Heart beat Fury to get there, so that's how Fury ended up bailing out of the same part of playoffs. But yeah, Daystar have a chance for revenge, which is very exciting for Azuki and the boys.
I tell you what, I'm looking forward to it. However, before we get there, we do have to determine who they will be playing. Will it be the wonderful Soul's Heart, or will it be a rival 7? This is going to be a close matchup. It's coming up after this.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
안녕하세요. 저는 BNK POX 소속 선수 매피 박주환이라고 하고요. 오늘은 제 커리어를 돌아보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 이제 EWC를 퀄리파이 했을 때 클립인데요. 저희 팀이 EWC 퀄리파이를 총 이것까지 포함하면 3번을 했어요. 이제 e스포츠 월드컵으로 이름이 바뀌기 전 23년도 게이머즈 8 퀄리파이를 저희가 한번 했었고, 작년에 EWC 사우스 코리아 퀄리파이를 총 이렇게 해서 이제 이번에 한 것까지 총 3번 하게 됐는데요. 저희 팀이 23년도랑 24년도에 퀄리파이를 못했어요. 그러다 보니까 이번에는 정말 퀄리파이를 하고 싶다라는 간절함이 많이 있어서 이겼을 때 기분이 되게 좋았고요. 그리고 저희가 EWC를 퀄리파이 했을 때는 그냥 매우 좋았습니다. 다 같이 맛있는 거 먹고 술 먹고 그냥 파티했죠. 그냥 진욱이가 들어오고 가장 큰 변화점은 진욱이가 인게임에서 사소한 걸 잡아주니까 저희가 좀 더 샷에 집중할 수 있는 시간이 많이 늘어난 것도 있고, 예를 들어서 저희가 디플러스전이랑 게임을 할 때 저희가 2층 사이트를 4번인가 3번 연속으로 한 적이 있어요. 네, 이 타이밍에 상대 전략이 계속 안 막혔으니까 러쉬 올 수도 있다라는 거를 두세 번 강조를 해줬는데 바로 러쉬를 오더라고요. 우리도 그걸 알고 있으니까 대처가 빨라가지고 바로바로 사이트를 채워서 이긴 라운드가 있는데 그게 가장 큰 좋은 예시인 것 같고요. 많은 장점이 살아났다고 생각을 합니다. 이진욱이가 들어오고 다크 코치가 들어오고 가장 좋아진 점은 전략적인 스킬이 향상이 됐다. 왜냐면은 다크 코치가 아이디어를 많이 내고 좋은 전략을 많이 만들어요. 그래서 전략의 질이 올라간 것도 있고 전략의 스킬이나 이해도가 올라가니까 저희가 가져갈 수 있는 디테일도 피드백으로 많이 고쳐주는 것 같고 많은 게 바뀌었다고 생각을 합니다. 자, 이상 저는 BNKPX 매피였고요. 스테이지2도 좋은 모습으로 돌아오겠습니다. 항상 응원해주신 분들 감사합니다. 땡큐.
Sometimes
I don't know if that came through the broadcast.
I really hope it did.
My attempted Scottish accent. I was trying to go back to my ethnic roots.
Yeah, we were just talking about heritage and where we're from. I'm like straight off the boat from England back in like the 1700s or 1800s.
Oh, proper convict.
And then and I was actually I was sent over for stealing a bell, the town bell.
That's baller.
And we stole it twice, and on the second occasion they said, "Yeah, okay, no more," and sent us to Australia.
I think my ancestors were stealing bread to eat, you know, to pay, just have a meal.
And
but
now we're still doing the same thing in modern day Australia. What about you, Pengu? What's where's your family from?
The neighborhood, the town.
Love that. I was waiting for
I don't
something
know.
cool. That's just, I don't know. That's really lame.
No. I generally don't think I have anything cool to add there in the history department. I think I'm just like from Ulstøkke, so it's my mom, so it's my dad,
Ulstøkke.
and we've lived here our entire lives.
I was wondering whether he was
fun
from
fact.
Ulstøkke.
Ulstøkke, yeah.
Ulstøkke, if you were to translate it from like Danish to English, means a slice of beer or a piece of beer.
Now that's something I could get
Stykke,
around.
and öl is beer and stykke is a piece. So
Maybe that's where my family's from originally. The reason we're talking about it, Pengu, and for everyone at home, this has turned into a podcast, but we're very ethnically diverse in Australia. Like we have.
I thought you were going to say we are. We're not.
No, we're not. Like
Australia as a country
is. It is crazy. We just have people everywhere. But it is time for us to focus in a little bit more here because this next matchup, Rival 7 haven't had the most convincing of years, but it doesn't mean that they can't turn this ship around. They only have 4 wins, was it, Dev?
In the year, by the way.
In the year.
In stage 2, the only wins they've had are against that Latent Dragons and Shark LFO, which are the 2 bottom teams in the league. In stage 1, it was a very similar story. Yeah, it's not been a good year for these guys. Look, they've come in. They're also a Thai team, by the way. You know, we've got quite a few Thai teams in the league between Soul's Heart and Fury. These guys are kind of the next ones up on the block. I think a couple of these players, you know, former champion. Even Roldini himself used to play with a lot of the Fury guys. But yeah, unfortunately, they haven't... Yeah, just haven't been able to really break through. It's just funny because like we have an 8-team league. Top 6 teams go to playoffs, which means you can win 2 matches and then go to playoffs. But yeah, they went up to the upper bracket. They got absolutely shafted. Now they're here in the lower bracket. And I think, unfortunately, their destination, their destiny is probably going to be 6th place. They'll play that 5th place match against Fury, and I think they'll lose it.
Yes. I would. Yeah.
So, sorry to spoil the storyline, guys.
Nah, look, the script has been.
The script.
Look, it has been written, and when you look at the team that they're going up against, Soul's Heart have again their storyline is far too similar to Furies. I reckon both of them have been on the same echo chamber of Asian Siege for probably the last 3 years. What were dominant rosters slowly dwindled down a little bit to the point where they're both third, fourth, Pengu, and it feels like there's always a good and a bad day. But the thing is, Soul's Heart on their best day are very competitive, but just like Fury before, on their worst day, it kind of looks like, a chicken without a head just running around like crazy.
Yeah, you have only 2 players being positive in KD from Soul's Heart, and they're very reliant on those 2 individual players. One of those players is I9, and he has been instrumental for them, especially on the attacking side. And I draw the same comparison to I9 and Soul's Heart as I do to CritJ and Fury, where when they have a bad game, they will become a very mediocre team. When those individual players are having a great time, that's when the team is looking good, not amazing, but good. That being said, though, I do think that James is right. Arrival 7 is by far the weakest team here. They came in 6th place from group stage as well, albeit only 1 point behind Soul's Heart and 2 points behind Daystar. So on the scoreboard, they're very competitive, but in reality, they just lack everything else, right? The experience, the players, the level in general. So I'll be very surprised if Soul's Heart were to lose here.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Soul's Heart still have 4 out of the 5 players that were on that good old Thai Elevate roster back in the day that went to the Sweden 6 Invitational in 2022. They went to the Berlin Major later that year. They actually made top 8 and only lost to W7M, who are now Furia, by the way. That was before W7M.
So Javle?
Ended up on the... No, not Javle. That was in the Stockholm SI, which was your first SI as a commentator, if I'm not wrong, Nick. And then they went to the Montreal SI, where Onigiri was kind of leading that team, and he ended up kicking I9.
Yes.
And then we had a bit of controversy around that, but then the team kept going for a little bit longer and then really fell apart. When Elevate dropped them, there was a bit of a schism. Onigiri left the team. He's actually been, I don't know if you saw on Instagram, he's like gone and won some championship in some other esport out of nowhere, apparently. So absolute legend. I9 has come back to the team after his successful stint on Fury. When they went to all these overseas events, you still have like literally 5 players on this team who are like world-class capable. They've all been to those overseas LAN events before. But yeah, locally, they've been really overtaken by Elevate and Waybo. The only thing I'll say is little aspects to maybe make this game interesting. Both of the times that Arrival 7 and Soul's Heart have played, it's gone to overtime. And Soul's Heart has only narrowly won.
Didn't you say that about the last game as well?
Literally a fact for both of our matches today. And how did that one turn out?
Yeah, not too well for Fury. No. And hopefully, Arrival 7 can cause a bit of an upset here. I don't think they will. But let's go ahead and have a look at the VODs and break this one down for you at home. I don't know how much the VODs are going to seriously impact my overall vision of this unless something goes absolutely crazy. I don't think it will. Consulate picked by Soul's Heart. Arrival 7 back it up with a Lair pick. Actually, the Lair pick for me is interesting. And Border left over. Nick, what are your thoughts?
Am I seeing this right? Is Arrival 7 starting attack on Consulate and also attack on Lair? Are they back-to-back attack in some of the hardest maps to attack?
Yeah, so Arrival 7 have left in Soul's Heart's best and favorite map in Consulate. Is their #1 preference. They've beat Daystar on it 2 days ago. It's their favorite map. And yeah, Arrival 7 have picked the unfavored side on attack. And then we go to Lair second up, which... I mean, to be fair, the only time we've seen Soul's Heart play it was about 3 weeks ago, and they lost it to Shark LFO. So maybe that's cool, I guess. But you know, we haven't seen Arrival 7 win it either. They lost it to Daystar. So
correct, it's not great, is it?
I mean, there's no way you can cut it where it looks good for A7.
No, but you know what I will say is Border kind of sits as a middle ground for both of them. At least in the stage that we're currently in. I'm not going to go talking about the last stage, but you know, I think Border is definitely a happy medium map for both of them. It kind of sits in the middle. But I do worry here, Pengu. If you are Arrival 7, you're already the underdog. You're the team who is, let's just say it, you are the bottom of the ladder when it comes to playoffs. It doesn't get much better. Unfortunately, in the VODs for you, Consulate attack, Lair attack, you're really going to have to kickstart this match with an absolute bang. However, we did just see Daystar, who was considered the mild underdogs in their previous story, come out the victors. Arrival 7 may be able to do so as well. But Soul's Heart stand in their way. It's time for us to get to our second lower bracket quarterfinal of the night. And Pengu, Dev, I hope you enjoy this one, gents.
Thank you very much, Rob. I hope that we do too. I have a feeling that Arrival 7 might not enjoy this game too much, Nick. Like we said, starting attack on Consulate, which is Soul's Heart's favorite map. This could legitimately be a 7-0.
7-0?
Yeah, that is what I said, mate. That is what I said.
7-0.
Calling it right now.
I'm trying to think of the last time I've seen a 7-0, and
surely we casted one. I feel like EU had one.
I was gonna say, so the entire group stage, there has not been a single 7-0 in Asia. So far, in playoffs, there has not been a 7-0 either. So we have not had a 7-0 in this entire region, this stage.
Damn, that's exciting. Maybe it's possible.
I think in O's we might have worked one.
I'm looking, it wasn't in EU. EU hasn't had a 7-0 yet. Yeah, maybe it was OCE. Or
so what we're really saying is here that OCE is the worst region in the world. You guys are always like, oh, it's the best one. Yeah.
We did.
If it's the only region with a 7-0.
TSG. I mean, yeah, that's because TSG suck, not because OCE sucks.
And what region do they play in? Where are they from?
They're the second worst team in the league, bro. Playing the number one team.
And when the number one team in EML, Brazil, Asia, APAC North, they play the second lowest rated team. Do they 7-0 them? I don't think so.
It sounds like you're suggesting that perhaps the second worst, the number one team in OS is actually better than the number one team in Europe. Maybe that's what you're suggesting here.
I mean, honestly, I would love a big upset.
When the number one team in Europe played the second bottom team, it was a 7-2. That was Falcons over Matchco. I feel like, I don't know if we casted that one. Maybe we did. Genuinely can't remember.
I don't know. I feel like I want to see my memory so bad lately, but I also feel like we're just working different time zones, a lot of different regions, different days of the week. It's hard to keep track of, genuinely.
What time is it right now for you? I mean, it's hits 4:39 in the afternoon here.
It is 8:39, so like the sun is rising.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Got some sun on my face. Good morning, Denmark. That's the one. I haven't had coffee yet because I'm not like a coffee person, and I thought it was too early to crank open a energy drink, so I just kind of raw dogged it with some water. I'm not gonna lie.
That is ballsy from you. I think I'm ready for my next coffee.
3.5 hours of sleep probably.
Oh, dude, absolute trooper to be here today, Nick. But of course, we have to turn our attention to this round. A minute deep, and Soul's Heart still have this roam game going. Looks like Arrival 7 have set up a lot of pressure down on the basement. Instead of really hard hunting these roamers, they're just committing to pushing laterally on the side.
I love me a good Monty round, and we've seen almost no Monty today in our first BO3 series. Only like maybe 1 or 2 rounds really. Hasn't been the most impactful, often banned away to be fair. Dayar, of course, also making a little bit of a showcasing. The lasers can be a bit hit or miss. Sometimes they're quite nice and frustrating for the enemy. Sometimes they don't do anything at all. And Arrival 7, as they approach this bomb site hallway from Electric, they've kind of hit a wall that only Monty can seem to cross. Gonna try and punch this mirror window, but there's a crossfire. So a singular X-Cairo goes out instead on top of it.
Oh,
one gets shot, second gets shot as well.
I mean, it is unreinforced.
Oh, it's a soft wall.
Yeah, they could just shoot underneath it and potentially bait a kill out of it, but for now, nothing has happened here as A7 continue marching on forward. Soul's Heart aren't worrying too much about it. They're going to keep on shooting the Hibana pellets off that window. Arrival 7 doesn't really know what to do about it. Engagement for Scatman as he gets the buck down on the ground. Nitro Cell will confirm that kill. Labyrinth elsewhere is going to take out Mark, making things a little awkward. Almost a shot onto the Monty there for Scatman as he continues holding on to Cafeteria, but I9 meanwhile has made good on his crossfire. I don't know why Roldini is trying to take a fight with the Monty there, but he dies. Gallet now, after 2 kills, Brings it close. 20 seconds to play. DCH and Mr. Punch to try and hold on. Good smoke from Labyrinth. It's going to be awkward for him, though, to make his way forward. Walking through into the crossfire. Yeah, you're right. The diffuser has not been picked up by Galley, who needs to go grab it. 6 seconds on the clock. He's going to need his teammate to cover him as the diffuser begins to be planted. It's a great plant position, actually, but the denial will come through from Mr. Punch, who sneaks away, and the defense win on time.
Pretty good bait there, actually. They recognized where the plant was going down, timer was low, so they had the person playing yellow pillar just kind of play the distraction game while the other person could just like sprint past the bomb site, take down the planter, and just be laughing because you're winning on time. I really wish we saw what could have happened if Monty had stayed alive for a bit longer. He was going for the ADS swing because his teammate was like doubling up on him, and Monty was thinking, hey, if I ADS and my teammate dies and I get the kill, we trade 1 for 1, all is good in the world. But it ends up with Monty dying seemingly for nothing, you lose your pushing power, and that mirror window where the round started was still alive by the end of it. So it felt very much like one simple mirror window and a soft wall completely stopped the push, and it sucks because they just didn't have the right tools to deal with it. They didn't have Sophia, didn't have Capitano, Ash, no frag grenades in the right position either, so all you could do really is try and problem solve with guns, and they did their best and they got close, but Arrival 7 will find their first round loss.
10 seconds to insertion. Well, Soul's Heart on the defense is where we expect them to have success, especially because it's their map pick. I still can't get over the fact that Arrival 7 chose attack start here on Consulate. Maybe we'll be proved wrong, but for now, they ban out the smoke and the Kaid, so the Chanker is in, which is very much on meta on this map, particularly on this bomb site. I feel like Scatman will be very solid for preventing any push onto that CEO console repel.
Big fan of Mute on this map. These Mute jammers in particular, very big fan of them. Generally speaking, they're used as a big counter for the Grim Bees, as they can red ping anybody pushing towards CEO. Obviously, Soul's Heart, they banned the Grim and the Ying, so that's not really going to be a problem. But they're still great for general stuff like drones and whatnot. Now, Arrival 7, they have banned the smoke, so planting is a lot more passable on all these bomb sites, unless you start bringing out that flex operator into Shanka that can replace the smoke ban. And this is one of those bomb sites, top floor CEO on Consulate, where Tashanka has always had a pretty high presence. Teams started doing this strat with Amaro, where you jump in CEO window and the defenders throw in a smoke. Amaro jumps out the window. When the smoke expires, you jump in again, rinse, repeat. Tashanka has 20 Shurima launchers, 20 Molotovs with the fire. You can instantly stop CEO plants, and that's why Scatman is playing this operator. Ooh, oi, this is bad.
Well, the fire is going to fry some of those A7 players. Yeah, hell of a lot of damage, especially onto that Blackbeard, who you really need to keep as healthy as possible. Scatman's also very low. I feel like Mark's going to stay alive a long time in this position. He's got 2 keepers in pocket to support a retreat. Where's the util to take him out to clear his position? I mean, are they really going to try and use the Rayora to get it done? Nade from the Lion doesn't find anything.
Might have cleared the shield, no? I'm not entirely sure because the smoke is obscuring my vision. Yeah, shield should be gone. So that's the first step done. But now again, they got C4s. They got fire on Scatman. Save those last 7 streamer launchers, please, I beg you. Caps on fire to check the close corner angle on the door. This is some expensive util being spent on effectively nothing here for Arrival 7.
As the Lion goes out again, Roldini's on a lurk up spiral.
Injured.
Yeah, injured onto the Blackbeard. Roldini does find his pick from top spiral. Traded back immediately by Mark. And like we said before, it doesn't matter if he loses his position, he can fall back to the next. Peeps does eventually take down Scatman, but Mark will trade him again. Yeah, there's not a lot for Arrival 7. Okay, I9 from behind. Wait. He was just hiding in the smoke that whole time. Look at that sneaky little rats. Look at the look on his face. He doesn't give a damn. Man's barely woken up. He hasn't even needed to.
Nice and easy second round for Soul's Heart. I mean, again, this is kind of the expected story, right? That starting defense on Consulate against the weaker team in the region, it's gonna be problematic. Now, kudos to Arrival 7. They do actually clear a lot of the stuff that's hard for most teams, right? Like Soda Machine gets cleared out successfully. They also get comfortably in admin offices. Yeah, they're a little bit slow, but they get their most players alive, and that's the important part. If it wasn't for I9, Kraus in the smoke grenade, if it wasn't for Mark and Mark getting a 2-piece in the round as well, I mean, they actually have a really good foot to stand on there. So I don't think all hope is lost. I think they've shown us some good stuff already. All they need is I'm going to say 2-4 half. Then they should have a really good chance here on Consulate.
2 rounds is all they need, you reckon? Do you think they're going to have the...
Yeah, I reckon.
They're going to have the persistence to come back in the second half, even if they get 4-2'd?
I think for Rival 7, every round is a gift. You know? That's how you should treat it. It's you're the weakest team here. You came in last place from groups in 6, that is. Last place to qualify for playoffs. And your expectations shouldn't be that you're going to go in here and beat the likes of, you know, I mean, maybe Soul's hard, right? But like Fury, Elevate, Waybo, Daystar. So I think, yeah, you take it round by round, take as much from this as you can from the experience, and learn so that for the next future, well, I guess that's next year, you can do better.
Well, let's see. I like the attempted cook here in the operator lineup from Arrival 7. Blitz, Glaz. What's the plan? Oh, no. It's a default cam.
Well, sometimes... Oh, I think I shot just there, actually. Oh, too late, though. Damage is done. Peeps is dead.
No,
Lokaby.
It's still there.
Oh, he didn't shoot. I thought he was looking at it to shoot it right before we turned away.
Oh, I know.
Well, in that case, this is bad.
Still has a default cam. This is a shame. I mean, Arrival 7, their entire push is just going to be completely red. You can spot 2 players on the rappel. Soul's Heart know exactly where not to expose themselves. They can even prep to make a play. Nitro sell out.
Oy.
Thank you, default camera, says Scatman. That's a free kill. Labyrinth with fine 1 as the Glaz makes his way in low HP straight into the Denari's lasers. He's not careful. He could walk straight over it again once it recharges. Crouching forward, sniper rifle in hand in these close range engagements. He's being watched by Mark. Oh, deletes him.
Ooh.
Beautiful 1-tap. Good night, Mark. 2v3. Again, he was on the default camera that whole time, by the way, the interior one. I'm not sure that... They've just misdroned this guy, by the way. So
yeah, they're not going to expect the corner.
Should be a free kill for Mr. Punch if he bides his time. Labyrinth is low HP. He really is biding his time, though. He's so patient. He would have heard the Glaz walking right past him.
Maybe too patient.
Let him go. He should have just peeked for the kill.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. There is a world here. If Labyrinth can find the pick down the verts, Mr. Punch is going to be looking really goofy. Okay. Yep, there it is. We sell 1 player.
Swing him, Mr. Punch! Oh my god, that took way too long.
Oh my god.
Eventually gets him. Got me a bit worried there. Scatman's alone on site. Pio needs to isolate the fight. Almost gets him. A lot of damage dealt. Gets in close with the bearing 9. Takes him down. Can go outside and grab that diffuser. No, he can't. The castle barricade may clutch this round. He's going to try and bait it. He's going to try and hope that Mr. Punch will just drop down the hatch and peek it. He's going to try and wait him out, but he doesn't have the time.
Oh,
There's literally no time to get that diffuser, let alone get back inside again. The round is done on time. Soul's Heart. Well, Mr. Punch himself clutched up the round.
That's ridiculous. You turn to the closet window thinking, I got time for this play as a castle barricade. The only castle barricade I think I've seen the entire round, by the way. Unlucky. And it's funny because it's kind of where the round started, you know, outside CEO window on the rappel, the default cam, we see like 3 different attackers. They're a brutal one there for Rival 7, but you also see Soul's Heart. They lacked a little bit of discipline in the 3 vs 2. Mark was playing maybe too disciplined actually, not swinging out when he was hiding inside of CEO. And then I9 staying beneath the vert instead of playing in a safer position. A little bit of a troll play if you ask me. C4 was great. Lockdown was great. It looked like the flick there got the kill, but it didn't. It was somebody else off screen. Nice 1-tap. This round had a lot of different things, actually. Also, I think they banned Denari, James. We'll see in a second, but...
third operator was the Denari ban?
I think they... Yeah, I think they banned Denari as a third operator. It just clicked for me in my brain delay.
They did. That is the first time I've ever seen Denari banned.
Denari. It was played in, well, technically 2 rounds, but I think gadget-wise, only effective really in 1.
Even then,
because
it's
it
not
took
like
2 frag grenades on top floor attack.
Yeah, wow. That's a big ban. Very rarely will you see that happen. I feel like Soul's Heart's bans are far more impactful here. Like, you get rid of Ying, Grim, and the Deimos. Ying and Grim are both incredible for executes, especially on Consulate. I think one of them, the best maps for Grim. Ying, Grim, Capitao are the big 3, I would say, at fulfilling that role. And then you've got the Deimos, who's insane for playing Vert, and that kind of works on any bomb site. Also just good for roam clearing in general.
Yeah.
Which is really
I was
powerful,
gonna say
especially on
ban
the
the
basement.
Deimos, and now you gotta start like getting very active on the roam. The big concern for me though is Rival 7's been struggling against the Mirror in the first round, especially. And Mirror is left wide open. We see 3 C4s in pocket, which is a good thing if you're a Souls Heart fan, because Rival 7 are relying on the Blitz and the Glass. And for a good while there, I thought they're gonna go for a direct attack. You know, EMP the breach, Thermite open, rush with Blitz and Glass, tons of smokes. But it looks like they're about to rotate and maybe actually go for roam clear instead. And that's where the Deimos ban comes into play. Because they're roaming with, what, 3 different people. It's gonna be hard to find them all.
Thatcher Thermite combo is a rare sight these days. Thatcher nor Thermite have used any of their utility yet, so yeah, it's taking them a long time to figure out how to get that breach going. It could be because there's 3 C4s on the board.
Yeah. But also, are we just playing Thatcher in case of a side rush? We can EMP the C4s mid-air? Because we banned the Kaid. Like, Rival 7 don't have anything to Thatcher here besides the C4s. Not really, at least.
Potential mute
So I'm curious if
jammers
this
on
was
the wall.
supposed to be a rush that got changed. Yeah, I mean, yeah, jammers, but I don't know.
There's a mirror, that's the problem, right? So as soon as they go up to
Yeah.
try and breach the main wall with the Thermite, Scatman's going to open it and then C4 them through the mirror window. There's no way. Oh, speaking of, that's a nuke.
Oh my.
What a radius there. Scatman deleted Peeps. No more RAM, so that's vertical. Galley's going to try and get his breach off. Great job baiting, though. Labyrinth covers Scatman off from up above. The wall will be breached open despite that mirror window. 1 minute left, 4v4. Ouch. That is a lot of damage onto Roldini.
Poor guy. His toes are just, oh my. He's 25 health non-blitz, and he's gonna be like one of the big pushing operators. Just a few straight shots to be
execute.
injured.
What?
So I guess now it's... Yep, okay. Glass cover, smoke plant.
Do they know? I don't
They
think
don't
they
know.
know. There's no way that
Yeah,
the plan
they have a
goes
C4.
down. What the hell is this round? Soul's Heart had everything they needed to hold on, and then a cheeky little ninja plan seems to work out for A7. 2 of these players are very low on HP. DCH, if he wins the fight against the only full HP player, maybe it's winnable. Mark, blinded, doesn't get the damage he needs. Needs to fight this Blitz, needs to fight the Glaz, needs to fight the Thatcher as well, but the Blitz gets him. A Rival 7 on the board with a very strange late round rush.
It somehow worked, but I feel like it shouldn't have. I feel like perhaps the Soul's Heart not in the right position to really deal with that round. The C4 was too far away, had a late response, and Castle I9 was so busy dealing with the Blitz and the Castle Barricade that the reaction is just a little bit slow on the server. So Rival 7, they wanted that bomb site rush. They couldn't get it in the beginning, but they adapted. They got the mirror window, they got the breach eventually, and then the rush could occur. Great job for them. They get 1 of those 2 rounds that we said that they need, or that I said that I think that they need. So halfway there.
Yeah. 1 of 2 rounds needed for A7 to hit half of the course on their attack on Consulate. I said, you know, maybe a 7-0 was possible for Soul's Heart. If not a 7-0, I think, yeah, dominant scoreline still could very much be on the cards, but they do need to go big in this first half. And mistakes like letting that plant go down are not going to fly for Soul's Heart. We'll talk about difficult obstacles to clear, though. We've got this Clash brought out. That on top of the mirror. Ick. This is going to be a real difficult round for Arrival 7. That said, they are cooking with this operator lineup. Blackbeard, Capitao, and Sens. What's the plan?
I really like the play style though so far for Rainbow 7. Like again, like what is the plan? And the reason why we asked the question is because they're a very flexible lineup. Like they can go for many different kinds of plans. Because they got tools for both a frontal, a back take. They got the chaos factor, they got the execute factor. Often we see a sense and capital being played. We do tend to see an admin offices clear, as those help you take like soda machine, top spiral, and of course the meeting bomb site itself. But the struggle is gonna be dealing with like the clash in the mirror windows, depending on where they are exactly in the round. But fast pace. Less than 60 seconds, they're in admin, they're top visa, they got the default cam, and they cleared the barbed wire.
Good progress. Only a minute done so far. Mr. Punch is a very unorthodox mirror window, though. I feel like I don't see this one often. Usually you just put the mirror windows mostly just inside a console, facing towards the other bomb site, and you hold it from there. But this is a more aggressive hold. And in tandem with the mirror, it does make things awkward. Sen's RUs will roll out, cover off that line of sight, but nothing really capitalized upon in the absence of that vision from the mirror window. Mark is still keen to continue aggressing.
See the rotation now from Peeps. Makes sense for him to be on the meeting balcony. He's got that global gadget of the lion scanner, got a nade in pocket. It's just a rappel breed, so he can't really enter. He just has to hold the angle and cut off the rotations. There we saw one mirror window. It's by the desk inside of meeting, looking at spiral hallway. Here comes the fire, so Blackbeard can peek down at soda machine hall. The question is, Mark on the clash, can he carry this round?
Talk about Scatman in this position. Can he carry the round? Big Nitro. How does Pio only take that much damage? Mark, he was left unaddressed. He finds the kill onto the Blackbeard. He's traded back, but it's worth it because he takes down the shield. A shield for shield exchange as A7 come away in advantage after the trades. Mr. Punch, with the shotgun in hand, could obliterate Galley. However, the peek back from Labyrinth makes us a 2v1. I9 needs to clutch up. Nitro cell available. Tosses it on out. Doesn't blow it just yet. Spots out one player as they run past the mirror window. The Nitro not effective anymore, but he could quickly get into position, deny this plant. Needs to take the fight on a Labyrinth. A7 have to swing at the same time. They do. He finds the wallbang on the first, but the trade from the second is just enough to keep A7 in the game. You said they need 2 rounds, Pengu. Well, they've done it with 1 more to go.
Impressive fast reactions there. Rainbow 7 striking together. I was very worried there because Labyrinth, who was covering the plant, was like 20 health. He got wallbang headshot flicked there by I9, but in any regular gunfight, there's just no way he wins it. So I love that Peeps comes off the plant stick and helps ID's teammate. This was a difficult round for Soulstar to play out because Rainbow 7, they brought all those power operators. And I do feel like there could have been a few more crossfires established. Like here in the very final 2 versus 3, when you're playing aggressive on that meeting door from Mr. Punch, you can die from top spiral. I9 isn't watching it. They're just completely ignorant of that position in the map, and you need to understand, when Mark dies on the clash playing that soda machine position, that gives the enemy top spiral control, unless a second player can play there comfortably. But they didn't have that. So, small gaps left from Soul's Heart, taken then by Rainbow 7, and that's how they get to a second round. And they have turned up. Rainbow 7 are playing so many good power operators that they can brute force these rounds.
Yeah, it tends to be the rounds that are really chaotic that they find an advantage in those late rounds.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that garage round that plant went down. Soul's Heart got to be careful because it doesn't take much for A7 to win just enough attacks. Does it still... I mean, I feel like it still doesn't justify picking attack start for A7. Like, they haven't been that crazy good here.
I mean, the only argument is that you want to get the difficult thing over with fast, and you, like, know that you can get, like, 2 or 3 rounds. But you never know for sure. You can go down 0-6, 1-5, and okay, now the hard part is over, but you lose 1 round on defense, and you're guaranteed to, you know, at least have to go to overtime to win. It's like, it's kind of rough, and it's going to be a very long match in that point. That's why teams love to go defense first.
Yeah. The only other thing I can think of is, like, let's say you have, like, a crazy defense strat that you don't want your opponent to know about. You pick it first.
Yeah,
you pick attack
it
first so that they can't then copy your defense strat.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
You could do that. I mean, Arrival 7 has been whipping out the strats this game. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a similar showcase on defense with some pocket strats here and there. Also, Labyrinth, I hadn't really realized this, 11-3 so far, completely just carrying his team in the kill department. He's a very important individual. These mirror windows have been a problem the entire game. There is a mute jammer, I think, on the mirror, so the Ibana will be useless for now. And there are EMPs on the Dokkaebi of Peeps, but these yellow stairs, the complete other side of the map.
Yeah, and they can just shoot them out as well. They're just going to have to brute force this issue, I think.
Should be jammed, no?
No, apparently
okay.
not.
There is no jammer.
They're shot, I believe that's from below, yeah, vertically. And Ash would have made short work of that already, but instead, Arrival 7 are struggling. Somehow, though, Labyrinth again finds his pick. Mark goes down. Still, Pio is obsessed with trying to destroy this, but he will find a peek and take down DCH regardless. So that's one way to clear a mirror window. And out of nowhere, there's a 3-player advantage. I mean, talk about turnarounds here for Arrival 7. I9 falls, Scatman, the last one remaining, 1v5. At the end of the half, it turns out A7 were cooking after all. There's a reason they chose to start on the attacking side. 3 rounds on Consulate, on Soul's Heart's map pick, and maybe we do have a game after all.
This is going to be a little bit of a scary territory now for Soul's Heart. They had a really good read in the first half, but then Arrival 7, they changed their approach a little bit, and Labyrinth keeps on finding these opening engagements. Side swap, I mean, there is a world where we see an attacker favor Consulate, but I don't feel like that's going to be the case. It seems so unlikely. Soul's Heart having, I think, right now a little bit worse team play. Like, they have good stuff around the mirror window, right? That I9 below, shooting the pellets vertically, but they don't really gain much from it. The player behind the mirror window swings and dies eventually. Labyrinth gets a kill on yellow side across the map, and they just get kind of run over. So Soul's Heart are playing good utility usage, but crossfires and team coordination and gunfights, missing a little bit on the defense, and you need to have that on the attack here on side swap to be successful, because we all know Consulate. It can be so hard to take any 50-50 gunfights. So the best solution, put 2 attackers against 1 defender to make it as much more in your favor as possible.
And yet so much of that half was just seeing Arrival 7, you know, in a disadvantageous position and then win 3 fights out of nowhere. Like, that was a 5v5.
Yeah.
They couldn't clear a mirror window. Suddenly, opening pick for Labyrinth, and then, you know, DCH dies swinging his mirror window. Like, that's a favored fight for him, and he loses it. And then Soul's Heart, just 1-by-1 fall until it's a 5 versus 1, a flawless round for A7. It's very weird. It's uncharacteristic. It's not what you expect at all on a map like Consulate. And yeah, I did say that the 2 times these teams have played each other in BO1s this year, it's been overtime. Soul's Heart wins. But outside of that specific matchup between these 2 teams, like on paper, these guys are at very different levels. Like, you know, Soul's Heart looked really good in stage 1. They got, if I'm not wrong, 3rd place in the playoffs. A7 didn't even make it to the playoffs.
Oh. Yeah, it's obviously also Arrival 7 in a best of 3 environment could also be a different kind of beast, to be fair. I know some teams, you know, in a best of 1 you can get a bit scared sometimes, or the mental is chalked and you don't, you know, make the play, or you don't really want to play with these like experimentative attacking and defensive rounds. You want to play the safe and default ones that you've been, you know, doing for a very long time. Best of 3 does give you more creative freedom because you're allowed to throw some rounds, you can lose a whole map and you can still have a chance at winning. So it might give you more creative freedom. So far for Soul's Heart, nothing really too exciting to talk about for the attacking side, right? Very, very standard lineup. Like, you got the IQ in case of the C4s and the information game. You got Sophia for soft destruction. Same with the Flores. What they're missing now for me, Soul's Heart, is those power-ups that we saw from Arrow 7. A shield, a capital, a grim, that's banned of course. And Roldini actually finds him as the punch as well. IQ goes down early, not a huge loss because there's literally no intel on the side of Arrival 7. But this means they're holding admin control aggressively, and Soul's Heart don't have a single player inside the building. They're all in the exterior. They're defending. What? They just dropped in CO.
What? I mean, it's faked. He bumps back out again.
Oh my god.
That is... Wow. I wonder if he could have planted there. I mean, there was no...
It seemed like it.
The gas came through way too late. That's insane. Surely that makes Soul's Heart, makes the Rival 7 just like stress a little bit. The problem is the jig's kind of up now. You can't go for it again as a sneak because I think they've realized. But we need the Deimos to come into play here. Solid floor, though, is going to make it hard for I9 to find that pick onto Peeps. E1D goes out. Ooh, hello, says Scatman. Maybe the push will be mounted here from the yellow stairs. Mark spots a player. I don't know why Labyrinth is swimming that, but he does lose. And with him going down, the position is far weaker now for A7. Pio, though, I don't know what DCH has been up to this game, but he's 1-7 and he's continuing to struggle. A7 just holding on to some pretty solid spots behind the shields. They're playing their crossfires. I9 can't find the picks he needs.
It's a very frontal attack, right? Just yellow skylight, CEO window, Scatman inside of CEO has to jump out again because the toxic bait goes out. I mean, that's the last bait. You could wait out the smoke and try and go again, but there's no actual cover for a plan attempt. I mean, Ion is downstairs. I mean, are you going to hold the vert in case they sprint past you? No. And now Mark is dead too.
Oh, wait a second. Surely not. No, never mind. Over peaks. Why is I9 still downstairs?
I don't get it.
Dude's been there for a minute and a half and he hasn't been able to find anything. And he stays down below, doesn't go up to support his team when the players fell. There is a disconnect here from Soul's Heart. And it's now lost them the lead against A7. We've already seen one upset today. Daystar taking down Fury, eliminating them from the tournament. Could we see an Arrival 7 versus Daystar match later today in the lower bracket?
I was about to say, this is giving Fury vibes. In the sense that like they just don't really show up there together for Soul's Heart. It seems miscommunicated. What is the intent of I9 being in piano with Deimos with like 30 seconds left in the round? Are you really going to try and cover the guy planting with like teeny tiny vertical holes? Well, you didn't. Scatman got both of those kills, and then I9 is last alive beneath. And the same thing on the early entries. Like there's a small, attack somewhere on the map. One attacker dies alone, no follow-up, no trade, no other kind of action. Did they just put like a gazillion barbed wires by the... Oh, just one, okay. I thought they put like a gazillion barbed wires by the main breach. Stopping a potential rush, perhaps. Okay. Operator rating time, James.
Yeah, I was gonna say... you know what? When I have a buddy that I know from high school, and he was like, "Hey James, I want to give Rainbow Six Siege a try. Can you help me out? Tell me what operators should I unlock first? Like, who should I try and learn?" And I just said straight away, Jackal.
Okay.
This was years ago. I said Jackal.
Okay.
Because I think he's easy to play on the attack. Like a lot of attackers, very hard to play. If you want to play like an IQ, you're probably going to spend way too much time on your scanner as a new player. You just want a gadget that's really simple. So I said play Jackal. And then he's like, dude, this gets banned all the time. Doesn't get banned anymore because he's kind of terrible now. Like, you get one ping. That's it.
Yeah,
and the footsteps still disappear.
The amount of... Yeah, exactly. You get 5 trackers, but they only give you 1 red ping each, and you can't scan the same footstep multiple times. So
they need to make it so the
literally feels completely useless.
Yeah, make it so the footsteps don't go away, and just keep scanning the same guy. Maybe there's a way he could be useful, but he's not nearly as good as Dokkabeat. Once you get a handle of that SMG-12, you'll find you convince players just like I9, and then hack the cams. That's a lot of info. Once you hack those Valkyrie cameras, they'll see that there is one in Expo, which is being watched at the moment by Peeps.
Yeah, this attack, I was going to say, it has some teeth in the beginning, but Labyrinth is alive. He gets 1 kill, then traded back by Mr. Punch shortly after. That's a visual boss steal. Like, you don't really lose or gain a whole lot from that kill. Likewise, the same thing happens, I guess, from Jackal, right? Kind of like the lesser valuable operators, but it's a bit of just a gun fiesta round. I mean, half of Rival 7 is just AFK, rightfully so. It's not really a big roaming round. And there's only 60 seconds left. You're up against smoke and yeah, actually just the smoke. Time could be a problem here for Soul's Heart later on.
Boop. Is this a flank? Oh, they know. I think they're aware. He's trying to bait for it. Mark's opened up some holes in the floor and is watching, and yeah. Easy kill for Mark, well baited. Soul's Heart, you really can't understate the value of finding that early pick and then hacking the cams for the Dokkaebi, because it's giving them so much information to enable this push, hunting down those flankers and roamers. Roldini now with it all to do. Plant down, 1v4. It's a done deal. Soul's Heart's going to tie up the score again, Nick, and I don't know. The game is back and forth. It's hard to see either team inching ahead.
Yeah, I mean, again, this run is just kind of confusing because we don't get to see a whole lot of it play out. We don't get to see any sort of like real execute or real plan there for Rainbow 7. It felt a little bit to me like it was like, okay, Labyrinth go kill, and the four of us will just kind of like figure it out and do our own thing. When you don't play effectively together, things like these happen. You get a kill, you get a confirm, and you're dead. So again, Rainbow 7, we saw them have such good teamwork and communication on the attacking side with a very clear vision. I want to see that same thing here on the side swap. If someone's making a play somewhere, make sure that you don't have anybody nearby who could have helped you after the fact. Just look on and be like, okay, who can come with me, guys? Who can double up here? I can't. Okay, you and me will go together. Let's go do this play. Small things like that, like the basic fundamentals. Because Rainbow 7, they're shooting straight. But again, you want to get as much help as possible.
Yeah, a lot of it is solo, and that's why Labyrinth, he's just winning most of his 50-50 fights. That's why he's got 13 kills, but last round, like you said, he just gets picked solo. It means that when they do find their picks, like there's always just going to be a trade come through as well. Soul's Heart. What I want to see from them, Nick, is less of this like solo bolo stuff. Like, don't try and hunt these players individually. Just say, hey, we see a gap, let's actually commit to it. We saw it early on in the game on this top floor. Scatman like repels in and starts planting, but he's the only one there. Imagine if instead he'd said, wait, guys, stop what you're doing. Let's full commit to a rotation and go for this plant right now. One or two of you guys can backstab at the same time, but we're doing the plan together. That's how you win in the current meta of Rainbow Six, and it's what Soul's Heart have been good at in the past, but they're not doing it today.
No, not right now, not yet. They can still figure out their issues. A7 are trying to fish for a C4 kill by hiding inside of Visa, Valcam inside of admin offices. Soul's Heart, oh, they missed drone the Valkyrie. Drone does go down though, and Valkyrie, the Labyrinth, will run away. So the mini play has been read out. Soul's Heart, again, all outside the building. It's a very different attacking approach than that of a Rainbow 7. They're trying to get quickly in, use the Blackbeard, get some ground. Whereas a lot of droning has been done right now for Soul's Heart. They have 3 drones left according to the UI. And Mr. Punch and Nurk is literally just spam watching drones. All 4 players right there was watching cameras with Mark as well just before he came off.
It's like this though from Labyrinth. He's got a pre-placed C4. He's just waiting to see a player in that position. He knows Mark is there and it gets blown. Beautiful work from Labyrinth on that Valkyrie. Mark read down to a T. No more Dokkaebi for this round.
It's a huge pick, and we see the Ying here at DZH on cams, and in a second here, he's going to be found out for free. Here's the camera, comes off it. Labyrinth, good for 2 kills.
Yeah, what are you guys doing on camps? You're getting flanked by people on their own camps, and then running around, running amok. Mr. Punch, now he's the perfect operator to counter all this cam action, and Labyrinth will go down to I9, 3v3. Soul's Heart close to this bomb site, but can they execute yet? Still 2 players on the top floor. There's a lot of ways that you can deny this plan vertically. The Warden's still up as well with a Nitro cell and 3 oh, never mind. Warden is dead. So just planting the smoke now. Scatman, get onto site, toss down a smoke and plant. Pio, he has 3 gas babes, but he's distracted at the moment in a fight with Mr. Punch. He will win that fight. I9, though, taking down Roldini on the side, leaves it all up to Pio now. Oh, what a shot onto I9. The smokes go out, and the shotgun brought to the fight as well. Scatman, far too late with this util. He needs to be planting now. Why is he still faffing about inside the closet? He needs to run through his own fire, and Pio will find him. What is that round? What is going on for SH?
Disaster. Absolute disaster. I mean, we see that there is, you know, one defender by the bomb side, one defender up top, and they're not planting lobby side. Instead, they rotate all the way from lobby around to piano closet window, so then flank in. I9 goes for a wall bang, gets shot straight back through that wall, and I gotta say, Pio played this so freaking well in the 1v3. I mean, his positioning, his decision making, holding the gadget as well for the last second usage, understanding where the attackers are playing from. I mean, it's a masterclass in the clutch. Solskjaer, they call their tactical timeout. I don't want to say it's too late because they can still, you know, turn this around, but it certainly could have come earlier.
Not a moment too soon, not a moment too late. Soul's Heart. This is not just struggling in the first half. This is struggling in the game. On their map pick, Arrival 7 have now taken the lead. Labyrinth having the game of his life. It's the commonality between our two matches that we've played so far here, Nick. In the first series, it was Joe Gore and Azuki having the time of their lives. Here, Labyrinth is carrying the team. No one from Soul's Heart
because it's in story
standing up. I still want to know why the hell, after killing that warden, we didn't just see Scatman push into sight with some smokes and plant.
Yeah, I don't get that either. I honestly thought when you called it that that's exactly what they're gonna do, and then it's like quiet for like a good 10 seconds. Nook dies up above and missed a punch, and then the round just completely falls apart.
Yeah, I feel like people in Rainbow Six don't nearly enough just like chuck a smoke down and then plant. Like those smokes are huge, especially on a map like Concert. A lot of these bomb site rooms are actually relatively small. You got 2 smokes with the Capitao. You don't even need to worry about your fire. Just like, you know that you don't know exactly where these players are, but you know one of them, Pio, is in a fight upstairs. We don't have to have that Nook overcommit to the fight. Just on site, put 2 smokes down, wait to see or hear after like a second or two, see if that defender tries to move around or whatever, and then just go for the plant. You've got the numbers advantage, get your teammate to cover you, start planting. If you die but you get the trade, it's worth it. And then in the post plant, I mean, you're guaranteed to win it, surely.
Yeah, you would be 100%. I mean, you can go up above and play the ring around the row, see all you want, and like, yeah, post plants are like a guaranteed win here on most bomb sets on Consulate. I don't know what's up with the whole one player carry though. Like you said, like we've had these individual insane statistics pretty much every single play it feels like, or every match even, of most of APL, or one player is just popping up like 15 and 6 in 9 rounds, and it's 5-4. It's one of those games where like you're on world record pace essentially, if you can stay consistent enough and get this every single round done. Souls have been slow in the first half of their attacking rounds and kind of speeding up towards the later stages. Rival 7 can either slow down themselves and burn down the timer, or they gotta fix the late game. Whether it's plant denial, whether it's more information, whether it's swinging less. Despite playing the 1-eye, peeps will get out of that corner of CEO and give up the rappel on in. So now there's always pressure for a plant attempt.
Oh. Where's I9 fallen? Where's Mark fallen?
Oh boy.
Bottom of yellow stairs with a gnarly angle for Galley. 2 kills. The 2 vertical operators in the Buck and the Deimos. Now they're the key to winning this bomb site. To be fair, last time around, I9 spent far too long down below and didn't have an impact. I have a feeling that Arrival 7 might just be about to clinch match point. Mr. Punch is considering, okay, now I do have to commit to taking out Galley downstairs. But I think he's the only one doing so. What's DCH doing? I mean, you picked the Nomad for flank watch. Okay, he's coming in to support as well, but it's way too slow. The Jaeger's already nowhere to be seen. Oh, and he just wall bangs Mr. Punch.
Oh my god.
A spray from the carbine. And that all but confirms the round. Soul's Heart are in disarray.
I mean, they gotta start playing those suppressors, dude. That's the second wall bang in 2 rounds because you start shooting first and they shoot after tracking those tracers. And Nate chalked on out, a swing, Scatman 1v2, and Nate gets the kill. He gets the second as well. Wait, hold up. Arrival 7, little bit of trolling the server, but it's Scatman on low health and a 1-9 DCH. Not so lethal in the server. 25 seconds, one more babe in pocket of Woldini on the smoke. They're gonna be locked out of time.
1 nade. Scatman's got the nade to make this work, but Peeps peaks at the perfect time. DCH needs to peak right now. Oh, finds his second kill, finds another one. Oh. It's a 1v1. Where is this Jaeger? I think they know. I think he knows. The pistol comes out, but Galley wins the fight. 4 kills for the Jaeger on the round. Map point for Arrival 7.
Hold the phone, boys. You're doing so well. And you almost let them style on you like that in the clutch. 6-4, looking really solid for Arrival 7. They had a good half to begin it, and they're keeping up that pace right now on their defense. Galley, huge flank early on. That right there almost single-handedly won in the round. In the end, because of trolling here, it's a 4K for Galley on the Jaeger. He hit him with the grenade, did 5 damage.
Yeah, that was gnarly. From DCH, from going from the breadstick to almost that clutch. Oh, man. I have a feeling like there's something in the water today for the underdog teams here in this lower bracket, the Asia League playoffs. It worked for Daystar, and now it might just work for Arrival 7, a team who has never won a map over Soul's Heart before. The last 2 times they played, it did go the distance, but Soul's Heart, they were, by every metric, the favorites today. We could say the same for Fury against Daystar, but Daystar came back from a 5-game loss streak to get their revenge, and 2-0 Fury. Arrival 7, after only winning 2 matches in the entirety of Stage 2, added to the tally of the 2 matches that they won in the entirety of Stage 1. Could their next win come in the form of a best of 3 over, well, formerly the number 3 team in the league?
I finally see the Monty being brought out. I feel like, you know, I always say this, when you're a losing team, the Monty will eventually come into play. Same with Clash, often on defense, if of course they aren't banned out at first. It is a little bit late though, as you're staring at match point in a negative way if your Soul's Heart. But I do think that this could be the saving grace. It gives you some stability to roam clear, to get some information, to IGL, call the shots. Very few things can kill you in the server if you're a Monty, and it's a basement defense, so you can organize the verticality, you can organize the plant later on, you got all these options. Roldini caught in the timing there, has to answer the phone first.
Oh my god.
He's going lobby door, I guess? Oh, he's out of there. He's so out.
What?
Yep. Big rotation, big rotation.
Wow, that is a way to make a play for Roldini. He wanted to try and escape using his gadget, but he couldn't because of the Dokkaebi, so instead he takes matters into his own hands. Without Iron finding a pick, though, Soul's Heart might be able to put some pressure here. Bomb site is down below, but the roam is still not cleared with 3 players from Arrival 7 here on this roam game.
No Vert yet. So this round is going to be slowed down for a bit longer. I'm pretty sure it's also they need the verticality from Buck and Sledge to do the job first. Aina now has Piano and Exhibition control, and he finds a second kill to Labyrinth. That's a huge one, of course. And this has opened the round up massively. Hack the cameras, get access to the BP, get the verticality established, plus they got the Monty. There surely is no way for them to lose this round. For Roldini's top floor, James, that could be the flank of the century.
Can they see? They can see the scope.
Him.
So Dokkaebi can watch the other one. But you're right, they have misdrawn him. The Dokkaebi call comes out. He can't go and change back as the plan starts to go down. Scatman gets off it. Pio is all alone on the side as Roldini tries to make his way back again. He's now in a 1 versus 5. He's got the drop on Soul's Heart, but Mr. Punch turns in just the right amount of time to get a bit of damage onto him. Scatman looks to reposition, a smart move. Soul's Heart have the time. And the inactive shell has been destroyed. There is no switch happening for A7 for Roldini. He's going to have to take these duels one at a time. 2 players above watching him. The Monty staring him down. And a long angle as well, all the way from Cafeteria, from Mark. There is absolutely no way into this for Roldini. It's going to be another round on the board for Soul's Heart, but 1 more required to push OT.
You hate to see it when the lurker, the roamer, the backstabber is the last person alive. It's like, guys, just stay alive a bit longer. You see the bomb site, you're getting 1v5, right? They're on the vert, they're flashing you, they're on the yellow door, Monty's walking in. You're like, yeah, I'll try and stay alive a little bit longer, dude. Just please hurry up. Meanwhile, Scopo's crouch walking from top floor down the 2 sets of stairs. The Monty did good work though. I feel like you pick it up again and just like, again, step by step, just work through these rounds. I9 with the big opening kills, of course, also simplified it. The roaming game was not successful from Arrival 7. We're gonna go to lobby, which kind of plays out similar. You gotta go top floor, play the roam game, and fall back step by step. It's almost like playing basement, but much closer together rather than, you know, super spread apart.
What do we reckon? Is overtime on the cards?
Ooh, let me see. Let me log in here for Arrival 7's exact lineup and what they're doing. Honestly, if Arrival 7 had a mirror here and they hit the mirror, I would reckon they were looking pretty mighty fine, but I don't know about the mirror. Okay, no. Arrival 7 take it 10-5. It's concluded. They're gonna get a C4 kill. Because what?
Because Labyrinth is on the Valkyrie, is that why?
Well, Labyrinth of Valkyrie, and they also got the Ward and Smoke. I feel like they got a good different set of utility pieces. They got 2 C4s, they can pair up with the Valkyrie cameras. And I9 is not on Dokkaebi either. So I feel like finding these opening picks has to come down to more of like a gunfight. Whereas last round, it was actually lurking. Like I9 got uncontested opening kills because he was lurking on the building. Muncie can walk in and take the map ground right now, but they have only one set of frag grenades with that. They have none of the power-ups of like Capitao, etc. And I9 is not on Dokkaebi. So I feel like there isn't a lot of pushing potential for Soulsheart.
I see that. Dropping the Dokkaebi, it feels like a big one to me with how successful they've been at hacking those cameras in the past. I don't think that IQ and Twitch combo is going to be enough, but we'll see. Slowly taking control of this top floor, DCH leading the charge. Critical thing here is finding those Valkyrie cameras. There was one in admin, wasn't there, as it moved? Or maybe he's already taken it down.
And he shot it, yeah. Thing got found out very early. Again, they're going for direct counterplay to what Labyrinth was doing previously.
Oh, but they didn't take out the default camera outside, by the way.
Hey, IQ's looking for the Valk cams, not the default cams, James. Come on now.
There's a default cam outside the admin spawn.
Yeah, I actually learned about that not that long ago, which is embarrassing to say. Yeah, I was like, there's no camera. Somebody was like, I saw you in the default cam. They were like, there's no camera here. And he was like, there is though. I had to go to a custom game and be like, actually, there is a default camera. Because I don't spawn there ever. Like, I
always spawn there, bro.
Every single round, I hop on cams. So I don't like, I'm not the one that's supposed to shoot in the first place, right? Now I know. I learned from my mistakes. Scatman by the bomb side wall could literally walk in and pressure a plant, but that's where the 2 C4s and Toxic Babes come into play. Only one Babe though, 50 seconds, and a 5v5, as I said, there's not a lot of pushing power for Soulsheart to get the kills, but they can, as I said, pressure a plant.
I don't like this, Scatman. Stop playing so aggressively here. He's one with the diffuser as well. He has pushed Peeps back. That's good. Now we need someone from Soulsheart to lock down that hallway. Pio, he clutched up massively on this bomb side last time A7 picked it. And he hasn't been cleared on the top floor. They don't need to hard clear him, though. They just need to catch him and prevent him from getting on the vertical. They need to make sure that they can go for that plant on the objective. DCH, though, is inching his way forward. And Pio is on that vertical game. Peeps will fall. Galley, though, denies the plant. Scatman is dead. Diffuser still has not been planted. Soulsheart in the bomb side, but there's no time to get it done. The round fizzles to a close on time. And Arrival 7 have arrived. It's a win for the underdogs on the first map. And we're on our way for an underdog day. A7 taking down Soulsheart, one map away from eliminating from the tournament. We'll break it all down after this.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Good day, mates. It's Mingoran, head coach for Enterprise Esports. Today, I have date with Jackson Donwell Buppin.
I'm Buppin, player for Enterprise, and this is Vegemite and Fairy Bread.
We will try this one, top on candy. How to say this one?
Fairy Bread.
Fairy bread?
Fairy.
Fairy
Yeah.
bread. This looks
Just eat.
really weird. You love that? You love that?
Oh, it's so good. Eat more.
No. Don't try this at home.
It's not that bad.
So shit.
Sorry.
I never tried this one again. How did you go from casual seat to competing at top level? But you're not top level, but yeah.
Come on, bro. I started with my IRL friends from school. It's like a bit of console. And then I think it was like 4 years ago I got a PC, started playing ranked. I've just been grinding since then, I don't know. Nothing too serious in the first like 2 years. But once I started playing like my first blast stage, I knew I had potential. So I just grinded even harder. I worked my way here, so here we are now.
Awesome. Our team is considered one of the best team in the APL right now. Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, I agree.
I can't agree that.
Why?
We will be humble.
One of says, you know.
You have confidence for that?
Yeah.
You're best APL team in right now.
You don't have confidence?
I have confidence, but we will be humble for viewers and for
yeah.
chat. Say again.
Yeah. I'm humble.
That's good. If you think we're best team in APL, what do you think you bring that lineup?
What do I bring? I bring the best mechanics, the best comms, some good energy to the team. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, keep talking.
That's all I bring. I'm just there.
Okay, you never bring energy, but okay.
It is the day of the underdog. I don't know what's going on. I cannot figure it out. Soul's Heart. Not that they struggled to be in that game, but they kind of did. There were, I don't know.
Yeah.
I want to be careful how brutal I am because, like, it's kind of hard when you're watching, but you're kind of talking to production at the same time. I don't want to go roasting anyone, but it does feel as though Arrival 7, the lackluster is probably the best way of putting it. I think Arrival 7 had way too many big moments in that game.
Yeah, Labyrinth was insane.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was 15 kills or more by
13
the end
and 9 on this, but that could change.
It was a lot, and we even had a big clutch. I think that clutch for me from, I think it was Pio, that
Pio,
marked, yeah, that marked a very grim moment for Soul's Heart.
Yep.
And definitely a turning of the tide for Arrival 7. There's no way that you should be able to clutch that out. And yeah, like we were talking about during the cast, Nick, just a lot of moments where it really feels like Soul's Heart should have had the read and reacted within 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then suddenly 30 seconds is gone, 2 more players are dead. What was going on?
Yeah. And I do, when I said before that I wanted to be careful, the reason I want to be careful with how I contextualize this conversation is because I kind of sparingly watched the first half. But I'm looking back at my notes here. 6 3Ks in the entire game. 5 for Arrival 7, 1 for Soul's Heart. But there were also 6 clutch moments. So 6 1vx's. I mean, and whether it's 1v1, 1v2, 1v3, doesn't matter. That's how it's classified as 1vx. That is pretty crazy to me, Nick, that's how that's kind of unfolded. It was still a close game, and we want it. That's why I'm being really careful how deep I'm going into Soul's Heart here, but we still expect more.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem.
Yeah, I think it was a mixture of like we expected more from Soul's Heart, and I think we actually expected less from Arrival 7 than what they showed us now. Like they actually impressed and surprised me. So I was, on my notes, I was like, okay, Arrival 7 got here because they're a bit more, lackluster. They don't play as well. They don't frag as well. They're just kind of like in most stages of like the rankings, they're just a little bit weaker than the rest. But they were actually better than Soul's Heart in most of those rounds, and probably better than Fury in most of those rounds too.
Yeah, yikes. It's a bit of an interesting one, I'll tell you that right now. But this is a team that you're going to want to look after. Arrival 7, as Dev said quite aptly, they have arrived. But Soul's Heart, they play with nothing but heart. I do pray that they can push this to a third. I hope that we do not see Soul's Heart and Fury bow out simultaneously in the first round of the lower bracket. But that is the way the cookie crumbles. It is a tough game. And it is an even more brutal outlook when Asia is as competitive as it is. We head to Lair with, once again, Soul's Heart on the canvas. Let's hope that 10 count doesn't hit too early.
Oh, Soul's Heart.
Thank you.
What a rough day it's been to be one of the favored teams in these matches. Does that mean that the trend's going to continue? And come our third game today, we're going to see Elevate, the favored team, stumble against Waybo?
Honestly, it might be. It really might be, which was a big surprise. Now, I was talking to myself earlier. I saw the predictions. Yeah, I do that a lot. So I was scrolling Twitter in the 2-minute break, and I saw the talent predictions graphic on Twitter. Let me just tell you that for the first 2 games, every single talent member that we have thought Fury would win the first matchup. They also thought that Soul's Heart, all of us, would win the second matchup. And then you had to predict the 4th game, and of course we all put Fury. So I feel like today could be a really bad day for predictions. And then just for... Well, no, so there's one thing. You went for Waybo, everyone else went for Elevate, so you could be the hero of predictions today if Waybo caused the upset.
I could be the only one with any correct predictions.
Yeah,
that would be
literally, which I thought was kind of crazy.
Yeah, oh, it is.
Man.
Well, of course, job's not done yet for A7 here, but
no.
Soul's Heart, I mean, this is not their map pick, right? Like, Arrival 7 picked it. Arrival 7 picked to start on the unfavored side on Consulate. We laughed at them for it, and yet they went 3-3, and then they came away with a 4-2 defense split. Now, it's a change of maps, and the chance for them to do away with Soul's Heart right at the moment where it felt like Soul's Heart were doing better. Stage 1, they were still warming into things, but stage 2, this was meant to be the moment where they finally got back on the horse. And I mean, this is certainly not a way to do it. Remember, this is the team that, just a day ago, almost beat Waybo. They took the first map away from that team. Waybo had to make a comeback. Now Arrival 7 may well kick them out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's crazy how it can switch up so quickly. Although, during the intro desk segment, I did touch upon the reliance on I9 to really step up when Soul's Heart on the attack inside, and it did feel like that on Consulate, where when he was playing Dokkaebi getting 2 opening picks, I mean, obviously you win those rounds, right? But when he was playing Twitch and outside the building the entire time, no one else really steps up to follow the Munty and go aggressive together with Scatman. So I do want to see that being the big change up here. Of course, Soul's Heart will now be on defense to start things off again. So it's going to be a little bit of a different game plan than following a Munty, because you don't have that operator on this side of the map. But again, play together, basic communication, and basic fundamentals is what we're looking for to be better for Soul's Heart.
We're starting on the defense. Well, their attacks are pretty straightforward. The meta has clearly been defined. Step 1 is to take out this mirror window and take control of Ops Room, put some pressure on the hallway. The fire from Pio tries to enable that. And indeed, the mirror window dispatched with, the Kiba barriers taken out. A7 starting to march on forward.
Now.
I don't know why they were hesitating there. What do you think about DCH's position? I just want to ask this, Nick, because we see it a lot. People play on the stairs here, and we see some teams decide not to clear it, and some teams really commit.
This is why it's good. As long as you have hallway control, is he not gonna...
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm confused.
Yeah,
okay, anyway. As long as you have the staircase control, you can lock down so much.
Oh, shot out of midair. Is that Nitro Cell? We're stepping on each other's toes as so are A7 trying to make their way up the stairs. DCH finds a big shotgun kill all up to Labyrinth, the hero from the previous map, and that shotgun does not pack enough of a punch to get the job done. All right, first round for Soul's Heart. You were saying?
Sorry, a bit of dancing there around your toes. So I like the top rocket stair position from DCH, because as long as you have the hallway control, you can shoot the Selma or the Skyra pellets to open up that wall towards the bomb site. They didn't do that. They actually let them open it up because it took fights elsewhere and threw out a C4, I think through the breach actually, over the railing instead. The thing is, the staircase is just excellent to use in general. But the issue is also, if you play staircase and die early, you just die for nothing. So for this specific attack from Rainbow 7, it was a perfect thing to do. But we see like in EML, when we cast that, for example, a lot of European teams, they were not going to really go into the hallway of Ops Room until they've taken some pressure on the rocket stairs first. So I think the order of things really impacts what is a good play and what isn't a good play. And Rainbow 7 just had pretty much 5 people from the same side of the map pushing into Soul's Heart. There was no backstab on display window, bathroom window. It was a full frontal attack.
It is very hard to take rocket stairs control, and I feel like a lot of teams will die doing it. So I wonder if, you know, while it does give the defense quite a lot, I do wonder if it is possible to do an attack without clearing it. You know, all you need to do is prevent them from swinging you from the hallway. But that is possible vertically. There's so many different ways that you can handle that.
Hey, I mean, you got a couple of options. I think the fact that there's a mute playing there, I mean, you could smoke it off, you know, flash it off. You just need to buy like 5 seconds of time for the Selma to go off. Definitely, there are a couple of options. I also think Rival 7 are a little bit too stubborn when it comes to the shield play. Yeah, the Monty's banned away, but Blackbeard is open, Blitz is open, like you got some good avenues you can look for there. Now, there might just not be a big shield team, and in that case, they shouldn't be forcing it either. But I do think that on certain maps like Consulate, like Lair, where it's kind of be hard to roam clear sometimes, a shield can just really simplify the attacks and make what is normally very difficult a lot simpler.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with you. So basement taken from DCH and Soul's Heart. DCH on the Tachenka, I like that. Tachenka smoke Goyo combo, man, let there be fire and gas. And then the positions from the mirror is going to be fortified, and then you got Cheeky Vigil. I mean, this is going to be a very difficult execute here for A7. And a lot of those players are roaming, by the way. Tachenka roaming, not something you see every day. Surely he'll go back to site before long. One barb in pocket. It's a bit hilarious. I think A7 aren't actually going to go for a full clear.
Yeah, I'm looking at player positions right now, and they're a bit everywhere. I mean, they're fast in lockers, they're fast in warehouse. There comes the Rambuki drone from above. Impact grenade goes out in response to shut it down, but a second one follows shortly after. And this is where Souls are forced to peel back the layers a little bit quicker than they would have liked. I mean, they got a ton of plant denial, but the counter to that is to go fast on the attack. AC is, nope. I know that if Smoke tosses out the canister, he's like arm, shoulder, and head will be exposed for a brief moment. So if you got the reaction time, you literally can one-tap the guy on the angle.
It is the Smoke dancing around that doorway. Remember, DCH is still in position. Out comes the Shamika. Still Peeps is just waiting for a chance to be fed a kill. Soul's Heart aren't giving it to him. Dokabit call rings out. This is usually when you'd expect A7 to start making their move forward, but they're not. The fire is just locking out that position from Labyrinth. He can't move forward. He's actually going to run through that fire. Meanwhile, on the top floor, I9's about to find an engagement. Oh, almost dies to Pio, but gets the better of him. Now he's got the vert above, and he can start raining down hell on these players on the site. Labyrinth will fall. I think he did find one kill before he exited. 3v3, but still I9 is upstairs, leaving just 2 players from Soul's Heart on the bomb site, but they lash out. Mr. Punch for 1. Mark on the ground. Galley and Peeps trying to get in the site. Mr. Punch, the only one from the defense on the objective, but I9 still has lines of sight vertically, and Mr. Punch has taken down Galley. That's what we needed. If I9 was isolated above the last man standing, it might have been possible for A7 to make it work. But Peeps instead, ooh, in a 1v2, surely not. Mr. Punch goes down. Maybe there's time to plant. 7 seconds, he's gonna have to hold it. I9's got the read and got the shot. What a round from I9. That is how to roam to perfection.
The roam was excellent, and I think right now for Rival 7 lacking a little bit of confidence in the server. I mean, if I see that I9 is up here like this, I'm gonna push in deep. Nomad goes in first, gets a 1-for-1 trade, and then nothing happens for a good 10 seconds. Then the next person goes in alone, Galad. He dies for nothing, and then Peeps finally steps up to the challenge, and he goes in the 1v2. If you just make a 3-2-1, let's flood the bomb site. I9 is like the last defender alive up above, has to either drop a hatch or walk down the staircase. That's an easy round victory for you. So a little bit of lack of like the go, go, go button there for Rival 7, but also Soul's Heart finally fighting back and doing proactive plays, actively flanking, actively holding the angles, and making these sorts of mini plays.
All right, tertiary bomb site time, Nick. I always get a little excited on Lair when it comes to the tertiary bomb site because this can be crazy. And I don't think I've ever seen it held quite like this. I9 is destroying the floor, essentially making this one big room across 2 floors. Wow. How are they going to find where the plant is, though? That's my question. No Solus and no Warden.
Yeah. That is definitely what I'm looking at as well. Instead, they got the Ella shotgun. So what Soul's Heart they have a lot of right now is they can hold top floor very effectively. They got 3 separate shotgun operators, technically speaking, that can lock down the hallways. They got traps in the Ella, mirror windows. And then you have Tashanga. And Tashanga is not a bad operator on paper at all here. But like you said, how are you supposed to know where to use the fire if they go for a downstairs attack? So that's definitely the weakness in my eyes. And we see the Capital, the Sense, the Dokkaebi, and the Blitz. They can literally sense off the bomb site, call the phone so that you can't take the cameras, and Blitz can plant somewhere on the side. And there should be no real counterplay for Soul's Heart. Right now, the focus is up above. Rival 7 might want to try and go for a little bit of roam clear. But once they see this setup, they might change their approach because this will be, I mean, really tricky.
Aggressive mirror window is always nice, though. A7 have, well, actually, I would say both teams have shown that they do struggle a little bit against those mirror windows. So these fortified positions will be tough. Mark, though, Ella's shotgun. That's not a common way to hold this position, but I like the idea. The fire to support from I9. I like that Soul's Heart are using a lot of this area denial early in the round to control the flow of the round instead of waiting until the plant denial in the last minute.
This is going to be tricky. Rival 7 not really problem solving. They're hoping that Soul's Heart will lash out first, but why would they? I mean, you can punch this mirror window with your Dokkaebi, by the way. Nothing's stopping you, and this C4 could literally kill your teammates, so if this happens, bit of a team kill.
Wow, that's a lot of damage. Boy. That is a hell of a lot of damage. Scatman there to peek as well. I think he's been caught on a drone. Wow.
Injured.
Scatman goes down, but not before he takes Roldini with him, and a big shotgun play from Mark on the top floor will hold on to this ground for Soul's Heart. Roldini now turns his attention upstairs. They need to clear or at least create chaos on this top floor, but the fire from I9's Tachenka will keep him at bay. He looks to get aggressive, so close, and he sends it on forward. He just needs to deal a little bit of damage. Somehow Roldini survives. How did that shotgun not find any damage whatsoever? Eventually, Mark, hungry for more, finishes him off. There's no way he can't dominate the staircase here. Another flashbang to come through as Pio looks for the plant. I think that Soulsheart is so distracted on the top floor that they're not going to realize the plant's going down. Arrival 7 storm the bomb site and steal the round.
You said you liked the tertiary bomb site. You said it can get a bit chaotic at times, James. That's not what I had in mind when you said that. I've never seen a tertiary site on layer play out like that. The Ella shotgun fight in the world upstairs. The push is up, then it's down, it's up, then it's down. Arrival 7 actually won those opening engagements off a bait play. They were, again, waiting for Soulsheart to overstep the boundary and strike first, and then they get 2 picks in quick succession, and that opened things up. Honestly, I think Arrival 7 could have planted a lot earlier than they opted for, but for some reason, they weren't. Something was stopping them. I'm not quite sure what it was.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Chishangaban.
Yeah,
Chishangaban.
I think that's a good pick. I mean, they've been playing it on...
They banned the Nari and then Tishanka.
The Tachanka ban is base, though. I mean, they played it almost every round so far. The only bomb site Soulsheart haven't played Tachanka on are the top floor, and that is one of Tachanka's best bomb sites. Oh, that's... Oh, is that what happened? Is that how he lost it? That's awkward for I9. I don't know how I9 ended up dying. Oh, that is how he ended up dying. Good timing. Yeah, well, Peeps really saved that round for A7 then. I did not realize that it's actually kind of a bit of a throw from, I think it was Mr. Punch on the Ella, right? So he decided to get oh, sorry, it was Mark. Oh, no, it was, yeah, it was Mark. He decided to get aggressive and really push that blitz. And in doing so, he actually let the gridlock take the ground that he was meant to be covering and then kill those players up on the site. So funnily enough, as much as we followed all that action of the Ella versus Blitz, it was the wrong play from Mark. He sold his teammates completely.
Sometimes you gotta sell a teammate or two in the hunt for greater KD. I think that's respectable.
I mean, yeah, he does have a better KD.
If we ever play rank together and I tell you to plant, I mean, you should know that you're probably gonna die to C4, but I'm getting at least 1 or 2 kills, and that's worth it, no? And then I can map in afterwards, and I can plant.
You're the support boy, aren't you, Nick? You're the one planting. Let's be real.
No, so this is the thing, right? You're right, I'm a support player, but I actually have a big dislike for planting because I don't believe that anyone can cover the plant better than me. So I would much rather be the one covering. If you ever watch my rank streams, if you ever watch like the Pro League games, I almost never plant, and this is like a clubhouse basement, and like the only thing to do is hold F. If there's actual like required cover, I often am the coverer. But yeah, so I'll bait you happily.
Anything to not get sold, hey. Well, Mr. Punch has been sold this round. I don't know how that's gone down, but you don't want to lose your Azami early. Oh, he was the player contesting ops through a mirror window. I mean, usually you would fall back without losing your life, but no, he's actually committed to the bit and died for it. Azami is an operator you want to keep in that late round for holding on, creating a bit more of a fortress inside a mask. I can't help but feel that DCH is pretty exposed as well in his position. Oh, Nitro Cell from down below. I9 doesn't have info to follow it up, though. And here's an execute onto site. Oh! That is the life flashing before Labyrinth's eyes as he goes down to that Nitro Cell. Mark is also a dead man now, downed on the Sky Bridge, surely likely to be finished off. A7 actually do have a plant opportunity.
No C4s. Yeah, very much so. They just gotta get Galley crossing the hallway here, but as we say that Pio dies elsewhere, why is Pio not just with the team? If they 3-man on the main breach, they can just force a plant down, cover the angles, and the round is still winnable. Galley is in though, a plant can still happen, but Roldini has to cover everything perfectly.
Oh, this is not the right play, but it might work anyway for Roldini. He sees one, Galley's got to get off the plant. Does find one, but traded back by I9. Another chaotic round, this one, Soulsheart, edge out.
Bit of a throw if you ask me. I mean, if you're walking in deep and kill the mirror that's by the bomb site, the most logical thing to do in my mind is you literally need to watch the hallway close to your right, and you can do so while backing out of the breach once more. He watched the deep server angle, and if anybody's there, the plant goes down and your teammate can win the round himself. And because he didn't watch the hallway, he kind of just dies.
I don't even understand why he had to push the kill for the mirror. He could have just covered from outside the breach.
Unless they thought there was a C4 still in pocket, like that's because they did have a lot of C4s, at 3 in that round, but they were all spent. And I'm not sure how well they kept track of them, because obviously one happened on the glass. We saw that one was vertically from the Valkyrie shortly before. I don't recall the third C4 that I saw, so it must have been either really early in the round or right before execute. But either way, if they thought there was a C4 left for the mirror, it makes sense to push in. If you thought there wasn't, then it makes not that much sense.
I also am a little bit surprised that we didn't see a plant fake. Like, as soon as the guy covering sees 2 players, the other guy should probably be getting off the plant and supporting the fight, because there was actually a lot of time left. It wasn't like there's 5 seconds to go. It was closer to 20 or so. There was a little bit of time to play.
5 seconds left.
That's a good point as well. Definitely a possibility. And if you want to go all the way on the theoreticals here, I think the biggest problem is just that Pio was, I think it was Rocket Stairs or somewhere else on the map. If he just comes to Ops room, he covers the hallway, Thermite covers the breach. You have it completely under lock. But he died right before they start planting.
Oh well. 2 more chances now for A7. We've seen them here before on concert. They were in a very similar position. Down 3-0 actually, before they came back and won 3 rounds in a row to tie the half on their attacking side.
That's
very
true.
capable. And then, of course, they went to win that in 7-5, didn't even take OT.
Bit of a bad timing there. Or maybe good timing, should I say. I9 walked down the yellow stairs. The second Peeps walked by. No bad timing for him. Pio has the good read and sound cue on it instead. I do like the flank attempt for I9 because he saw the line cross the corner, so he knew he had the timing favoring him. Now the question is, will it be the same kind of half take? This area where DCH is, by server room, or whatever you want to call this, security, it often defines a lot of these basement attacks, because if you can stay here as a defender, you can see the vert above the bomb site, which is really important, obviously. But if DCH can be aggressive in this position, or they don't make the vert for him, that story changes. 2 roamers above, only 2 guys on site. They could just rush this if they have the read.
It's possible. They don't know about it. And Pio really wants to get that vert going on the site. The Izami from Mark is one of the core pillars holding up this bomb site, creating cover to hide behind. But the DMR from Peeps and Roldini will make it very quick to dispatch with. Gale is forcing this plant down, forcing the exothermic down, going for another breach. And Peeps has found a pick. That's the Izami I was talking about. Mr. Punch has decided it's about time to go for a bit of a jog. This is a monumental flank. Wow. This is a very long way to go to get back down to site on the other side from the blue stairs, hoping to try and support the rest of the squad. DCH is still upstairs, by the way.
Though. Yeah.
He's dead.
Oh, that's, yeah, okay, cast the curse. He's
Everybody's dead.
Run us over, James.
Everybody's dead. There's 2 on site. There's 1 upstairs. No, everyone's dead.
That round had an interesting pace. Like, nothing happened, a lot happened, nothing happened, a lot happened. And I think the pacing might have been the biggest obstacle for Soul's Heart, because if you're a player in the server, yeah, they have the Valcams, but they were actually placed in positions that didn't end up giving them much information, just because Arrival 7 didn't opt for like a default normal attacking approach. So I don't think they knew exactly what was going on. Big comeback in the second half is possible here, or in the end of the first half rather. Arrival 7 slow to warm up, but once they figure out Soul's Heart on these maps, they seem to really turn up shortly after with a good read.
Yeah, it was a lot of patience in that late round from A7 just to slowly consolidate their advantages. Being like, okay, well, we got the vert. We just hold our angles, wait for Soul's Heart to make a mistake, and they happily obliged. Now, onto the tertiary site again, Nick. This is where it all began for A7. This is where they found that first round on the board. And as cool as it was seeing Market aggressive with that Ella shotgun, like we said before, he really sold his teammates by giving up control of that doorway into our 6 room that ended up causing I9 to die and not be able to deny that plant. Now, speaking of plant denial, Nick, what have we got this time? Last time we didn't have the Solars or the Warden. It was the Tachenko who failed to do the job. No Warden, no Solars again.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit puzzling. I don't hate it though, because obviously it can work out. It just feels like Rival 7 could simplify their attacks, unlike last time. Hit the bombs up more directly. Like an Echo can be good, but you know.
It's a lot of pressure onto the Echo though this round. I mean, similar to how there was a lot of pressure onto the Chanka before it was banned to be the sole plant denial operator. 2 C4s are good in theory, but where are they going to land? That's the question. Important entry.
This gunfire right here. Oh!
That's a critical kill.
Critical kill and a nice shot. That means the crossfires are lessened up top. A very different approach here for Rival 7. Yes, it's the ROM clearing, but from very different angles. And both of these upstairs players have shotguns. Both the Echo and the Ella have primary shotguns, James.
And Scatman's dead. And the Blackbeard is in our 6 room. Oh, that is so impactful there from Mr. Punch. Down below, taking down the Blackbeard. That's the first shining light for Soul's Heart in this round. Ella wants to contest here with the pistol, but Mr. Punch has fallen on that mirror down below. Out comes the shotgun from Mark. They know exactly where he is. They know exactly what he is and what he's doing. It's the 2 shotgun bros. The last one's left for Soul's Heart.
Here's the whip. Has to go big. Oh, misses right above him. It was like a pixel above his head. I9. Echo shotgun. 1v4.
Oh no.
A dream. Oh, that's not good. Doors barricaded.
Oh,
help.
He is cooked. He is cooked, son. And guess what? They've done it again. From 3-1 down to an even half for a Rival 7. I feel like we've been here before. We saw it on Consulate. From 0-3 to 4-3 when they started their defensive side. They then won in regulation. Everybody counted them out today. Let's see that replay.
Right above him.
Oh, mate.
No. This is why I aim for the chest, then that doesn't happen.
What's your headshot percentage again?
I think it was 36% career headshot ratio.
How
So
much
I looked
would
at,
you have? How many shots would you have needed in the chest to get the kill with that pistol?
Well, with the limb damage change, and you probably hit some shoulder as well eventually, you probably need a good like 10 bullets, which means you not win the gunfight anyway. I looked at when W7M Furia roster, when they won SI, right? They had 2 players around 80% headshot ratio for the entirety of SI, like all the games they played.
That's insane.
And I think it was 81 on like, it was KC or Hertz or something like that. And I looked at him, he was like the #1 player, rated headshot player, and the second highest headshot ratio was like in like the low 70s, which was a different W7M player.
Yeah.
So you compare that to like the mid 30 category, and it's like ridiculous difference.
Honestly, if someone's in the 70s at all, I'm impressed for headshot ratio.
Yeah. It means they're playing for the Munchhouse clips, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There is this, I'm not sure if you know this, I forgot his name. I'm not sure if it's Reeser or who it is, but it's this European player that we have. And he literally plays for headshot only. Like, in his mind, there's headshot only damage. So he will even troll and throw rounds sometimes at like tier 2, tier 3 tournaments, because he's blatantly going for a headshot against a 1 health guy that can just be chest shot or body shot. And his YouTube videos are crazy clean, but when you look at like the every single gunfight round stuff, he loses some gunfights that he had no business losing because he's greedy for the headshot.
You can, in the training mode, I forget, is it called training rounds? Whatever, the one that they keep
Headshot
changing,
only?
yeah, you can toggle headshot only on. And I did that for a while when I felt like my aim was rubbish. I wanted to practice. And yeah, I mean, it's good practice.
I just feel bad. Like, I do it sometimes, and then I miss, like, because I realize how little head I hit when I take it off, or when I take it on, rather. Like, I hit a lot of shoulder, like, neck, upper chest.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a headshot, right? No, he's not dead. Okay, Aim is so bad.
That's all right. Good thing you don't play SMG11. Good thing that wasn't like the most important thing about your career.
Yeah, I always thought I'd be a crazy Jaeger main because I had a better gun, but the more I think about it, the better I think it was that I played SMG11, because even with bad aim, like aiming chest, you just shred people apart.
Yeah.
Completely.
All right, well, A7, this is a big moment for them, Pengu. I mean, are they going to do what they did on the first map and take the lead after being 3-1 down?
Certainly possible. We see that rocket stairs location from Labyrinth, the top gunner of the previous map, and he's about to meet his demise, but peeks around the corner away from the fight just in due time. He's in a very crucial spot. It actually hits him in the body physically, and now there's no jammer, so he can be tracked. So I think Mark against Labyrinth will be a battle of the ages.
Well, then he goes below. Oh, here we go. Mr. Punch sends it. That's cheeky. Well played. Labyrinth goes down. Soul's Heart on the front foot for the first time in what feels like a long time. They need to get a breach onto that bomb site before too long. One Selma remains for the ace, but Mr. Punch has run so far past where his utility is needed.
What could have been thermite peek in the hallway. They can breach that bomb site wall and go for a plant, but these mirror windows are slowing them down greatly.
Scatman!
He's not breaching the wall.
Why? Mr. Punch is so far past as well. Why are they throwing the round? Is it because there's a mute jammer there and they feel like they can't get rid of it? 30 seconds to play, and they've just seceded their advantage as the Selma goes to target not the wall, but the deployable shield. This is where things look a little bit desperate for Soul's Heart, but I9 finds Galley. Peeps is in a pivotal position right now. Two players on his doorway that he is watching right now, but he's got the perfect weapon for it. The Deimos track comes down, that's onto Roldini. And Peeps sees one. The breach finally on that main wall as the mute jammer is taken out. Mr. Punch does cover for one. He needs to cover for more than that though. Roldini's the last man standing. A C4, but far too late for it to deny the plant. It won't find anything. And now in the 1v3, I think Soul's Heart may indeed take that lead back from Arrival 7 with their first attack round. Mr. Punch does it all. Another round on the board for the favorites, but still such a long way to go.
No, it really is, and I feel like there was so much more I wanted from that round from Arrival 7. I mean, they could have played by the desk, they could have prone the round and hit. The C4 could have been the right location to begin with for plant denial. It seemed like a bit of lack of foresight cost them that round more than anything else, because they had the right tools to get the job done. Like, even this deployable shield that got hit by a Selma charge, that could have been shot from server. And they had a mirror window looking through server in towards the bottom hallway. So they could have literally shot the Selma, kept the deployable shield alive, had the C4, had the shield stay alive, had the C4 for plant denial as well, and played by the desk instead of playing by the shield. Like, they had so many options to problem solve that round, and none of them occurred at all. Soul's Heart, well done to them, but it did seem a little bit too desperate, a little bit too close for comfort.
It's a good sign
for
Soul's Heart.
Could be a border situation.
Could be a border situation, yeah. God.
It could be, I mean...
This series has been so chaotic, Nick, and we've been playing like Consulate and Lair, which are two of the more, I would say two of the most structured, rigid maps in the pool, right? Behind your skyscrapers and your clubhouses. And then you've got Border coming up next, which is like the ultimate chaos map. If it's chaotic already, I can only imagine what it's going to be like on map 3.
It's going to be a fiesta, as we say. Complete chaos in the server. Soul's Heart, though, gotta fight as hard as they can to get there. And there's not going to be any rounds coming for free.
No.
Whether it's you making a play, enemy over swinging, you have to seize those moments and those opportunities that are presented to you. Alright, I'll say got a bit of a roam game going on, just running around the building. For now, still making the rotations and checking for drones. Soul's Heart starts slow typically, before they get into the fray. Once the fighting happens, they're very quick to follow up and keep up the pace.
Yeah, they are. But we've seen so many rounds go by us in this game on time, and that, I think, would be the biggest failure here for Soul's Heart if they're too slow on these attacks. We saw it happen on map 1. We saw a hell of a lot of it from Fury. That's our 3 tie teams, by the way. Fury, Soul's Heart, and Arrival 7. As we have a tie derby going on. Scatman takes a bit of damage. Pio is now going to hold on to his position for as long as possible, but Mark gets aggressive.
Just pushing.
Wow, that is ballsy. I respect it. If he lost that fight, it would have been questionable, but he won it. And so I respect it. Galley on the roam does reply against I9's pick that he found. Soul's Heart still in the advantage, but worried about a potential roam game still occurring. I don't think... Oh, yeah, it is. It's Galley trying to come back from his roam down those yellow stairs, get spotted on his retreat. His only option really is to go back down that hatch onto site or pretend to have gone down the hatch and instead wait for someone to try and follow him.
It's true. He has no vert to help his teammates, so they're kind of 2v4 on the bomb side, and the issue is they got no real information. Grimby, yellow ping, here comes the push.
Oh, he goes straight in, but there's no one to support him, and Peeps wins the fight on a Mr. Punch, leaving Soul's Heart in a very awkward spot, especially with Roldini finding that kill. Mark needed to trade it, and he does. Peeps is low, and Galley has dropped down below. DCH looking to support, goes for the reload, but Mark gets baited, pushed away. That is huge from Galley. He's a Soul player who has brought his team back into it this round. 1v2 for DCH. We saw a valiant attempt in a 1v4 on Consulate, but it has been a challenging game for him to find his stride. Spots Peeps. Only one bullet needs to land onto him. He knows where the Warden is as well. Out comes the pistol. They're toying with him. They're running away. He's got no time to find the kills. And again, another round is lost on time. Arrival 7, Reply with a defense of their own.
So well played there in the 2 versus 3 or 2 versus 4. I mean, there's all these small microplays happening, right? The C4 gets tossed out, not to get the kill itself, but to force a player to run away. Galley holds the run back, they get the free pick. In the 2 versus 1, they're both like zigzag in the corners, getting information, and just running away, playing time. These aggro plays that we see from a Soul's Heart early on, really good look for them. They got the confidence, they're pushing in. It worked last round, it should have worked this one, but it didn't. There's a lack of crossfires here from Arrival 7 in the important areas of the map by the bomb site. And also, they're willingly matching the 50-50s. So both teams are showing so much confidence. No one's really mentally locked out just yet. And that's why I think this is going to keep being a close series. I think one thing that a lot of APAC teams have that I don't see as much of in, like, let's say EML, for example, is they don't look like they tilt all that often. Like, I feel like you're used to having these complete, like, shit show games sometimes in APAC, where the craziest thing happens and you just flip the game upside down. Sometimes you see a team in EML do, like, a stupid play or a crazy spawn peek, and players are, like, slamming the disc going, oh my god, and they keep tilting and whatnot to shut down. Soul's Heart have not had an easy time in this best of 3. They haven't. And they're still fighting tooth and nail every single chance they get.
And yeah, to put that in perspective, the only 2 flawless rounds that we've seen have been in favor of A7. One in map 1, one in map 2. There's been a couple of rounds which have been, 4v0s in favor of Soul's Heart, but for the most part, they've been pushed deep. And now, again, the scoreline is tied. And they're on the attack. They find themselves having to make the first move. Roldini makes it for them and gives them a free kill straight into the Claymore.
Claymore. Yeah. I don't know about that one, I gotta say. Don't quite know. One thing I do know, though, is that Soul's Heart's first part of the plan is always going to be the same. They go very, very slowly. And then they just kind of see what happens. This time I pick onto Ella. Just going to help them out. But the main push, I think, is going to be the same. Get the exterior wall. Can they circumvent this jammer? I think they might be able to.
This is weird. What's going on downstairs?
Oh, he's below. I was so confused.
Why is your Zephyr downstairs? It's not your
For the verticality, my guy.
You got a bug.
No?
Why aren't you picking Deimos? Like, why is it Zephyr?
You do have a bug.
Exactly. Like, there's a bug pick.
Bug's also below.
Yeah, but they're not together, clearly, because they're not trading. It's a bit of a weird situation. I would have thought it'd be Buck Deimos combo, but oh well. Peeps does get taken out. That's not even the guy that found the kill on the roam. It was the smoke of Pio. Labyrinth is actually going for a retake down below. Is he going to find a kill? Oh my god, the fact DCH even got a bullet off is insane. Thankfully, Mark is there to trade. And, well, you can trade back and forth. Soul's Heart are going to win the war because they've got that numbers advantage, because they found that extra kill. This is going to be another trade back. Again, a big flank from Pio. This really comes down to Scatman and Mr. Punch. 2v2. And we do have the Tachanka and the Smoke. It's literally the two perfect operators in this scenario. So he breaches the site wall as well to try and add another option.
Yeah, they're both by ops room. Of course, Rival 7 don't know that. Yeah, they would have to go for kills, not just steep. I mean, there is infinite plant denial here for the timer. They gotta push through the fire or smoke, take some damage, start seeing, and take the fight.
Shotgun at the ready. PO could single-handedly win this round, but he loses. He misses his shot, and now Mr. Punch, he has to go for the plan. It's up to Scatman. He gets taken out through the smoke. Mr. Punch goes for the kill, not the plan. Another round lost on time for Soul's Heart. A7 again in the lead.
At first, they trolled it. You got the shotgun close quarter, top rocket stairs, and kind of AFK, not ready for the gunfight. But Tachanka, the Emperor, he clutches up, the Lord himself, and he gets a smoke wallbang, plays the timer smartly, and Rival 7, they get a very important defense victory. We're gonna see now Tachanka ban? Question mark? Wait, hold, oh, we get teased, we didn't see it.
I actually have the clean feed on my second monitor. I can tell you.
No spoiling. No spoiling.
Oh my god, that attack ban is so spicy though.
Oh my god.
And so
and production just spoiled in my ear.
Did they?
Yeah, Chris just told me exactly what it was. Chris.
That's very troll.
Yeah. Well, that's a Tachanka, but they went the other.
Ready?
He said smoke and ace.
Smoke and ace!
Hey! I didn't even think he would troll me because he's that nice of a guy, you know. I just blatantly believed him.
Of trolling. Chris, definitely. You know what? He really didn't troll on the lunch order today. He got me a banh mi, which is insane. Have you ever had a banh mi?
What does that mean? A barn bean?
B-A-N-H-M-I. It's a Vietnamese sandwich. They are insane. They are so good.
Is it those soft buns thingies or?
No, I think you might be thinking of bao.
No?
Like that's a steamed bun. But no.
Yeah, that's just
and yeah, nah.
Oh, I see the photo of the order. That looks really good.
Yeah, dude, so good. If you come down under, maybe I'll get you a banh mi.
I like that. Speaking of food, I've not had breakfast yet. Not really.
Pulling in the long shift, no coffee, no breakfast. I've just smashed my second coffee. Mate, this game is going deep. I have a feeling Border is calling. Soul's Heart have to get us there, though, and it's going to come down to what they can muster up on these next two attack rounds. A third, if they are to send it the full distance without pushing OT. A7 are just barely one step ahead, and that feels like the case of the whole day, Nick.
Yeah, it does. That has been the vibe. Exothermic charge goes off. It's going to be the first step once more. Meanwhile, the X-Kairos of DCH will work the bomb site itself. We're finally seeing the Blackbeard come into play. It's been a good while. So this is going to be a very kind of counter-roam setup here. The Dokkaebi, the Lion, the Blackbeard, but a pre-placed C4 from below can of course alter this very quickly. If BB walks into, oh, there's the red ping. So they know where it is. And the question is, oh, they're gonna grenade it, okay. I'm gonna say a grenade for a C4 is actually not too bad, but a run-out punishes DCH instead. No more X-Kairos, no more Hibana. Pio, with these aggressive run-outs, keeps succeeding.
No DCH, no Hibana. At least you got the backup power breach on the Thermite, but really it's kills that matter at the moment for Soul's Heart. That's a good one. Surely more here. Labyrinth, he's been a demon at the helm for Rival 7 today. But not going to do much here as he has to continue running away with that Blackbeard hunting him down. Labyrinth has 21 kills across the two maps we've played so far, by the way, after getting 13 on the first and now 8 here. I9 not far behind as well. He has been massive across the whole series. And Peeps is going to take him down. I say his name and I curse him as Labyrinth is hungry for more bit of damage onto the Blackbeard and Mr. Punch. This is a big kill for Mark. He needs to find it, but no, he falls on back because Roldini was still holding that position behind that mirror window. Mr. Punch still taking more and more damage as these A7 players will not give up the ground. Somehow, again, Mr. Punch misses his opportunity and is taken down. Labyrinth is a slippery little snake.
What is happening?
Mark has to get back around it as Scatman comes in to support. 2v3 for Soul's Heart. The shotgun not going to land for Labyrinth. 2v2.
Site's below.
The site is downstairs, and 19 seconds means that there's not a lot of time to get the job done. A7 on this retake. As Scatman is forcing that plant down, there is a player still up above. It's Peeps. He's coming back for it, but even the Solus can't deny that plant. Gallet with the pistol to trade Scatman again. Mark v Gallet in the 1v1. With the Dokkaebi up above, SMG-12 in hand. And Gallet just has to wait. He's not even going to reload. He's got the Deagle. Bit of damage. Mark full HP. If he was low, the Deagle would be the right choice here. But 2 shots will have to land. Almost sees him. Has to go again. Mark just needs to keep on baiting him out. Here comes the primary for Gallet. Mark is playing this perfectly. And he does get the kill. Another round for Soulshard. Another time that we find ourselves tied on the score. Arrival 7 do not have the win, not just yet.
It's one of those rounds you can look back upon if you're Arrival 7 and go, guys, we bottled that so badly. They had such a good stable position. Right here, 4v2, they could literally just sacrifice the mirror, fall back to the bomb side. Instead, it's another puzzling shotgun situation for Labyrinth, where he's like not leaning, not holding the angle, not ready for it, and dies. And then Soulshard, good problem solving. Guys, we have the hatch, we have the verticality. We can actually just drop down and they have to play retake. Like, we can steal this away from them. So when the rounds come down to the very final moments, the experience on the player's side of Soulshard really shines through in the decision making. Whereas Arrival 7, they gotta take like a 2-second breather, reevaluate, what's the situation, how do we want to win, how do we get there, okay, now we're gonna go for this play. But those 2 seconds of nothingness, well, Soulshard, they take full advantage because they take every opportunity and they force the play. 5-5, and I feel like Soulshard are firing up right now, looking and feeling better as each round goes by.
Let's look at the last couple of rounds, right? Let's look at this half as a whole. First round of Soulshard attack, and they do win it, and it's pretty convincing. Mr. Punch gets a gnarly 4K on that top floor. Then 2 rounds in a row for A7. They win lab, they win top floor, and that top floor one in particular, that was a clutch from Gallet 1v2. Almost another clutch from him in that round, just passed. Soulshard, I don't feel like they've been the favored team. Like, they might have just tied the scoreline again, but it doesn't feel like it's a Soulshard map. I feel like, you say they've been ramping up? Maybe. But maybe that's because we have the context of Consulate. I think overall these teams have been neck and neck, and literally every round that goes by, Nick, I'm like, who's gonna win it? Toss a coin. Who's gonna make the critical mistake? Who's gonna make the hero play?
Yeah. But the consistency of Soulshard cannot be understated. I mean, they're showing up every single round right now, whereas on Consulate, I feel like there were some rounds where they just did not.
Yeah.
We saw Pio die here last time, swing the hallway. This time he's gonna play the corner, use the 2 brows first, stall for more time. There is no real wall denial.
He's been
so
dropped.
both Bennett and Kite is banned. Yeah. He has to fall back before it's too late though. Once they push down that hallway and they breach that wall, he's gonna be dead.
Well, that's the thing that you've often talked about. I mean, we see a lot of Tuberal play when it's not in tandem with any other hard breach denial. It's literally just delay. Like, that's the entire purpose of the operator, is to delay.
Ooh. Timing there, he crossed the door. I don't think Pio knows, so he was just swinging most likely. And when this wall opens up in a 5 seconds time, he's forced to fall back. Dokkaebi call as well. He's in for a hell of a surprise. Whew.
He does get out safely. I know on the roam's about to find a fight. He's got shotgun, so he's running the Reaper here against Labyrinth. There's no question who's favored in this fight. It's the defender, but I9 wins it regardless. Great shot, and you're right, the laser revealed his position. So I9 had a slightly better reaction time and wins that headshot battle.
I hate to be this guy, but I feel like pro players gotta get off the lasers, man. I see it every single round, give me their positions. PU finds Scatman though, so Blackbeard is done and dusted for this execute. No one took up phone calls either, so the push is weakened much here from Soulshard. And a flank above, successful from Gallet.
Yeah, I think that might be it here. Gallet on the flank up as above. He's been so good in the last 3 rounds. Oh, he doesn't even get taken out by DCH there. Critically missing that second shot. Mr. Punch on the site, trying to focus up. He's about to meet Peeps. Prone on the floor. Get up, you snake! Mr. Punch has been obliterated. DCH 1v4. and there's absolutely no time. It's going to be yet again Soulsheart losing to the clock, but this loss hurts more than all of them because it's match point for A7.
One more round, and the underdog story comes true. A timeout taken in the final moments of what could be the entire series. You gotta make sure you say the exact right words right now because they matter more than ever. For Soulsheart, you're gonna push to overtime. For Rival 7, win here in regulation. The closer you get and this game like slipping away for Rival 7, the more you might start, you know, shaking the server. But it's Rival 7 calling it. They're gonna set up the perfect bomb site setup and be like, guys, what do we do? What's the strat? What's the approach? We just need to lock in one single round. So they can proactively talk about the future, about exactly what they want to do. Soulsheart on the attacking side can talk about if they go this bomb site, look for these things. If they go for that bomb site, remember this C4. They can talk more like general stuff and bigger picture, not the nitty-gritty details. So it will come down to Soulsheart's players, not support staff, to help them once this round starts.
Crazy to think of the day we've had so far, and we're not even halfway done, Nick. Our first match of the day, we knew would be a close affair, but there's no question everybody believed that Fury would take down Daystar and punch their ticket forward in the bracket. Fury back in action for this stage, looking like the third best team in the league, but they were overestimated and they were taken down, and now Daystar have the confidence to take it all the way. Here, Soulsheart versus a Rival 7, there was not even an inkling of a question. This was meant to be our quick 2-0 in favor of Soulsheart. And then we'd get on to the real match later today, seeing Soulsheart versus Fury. Well, no. In all likelihood now, our final match of the day will be Daystar facing a Rival 7 for a spot in the lower bracket final. And they will meet the loser of Waybo versus Elevate, our match just up after this, our upper bracket final. With the two upsets that we've seen so far, Nick, maybe Waybo have a chance at upsetting the Brazilians in that upper final.
I mean, it very well might be. At this point, I don't know. My predictions are chalked. My future eye trying to see what's gonna happen doesn't work here in this region. It's hard to predict, that's for damn sure. Rival 7, they had to talk about the lineup and they still ended up on this specific roster of operators. They got the 2-brow again with no denial to work with it. Again, maybe just burn down the clock saying, hey, Soulsheart are playing super slow. Let's just play the clock. So Mute slows the game down. 2-brow does as well. Tashanka, Mira. And then Warden is great in case of a Ying, Flash, Blitz. Well, Blitz is banned. But generally speaking, just flashes and smokes. So I do feel like they have a really good commitment here to the strat. And with the 2-brow here and the Thermite being used so commonly, they can go for a mirror window. Yeah, they can mirror to trick this. Now they can freeze the wall once it gets popped. And then they can put a mirror window onto it.
Oh, the
they have the right read. They're gonna wait for the EMP first, I guess, to get maximum value.
I mean, how much time is being burnt by this, right? Like, Scatman's gone all the way over. DCH is now going to be called all the way over. By the time Soulsheart achieve all of that, Peeps is just going to freeze the wall. Roldini's going to get rid of it.
Only one issue, if Deimos goes below and shoots the floor instead, that means you can't put the mirror window down, so now you can't mirror window trick the wall at all anymore. So if they don't go for just a simple EMP...
Oh, what's
the C4? Oh! What? It was either C4... So he ripped the C4 to kill I9, and he's stuck in the animation, so either you throw the C4 or you throw the freeze. So they get a kill, but the wall gets opened up.
I mean, that's funny. That was a completely separate engagement. I9 dying in Ops room.
Yeah.
But, you know, losing the Flores, your least favorite operator, apparently. That's well worth it for a Rival 7.
Yeah,
even though the wall is open.
I think a kill is better.
But the thing is, there's a kill back again, and it's Pio who's been so clutch for his team. Mark's in good position. The death mark fails, but he might still be able to see the player through the floor. Shotgun comes out, doesn't land the shots.
Oh my god.
Peeps is lucky to survive.
Ridiculous.
Oh, they're going deep. What is this?
Keep freezing this wall.
Shotgun out, but he loses. He loses. Mr. Punch, how do you lose with the shotgun?
How?
It hits worse than a wet towel. Mark now looks to reply with a shotgun of his own, but a Rival 7 may have just done enough here. The retake is on. Mark trades back again. DCH needs to get around it. as the fire locks him out. Still deep in the sight. Peeps is there. He's found one. DCH stands against the might of Arrival 7 in a 1v2. He needs to isolate the fights. But from the bottom to the top, the underdogs have arrived. It's upset central in APL. Arrival 7 knocking Soul's Heart out of the playoffs.
And I love the way in which they do it. They're playing utility, the deployable shield, the mirror windows, playing the 2-per-hour, and again, having all these different win conditions, understanding the weaknesses of their opponent. They came in as the lesser experienced teams, or a team that maybe couldn't cut it above the rest, that maybe were a bit weaker than all of their opponents, but yet they played the better team game, the better individual game today against Soul's Heart. A well-deserved 7-5, 7-5.
Ah, give it to me! More underdog stories! I want them all! Arrival 7 coming out swinging.
It's happening.
It's happening, Pengo. You know what? It's not even happening. It's happened. Both. Fury, Soul's Heart, the third and fourth best team in the region and have been for some time, have been toppled by 5th and 6th. I tell you what, the storylines here in the APL continue to surprise us, continue to keep us entertained.
Can
James,
I just say as well, like,
please,
for the longest time, we've had really good Thai teams in Asia Pacific as a whole. 2 of them have gone overseas time and time again. It's been Soul's Heart in their former iterations and Fury. And for the first time ever, another Thai team has surpassed them in the playoffs. Both Fury and Soul's Heart are out. Arrival 7 are the new Thai team on the block.
Pengo, I don't even know how this has happened. Like, fair enough, you win a round. Fair enough, you win a map. Maybe you win the series 2-1. But for 2 underdogs to beat the better, quote-unquote, better opponents, love that from him. I mean, I don't want to say it's unheard of, but it's certainly rare. It's too rare for my liking.
Yeah, it's the way in which they do it. If it was just Labyrinth, like on console, dropping 15 kills every single map individually, I'm like, okay, they're just having a carry situation. But no, as a team, the flanks are on point, the vision was very clear, they have a tactical timeout, they play a lot of utility, they play around the clock, they expose Soul's Heart's weaknesses, and they look like the more experienced team. Arrival 7, that is. Again, the underdog looked like the more experienced team. Is crazy to me. And of course, they had individual performances like Pio, Peeps, and Labyrinth across the entire BO3 have so many high-value rounds as well.
Wow. I mean, this is a new making.
It is.
Arrival 7, that is, to do it on 2 maps as well, in my opinion, Dev, they should never be winning. This is just my opinion, but they should not be winning Consulate Land.
Sure.
And they started attack.
Exactly.
On attack,
they literally picked to attack start on Consulate, which is not a map that they historically like, and Soul's Heart do. So yeah, what the hell's going on there? A7 as well, like just to put this into perspective, right? So stage 1, they didn't make playoffs, they only got 2 wins. Stage 2, they got 2 wins. They were on 7 points, which is pretty bad, to be honest. Like compare that to 20 points from Elevate. Tied with Shark LFO on 7 points. The only reason Arrival 7 even made the playoffs is because they had a better round difference than Shark. They were on -10 rounds. Like, it's still not good. And yet they've now taken down Soul's Heart, and they honestly could make top 3. They just need to beat Daystar, which is so possible.
It's possible.
These guys, like, out of nowhere, like, literally bottom team in Asia League, and they could make top 3 in the playoffs. And if they get lucky as hell, they could catch Waybo at Elevate on a bad day. Like, can you just imagine?
You've got to
now we're overcooking.
Well, at this point for me, the credit just has to go to the overall team, because you look back at that series, and there are lots of clutch moments. Yeah. There are 9 1v1, 1vx moments.
That's insane.
There are 9 3K or more.
That's
like
insane.
that is absolutely bonkers across 30 rounds of Siege. That's what we have seen. However, it's time for us to welcome in our coach for Arrival 7 to have a bit of a chat about how things have unfolded. Manny, I've got to say, this is Manny, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, cool. Just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to go bonkers there. Manny, look, I don't know how much you've heard of us talking on the desk there, but we came in expecting Arrival 7 to not be able to go even close to the touching distance. You've done more than that. You've gone 2-0 against what we've considered to be the last remaining good team outside of kind of Waybo and Elevate in terms of who could actually push over to PAX. How on earth has this happened, and how have we been so wrong?
Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. I really don't know. Yeah, that was one of, I think, the greatest performances I've ever watched in my 8 odd years watching this game. We have had a lot of bad luck these past 2 stages. I mentioned it a while back, but across the 16 coin flips that I've done as a coach this season, I've won 3 of them. But one of those 3 came today.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know what changed today, but every little bit of luck we needed was on our side today. But take nothing away from the players. That performance was the most immense performance I've ever seen from them in my life. I could not be prouder.
Manny, lovely to meet you for the first time. I'm going to be real. We've barely casted Soul's Heart. Arrival 7. I was actually going to say, Soul's Heart is a team you actually used to be a part of. I'm looking back at your Wikipedia history, and man, you've been jumping around so many different teams. I mean, you yourself, you're from the UK, clearly, but you've been in lots of different regions. Tell me about your journey to join Arrival 7. When did you join them? What state were they in when you joined up with these Thai players?
It was quite a long time ago now. It was down around April. I just got back from Milan in Paris with Soul's Heart. It was obviously a completely different roster. It was an EU roster. But that roster decided to go its separate ways. I decided I needed to move on, and I started looking around for teams, and I got contacted on Twitter by Pio. I had no idea who any of the boys were. Obviously, I'm sure, as you know, 4 of them are rookies. They'd never played a Pro League before this stage. And I came in, things were looking pretty good, and we started just chipping away slowly and slowly. We got into Challenger League, obviously did really well there, but we came 5th in Challenger League. It was no spectacular performance, but the resilience of these boys is what makes the difference. You know, they always keep their heads down. They always keep grinding and grinding away, and that's something that you can never discount. We placed 7th last stage. It was not a great performance. You know, we only really got 1 win outside of the Leighton Dragon game that sort of meant anything. And it was a difficult stage. And this season started really difficult as well. I think we must have had less than 7 predictions from the casters go our way this season.
Sorry.
But no, honestly, I can't blame you. That's the thing. We are the underdogs, but the team's just ability to step up and perform time after time, it astounds me. Peeps, Pio, Roldini, Lebrins, Gala, all of them, they have their moments. Lebrins today especially, just they can have their moments where they can just put the team on their back and take us all the way. And we've had so many games where we've come so close. Even 2 days ago, we were 6-4 up on our first map, through it completely. We've come so close so many times, but this time, finally, we just went all the way. And yeah, I just couldn't be prouder. It's absolutely spectacular.
Pengu?
Nice seeing you again, Manny. Am I correct in saying that we played a Siege Cup together? Or
no way,
you guys we did a while ago.
Sorry, you two know each
other? Yeah.
Vaguely,
when you said the coach, I was like, oh, it's Manny. I know who this is. So I got DM'd by this random group chat, and they were like, yo, Pig, want to play Siege Cup? And people do this all the time, right? It's like trolls, or like they're 12 years old or whatever. But these guys were like boomers, like myself. So I thought, wait, maybe they're legit. And they're like, yeah, we're like all like washed up, like tier 2, tier 3 coaches, whatever. Let's play a Siege Cup. We did. It went pretty well, I would say, personally. We got to the final, and then we played cheaters, so unlucky.
Nice.
Don't remind me.
But bit of a heartbreak there at the end, but it was a really great run. Had some good fun. My question for you, Manny, is it seemed like to me on Lair, a big win condition you guys were playing into was obviously just playing the clock, right? You recognized that your opponent was very slow. Was this something that you learned on the first map of Consulate, or did this come into play during Lair itself? Because you saw the Tashanka, the Smoke, the Tuberao, trying to mirror trick the walls, playing deployable shields, and I think you won 3 individual rounds on timer just hitting dead zero.
Yeah, it was something that we saw, not necessarily a lot of on Consulate, but we've seen it from them in the past. They're a very traditional Siege team. They're very execute focused. Obviously, they've still got that APAC explosiveness in their pockets when they need it, but they like to play their executes, and that was something we went in. It's our fundamentals a lot of the time. I like to play perfect Siege, not always for the best reasons, and it doesn't always work, as I'm sure you've seen across this season, but it's how I like to play the game. I like to make things happen on paper and convert it into the server. I don't like playing super hyper aggressive, playing for kills. That's our win condition we normally play for, is the time, is the plant denial. And that's what we played into. I took that tack on the final round for the very reason of I saw how they played that every single time. It was an offside mezzanine side take. They were playing for that plant. They were playing to get that down and win the post plant. So we knew we needed to try something. They came up with the mirror trick themselves. It was a fantastic idea. Shame it didn't work, but it was worth trading it for that C4 kill.
Yeah, you've got a C4 kill instead. Exactly. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's a valid trade-off, and at the end of the day, it was so worth playing for that win condition because I think it's what got us across the line a lot of rounds today.
It was beautiful. It was great.
It's a great look for a Rival 7 and for yourself, Manny. You now push on to versus Daystar in the lower bracket for an opportunity to kind of finish top third in the region, which could be crazy as iPoints start to kind of climb up from there. And then obviously PAX, the major qualifier, is only one game after that. So you are so close to making a major qualifier, an international APAC event, if you will. So kudos to you, kudos to the team. I'm sure you'll all want to go and celebrate and also prepare for your game later. So we'll leave you with the final words. Anything you'd like to say, friends, family, fans, anyone out there?
Yeah, I just like to say thank you so much for the boys for taking me in on the team to begin with. It's been a fantastic run so far. Thank you to Sam, Josh, Samson, Reese, my friends. They've supported me through all of this, and I wouldn't be here without their support on this. And big up Man United. Let's go.
Oh, no. Get him off my screen. Manny, thanks for coming, mate. Bye, Manny. Bye.
What is that? Is that a Man U shout out at the end?
That's a bandwagon shout out at the end. I tell you what. Well, it's nice to meet Manny.
Yeah, wow, that's so cool. So I'm just having a look. There are so many
support staff.
Oh, well, I was going to... Well, there's so many support staff on all the teams in the Asia League that are not from the region. I mean, like...
so many.
Yeah, it's, obviously it became a bit of a trend, especially at the high level.
Yeah.
Obviously, import coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we've got Meepy over on Waybo, for example. I mean, the entire of Elevate is imported. But yeah, I mean, it's cool to see, like, even tier 2 talent from over in Europe are coming and supporting it. I think it's crazy. Like, these guys are literally communicating in Thai for their whole game.
Yep.
Like, and then Manny comes in, says some words. I assume he doesn't speak Thai. It's not the easiest language to learn. I don't know if you've ever tried to read a Thai person's full name. You just stop there. Like, I gave up. It's hard. And the fact that they can speak a lot of enough English to like understand that, and he can, I'm so impressed by this
It's a
team.
process.
They have been nobodies for such a long time. Now they've really put themselves on the map.
Yeah, and I think he knows it as well, right? He was saying, I think we're even shocked, but still we're happy that it's happened. Pengu, I'm about to let both of you boys go, but any final thoughts on the day and what to expect coming on, well, in like 10 minutes?
Well, I was going to say, exciting day. I went in thinking that one thing would happen. The complete opposite ended up happening, and I was happy that I was there for the ride. It was exciting, and I love a good underdog story. I hope that the games to come will deliver in terms of skill level, because I want to see this day just get crazier and crazier so that we get to, well, very shortly here, right? Elevate Waybo. It's going to be like the game to watch, so don't go anywhere.
It certainly is. It's a great way to close. Before I do, Dev, any final thoughts?
Game of the day.
Sorry, mate. Unfortunately, the producer said we don't have any more time. It's time for us to go to a break, boys. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. For all of us sticking around for the APL, Pengu said it. You don't want to miss it. Waybo, Elevate. They go head-to-head.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
안녕하세요. 전 민구란이고요. 엔터프라이즈 레인보우 식스 팀의 감독을 맡고 있습니다. 오늘은 저의 커리어 클립을 되돌아보는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다.
Roasted that.
That one is just we hang out on Japan after APL Cup last year. Maybe Wes said I want to eat lobster, and then I just dancing like lobster, and then Sejan laughing, and then just take a film like that clips. It's not Rainbow Six stuff, but maybe same thing for international event, I guess, because from Korea to Australia is really big flight. I think not different feeling for another international event like Intermission or Manchester Major. So yeah, I think same vibe for another event. Maybe SI25 is best memorable for my career, because at the time we don't have any boot camp on international, so we don't have any experience for international events cream. So we just playing on Australia and then playing with tier 2 Australian teams. So at the time we get a bit stressed for that, but when we arrived Brazil, we changed mindset. We can beat any team because Brazil was really good weather, so we can prepare really well during SI, and then we beat D+, and then we are changed, we are wake up, and then we beat another 2 Asian team, and then we make history. And then at the time that feeling is like untouchable. I never forget that memories. My best memory all my life, I'm sure about that. For me, like esports man is a bit entertainment guys, so I have to tweet a lot for community and fans. So just looking really funny thing, just take picture, oh it's really funny, or like that. Playing like entertainment my side, cause my boys are a bit shy, no one streaming, no one posting, so I have to do for community and fans. Many import coach coming to this region, but everyone get a zero success. They get a always big ego. They said, I'm best, but you're not best always. Please be humble and then hard work. I think always ego is bad, but I think confidence and ego is a bit different. So always get a confidence, be humble, will be make success for this esports. 스테이지 2로 다시 돌아옵니다. 저희는 더 강해져서 돌아옵니다.
I don't wanna talk, I don't wanna fall. I know what I want, yeah I want it all. Looking when I walk, here's my number, call. Pick you like a lock, just to make you crawl. Going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, but you did, oh. Nothing like you've ever seen, glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene, oh. Drop jaws, loose heads, we're so dead, drop dead. I like the way that they stop red. Who's next? Making you blush, you a rush. Get a suck, don't touch. I like the way that drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe in. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. On my way, on my way. Yeah, OMW. Nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW.
I had a feeling, why am I not surprised? Shattered the ceiling, the glass in my eyes. I'm turning gold, why you so cold to me? Some of the words get harder to find. Swallow my feelings, they don't sit quite right. I'm like, what's the point? You disappoint me. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces across the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something 300. Let me spill the tea on all these haters all love me. Broke up all the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면 baby you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 자신과의 싸움에서 지면 야구르지. 매일매일 일어나서부터 보는 거지. Look in the mirror, say you're a winner. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. In a bad mood, 바꿔버려 in a hurry. 꿀꿀한 기분 팔아버려, I don't worry. Get through the weather, feeling get better. 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can do it better, I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, tell them Tina, me not do it better. Banger after banger, tell me who could even do that better. Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger. Tina, me not do it better. Who could even do this better?
I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah. I can go much longer, I am so much stronger. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐, yeah.
Banger after banger, banger after banger, banger after banger.
주문을 걸어봐, yeah. 처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까. Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 썸도 아닌 썸을 타며 행복한 줄로. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서.
It's the day of the underdog and the day that I get to welcome two of the best replay operators you have ever seen
Wow.
in international esports.
No, I did it before you missed out.
Yep.
I would
Because you were late. Let's
would-
get this show on the road and don't let him talk.
I would still say number one replay operator,
No.
but he's a great observer.
Close second. First observer, close
First-
second replay.
Yeah,
Yep,
and I would be
totally
second
agree.
observer.
I would totally. I think you're probably well down the road there. I think, in fact, Alicia, my wife, would still be higher than you on the
The old AM.
observation tools. But let's get good old AM. Let's get into this one, shall we? Elevate and Waybo, the upper bracket final. The winner of this, well, they booked their ticket to PAX. D plus Kia and CAG will already meet the victor of this in Melbourne. So now we get to determine, will there be some more representative from the region, or will the imports take the crown? Guz, Elevate, roster, looking good. They've been very scary this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. By far and away, the best team in Asia currently, and they'll be looking to double down on that point here in their playoff run. A victory today sets themselves up as being potentially one of, if not the strongest team from APAC as a whole, heading over to that LAN qualifier event. Yeah, they've been so clean throughout this particular stage. Very difficult to break down. Super disciplined and consistent as well, which can't be said for many teams.
They're the worst team at getting plants down. Mainly
That's
because they just kill
crazy.
everyone
Correct.
before they even get the opportunity. It's an intriguing stat. They're 70% plus in both attack defense.
Yeah, wow.
Which is, I mean, I don't think I've actually seen that before. That
No.
is incredible numbers. For Waybo, we can kind of skip over the stats. They're pretty much second in 90% of the categories, I imagine. And clearly, at the moment, at present, and going into this game, they're the second best team in the region, which
I
is
would agree.
crazy to say after they won Stage 1, beat out Elevate after losing to them in this actual
Correct.
very same match.
Yeah.
I think that when you have to take into account a little bit of the historicalness of Stage 1 and what Waybo did in EWC, you by no means writing them off.
No.
But right now, in current form, Elevate's the better team. And
Yeah, they are.
their additions of wraps and resets have I keep saying this, elevated the roster.
No, but it has. It has. Resets coming in has been an absolute ridiculous bolster. I mean, Raps has done his own thing, but he's in the shadow of what Resets has been able to achieve. Likewise, on Waybo, we've actually seen Turd stepping up across the board. Reap's just doing what he continues to do. Good little fun fact brought to you by Robert Monday, presented by Jake Xenox and Diddy, which is actually me, so I'll just try and put on a deeper voice. Both of these teams are the only teams in the region to have all 5 players above 100 EPS. They are absolutely well and truly above the competition in this region. So now we need to see who will actually take that crown, at least for the upper bracket, remembering that they could potentially replay in the grand final. We go to Border first, Lair to follow, and Chalet. Talk about some explosive maps.
Well, the 2 maps that Waybo lost in group stage, both Fury and Elevate, was on bank. So they just get rid of that straight away.
See you later.
I think that's the most telling thing. Obviously, we're flying through this. Quick prediction, though, from you guys before we give it to Rob on the long throw.
Oh. I was actually talking to Alex, Sky, our observer, on the way here. I felt really torn. I think on paper, and both teams performing at a high level today, Elevate probably walk away with the 2-1.
Yes.
Waybo need to play probably a little bit above what we've seen throughout this stage, and they have, unfortunately, a historical precedent of sometimes not quite fulfilling their potential. If that happens, it could actually blow out a little bit more so the way of Elevate. So I think I walk in 2-1 Elevate, but I will not be shocked at all if Waybo really step it up today, secure that spot at the LAN, and walk away in 3 maps as well.
All we ask for is both teams at their peak. All we can hope for is a barn burner of a series. It's time to get underway with the upper bracket final. Serious repercussions lie on the other side for the victor. They will book their tickets to PAX, while the other will have to fight through the final game of the lower bracket. Let's get underway with our very first matchup. We head to Border between 2 titans of the region, Waybo and Elevate.
Well, I said Rob long throw, and we got the Guz long prediction special, which, because I was running over to the caster desk, I actually don't know what you ended up predicting, Guz. What did you predict?
Well, I went on a little bit of a ramble.
That's all right. You're pretty rare in that instance. I'll give you a pass.
I think I was talking to Sky actually on the way here this afternoon, and kind of prefacing this matchup as it's really dependent, at least for me, what kind of Waybo we see today. I have a lot more faith in Elevate playing close to their top potential this afternoon. If that happens, it will be an even matchup. I could see a 2-1 flip either way. If Waybo, though, as we have seen historically in some of these big matches, just don't quite get firing, they might play well, but not good enough, Elevate are the more likely of the 2 to walk away with a 2-0 victory. So I go in with Elevate as slight favorites, but the more likely team to dominate if there is to be one of the 2 teams more dominant.
So you might change your tune a little bit if Waybo start well and they're showing some of their best, and Reeps is firing and Turd's doing what he's been doing throughout the group stage. I kind of agree with that notion wholeheartedly. I think if Elevate come out, look very dominant, especially beginning here on Border, it's going to be hard-pressed to imagine a world in which Waybo will be able to win. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it is a difficult one to go into in terms of expectation. It's a slightly different matchup to the upper bracket final last time, not just with the player additions, but also what's on the line. You win this series and you book your place to the major qualifier LAN at PAX Melbourne, Australia, in about a week and a half.
Yeah, just down the road.
2 weeks or something like that. Yeah, down the road.
Down the road from the Big G.
Yeah. It's a big game, and obviously you book your place into the grand final. That's 150 minimum SI points, but if we're going to be completely blunt, this is going to be the grand final, especially with the results that we had today, which was quite surprising, seeing both Fury, Soul's Heart knocked out. Whoever loses this will be the hard, firm favorite 2-0 territory in the lower bracket final.
You don't want to take that risk.
But
you don't want to be the 3rd team to also be beaten by the underdog.
You never know. Daystar, Rival 7 playing well. Could they cause a boil over against one of these 2? We'll find out in a couple of days' time. But this is the big one right now. So Waybo on the attack first up on Border, and not their map pick, I think actually puts them in a good position. They can set the tempo early. Little expectation on them as of right now. That expectation will rise if they continue to play well and they're in this series. And I think they would also take to heart the fact that this Elevate roster, with Raps and Resets coming in, now kind of being the kings of the Asia region without really dethroning Waybo just yet from winning stage 1. The fact that they're underdogs in this is surprising, but it's just a reality.
the operator bans as well. Sorry, just to cut in quickly. Castle, Azami, Monty, BB for these first 3 rounds.
It's a bit like the grand final tomorrow. The reigning champions are the underdogs.
AFL reference for those so inclined.
Stamp with the opening pick onto Reaps, which not only gets rid of the clutch drones from the Brava, had one in archives, but it's also one of the top players for Waybo. And Stamp then finds the second onto Ape. A strong hold over towards Armory Lockers, and with a minute left of the round, not a good start for Waybo. They haven't really been able to do anything that they've wanted to do here on the attack. Stem's just found a double for free.
Yeah, this half-wall position proving to be a challenge to clear into that DMR.
Of course, it is bathroom tellers for the opening round, and so I don't think Waybo were maybe expecting as much presence over here from Stem. Holvin goes for the entry. Got a little bit of a tag on the wraps, but the help from Resets and the top floor hold from Elevate proving to be too much for Waybo. Turd and Speakeasy, classy players, but with wraps finding the pick onto Speakeasy, and Turd then subsequently falling. It's flawless in the opening round in this upper bracket final for Elevate, and that sets the tone for them early.
Yeah, it's a slamming. Alarm bells don't begin to ring for quite some time when you take into consideration the veto. It's not Waybo's pick, and they are attacking into it, but it's just concerning to some extent. Well, and if it establishes a trend, if this goes on for quite some time, dominant round wins in favor of Elevate, the majority of this map in particular, it's difficult to see Waybo bounce back. We didn't get a chance because the desk was so compact, but Lair up next, Waybo literally lost to Fury. So I guess they've identified that they played pretty poorly in that match, and clearly they want to tap into more of the potential available there, but...
Against Fury, that was on bank.
Was it?
Yeah. They lost both of their group stage matches were on bank, and hence why they banned it out in the map veto straight away.
1 day ago. So it would have been in the BO3 they lost it.
Oh, sorry, yeah, in the upper bracket semi-final. It
was a 7-8, yeah. So it was very close.
8-7 close, yeah.
Given how Fury sort of petered out of this tournament, it's not the greatest of results going up against an Elevate, which are clearly head and shoulders above a Fury, and it's very recent form.
Yeah, and I will say in that series against Fury, they banned out the bank, they banned out the consulate, so similar to this series. I guess they're probably not too displeased right now with the current veto.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable for them, for sure.
But I think a map like Border is usually a comfort map for a team like Waybo with so much firepower to be able to walk into the building, and against any other team in the region.
They can bully them.
You can bully them, but you can't bully Elevate, and that's going to be the concern. Right now, it's just all out on the balcony. 30 seconds into the round. This time out, we do go Armory Archives. Now, this is the difference already with Waybo. I mean, yes, they can usually play patient, but we know at times they can also be a little bit explosive, and sometimes people like Reaps or Turd go off and do their own thing, and then they actually get into dangerous positions and find these early kills where they're susceptible. But they do look hesitant to go for those kind of plays right now early against Elevate. Good clear.
Yeah.
That's better. Good patience.
Turd would have collected that anyway.
Yeah. So Speakeasy with the opening kill off of that frag grenade. If it hadn't have been the frag, it would have been Turd. And then Turd from below does get the kill onto Wraps. Nitro from Resets, though, does get the trade, but in the aftermath of that, they lose Stemp, who was the big fragger in the opening round, Warden off the border. Now Waybo bringing pressure. This is what you want to see from them, and it looks really calculated, too. It's not the over-aggressive Waybo that runs around border picking up kills. They're very concise in what they've wanted to do in this round and executed nicely.
Yeah, a lot of time now to reset.
Resets?
Well, they're going to have to find resets to win the round. Who's now positioned aggressively in office. Stemcel's security side.
Reaps is right outside here.
Yeah, Waybo just garnering information around the map currently. They haven't fed any individual fights though, so that's good discipline from the attack.
I mean, this is when Waybo's at their best. And we see probably more of this style of Waybo when they go international.
Yeah. Which, oddly enough, this is by some extent an international matchup.
It certainly is. 35 seconds remaining into the round. Well, there was the peak opportunity. Resets does get one, but traded by Hover. Numbers prevail. Waybo are on the board in the second round of this upper bracket final.
That must be a good feeling mentally for the team to just get one early after a flawless opening round. You know, you can let the doubts creep in. You don't want to allow that scoreboard to creep out. I think more than anything, whoever loses this, you want to lose in a close fashion. 3 maps, competitive across the board. You just don't want to get stomped here. I mean, you can always look back to stage 1 and kind of look in the same matchup at the same time. Waybo losing it and then getting the revenge in the grand final, but it's a different Elevate this time.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Workshop for round 3. It was a good initial opening in that previous round from Waybo. Pretty simple build of util and able to get that first kill. And I think just trying to simplify that opening engagement as much as possible will potentially serve them well in this series. Trying to overcomplicate things too much.
Is it fair to say Waybo would be, of the two, more susceptible of actually losing that lower bracket final and the upset coming to fruition?
Yes.
I think Elevate would just be too systematically strong for either Arrival 7 or Daystar. But I think if you're one of those two teams, and they've got their game after this, so they're not thinking too far ahead, but they would probably rather play Waybo. Clutch drone for Reeps, who's yet to get on the board yet in terms of kills, but he's been playing the Brava. So he's had different objectives in mind.
Yeah, still gaining information currently. Ion up close break. Playing contact on the exterior of the map. Smoke utility being expended elsewhere. That's over towards top east. That's stalling out the clear from Waybo. Who again are still contesting on the exterior. Only player inside the map currently is Turd Passport.
Oh, freebie. Yeah, that's a little bit weak there from Holfin to just allow that swing from top waiting. And Harpe got taken low as well. The patience is there for Waybo, but then this is when Elevate will, you know, probably kick into gear a bit and say, well, we might then just pick up the pace ourselves, go for a couple more swings. Turd momentarily was trying to play off of that logic bomb, which was ringing up above. Resets continues to hold aggressively, could drop hatch if he so chooses, has Raps kind of down below.
I think Arpe is maybe considering a play up main here on the lurk. To contest a Barvel, could go deep sight as well. No barbed wire to slow this. Well, there is up main though.
Well, the concern right now for Waybo is they're playing in a pretty similar fashion to the previous round, which worked out quite well, but this time it's not working out as much.
Well, sight's essentially completely clear here.
Yeah. Well, Raps is the only one playing first floor for Elevate.
So Arpe's relayed this, and Speakeasy rotates front door, but they're losing players in the meantime.
Yeah, they lose Turd, and Harpe had to hit those shots first time. He's low on health, an easy pop-up kill here for Raps. Doesn't even need a shotgun, but he's not aware of it. The SMG-11 would be more than good enough. And honestly, Harpe not getting that kill is going to cost them, and it's going to cost his life as well. Raps almost getting the second and converts it. Reeps yet to fire a shot. It is a big moment in this upper bracket final. I mean, at this point, formalities here from Speakeasy. Nothing else he can do but stick the plant and hope for a highlight career play. And not going to make that happen. It's flawless for Elevate for the second time in 3 rounds. 2-1 up.
Elevate 2 disciplined. Doing a really good job contesting a lot of that map control. They left site completely free. But despite that, still able to win fights on the fringe. And it just looked awkward there from Waybo.
Yeah, the lineup as well from Waybo so far. They basically just played the same lineup 3 rounds in. 3 different sides, same lineup. Dockerby, Ace, Brava, IQ. And before that was the Striker for 2 rounds, and then they switched it to the Ash for Vent Workshop. It keeps it quite same, and you can almost see in the opening 3 rounds the way that they've played feels very same. And while it worked for the second round, it's going to make it easy for Elevate to clue onto. Bathroom Tellers, which was defended in the opening round, and flawlessly, might I add. This time, though, Waybo will change things up dramatically.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Now, the Dockerby banter, a big ban here based on the fact that it was used 3 times there by Ape in the first 3 rounds. And if Elevate are continuing to play this kind of roam-heavy game, you're eliminating a little bit of that help for the attack. Lucy was also played 3 times by Elevate, so no more Banshees for them. They bring the Goyo for the first time. So Vulcan canisters, that will need to be dealt with.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, a lot of support utility over towards top east. And presumably on site as well, just to probably dissuade Waybo from a more direct approach here. Elevate want them to play into the roam. It's been largely successful for the defense so far.
Yeah, 4 new operators now for Waybo, so Hoven will remain on the ace. But a big change up in their strategy. They might go a little bit more aggressive this round.
Yeah. Well, they bring the Deimos with Dockerby banned out. Up A for some flank watch, maybe to deter the aggression from defense. Reaps jumps onto the shock drones as opposed to the Kludge drones. And then Speakeasy can try and create space on the Grim.
Well, it's a good switch as well into the Goya too. More value.
Yeah.
Oh, big pick from Hoven though onto Ion. How is he just being allowed to walk top east?
Yeah, there's a hole there.
That's a big gap in the defense for Elevate that Waybo have been able to exploit. Resets will lose his life. And this hold towards security, while largely fine, they've left holes elsewhere. Turd then gets rid of Raps. We're about to be 4 rounds in, and it's just back and forth right now. Both teams have been able to just swing some haymakers. It feels like the start of a boxing match, and they've just both come out, start just absolutely swinging. Will there be a response in this round, though, by Elevate? With that kill from Psycho, an opportunity, but Turd with the Vendetta. Yeah, I mean, this is a heavyweight bout where both teams have landed a blow each, 2-2. And in all 4 of the rounds, it's been pretty one-sided. We haven't really had any close contest in the rounds themselves. 4 opening kills, 4 conversions, 2 flawlesses for Elevate, 3 alive, and 4 alive for Waybo. I'm not too sure who's really winning the battle right now. I know it's all open on the score line, but to me, these are 2 teams that are on a map like Border capable of winning both attack defense.
It seems like both teams are pretty switched on at the moment to kick off this series, which is good to see. Good back from Waybo in the prior round to find that space. I think it was Hoven, right? Top east, got that pocket, got the kill, untraded. Pretty egregious error there from Elevate, who have done a good job at contesting that quarter of the map thus far. The highlight from that previous round, Ion just got shot straight in the back. He'll be, probably question marking his team. How have you allowed that to happen? But Waybo capitalized.
Just want to test your memory here without looking up the numbers. Who's the #1 rated player so far this stage for Waybo?
Hoven?
No. Turd.
Really?
Yep. What about for Elevate?
Resets?
No. Ion. Okay. That one was a trick one, though. They're actually tied EPS 122 each, so they wanted to kind of...
So I was right.
You were right, kind of, I guess, yeah.
What about Waybo? Was Hoven #2?
No, actually. Hoven's #3 behind Turd and Reaps. 10th for EPS, so in the top 10. So 3 in the top 10 for Waybo and 4 in the top 10 for Elevate. Psycho, though, by the way, is 11th. So they got 5 players, EPS-wise, in the top 11 of Asia. And as Rob mentioned before on the desk, all 100 as we go for the rush. It's Speakeasy on the blitz. They do lose Reeves and Alpe at the same time. Despite getting that early kill onto Ion, Alpe got traded immediately. Speakeasy wants to keep the pace, but does not clear properly. 2v3. We might actually end up getting one of these closer rounds. Good swing from Turd. Goes for more and finds it. Turd showcasing how good he has been this stage. Leaves it down to Raps, the newest member of this Elevate roster in this region. Got Hoven low, wants to win the battle and does so. And Turd,
good trade.
He gets off that kit and hits the headshot. Turd showing how good he's been this stage. And how fitting, as we just mentioned, the #1 rated player for for Waybo and Elevate, and Turd stands up.
That's really well played from him. Good comms relay by Speakeasy for the close corner clear. Turd immediately acted upon that with the wide swing. And then just the presence of mind to not commit to the plant there. The second Hoven dies. That's the only thing he's looking at when holding F there. Immediately heads up, gets the kill. Well done. It was always going to be a challenge for Hoven to cover that.
Well, it was a bit of a messy entry there by Speakeasy after what was a bit of a messy start to the round, but it was the Turd highlight reel here as he got that double. It gave them a window back in, and through the window, Raps got the kill, but you can see what it means to them. Big round from Turd. He's always been contentious in his region and on his own team, but he has been their best player this stage, and it's not for the first time. Do you remember when he got dropped from, what was it, Bleed, I guess, at the time, or maybe even X-Bleed, I can't remember, but he was dropped as their #1 rated player. And that was above Prime Reaps, essentially. And then, of course, he got picked back up immediately because they couldn't find anyone else to fill the void. And so on since then. He has paid them back in faith. And that was the first round that we've had so far in this half, where it's largely been a 50-50. I mean, it came down to a 1v1. Technically, 2 stayed alive for Waybo's. Hoven was only downed, but I mean, it's a 1v1. Waybo now with the advantage, and for the first time, they lead in this upper bracket final over Elevate. Final round of the half coming up.
So then can Elevate equalize the scoreline here? A 4-2 lead for Waybo would be quite the start to this series. And a big confidence boost, a team that really does thrive under confident conditions. Maybe lacking resilience when they don't, but if they can maintain that lead, it won't be a problem. So they'll posture over towards East again.
What's Zeus?
Are you asking about dinner?
Yeah.
It's Greek.
Like Souvlaki.
Yeah, like Euros.
Euro?
Kinda. Yeah, that's quite good. So it's either that or GYG tonight, right? I think. I'll flip a coin for me. Oh, and flip a coin in that gunfight. Reaps around the corner. Deadly. It's only his second kill in the match thus far, but a big one to open up round 6.
Yeah, it feels like they got the momentum all of a sudden. So now Elevate need to respond. Good kill from Raps, but he peeks back despite seeing 2 bodies earlier on that first kill. Yeah, I don't know about that play. Overzealous costs him his life, and Elevate now about to squander what was an early lead on this map and potentially find themselves 2 rounds down going into the second half. Waybo have fired up Stemp and Psycho. Can they bring a round back? Nitro thrown out by Stemp in hopes of catching one on the pushback outside the building, but not to happen. And now they're resourceless. They got no impacts, no nitros. The Warden goggles are the only thing they've really got left, although Speakeasy gets caught towards metal stairs. Big pick from Psycho and on the move. Most importantly, it means that Waybo don't really know where these 2 are, and they have to be cautious.
Bang.
Oh, there's Reaps, though. Well, he asked for him to show up, and he does. Might have started a little bit quiet, quieter than usual for the star player from Asia, but he has awoken, much to the grin of Elevate, and Stemp now in the 1v3. Turd to finish it off. How fitting. Turd and Reaps are getting going for Waybo on border. They have a 4-2 lead. It is the biggest lead of the match so far into the second half.
I think we can definitively say, at least so far, we're seeing the good version of Waybo today. They've minimized the trolling and the throwing. They're playing really well, and with Reaps having a standout round, now it can be stated that all 5 players are having influence on the game. Turd as well, getting in on the action in that round to help out Reaps. Elevate brought it back to a 2 versus 3, but really sharp shooting with that DMR. Elevate unable to wrangle back control of the round, and with that, the half. It's 4-2 lead for Waybo. Next set of bans, Ying Glaz, Azami Smoke.
Do you have a coin?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, right now, I think for Elevate, the surprising thing is high on 1 and 4 after the stage he's had so far. They got talent across the line for sure. They don't certainly need to rely on him when you got Raps and Resets and Stamp Psycho all capable. But you're also playing against a Waybo team where everybody has gotten involved at some point now. You've had 5 players from Waybo, and more importantly, Turd is the difference. So if you kind of look at the 2 #1 rated players for the respective teams coming into today, Turd 8-3, Ion 1-4. Waybo lead 4-2. It might be marginal, and it's not certainly by any stretch of the imagination the main deciding factor of this current scoreline. But it is having an impact, and Turd is having an impact, and he did single-handedly win them around earlier. So Elevate going to the attack. What can they bring? So far, it's already an incredibly different-looking lineup to what we saw anything by Waybo. They bring the Sens, Blitz, Kali combination, which gives them a couple of different win cons. Certainly the Kali to deal with the mirror. You've got the Sens for entry with the Blitz. Do they go for the quick plant here into Archives? This is a pretty common hit. Waybo should be aware it is just going to be the quick plant with the Kali then watching from a distance, I imagine. Resets on the window, and Waybo's asleep at the wheel. Round is probably over. Yeah, just one of those kind of rounds where Waybo have to be switched on there. It's the standard Archives, open the barricade, plant.
They could still make this work. Let's see.
Yeah, 2 Nitros available. Well, there's one of them. Oh, there's the other one. Okay, well, they do get rid of Raps on the Blitz. They leave themselves little time. Hoven think he can clear close left.
Speakeasy's on it.
Speakeasy does get on it. Long
Denied.
arm of the law, over towards the window. No real cover. Turd does get the trade.
Now you have to stick.
8 seconds left in the round, and as I said before, it's pretty much done.
Yeah, good pinch.
I'd love to see the counter diffuse success rate in a 5v5 post plan on Archives. Like, it's got to be incredibly low.
That's also an incredibly niche stat.
It
Imagine
certainly is.
how many times does a plant go down in a 5v5 on that site alone would be
very
very
rarely,
low.
but I mean, that is caused an issue, right? Like, how does Waybo just allow that to happen?
The only way I think you successfully retake there is if you have a clash, because you need shield coverage.
What?
Yeah, sorry, mate. We're going GYG. That's enough.
Okay, well.
That's all right.
Buddy bugger.
You're not a fan of Mexican food?
No, I mean, the problem is, right, so GYG, little fun fact here about the old LB, her favorite meal is GYG.
Oh, so you have it too often?
A little bit too often. Which is fine.
First world problem.
I mean, it's great. We all know it's great. We can all agree on that. This round for Waybo was not great, though.
No.
I mean, it just... I don't know if it was the fact that they just didn't hear it. And I will say, in fairness, so the barricade gets shot from a distance, and then it's just a quiet walk-in by Raps, rather than the, you know, explosive run-in and the blitz charges forward, and then someone plants behind. I'm just checking the menu.
Okay.
So I guess they did go in very quietly through the front door. No one was home. Mini burrito.
They have a new Caesar range.
Oh, is that what is the
That's
Caesar
what I'm gonna
Kali?
try. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. So round 8 then. Can Elevate look to equalize? Very good direct hit in the prior round, but I don't think that's going to be as obtainable here on the following. Waybo, again, as expected, contesting all 4 corners of the map, as you really must do here on border.
What's the difference between the Caesar and the regular?
Mate, we're on broadcast right now.
Yeah, well, I'm asking you a question.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm just asking what's the difference.
One's like a Caesar salad in a wrap,
I don't
and
want
the other one's a classic burrito.
Yeah, just get Kali. Go on.
Elevate then with control custom side. Psycho currently the only attacker inside of the map, looking for some horizontal pressure. Unlikely to face a gunfight all too soon. Again, Waybo largely above. Speakeasy, though, is bathroom red pinged. And Ion takes that as an opportunity to take some space and maybe begin to apply pressure on the objective. But Arpe and Hoven, 1 each. They find a good one back, though, Elevate. And good side pressure directly. However, they do not have Diffuser. But they've at least equalized man count. And they have time.
Waybo still have double nitrocell available and Zoto canisters for more denial. Impact 2 as well for Reaps. And the fact that Reaps is still alive is big firepower for Waybo, despite losing Turd, who started very much hot for Waybo. 60 seconds remaining in the round. How does Ion get himself involved from here? Outside of getting the diffuser kit. Very much separated from Resets and Psycho. He's going to go for the long way in. Makes his way safely through Workshop, where, I mean, again, it's not really contested at all. I mean, the fact that Hov and Alpe still holding above, putting a lot of trust here on this Vert. They better win the Vert battle.
Bang.
Oh, well, there goes Reaps. This is just, again, it's a case of just not having the respect on the ability for that plan to go down. 2 rounds in a row.
Oh.
Some of the basic fundamental errors for Waybo creeping in the last 2 rounds, but despite those errors, it's still a 1v1. And Ape wins it. He just gets a 4K. Probably shouldn't have won that round, but Ape just brings out some individual genius.
Yeah, pretty stressful one there.
Elevate will be kicking themselves. I think as soon as they got that plant down, they're probably thinking, we've probably won this as long as we don't blow it. And to the credit of Ape, he was just able to single-handedly win them that round, strategy aside. Strategically, I think Elevate won that round, but just Ape's sheer gunplay was the difference.
So it blows back out to a 2-round lead for Waybo, now 1 away from map point here on border. Second floor, the site of choice, so we will return to where Elevate had success in that opening round with that direct archives hit. And so Waybo will need to be far more invested in denying that attempt if it is re-attempted. Highly unlikely that Elevate would again go for a direct hit. And the early composition is suggesting that it's probably not going to happen. Elevate were on the receiving end of the first 2 kills in that previous round. Then Speakeasy got caught and a kill elsewhere, but back to a 3 versus 3. Reaps likes a daisical with his peak and the plant went down. But Ion on reset stuck in such an awkward position. Bathroom is a very exposed part of the map for the attack and the post, with both the hatch in play and as well as that horizontal pressure that was established earlier by the attack. So good individual prowess from Arpo. That brings him up to 7 kills. Currently second for the team. A 122 EPS for him. Toad leading the charge on 133. Both of those respective players, though, ahead of the best on the side of Elevate. Psycho on a 110.
Yeah, the good news is Ion at least has gotten a little bit better and more involved in the last few rounds. You look across the board, all 10 players, and everyone's had some kind of impact or moment so far within this match. 8 rounds through now that's been played. Waybo 2-round advantage on the map pick of Elevate. This is where you're going to lock in. We'll talk about the swing here and then the Nitro. Arpe is up against it, surrounded. Then the break from Raps is not enough. Huffin to go down as well. It's 2 for 2. Chaos early ensuing here on border in the 9th round. As Speakeasy falls, it's down to the dynamic duo of Turd and Reaps versus Psycho and Stemp. And they've both got 2 minutes left.
There's a big engagement. Psycho still with 2 flame bolts. Reaps with double impact, and which will be very good against the the Blackbeard Nitro as well.
You couldn't want 2 better players up alive though if you are Waybo.
Stemp is so vulnerable against that explosive util. Oh, Nitro misses though.
Well, Turd is low on health as well. I mean, so is Stemp. Oh, I love the reposition here from Turd, but Reaps loses the longer battle, and now Turd is all up against it. Does he contemplate going for the revive towards Fountain? Plant going down from Psycho. Stemp wins the close battle, and it's the duo for Elevate that come up against the top duo of Waybo and put them to bed. It's 5-4, and we continue on border on a close fashion for these 2 Juggernaut teams. Bans coming up.
Yeah, they got literally 0 value from the utility that they had left there, Reaps and Turd. If that Nitro or the impacts landed, could have isolated it to a 2 versus 1 in their favor. And with that, match point would have been likely, but good resilience from Elevate in that round. It's only aided by the fact that the Blackbeard was able to survive for the late round. Vent Workshop now next on the agenda for the defense. Waybo finding that top floor tricky. replay package of that prior round. It's probably going to be a pretty short one. That battle over towards security was hard fought by both teams. Diffuser was dropped, but then recovered. Turd, after missing that nitro cell, then got slammed by the Blackbeard as Reaps was on the ground. And Elevate revving up as we now enter double digits, round 10. It really does feel like overtime is a strong possibility in this matchup. Waybo over to the tertiary. We'll see how they go on this particular objective. Kaid and Tuberow combination for the defense in an attempt to deny wall utility. Denari also to get playtime here from Reaps. And that trap util may be useful on the staircases specifically. On the side of the attack, we see the Finker in play. Blitz as well here for attack. Additional bans as well to be noted. Capital and Mirror for the rest of Reg.
And the thing with Elevate with this lineup, at any moment they can just pick that pace up. Right now it's a top floor clear, all in towards Fountain, very deep. Ape wasn't ready for it. Pistol out on a moving player, up close, so Recess has the other option and it gets the kill onto Turd, but at that moment Reaps gets 3.
Yep.
That entry rush has been denied.
It's another
but it's back
2v2.
down to the 2v2 with 2 minutes to go for the second round running. You just don't see this all that often. Last time it was Turd and Reaps, now it's Reaps and Speakeasy. And that's a duo that we've seen many times over. Psycho and Raps. Elevate won the 2v2 battle in the previous round. Reaps will not want to lose it once again.
They let Reaps out as well. Psycho finally will clear that and confirm. Last they saw, he was at that single window, but he was able to sneak out. Speakeasy, though, maintains pressure above, and Reaps is in a position to help retake above and trade.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to battle directly with Speakeasy if they push in, say, from Archives, but he can cut the cross coming in from the hallway. Drone work, though, onto Speakeasy. I mean, I like this position, but Speakeasy has to consider the drop here or the run out towards security. He can get to security, but he hits the headshot onto Raps, and that might force Reaps into action. Up middle. Psycho now up close. Reaps should come in and get the kill, even if Speakeasy doesn't, but he does anyway. Match point now for Waybo on border. Two of them.
We're seeing some good siege from Waybo at the moment. This is the kind of tempo and pressure that you really only do see at an international level, or at least in other specific regional leagues outside of APAC, typically speaking. But I think Waybo, with all that experience, have been able to really match that.
We haven't seen a lot of the usual talking in the chat from Waybo. Yeah, they are the kings of Asia in that regard. They're almost like the
only took 10 rounds.
Aussies, but at 6-4 up, Reaps has decided why not. But the Brazilians don't bite. I will say that much. We've seen over stage 1, it doesn't affect them. But this was huge from Reaps to get 3 kills there. I think Mr. McCullum will be kicking himself for not sticking on Reaps. I don't blame him, though. You kind of go with the blitz there in the rush. Raps did get a kill as well.
I didn't even see Reaps. I wasn't paying attention at that point in time. I was looking at stats. So.
Bathroom Towers, 2 opportunities for Waybo to take the opening map of this upper bracket final. You win the series, you go to Melbourne. You go to the Major Land qualifier, and you book your place into the Asia Grand Final, and 150 SI points minimum for making it. It's kind of crazy that we're going to do all of this again, I think, with these 2 teams in the Grand Final. And at that point, yes, both would be then qualified for the Major Land, but you think about the SI differentials, 300 for first, 150 for second. And for Waybo, if they actually win the Grand Final, they go to 600 SI points. Is that enough to maybe even just qualify them alone based on SI points? Surely you would have to be.
I think it would still be pending some kind of run at the Major.
But they've also qualified for regional finals, which has SI points, right? At a minimum.
True.
We'll have to look into it, but
I
there's
think
a world
given that we haven't had this specific format yet,
no,
it's
we
a
haven't.
little bit difficult.
It's harder to predict. But what I would say is if they do win both Stage 1 and Stage 2, they're 1 foot in the door, and they might just have to then
definitely
scrape a couple of points together.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe they can walk away with a win at regional finals, and that's how they'll qual. I wouldn't put it past them.
I think that's the way that they would want to qual. And that's the other thing that's going to make it interesting this stage too. Like usually in the past, you just kind of look at SI points. But
there's more avenues.
But there's so many more avenues, and you might have a team that's got a stack of them that then qualifies in a different way, and their points are now invalid.
Yep.
Pushes someone else up. Of course, last year's 6 Invitational came right down to the wire for a couple of teams, so much so this particular team, Waybo, was one of a three-headed snake that was all tied on point, and unfortunately the bottom end of that snake did not make it. The Aussies missed out, tied on points. Speak easy, taking unnecessary damage early on the pulse. Can sit inside a bathroom, use that sensor and get information. Ape on the Oryx. So quite a bit of Alla from Turd so far in this half. Played the Warden and the Frost as well. I remember, I think about a year ago, Mental was talking about his operator pool not being good enough, and he really took that on board and has now proven to be one of the better players in the region in terms of his overall extensive operator pool. It's a big change up there for Ape, going from sitting on Tuberau for 4 rounds and then switching to an Oryx.
And a big switch up in tempo and pacing. Elevate really slowed it down here.
Very, very slow tempo from Elevate. 60 seconds in the round remains. Big nitro from Speakeasy onto resets as well. A top player now gone for Elevate. Opening pick for Waybo has been confirmed. And they don't lose too many rounds from these kind of positions. With 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Moments away from taking the map pick of Elevate away in this upper bracket final. Elevate must now get going. Reaps is low, and so is Speakeasy. There are still avenues for Elevate, but they've got to pick up this pace.
Still death marks available for Stemp, but gets caught dead.
Another
Surely
one.
Waybo from here.
Ion up close. Holpen with the shotgun, and with a bit of help from Turd, they find the advantage, and they will look to confirm it as Waybo are still the reigning kings of this Asia region, and just have to remind those Brazilians.
It's gonna get personal. Don't give me this. Don't give me this. That's what you get. When you act a fool. You're gonna get hurt. Better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Every game day, you're so toxic. What's wrong with you?
As an Oath legend once said, it's 95% mental. So if you can win the game outside of the game, then it makes your life easier inside the server, you know? I think as long as you keep it in good spirits and you don't take stuff out of the game, I think like typing in chat, shooting bodies, all that stuff is only a net positive for you. So yeah, it's part of the game.
You will keep doing that shit on stage 2.
Of course.
You live in Tokyo, and then you playing Indonesia with your boys, and then you're born to be New Zealand. Which place is best?
I like Tokyo the best because I don't have to listen to Reaps snoring every night. It's pretty nice. And I think in Japan in general, it like the environment you're around is much better for esports than any other country, you know? You can walk down the street and everything is esports. So many different peripheral stores. They have like org boot camps everywhere, and just the culture. Everything is so much easier for esports than, you know, New Zealand or Indonesia.
What are your goals moving forward with your professional career?
I think like the long-term goal, obviously I'd like to win a trophy. The first APAC trophy would be awesome to be a part of. Individually, yeah, just learning something every day, whether it's, you know, 1% improvement or 0.1% improvement. As long as I'm steadily improving and learning something every day, then I'm happy.
Cool. And then if you had to 1v1 any player in APL, who would be and why?
I probably pick Reaps because a lot of people think he's the best player in Asia. So if I just smoke Reaps, then I'm automatically the best player.
You think Reaps is best mechanical player in this region?
No, I don't think that. Other people think that.
How about your opinion?
I think I'm the best, obviously.
Again, you're best?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I have another date. Catch you later.
Waybo have come out swinging in this series. We were sitting here before we went live saying, hey, Elevate, they're looking pretty damn good at the moment. We don't know what representation in Asia could potentially go toe-to-toe with them. Guys, we got our answer.
Yeah, I was really unsure as to what kind of Waybo we'd see to kick off this series. We've seen one of the better versions of them so far today. Hopefully they can maintain that form. They looked incredibly competitive, rewarded well with a 7-4 victory. Very few of those rounds in which they lost were directly off the back of poor play from them. There was, I mean, that Archives defense probably stands out as being one of the worst, letting the plank go down in a 5v5. The others were really just, you know, credit to Elevate, playing very, very well. Waybo, as the match went on, we saw Elevate really try and ramp up tempo. And as Reaps kind of put it in the chat, don't play TDM against us. We're one of the best in the world at playing that meta. Elevate then tried to slow it down at the conclusion of the match, also unsuccessful. So Waybo did a really, really good job at just matching what Elevate tried to bring in the server there for Border. But Border is in the 9-map pool in isolation, plays out generally quite different to most other maps. So we'll see how that transposes across to the rest of the series.
It's an interesting map for them to pick, going toe-to-toe with one of probably the more firepower heavy rosters that we've got. You know, I think Turd, honestly, I will say that's a standout performance from Turd.
Yeah, really
I don't think that's, we can't understate that. That was a performance that isn't always going to happen, but when it happens, this is the map for it to be on, where you can absolutely be given the freedom to play. Was that maybe a mistake?
I mean, Elevate played Border in the upper bracket semi-final against Souls Heart, won that 7-2. So they won that really convincingly. 5 defensive rounds as well on what is, one of the more open maps. So I think they just backed themselves in on what they felt like it was a strong map for them.
Yep.
And it's clearly backfired, but you also just have to give props to the opposition on the day. Waybo absolutely brought their best, and I was in the same camp as Guz. It was really difficult to probably judge Waybo. Again, similar to stage 1, a little bit of shakiness.
Yep.
But when they bring their best, they are the best. And right now, as they just showed on that map, their best may actually be better than Elevate's best, which I know you could argue in theory maybe Elevate could have played better, but I think the way they lost this map was more to do with what Waybo was doing.
I would agree.
It wasn't large fundamental errors and mistakes from Elevate where they were kind of shooting themselves in the foot. They tried different things, wasn't working. Waybo tried different things, they made it work. And so that's how the map folded. And now we go over to Lair.
Yep.
It's still a difficult one because I think Elevate are good enough and you shouldn't write them off. I think they can bounce back. And I think 3 maps is still kind of maybe even likely.
Yep.
But if Waybo bring the same form of momentum, then clearly they can get the job done in 2.
Yeah, we're going to be careful with recency bias as we move over to Lair because, yes, it is Waybo's map pick. And they've just defeated Elevate 7-4, which is that's a pretty convincing result considering the caliber of the 2 teams that we've got. But one thing that really stands out to me is just kind of the individual moments on that map. Like 5 players had 3Ks or more in those rounds. There was 6 in total. I mean, like that kind of highlights the kind of map that Border can be and generally is, especially at higher levels of the game where people understand the fundamentals of the game and don't get caught on little mini games. But we move to Lair, and guys, it's still, I will say Lair for me is still the anomaly because in best of ones, we don't see it enough. You'd be lucky to see it maybe once in an entire
Unless it's
stage.
O's.
Correct, unless it's O's, and then all of a sudden it's everywhere. But Lair for me always feels like it's a best of 3 pick. And right now, this is a dangerous prospect for Elevate to be looking at, going to Waybo's map pick.
Yeah, it's almost in stark contrast to Border. It's in terms of the layout, one of the largest in the pool.
Yep.
It's very reliant on finding map control and then converting that into pressure. Vert is going to play a much larger role than it probably did in that Border matchup. So a lot of the fundamental elements of the game are going to be tested in a different fashion to what we saw in that first map. And so both teams kind of need to hit the reset button. I don't really subscribe to the belief that much of the momentum gained in that first map is going to cover across, especially that multi-kill game, right? Like, how many Lair rounds are there with multi-kills? That's a stat that I would be really intrigued to see because I feel like at least in comparison to a Border, it would be very, very different. It's a lot more. It's a lot more team-centric.
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot more mini games and a lot more utility denial and time denial from defense. So I'm intrigued to see how that does play out. I don't know whose hands that's going to necessarily play into because, again, we haven't seen either team, at least these 2 today, tested in that kind of sandbox.
Both teams in the group stage didn't play it and mostly banned it. Right, and then obviously we go and see Waybo have to play it in the upper bracket semi-final. They lose to Fury. It was picked by Fury.
Yeah.
But it was still a 7-8. At least it was kind of close and competitive. But my issue then is in the next 2 maps, 7-1, 7-3 to Waybo. So clearly Lair isn't really a major strong suit for Waybo. And on the flip side, we just genuinely don't know for Elevate on this map. It may end up being a sleeper pick for them. They may be well prepared and just didn't really want to show it and allow another team to then pick it against them and allow it through. And if that is the case, and we've seen in Siege many times over of teams taking each other's map picks, it's not super uncommon. So it's a difficult one to call, and I think similar to the first game, we'll know in the first couple of rounds if Waybo are serious or not.
Well, that's it. Like if you're Elevate right now, there's a reason why you've left this in the map pick because I can confirm. I'm now looking at this statistic. 24 times in the last 6 months have Elevate been able to either ban it or pick it. They've banned it 12. 50% of those times it's been banned by them. So I think that this is now one of those conversations where they're going to feel confident going into this map. But as Gus said, Lair, vastly different to Border. It plays out so dynamically opposing almost to how we saw Border unfold. The days of the triple kills, the quad kills could well and truly be out the window. This now reverts to a team game. Hopefully we do not see Elevate play into that, as Reaps call it, TDM style. That is where Waybo finds comfort. But it is time for us to get underway. Waybo are 1 map away from booking their ticket to PAX, while Elevate, they've got a bit of a mountain to climb. Let's get underway.
Yeah, big game coming up, as you mentioned, Rob. It is one map away for Waybo to confirm their place at PAX Melbourne, Australia for the major qualifier LAN, and also booking their place in the grand final for Asia, which would knock Elevate down to the lower bracket. It would also be an inverse of stage one, where in the same matchup, in the same position of the bracket, Elevate, of course, beat Waybo. Waybo then came back in the grand final and beat Elevate. Could be interesting if that ends up reversing. There's a tricky one, very tricky one. Chalet is also, I mean, I think across the board, even going into border, we were a little bit unsure. You know, this was a genuine kind of coin flip game. Maybe you give the edge to Elevate based on recency form. But Waybo's best is clearly really, really good. And they showed that there in that opening map. 7-4 in the end, a pretty good result for them. And largely, they won that on the really back end of the game. And they just started to get away from Elevate. We'll see if they can kind of reset things a little bit. And Waybo's chirpiness has also picked up.
Yeah, Waybo have been a little quieter than sometimes they can be. Resets is wondering where Reaps went.
I think it was Turd that said it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was Reaps.
Reaps said was started talking at the end of Border, and
Yes.
I think now Turd has started here on Lair. Elevate will begin on defense, which on a map like Lair, I think is where you kind of want to begin. It's a little bit more safety blanket, kind of comfortable. Master and R6 is a good, strong site to defend. Difficult for the attack to break down. As things stand, it looks like it will be Glaz, Capitao, Rayora. So, I mean, you know, open up lines of sight, push back the defense, get good information, and set play with their arrow gates, and hope for Speakeasy to find some picks on the Glaz. That bans, by the way, Clash taken off the board. It's actually a really strong ban on this map. It can really lock down some key positions. Kaid will go as well, and Monty Blackbeard to deny a shield play from Waybo, and it looks like we will get a rehost.
Oh, really? What happened?
It just said bug.
Oh, Speakeasy can't get off his camera.
Okay, cool.
That's probably not ideal.
That's actually not the first time that we've seen a player have that issue. There was a particular instance where I think it might have been in Oceania, but it happened after the 2.5 minute marks and couldn't change anything. Rehost coming up, so it looks like we will have a little delay here heading into the second map.
I don't like this song.
You don't like it?
Not really.
What song would you like?
I don't know them by name. No, we don't want that song yet, production. It's too soon. Oh, this isn't even the one. This one's pretty good, though.
Pretty vibey. Is this like just generic music that has no license?
No, it probably is licensed. It's just a generic tune. Probably still more affordable than a, you know, like a prime EDM track. I don't know how music licensing works. It's not my area of expertise.
I mean, back in the old days, we ended up getting some really good music. If,
we did.
If you recall, in the old, what was it? OCN?
Yep. The glory days. Hopefully it should be a pretty quick and simple rehost here.
I mean, we do have the benefit of actually seeing the the lobby.
Yeah, no progress just yet.
No good progress. This is not good.
What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk? Is the
Not really. It's not much to talk about.
Well, it is your job. Our job.
I think we said everything we needed to say on the couch.
Sure.
the problem with a matchup like this is that you can say just about anything.
Let the
and
Siege do the
The
talking.
complete opposite could happen.
Let the
like, I
Siege
know
do the
that's. There's no point really going into speculative conversation, and the good example I think of that is the opening map. Like, I mean, if you had said Waybo is just going to come out the gates and Turt's going to go drop double digits and they're going to largely deal with Elevate in a comfortable fashion, I would have thought, yeah, I mean, it's possible, but it's probably not the likely outcome. I mean, like, genuinely, and this is a good thing, all right, in terms of an entertainment value, no idea what's going to happen on where. I mean, Elevate could win 7-0 and I still wouldn't be completely shocked, and Waybo could probably win 7-0 and I wouldn't be shocked, and it could be a close game. Like these two teams really are that competitively strong, and we just saw Waybo DWC make top 8. So, when we look at this Elevate roster, I think it was the other day we were having a conversation about how they would perform in a major. You know, you wouldn't really class them as like this, you know, quote-unquote poor Asia team from the APAC region. They would be considered one of the top teams as Brazilians and what their playstyle entails. They'd actually be, if they make Munich, like, Elevate really need to be trying to make top 8.
Well, we have 10 players back inside of the lobby, and the R's have been sent in all chat, so it's up to the admins to hit the go button in a moment's time, and we should be able to jump back into this one.
If both of these two teams make Munich, and you throw in Enterprise and
Firax,
yeah, or CAG is playing quite well at the moment. We'll leave it as the top team from APAC North. Would it be considered the strongest 4 APAC teams sent to a major in recent times? Which I know, again, it does involve a quote-unquote Brazilian team, but they do represent the Asia region and therefore APL.
Maybe. I would just play through the ban phase of formality. It'll be a straight mirror of what was on offer for that opening round. We return to second floor.
I mean, it's hard to say otherwise, right? Like, it would be a very strong 4 teams to send. I'm excited for Munich, for APAC. I feel like it's been, at times, not making strides, but at times there's little instances of a team doing well. And with what happened at Reload, you think back to, you know, even the Bliss days at SI, Waybo as Bleed, and then Waybo as Waybo. Like, there's always that one instance. But Munich, for me, could be the world in which you may actually get 2 APAC teams make top 8 if it's Waybo, Elevate. I mean, of course, Elevate themselves did quite well at Reload too. Like, they didn't have a bad campaign there either. And that was without wraps and resets. The honorary Brazilians, now APAC and Asia representatives, though, up against it. And to the second map we go. Down to Waybo. The true Asia representatives. And as always, they showcase their best in the big games. That's their mantra at this point. Group stages, you can allow them to let things slide and they can have some weird results.
Loading new magazine.
But their best is still the best, and Elevate's going to be up against it. But top floor, defense, Master and R6 for Elevate. A good starting place here on Lair. Elevate's map pick. See what they've got. Sorry, Waybo's map pick. We'll see what they've got on the attack.
Psycho able to trick that tin can opener that we could hear in the background, so main breach still unaffected. Upside is currently clear, and that was facilitated by the early death mark from Reaps. So Elevate now playing very deep towards the objective. 90 as well, also vacated at the moment, and Waybo will take that ground. Reaps holding below for any counterplay from the defense. Midpoint of the round, breach still closed. Waybo need to be a little bit mindful that they don't funnel here towards the late round. As Reaps clears util off the second wall.
And Rap's in a dangerous spot as well. Main stairs with shotgun. Not always easy to clear a position such as this. A lot of time usually in these rounds spent towards mezzanine. As you're dealing with the close side objective, it's not a map control site. You don't have to funnel the defense back. Reaps, reception, swing, up close. Psycho losing that battle. And they do know that Raps is playing around main stairs. He's fallen back a little bit though. Opening pick goes to Waybo, but on this site you can still feel quite comfortable in the 4v5 on defense with 40 seconds remaining.
Waybo are finding this Ion clear tough. They're trying to deathmark that position, but it's been unsuccessful thanks to the mute.
Still got the ROUs and the smokes to aid the entry later into the round. Reaps is caught in a tough spot, but Arpe does deal with Raps. That's the mute gone. 3v5, but even still, with now 25 seconds remaining, Ion in a good spot towards Office. Waybo are going to have to use their numbers advantage as they infiltrate towards the site. Ion could be good for a couple here. Great frag grenade, good clear, forced him into a bad spot. Now Arpe then is able to deal with him. 7 seconds down to resets. No more gas babes to deny this plant. It does get tricky, and he gets another one. Reaps is low. Resets is showcasing all his skills in one round.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That's a tilter.
That is a massive tilter. And even Psycho now gets in on the chat, and why wouldn't you? That has been stolen. Waybo shouldn't be losing that round. They should not have lost that round, and yet they lose that round.
It was all really good from from Waybo up until that point. That the clear that they had on offer there was really good.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
But then Reset stands up at the end. Phenomenal gas babe to get that out, then get gunned back up.
Was his last one as well, by the way.
Yeah, just massive clutch.
You can see here, it's a 2v5 at that point, 1v4 at this point. Yeah, and Reaps at that position had really no other option because there was only, what, 2 seconds left, and not even, like 1.5 seconds left on the clock. And he knows if he sticks, he's dead because they didn't win the... It's just crazy.
Sorry, just laughing at the chat. We only got the tail end of it. So fiery words being exchanged either way at the moment between
Elevate
these two.
Needed that, by the way. They really needed that. Like, that's huge. Not only would Waybo have taken top floor lair attack after winning the first map, but Elevate needed a little bit of that fire in the belly. Yeah. And Resets has given it to them.
Yeah, I agree. Basement for round 2 as the pressure ramps up again in this series. Spot at the major qual on the line. As for this particular round, no roam from the defense. 4 members basement. Raps to play the stairs for drones. And maybe some stall out util on the smoke. I presume he'll wrap back down off that secondary hard breach. No, retains position. Okay, so a little risky here from the smoke.
Yeah, Raps probably couldn't quite see that pixel. Only 1 gas babe left here for Raps.
You don't swing this. How's the go to play off?
I think he wants to try and pop this Vulcan
Oh,
canister,
he's
but
dead.
he can't. He should be dead here.
Yep.
And that's a really good clear for Waybo. So opening pick 2 rounds in a row. They deal with the smoke. That's also going to be less denial available for Elevate.
Oh, I like this from Reaps through the drone hole.
They're really cooking their strategies and teamwork right now. Speak
Oh, no,
easy,
there's 2.
there's one close right.
Okay, well, they almost cooked it.
They did. A lot of damage onto Stemp there as well. Psycho still up against it. Good kill, though. Onto Reaps. Waybo trying to play a bit of TDM, trying to pick up that pace. Credit to Elevate. They are matching them. Stemp is very, very low. Effectively 1 HP. 3v3, just over a minute left. But I don't think Elevate would hate this position right now. The blitz is gone. The dock could be no longer available for the logic bombs in terms of info clear. Well, the fact that they've just lost Psycho doesn't help with Stemp being so low on health. This now ends up looking like Resets is going to have to do it again.
Yeah, Hovin trying to space this out with the Grim as well. Another tough prospect for Elevate. 45 seconds for Waybo to work with.
This time I think they'll go in a little bit earlier too. They're not going to just leave this one down to the last 10-15 seconds. Yeah, they don't want to rush it, but you can see Arpe still in armory. And Arpe ended up finding that kill onto Stemp from the hatch and resets in the 1v3. Well, after the last round,
he could cook here.
You don't back him off. He gets close up towards Hovet, knows that drop's coming. The game sense is perfect. Fully aware as to what is happening around him. They actually traded one alive for Waybo, but that's all you need. And they're on the board on Lair. 1-1.
That was way too close again.
But Resets is showcasing why he is this good and why Elevate wanted to get him.
Bit of CJax about that trade. If that had gone the other way and it wasn't, I would have backed him in to clutch up again. So another close one from Waybo, but they can take positive from the early round. They've looked quite good. The clear onto Raps was nice. They utilized the blitz. The follow-up from that was ultra aggressive. And Speakeasy got caught in a cross, unaware that there were two at lab exit. They were able to then reset tempo a little bit. Stemp was so low, so they were able to take him out of play largely towards the late round. Resets, they got himself in a really good tuck position. Got the first and the second, but it was, of course, a 1-1 trade.
Two rounds in, Resets, by the way, has almost got his total kill tally from Border. He had 7 kills on Border, 5 already here on Lair. Waybo will probably be feeling like they should be 2-0 up, though.
Oh, yeah.
2 very close rounds. Absolute contrast to Border, where you think back to that first half, it was just dominant round after dominant round for both of the two teams. And now on Lair, it's come down to one player alive in both of the opening 2 rounds. Reaps with the opening kill in the first 2 rounds. Definitely a specialty for Reaps and has started well in that department on Lair. Only had the 1 opening kill actually back on Border. And 3 rounds, 3 different operators for pretty much the wider portion of Waybo outside of the Blitz. In fact, the Blitz is the only double-up operator so far from Waybo in the opening 3 rounds. Their operator pool is very extensive.
Good Ash clearance from Hoven in this round in counterplay to the mirror. Speakeasy to lead the charge again here on the Blitz, caught.
Yeah, it's not the first time either. Over on Border, they had this issue too with the Blitz going in a little bit too over Zalus and not clearing out angles properly and getting caught. Happened in one of the previous rounds as well here on Lair. And lost Hoven at the same time. Yes, they got the pick onto Ion, makes it a 3v4, but without the Blitz, they lose a bit of that pressure, and especially towards entry into site for Bunks and Briefing and the ability to clear top floor. I mean, this is a big, big round now for Elevate. Must close this out. 4v3 minute left.
Arpe sneaks to site.
Yeah, they don't have the kit.
And even if they did.
I mean, it's still risky to plant.
You're not planning.
Yeah, I mean, this round should be done. Yep. I don't hate the idea. I mean, clearly what Ape's trying to do there is by being quiet and hoping that they're not really going to properly check the floorboards, maybe he could get a free kill from below. Reaps and Turd, and well, Turd couldn't win his battle, needed to. Down to Reaps in the 1v3. Goes to close, prone shot,
winnable.
Covers that diffuser. 30 seconds for Reaps to see if he's got some magic. All on the ace, 5-1 so far. Clearly playing well to begin on Lair. Might consider the drop and maybe a plant option with 20 seconds left in the round.
I just don't see him being able to get the plant though. It's way too exposed.
Gonna have to find an angle and hope for the best, and he will go inside a Briefing behind the pillar. Got off it. Yeah. Psycho finds the angle anyway. There's the kill. Formalities ensue. Elevate 2-1 lead on Lair.
Credit goes to Elevate in that round. Shutting down Speakeasy on the Blitz was massive. Meant that the rest of the attack had very few options up above. Some of the hard breach was limited off the back of the mute, and so they were really relying on the Blitz there to open up some space and help facilitate a kill or two. Because without a hold above, the plant win condition was never going to be in play. As we could see there, the amount of lines of sight down below made that essentially impossible.
It hasn't been a plant-heavy match in terms of the series. Only 3 plants for all of Border. So far, none in the first half here by Waybo on Lair. So it hasn't really been the major win cons. And even if you actually look at the plants that happened on Border, Speakeasy plant down 3rd round, Elevate still won it. And 7th round, 8th round, Raps and Ion, but Waybo won one of those rounds anyway. So there's only been 1 successful round through 14 rounds of Siege where the plant went down and the team the attacking team won the round on Border and so far Lair. We do top floor Master R6 for the 4th round. Elevate were in this exact same position, by the way, on Border. They started with a 2-1 lead, winning rounds 1 and 3. And it was at this point on Border, then Waybo won 3 rounds consecutively, and they kind of just then went on a roll and closed out the map.
Tachanka and Blitz as well to note will be the additional bans for the next 3 rounds of the half.
I'm surprised they banned out the Blitz when it hasn't really been all that effective anyway. But
well, I mean, it was for the basement site, for the trash clear, but you could also contend that on the other 2 occasions, Elevate were pretty competent in shutting it down.
I mean, even go to Border, played 3 times. No, sorry, it was only played once by Speakeasy. It was Elevate that was playing it, and that wasn't working for them. So, yeah, I mean, I guess when you've already banned out Montang and Blackbeard, you may as well just go the trifecta. Does put a lot of eggs into the basket of Hobbit on the glass, and they've really put a lot of eggs in that basket with the amount of smokes that they're bringing in this round. Speaking of smokes, Reset's now at half health on the smoke as well. We'll need to be careful with his life. Last time was holding main stairs near mezzanine, up close, shotgun on the opening round. And Psycho's going to be the point of difference for Elevate on the defense. Raps opening pick onto
really
Hobbit,
big.
and that's massive on the glass. Here comes Psycho, freebie onto Speakeasy. It's Elevate that set the tone early in the 4th round.
Turds lurked lobby here, yeah, but position now known. It ends up just being a filter here for Waybo. Straight into that Azami.
Should be the formalities from here in a 5v3 on the best defensive side of the map. And without the biggest win con in the glass. Ape gets himself into Mask. It should get cut off. It will. There's the trade, though, at least onto Ion. Ion still yet to find a kill so far. He will get it converted, though, with the down onto Ape, finished by Psycho.
To be fair, lack of denial util here for Elevate. Psycho, though, is below with Impact, and I suppose that can be used for that purpose. Line of sight already established, and so the plant spot now already compromised. Turd has to go deep and find a kill.
Oh, Stemp, though, wins the longer range battle. Despite the red ping on his position. Reaps from above, deals with Psycho.
2 smokes. He needs to bait out plant, but see how it goes. If there's anyone that can do it,
so
it's
far
Reaps.
back, he can actually commit to this, and he can just play off of the sound cue. He's just worried that they're a little closer than they really are. But he also does have 20 seconds to still deal with. I feel like he's really trying to bait them out. That's why he's pushed forward to now try and get this plant down rather than where he was originally. He's maybe overplayed his hand here. Now he's left himself with really little time. They do want to try and force him off the plant. He does it. He commits it. Up close. Stemp, though, essentially wins them this round with his final 2 kills. It got a little closer than I anticipated, considering it was a 5-3 start advantage for Elevate, and they dealt with the glass immediately with that early nitro. Timeout taken by Waybo, and it will be their first timeout of the series. They're down 3-1.
That was a really good display of defensive play at the very end there to not get baited in by Reaps and to both move simultaneously, so the trade was on there. Didn't matter who got the kill at the end. They were not both dying. Reaps is good, but not that good. As you mentioned, it's Waybo's first attack of the series. Still eagerly looking for their 2nd round of the half, which is the benchmark and would keep them competitive. But they can't let it slide. Elevate have their number at the moment.
getting outmatched, and a lot of the playmaking ideas that Waybo seem to have, unfortunately, aren't quite connecting. Like a good example, the Glaz dying early in the last round. We saw the the resets clutch, and they got caught out on time, and that smoke util was really nice. Kind of feels like an invert of the first map where Waybo weren't playing particularly poorly, but Elevate are just one step ahead.
Yeah, and they've raised their game, and I mean, to be fair, that first round should have gone the way of Waybo as well.
Was he twerking?
Might have been. And right now, Waybo, kind of adding to your point, by the way, Turd has got 4 kills, Reaps has got 6 kills, so their top players are playing well. Ape with 3. Speakeasy plays a different role these days. He's probably not in his prime anymore as the top gunner, top fragger for this Waybo roster. We know historically how good he is. A lot of the numbers really aren't awful for Waybo. Even the the entry battle right now is 2-2.
Yeah,
like
it is. It still does feel quite close. Again, it's in a
and
similar
I think this
vein
will be
to Border.
defender-sided.
It should be, yeah. Do you have the number for the? Okay, it doesn't have enough playtime in Asia to be relevant.
No. I mean, you could look at the global stats if you really wanted to, but I'm almost very much positive that this is, like most maps, favouring the defense, especially with that top floor.
It's not quite skyscraper level,
No,
but
maybe
it kind of can be, depending on matchup and banter.
So we get to basement, which was won by Waybo. Last time they did that with the Blitz, which is no longer available. Tachanka was actually used on this site, though, as well by Elevate. That, too, no longer available. They bring the Alla in place this time, which probably doesn't have the same effect as Tachanka with the Grismont Mines. Oh, Hoven. Thought he was going to get swung. Well, good way to deal with this mirror window.
Oh,
And a good
that's
swing
really
from
nice.
Speakeasy. That is a very good clear from Waybo Gaming. Good teamwork, but Speakeasy, I think, got a little bit aggressive, lost his life, and so does Reaps on the Twitch. Good kill from Stemp. That's his 5th now of the half. Upbeat just keeps going. While Waybo say they're the best at TDM. Maybe bring more of that here on Lair. 3v3.
Can they catch Ion, though? He's not in a great position. He has to play for life here, I think. Unless he's able to get over towards lockers.
Need to try and play this together, though, Waybo. And
Waybo's body language suggests that they do not know he's here still.
They've got no idea. I mean, they'll be cautious of this.
Okay, Turd.
Hallway. Oh, big swing from Turd. Good readjustment on the crouch peak. Goes in left, comes back a little to the right. No chance then for Ion. Down wraps and resets. The 2 new additions for this Elevate roster. The cream on what's been a solid cake in stage 1. Now that it's risen to the top, they feel like they are ready to take this team all the way to a major. Can they do their part in this 5th round? Reset single-handedly won them the opening round. Now as a duo, can they bring it back 2v3? 40 seconds in the round for Waybo to find a second attacking round on Lair.
30 seconds, drones available, and Turd firing. Just the one gas babe for defense.
Don't forget, Ape, Holven are low on health as well, so they are susceptible. Turd's going to have to be the main man here. If they do get into a firefight, resets with a long line angle with a pixel gap through that doorway. Ape, who was low, lost his life, so does Hoven. Turd got his 1, and will have to get a second. 1v1, pistol out, Turd is low. Resets and Raps will combine in the 2v3. Elevate.
Lacking polish.
Are starting to rise. 4-1, they go up on Lair, searching for that 3rd map, searching for Chalet.
Elevator proving to be a lot better in the clutch here on map 2. Not that there were a ton of opportunities for that back on Border. The round's largely more definitive. Lair,
1 alive, 1
much
alive,
closer
2,
margins.
2-1.
Yeah.
All of these rounds have been fine margins.
I think at this point, even if Elevate are to run away with it a little bit pending the second half, it could shape up to be one of those games where the overarching scoreline maybe doesn't reflect totally how well Waybo have played in this matchup because, again, the early to mid round has been quite strong. But at the end of the day, if you want to be one of the best teams, your late round and your clutch also needs to be good in big moments, right?
You got to win the 50-50 rounds.
Yeah. That wasn't even a 50-50. That's more like a 60-40, 70-30.
First round was more like an 80-20.
That was a 90-10.
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to be completely honest, Waybo probably should be on 3 rounds here, but the clutch factor for Elevate has allowed them to now have this 4-1 scoreline, and that's what we're getting at. In terms of general play, and especially for Waybo on the attack of Lair,
it's been quite good.
It's been fine. It's been good, but they've let themselves down late round. But also, Elevate have been really, really good in the late round, and that's why they lead, rightfully so, 4-1.
Final round of the half, Dorm's in play.
Well, this is big now for Waybo. They can't allow a 5-1 half against Elevate.
No, that's not defendable. It's a different approach from Waybo. Not going ops across this time, probably contesting above a little bit more directly. Interestingly, they don't bring the Ash on this occasion. That was a key tool for them last time out in clearing the mirror, but they do bring the Sense lineup, so that's probably suggesting the play directly in towards bunks for the tuck plant position. They need to find something horizontally, and Turd's been able to sneak through nicely.
Got to get this kill. Timing is good. It's great.
Yep, that's well played.
Well, 1 second late, and that's a reinforced wall, and Raps would have been safe. That's the Azami dealt with. Big opening kill from Turd. But Waybo have had now 4 of the 6 rounds in terms of opening kills, but failing to convert in 2 of those rounds means by every stretch of the imagination, this is not a done deal just yet. And triple nitro to contend with later in the round. Psycho is going to inverse his mirror position, falls back. Aru to go out from Speakeasy on the sends will go. He will just maybe just see if anyone wants to make a move off of that.
Ari has been cooked up here by Speakeasy. Lit up, trying to go for the plant.
He's got to commit to it now, doesn't he? Can't keep repositioning.
Ooh,
and on that commit, Stamp is able to shut him down.
That makes it interesting.
It makes it very interesting now. Waybo are going to have to adjust.
Diffuser on an island, no top control. It starts to look a bit grim now for the attack quite quickly.
I mean, the fact that they've not gone for the top clear means that was not their main priority, which means now their win con is dead. 30 seconds remaining in the round. Iron will shut down that entry from Ape onto the top floor. Large reliance now on Turd. And add Reeves in for that measure. Hoven's gone and got the kit towards Bunks while there's a bit more pressure being put on by Turd. Reeves not up there either, but he will hold that hatch for the stem swing up close though. Psycho and Resets both get 2. Reeves has got the kit. 5 seconds remaining in the round, but Psycho puts an end to it in favor of Elevate. A 5-1 half demolition job by the imported Brazilians. Now rightfully challenging the Kings of Asia.
And Psycho just reminding them that he is an SI champ. Elevate putting in a very strong performance in that half. Time and time again, despite Waybo looking strong early to mid-round, another pretty good example where Elevate lose the first pick, but they still maintain good map control. They find a couple of big key fights, namely the Sense, throwing that push into complete chaos for Waybo, who did stabilize a little bit, but again, then the on-site hold, too strong from Elevate. So a 4-round lead for the second half. It's difficult to envision Waybo being able to fight back from here. The bans for this second half, Ying, Glaz, Kaid, and Bandit.
Well, it's the biggest lead that we've seen in the series now. So, you know, if Border was kind of close and a little bit back and forth at times, and then Waybo kind of ran away with it, this is just downright dominance from Elevate.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And across the board, they're getting a lot from all of their players. Even Ion, yeah, he's only 3 and 6, but he's had 3 assists. He's been impactful. He's played his role. But we don't get ahead of ourselves, I guess, too much. We still need to see this second half. It may end up just being incredibly defender-sided. Waybo had a 4 defensive rounds against Fury on Lair the other day in the upper bracket semi-final. Now, they ultimately did lose that match, and, well, right now, 4 defensive rounds wouldn't be enough. They now need to get 5. Chalet, the decider. Elevate. Decimated Soul's Heart on Chalet. 7-2 in the upper bracket semi-final 2 days ago. I don't think it would be a bad map, though, for Waybo. I'm trying to see very quickly if they've even played at this stage. They didn't play it in that upper bracket semi-final. And they have not played it at all so far at this stage. So you would therefore then give the slight advantage to Elevate going into that third map.
So Stamp on the Deimos down below, probably looking to find counterplay here onto Reaps contesting Ops. He is though on the Tuba Rao, so can Zoda himself if needed. Although he's now vacating that immediate Mez position, playing a little bit deeper now towards 90 in support of Turd. Reset's absorbing that pressure currently. Waybo looking to try and get in the face of Elevate, prevent as much of that free map control as they possibly can. Although Elevate now probing over towards Lobby. Mainstay is positioned for Stamp. And once this util subsides, he's going to look to push forward here.
Geez, Turd's really gone quite far out there on the clash.
I think just confirming that Resets is now inside. Rest of the team can react accordingly.
This is really good Maz control already, though, for Elevate. Largely uncontested as well by Waybo. But a big pick from Holven. Yeah, that is huge. Good timing there onto Raps.
And that's Diffuser, so the attack needs to dash across.
Well, Psycho does clear out Reeves. 2 over towards that mezzanine position. Holven will know he's under a little bit of pressure. Throws out the Cubit barrier. Changes his position. I mean, such is this side, though. So many long angles that are being held by the defenders. Makes it very difficult for the attack. Once you walk through these doorways and even breaches, you just feel so unsafe at so much of the round.
And Speakeasy can pepper that default with util at range. Turd still with Clash Shield in hand.
Well, he's kind of protecting Speakeasy and Holven, so he can play a little bit more forward contact. Even if they deal with that mirror window.
Resets might go for play here with Kit. This is a defining moment in the round.
Resets dies here to Ape with Kit. It could be round over. He's trying to maybe just time Ape on the reload.
Oh, no.
That is really nicely done from Resets. Catches him on the reload, but they do lose players elsewhere. Ion, big pick on Speakeasy, 2 left. Again, it's another close round. These fine margins, these 50-50s have all been going the way of Elevate. Now Waybo must turn it around. Turd to pick up pace up close. Ion, good cover. Down to Turd. Ion wins it though. Elevate once again. Come up clutch at the end of the round. It's a 6-1 scoreline that quite honestly could have been 6-1 the other way.
Another massive moment from Elevate.
It's insane.
Finding that round at the death. I mean, the defining moment of the round as well, to send that diffuser where they did late round for that rotation, knowing that they can't plant default into the mirror window and Ape gets caught. Then they go for the plant, and again, they get caught 2 versus 1. Turd still had shield in hand, so a bit of a disconnect there from the defense. Probably should just be waiting for the shield to go down. Yes, if the plant goes down, whatever. They get that kill and then focus the 2v1 on the second player. Like, they're just panicking and rushing in that particular situation. That is poor play from Waybo, who perhaps are lacking confidence in the late round, given how this match is shaped up. They're just so jittery late round because Elevate continued to crush them.
But I mean, I'm sure there's at least one individual who's just tuned in that's seen the scoreline 6-1 and like, damn, Elevate's really destroying Waybo, and they are. They're destroying them in the clutch. You look at the numbers here. 7 rounds of Siege played. Waybo have had 5 of the 7 rounds opening kill. Every single round, survival for the team that won the round has not been higher than 2. So it's been either 1 alive or 2 alive at the end of a round. So you're getting the opening kill 70% of the time. The rounds are close, but you're losing all of them. All of them. At this point now for Waybo, I don't see how they're just suddenly going to go and win 5 rounds consecutively. Not with how Lair has played out. It's been chaotic. It's also quite ironic because Waybo themselves said at the conclusion of Border, we're the best kings we're the kings of the region at TDM. Don't try that with us. And here on Lair, there's been a lot of TDM stylistic moments, and they've not been able to win those out. You know, when it's coming down to the gunplay, Elevate are better at the clutch. When it comes to the strategy, Elevate have been better in the clutch. The overall general play, especially, I mean, Turd's 10-7, Reaps is 7-6. They're not getting as much out of Hoven, Speakeasy, and Arpe this game, but they've had opportunities to win these rounds. But credit to Elevate, they have been impeccable. I mean, they're just not making mistakes. They're closing rounds out perfectly. And they're going to take a lot of momentum now into Chalet. That's the concern for Waybo.
Yeah, it's the confidence in the late round that's going to be so critical over on Chalet.
But I don't think I would have had this upper bracket final go any other way than 3 maps. This is everything it's promised to be between these 2 teams. Ion. Well, at this point, you can just back yourself in based on confidence. Stent with the clear onto Turd. This might just be waving of the white flag here from Waybo without Turd, without their main star. They lose a lot of firepower, but Uppo with the shotgun deals with resets. Hoven throws out a gas bait.
Yeah, that was against the back lurk. The rest of the attack forward-facing warehouse.
And it means for Waybo, they themselves can be a little bit more forward-facing now, dealing with that backwards pressure. And Speakeasy, though, just can't win a fight. 2-8 for Speakeasy. Once a known gunner in the region, he's now 8-16 across both maps.
Another 2v2.
2v2. At this point, I'm not even surprised. In fact, it was almost an expectation. 40 seconds left. It's Ion and Raps versus Reaps and Hoven. And surely not another one that Waybo will squander, that they will choke. Ion can get the revive on Raps. Hoven is also very low on health.
It's essentially evening out. And in terms of defensive utility, Hoven lacking. Plus UMP for Reaps.
I mean, to be fair, there's not a lot of utility available for Elevate either. Oh, Reaps!
Okay.
Well, I mean, it was the low health Raps down to Ion, 1v2. This might finally be a close round that Waybo will convert. Indeed, they will. It may be too little too late, but that round win in that fashion might at least just be good for the mental. That's the main takeaway. If this does finish 7-2, at least they can say, well, finally, we won a close round. We won a clutch round. And every single round, all 8 on Lair, once again, has been with 1 or 2 players left alive. That streak continues. It's entering the realms of...
it was getting a bit absurd.
It's still getting absurd.
Yeah.
Even with Waybo winning it.
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
It's also 4 rounds straight. The opening kill has not been converted, by the way. We're getting some fun stats from this one. This game and this series,
yeah, I mean,
is giving us everything.
That's 4 rounds straight. I don't know what the percentage now works out for the series, but for context, Elevate have an 84% OK conversion rate, and Waybo sit at 85%. So,
I mean, I guess when you're farming the region against the other teams, yeah. those numbers will naturally be higher, but then against really solid opposition, it's going to then come down a little bit. That makes sense. Back on Border, there was only 3 rounds that weren't converted. 2 of those were Elevate, actually. 2-6, Waybo do 4 more. Reaps has found 2 rounds now where he's gotten a 3K, so he joins Turd with double digits. Funnily enough, the only 2 players in the server that have now cracked double digits are both on Waybo, and they're down 2-6. You just don't see these kind of numbers all that often. This is what you would consider very much an anomaly kind of game.
So it's a top floor defense as Turd continues his lurk down below in Warehouse.
Didn't really take too many risks though, as the attack heads over to ops side. Reaps to contest, up close. Supported by that mute jammer that he has placed down. Turd as well, still lurking, by the way, warehouse, and could potentially set up for a run out onto resets. So we'll keep an eye on that. Focus over towards ops though, currently still. Reaps now in a gunfight.
Reaps knows he doesn't want to overswing this, but he also wants to be in that swinging motion, if possible, for when that push comes towards mezzanine. But he's got to have really good patience here. I mean, this is a very difficult position to be playing. You feel very tempted to go for a swing. Now he's getting pressured down below, and inadvertently, you kind of have to give that position up. That's fine in terms of the rotate. He can't contend that doorway and have pressure from down below. He just can't have that space anymore. And that's fine on Master and R6. It's, well, the best site to be able to just fall back, play a different position. And you've already kind of delayed it quite a bit in time. In fact, last time out on this site in the opening round of the half, they gave up mezzanine with like a minute 40 on the clock. So Elevate's had to work a little bit harder to get a lot of this control. Stamp now makes his way up towards Mez, 55 seconds. That's a substantial difference.
So 10 players up. Make it 9.
Ion slow to react there.
That's good from Hoffman. He gets back and now can play this as Army set up at the desk.
Well, I'm curious to see how this is going to come down to a 2v2 now, because everything really does suggest this shouldn't. This should be a round win for Waybo and should be emphatically.
I mean, they have Turbo Impact, Reaps pre-rip. They've got Hoven with you till it's round over.
This should be the most dominant round that we've had so far on Lair, and it's shaping up to be, unless resets and wraps do something. Well, Hoven almost got himself the ace. Timeout Elevate as Waybo win the most dominant round of Lair, yet they're 3-6 down. That is the most one-sided round that we have had in 9 rounds of Lair from the team that is still facing a 3-round deficit. Elevate now no. Okay, 2 rounds in a row for Waybo. It's a timely timeout, and it calls for an absolute banger. Well, I'll definitely say so far this upper bracket final has lived up to the billing. It's been incredibly entertaining. It really does feel like 2 teams that are just going toe to toe. And border back and forth, and Waybo just kind of won that gritty arm battle, and now on Lair it was the utter dominance in terms of the clutch factor from Elevate to be able to win 5 rounds straight, and all 5 rounds being clutch rounds is unimaginable.
This has been a really entertaining series.
It's been very entertaining.
I mean, maybe I'm suffering from recency bias, but I feel like this is probably one of the best games we've had of APN year-wide.
Yeah.
Just for the numerous factors. It's been really good to watch.
Well, and also, in some ways, there has been times of uncleanliness, but that also adds to the entertainment.
Oh, I think that's just as a result of the amount of pressure inside of the server.
Well, that's the thing, is because the skill level's so high, there's so much pressure.
Any mistake has really been highlighted, and there hasn't been many. So,
is there a world in which Waybo could force this one to overtime? They would need to win 3 rounds straight here on defense. You know, for what it's worth, if they were to win these 3 round straights, it actually only just matches the 5 round streak that Elevate went on anyway. So, I mean, it's certainly doable.
Fun fact as well, thanks Sky for highlighting this. Elevate actually called that tack timeout halfway through the round. like far from its conclusion. So they were clearly unhappy very early as to how that played out.
They would have been unhappy, I think, with also how long they took in that round. They got Mez control with 55 seconds left. The earlier round, round 7, they got it with a minute and a half on the clock. So that's a whopping 35-second difference for the same site, same position. And a totally different round result. 4 players alive in that round puts an end to the 2 or less streak that we saw for 8 rounds straight.
I still feel confident in Elevate's ability to close this out, but I tell you what, if Waybo push this to OT, it'd be one of the best, one of their best results as a team.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 3 rounds to close this out. Waybo have to be not only faultless, but they have to be at their best for 3 rounds straight. And they're probably going to have to win a clutch round or 2, which
has been tough.
It's been very tough.
Top floor hold here.
Resets.
For vertical control.
Well, Elevate's pace has typically been quite slow for the most part in this series, so they might want to change that now.
Ooh. Resets.
Well, as he's just found a little gap here, they might not actually know that he's already pushed in towards server. Now they certainly do.
Yeah. No one in support at the current moment. Elevate still gaining control upside, marching their way across. But Resets has done well to not give away his life for free. And it's just offered enough of a distraction to allow his teammates to progress uncontested.
And also, in contrary to what we saw in the first half, Elevator just going top floor clear immediately, whereas Waybo tried a little bit more shenanigans straight towards Bunk's briefing.
And they're out. Okay.
Yeah.
Waybo not wanting to stay around.
No, they're not all out just yet. It's more towards the back. Reeves does find a Nitro, and that's the Blitz taken down. That's a really good opening kill from Reeves. He goes to 12 and 6 now. 50 seconds on the clock, but Elevate have at least been able to get this top floor control. Ion finds a pick onto Reeves, so he gets traded, even if it is slightly delayed. Now it evens things up 4-4. Elevate will have to turn their attention towards the site now, as they've got this top floor control. I do wonder though, Speakeasy's the one to watch towards Skybridge. Does he eventually go for a late flank here top floor? Well, judging by his positioning and his movement, the answer will be yes, but there was an air jab in place.
Oh, still goes forward.
He still goes forward, and why not? He gets the headshot kill onto Ion, heals himself back up, 4v2. And Waybo are going to have back-to-back dominant rounds confirmed. And out of the tactical timeout, Elevate will falter on the Bunk's briefing site. 3 rounds straight for Waybo. They go around the world, and now they just start to get...
They're closer now.
They start to get back into this one. From 6-1 down, Waybo have brought it back to 6-4.
Not all the way yet, though.
Not all the way just yet.
Still 2 more.
And it's not Nighthaven Labs. I mean, they've shown the formula, right? Like, that's the thing whenever we say, like, kind of going around the world and winning the 3 rounds on the 3 different sites. You've shown that formula. You've done it. Now you've just kind of got to do it again. In fact, what makes this now even more likely is really if you win this round, overtime becomes statistically incredibly likely because you go Master and R6 to close. I haven't said anything in the chat, by the way, which is not really like Waybo, because usually they'd be kind of like, "Ooh, you guys are choking, we're coming back," you know, things like that. And you know what's surprising in a match like this, right? So 4-6 down, Waybo's dominance in one area has been the opening kills. We've played 10 rounds, 7-3 in their favor. That is incredibly dominant for a team that at one point was 6-1 down.
I'd be intrigued to know as well, how many advantageous man count positions have they been in before the last minute, or, you know, some arbitrary number like that for the last third of the round?
During Elevate's 5-round win streak, there would have been at least 2 or 3 rounds that Waybo were up. I mean, in the opening round, they were up.
Yep.
It was, it was a 1v4.
This game probably should be over. This series probably should be over.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but at 4-6, Waybo probably should have won this map by now. That's crazy.
And we're not being hate watchers.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, Elevator deservedly got this lead. Their clutch factor has been amazing, but their general play has been better from Waybo. But Elevate know all it takes is 1 round now to get this one done, send us to Chalet. And that could be a quick hit with the blitz, clear out of position, such as Hoven towards Blue Stairs, get an early kill, deal with the smoke, open up the site, get the early advantage. They haven't had an opening kill since the 8th round.
Hoven being supported by the Yokai from Speakeasy here, Blue Stairs. Elevate getting to Vert elsewhere. You can hear that in the background.
Elevate will never hear the end of this, though, if they lose from 6-1 up.
Oh,
I love that little play.
That's aggressive.
It may not have netted a result, but the play was great from Waybo. Yokai burst, swinging shotgun, almost gets the kill onto resets.
Good from resets to be able to fall back there. Didn't actually have support at that moment in time, so it has done a good job to stay alive.
That could be a huge nitro, but they did lose Hoffen. He is down. Turd trying to play cover. How was that not a headshot? What? What? How was that not a headshot?
I want a replay.
I need the replay stat. I thought I saw blood coming out of the man's head. Wow. There's still a minute in the round, 3v4, and the Blitz is low on health. But Turd will be wondering, how have I not killed that man?
60 seconds. Pressure now mounting. Still denial available here, though, for Waybo with a Yokai or two in play. Has a tuck position. Gain information outside as well. It's not over here for Waybo, but in the clutch, we know how good Elevate have been.
Well, the last round that was the clutch round, though, was won by Waybo, which resulted in them winning the next two. 35 seconds. This, though, is where Elevate want to be. Late round, clock ticking down, player advantage, but no more. With resets down on the floor, good info from Speak Easy in towards Lab, but they lose Reaps, and the Starman down now means Waybo look less likely, unless Ape does something big, which he cannot. And now Chalet is calling. Indeed it will. That snowy, wonderful map is required for this upper bracket final. Elevate bite back against the Asia Kings.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. Hey, what's going on, everybody? For APL Stage 2, I'm Dev Marta, and today we're playing Shot Ones, the show where we eat hot wings and ask hotter questions. I'm joined by Turdster all the way from New Zealand, or Japan, or Bandung. You play in the Asia League for Waybo Gaming. Thank you so much for joining me today, Turdster. How are you at eating hot spicy wings?
I don't actually feel like eating hot spicy wings today, but I do have an intern for that. Oi, get over here. It's my intern.
Well, I hope he's good at eating hot spicy wings. Okay, so we've got 3 different levels of hot spicy wings that your intern will be enjoying today. Let's start with the most mild one. Please, intern. So, Turdster, you just got back from EWC where your team performed better than any other APL team. You beat DZ.
Wow, that's spicy.
You lost to the eventual champions of Team Secret. Why did you perform so much better than the rest of APL?
I think a big part is that all 5 players are just better than the other 120 players. Probably a pretty big part of it. Another big part's our coaching staff, our org support, and our fans.
Don't touch your face. Don't
touch your eyes, to be honest. That's level 1. That's awesome. I think a lot of it's that we have a lot of experience and we trust each other and just good vibes, to be honest. Those are the 3 main things that we have better than the other APAC teams that went.
How was the trip? You enjoyed it?
Amazing. I love the WC. Honestly, feels like, as a player, feels like you're royalty in the country, to be honest. So good.
You've been to a couple of different events yet. Was it one of your favorites?
I'd say it's the event I'd want to go to every year. It's probably my favorite event.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's dig into the second hot wing now.
cross the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I needed new friends when you didn't show. Poured out my heart while you say home. And I tell you something, it broke my confidence. When these thoughts are toxic, it's darkness. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces cross the board like it's a game. Oh, what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head, 'cause it's time for something. This is the start of, this is the start of, this is the start of something new. This is the start, this is the start, this is the start of something new. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do.
Well, this big, major upper bracket final with major implications heads to a third map. And we wouldn't have had it any other way, guys. Chalet is needed to decide these two teams, the best two teams in Asia, and maybe even the best two teams in all of APL. Wouldn't we love to find out? And when can we find out? Well, PAX Melbourne, Australia, the major qualifier land. One of these two teams will be there, guaranteed 100% at the conclusion of this map. The other, well, they'll have a little bit of work to do in the lower bracket, but they will be firm favourites in whatever matchup that would entail to be. Which, for those watching, by the way, we do have another series after this map, which will be an elimination game from two underdog teams that we probably didn't expect to be in there, Rival 7 and Daystar, knocking off Fury and Soul's Heart, respectively. Waybo go on to the attack as Elevate begin defense. It's so far been a very, very entertaining series, and I hope that will continue on the third map. Hopefully this doesn't end up fizzling out. 7-4, 7-4. What's this one going to be?
Great question. Hopefully it's close. The bans for the first three rounds, Mirror Castle, Monty Ying. And we head over to Bar for the opening round. Elevate are to begin on defense. And if required, OT will be the following. Waybo to start out on attack. Sorry, pardon me. Yes. Elevate's Waybo to start out on attack. Elevate to defend in overtime. Pressure really still here on Waybo to prove that late round they can tidy their siege up. Early mid, back on lair, pretty strong. They found themselves in so many quote-unquote winnable / advantageous positions for the execute. Many of those then whittling down to 2 versus 2, where Elevate continued to step up and convert those chances. Remains to be seen if a similar trend will be established here on Chalet.
Oh, nice little run out from Raps and catches off Speakeasy. The Blackbeard dealt with early, losing firepower and shield for Waybo. Speakeasy started to come alive on lair, but he's going to be dead early on in the opening round of Chalet. A real dent into the opening round for Waybo. And also goes against the grain in terms of that opening kill metric that we were following on Lair. And even to a degree, it was won by Waybo on Border. So, I mean, Elevate have not really at times had a lot of opening kills. Not only to get one here in the third and decisive map, but on the Blackbeard at Speakeasy. Really good way to start this first half.
Midpoint of the round, and Arpe low in his engagement. Things not going the way of Waybo for this opening attack. And Elevate still with significant map control. Stemp and Ion playing off one another, still on this offer side of the map. Reaps a little stalled out. Arpe bedroom as well. Turd maybe can sweep across, an 8 as well. But Stamp actually gets on the aggress.
Freebie.
And you're right. Doesn't get much freer than that, nor does it for Turd. So good trade.
Turd's been great. I mean, talk about consistent across the first two maps. A kill here as well in the third to keep the round alive. At a 3v5 now becomes 3v4. Turd and Reaps, I guess you could probably throw them both together as consistent so far in the series. Whereas Elevate, I think you've had ebbs and flows from individual players, which has offered them a bit more overall team play. Oh, a nice kill from Psycho. Not much Turd can do about that one. Leaves Hoven all by himself, and he's just outgunned, outnumbered, overwhelmed. Elevate take the opening round on defense. Chalet, a real good way to set the tone on the third map. You can start that little timer and tick up 6 rounds to go from PAX Melbourne, Australia for the major qualifier LAN, and a grand final position, 150 minimum SI points. And for a team like Elevate, we were kind of touching on this a little bit before, but they only got the 150 SI points, did the Elevate roster in stage 1, so they're a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of SI points. So if they can win this stage, get 300, win or at least qualify for the major, get points there as well, they can maybe make up those points.
Good start to the round from Elevate. Speakeasy caught off guard. Waybo then forced into an awkward clear above, and with library presence still in play and a lot of tradability on offer, it was relatively straightforward for Elevate to close out round number 1. And into the second we go. It's Bedroom as expected. Denari in the lineup here for defense, in combination with a Rooney. So the potential for quite a bit of utility absorption here from the defense. On the side of the attack, the kind of lineup that could formulate a main double window hit, but it's still versatile to play either side as well. So Waybo are probably going to feel things out here, I imagine.
A bit of pressure in this first half as well. Elevate's got double defense, so if Waybo find themselves having a poor first half, and it shows that Elevate's defense on Chalet is superior to Waybo's attack, it doesn't bode well then with overtime being double defense for Elevate. Funnily enough, a fun way to start in the opening round. 2 players left alive. Continuing that on from Lair. Deathmark activated by Arpe onto Stemp over towards Dining. Wants to maybe consider this swing, but not quite fully
3
aware
players.
as to what else is close.
Yep.
But what a... Why? I was literally about to say, he's not aware of the fact that there's other players that could be close by to that Deathmark target. He just throws his life away.
Yeah, it was low percentage. And those lobby to try and cut this cross were clearly late to the party.
Speakeasy at least got 1 for his life. Turd will fall. Hoven's going to follow shortly. It's a calamity to start for Waybo on Chalet, but it's a really strong statement from Elevate. And I guess you could kind of argue throughout this upper bracket final, they've just gotten better and better really as the series has progressed. And they've been able to get more and more control. After Waybo were so dominant on border to close. You felt like they had the momentum going into Lair, then Elevate went 6-1 up. And nothing's working for Waybo. And you very rarely see a tactical timeout after 2 rounds played, but I wouldn't...
well, Reaps will just sit on the roof here, so they'll get a free one.
They get a free minute here, so I guess you don't need to take it, but he does need to stay here, sit, and the 5 of them need to just talk things over very quickly. Double opening kills for the defense of Elevate. And really, the first round didn't look likely at all for Waybo. And the second round certainly at no point ever had any likeliness to it either. So you're losing rounds convincingly, and that's a concern. It's not like they've got the extra map in the back pocket. Now on that third and final map, you really need to be counting in all of these rounds, at least that you're a part of it. Let's see if anyone's doing... Is it Ape that's doing the talking? I think I could see his lips moving. It looks like he's doing a bit more of the talking. That must always be a good feeling, though, for Elevate, knowing that he's not even going to bother and that they would rather take the 1 minute inadvertent timeout to talk things over. It means that clearly what Elevate's doing right now on Chalet is proving to be too much for Waybo. But when you're making plays like that from Alpe, you're not helping yourself.
Yeah, far too aggressive and seemingly unaware that there were others elsewhere. Again, I think the cutoff was perhaps a bit late to the party. And so hence why he got caught off guard, that a player down, and trouble compounding there in the round for Waybo. Fist bumps for Elevate, who are now starting to really look on top in this series well and truly. This will be a telling round. Kitchen for the third and the final for this initial rotation before we get the additional layer of operator bans as well. If Elevate can go clean here, 3-0 up, it puts mountains of pressure on Waybo. Will then pose questions as to whether or not they want to actually take that official tactical timeout as well. But maybe Waybo now can start to mount a bit of an answer back. First couple of rounds have certainly not been promising. I think for the third, they'll be looking at getting Speakeasy a little bit more active on that Blackbeard, ensure that he can get value. Once Turd identifies the utility that he needs, again, give him the license to lurk and find kills. And then Reaps on the Clutch Drone here against both the Melusi and the Fenrir will be rather useful as well. Even those Alamines as well, susceptible to the Clutch. And can garner information for the team as well.
How much emphasis do Waybo put in the early portion of these rounds now? But that's been their strength. It's been their forte in this series. They had 6 of the last 7 opening kills back on Lair. Well, there you go. Reaps gets that one onto Stem. And Ion to fall very quickly after. Here comes Reaps. You're never going to count Waybo out in a series such as this. And even a slow start on Chalet shouldn't change that tune. But resets. Says to Reaps, so well, I'm here now to put an end to your reign in this region. Rips the Nitro, spots the Blackbeard, throws said Nitro.
Bit ambitious.
A bit ambitious.
Created some space though, I suppose.
Long arm of the law.
Oh, the cross didn't work, yeah.
And they both fall. This is much better from Waybo, and it might just be what they need to get them going here on Chalet. A very dominant round led by Reaps. Then everyone else started to follow in his footsteps. Raps 5-0, but that 0 about to turn into a 1.
Well, they got more value from the Blackbeard this round. It's big easy to close things off. Better there from Waybo. Body language still positive as well. Things just get a little bit more interesting in this one. Final bans now play out. I do wonder if Elevate now elect to take that Blackbeard out. They counted it well in the first couple of rounds, but clearly a big win con there for Waybo in the final of that rotation.
So in all 3 maps, Elevate started 2-1. All 3 maps. After 3 rounds played.
There it is, the Blackbeard taken off the board. And Melusi banned out to alleviate a bit of that pressure on Reaps on the Brava.
Yeah, I mean, so Elevate banned out the Blackbeard from the get-go on Lair. So Waybo never even had it. And on Border as well. So it is interesting, actually, on Chalet that they did leave it in to begin with when they elected to just ban it outright to begin both of the first 2 maps. They went Blackbeard, Monty, Dockerby on border, and on Lair they went Blackbeard, Monty, and Blitz. So they went the trifecta. This time around now they go Monty, Blackbeard, and the Ying. So it does leave the Blitz available, and Speakeasy now on the attack. A repick is hovering it. And we've seen the Blitz at times be utilized by Waybo. Not always the most effective. Got to be very careful when you're clearing those angles and pushing in. And Speakeasy thinks maybe better of it. And Raps did bring the clash, maybe anticipation of the Blitz, but I mean the clash is just strong on bar games anyway.
Retires in play from Hoven front door. We are able to see what kind of utility he's looking to clear. Some barbed wire dealt with. That will help with navigation. And with multiple sets of that, BPC as well. Potentially even the catch, he might be able to find that too. But immediately pressuring site. Self-sufficient with that smoke. Shock drone as well, also looking to pepper util Mez side. That will aid in the top floor. A cross clear from Waybo, currently posturing for that piano side. Speakeasy, spearheading that currently.
It's pretty good so far in terms of the early prep.
Yeah, only a minute in the round. It's pretty dynamic defense here though from Elevate, not a deployable shield in play. Instead, they have the clash top stairs, and then Mez a little bit more exposed.
Well, I mean, they're certainly putting more emphasis onto that top floor hold, rather than looking to bunker more towards Barstock. I mean, you can see on that wonderful overview there just how extensive this hold really is up above on the mobile clash. But while that's been happening upstairs, Turd has done a pretty decent job of putting pressure actually horizontally towards the site. And apparently we've the round's over. Okay, cool. Probably didn't envision that happening, to be honest, that quickly. And sometimes it's just a case of everyone pushes in at once and everyone just happens to win their one. Yeah. In all these separate fights that kind of envelop pretty quickly, because Elevate looked like they had a pretty strong hold up above. But I guess Waybo just systematically hit that go button in sync, clear out. In the end, it's a 4v1 at the conclusion of it. I feel like that shouldn't be happening with that clash up above.
No.
That's a strange one for me.
That should be enough util to disperse the push and have that kind of stall out point, but evidently not the case.
2-2.
Basement first appearance.
Well, I mean, that's good signs for Waybo. It was 2-2 after 4 rounds on border. Same could not be said on Lair. More of a contest now on Chalet. Raps has more kills than his teammates combined. So far, up to 6, the rest with 5.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I genuinely will only know who wins this when they win this.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Very Will Buxton, but it's appropriate for this matchup. There's no indicator that really suggests who's going to win it, because even usually you might say, well, you know, if Waybo get out to a 4-2 lead and then they go defense, well, you throw a lot of the stats and numbers out in a matchup like this, attack and defense.
Oven very close here, Boiler. He may actually look to try and
push in,
exploit site when they work breach. I don't know if there's util on the door to stall that out or not. Maybe, perhaps there is Fenrir utility.
I mean, is that even enough? If Hoven's going to commit through that door, he's probably just going to push past and F not mine.
Yeah, there is. Okay. He can impact Emplat himself. Elsewhere, Snowmobile worked, and as we can see on that drone, opened up by Waybo, and they have the execute utility for a direct hit here. They're not going to mess around. Hovin will go for the back hit, rest of the team to stack the site itself.
Raps is in wine, by the way. Does have a nitro. He'll be one to have to keep an eye on if that push comes from Hovin. He would be the one directly countering him. You can see Raps is keeping an eye. Does Hovin go for this? It could get also timed by the likes of Ion pushing back down West Main. This is a pivotal round, 2-2.
It's quite the standoff.
It is a very much big standoff right now.
Hovin call.
And Plant going down as well inside a Snowmobile. Ion maybe having an expectation that there would be one boiler side to make their way in.
Elevate haven't bit here.
I'm assuming Hovin can hear that logic bomb from Ion's position. Yeah, he can. Unless he might confuse it for Blue Hallway.
More utility has been expended here by the defense.
Yeah, Ion's going to think now he's got to push into wine, but he's worried about getting shot in the back, and he has every right to be worried. Should still win this fight. Ion stays alive, but he knows that he's low on health. The Speakeasy's getting that plant down. Hovin has to expect him to still be close, and he does get the conversion. Only resets in Psycho. Resets the run out is great onto third. Psycho also wins his battle. Another clutch round coming up in the post plant. This upper bracket final has been filled to the brim with 2v2s. Largely won by Elevate, but this time Waybo really must convert in the post. And Hovin's kill and play on this Dockerby will put them now one step away, but it's resets once again. 14 seconds versus a low health Speakeasy.
He holds it.
He holds for now. He gets off, needed to hit the shot. Sometimes it is that easy for Speakeasy. Tactical timeout for Elevate.
Damn, that's so good there from Speakeasy. I really did think he'd stick. Speakeasy was forced to push forward, but found a good position. And Waybo now in the lead. Really good hit there. Direct Snowmobile with back pressure from the Dockerby. Elevate did expend quite a bit of utility early, and then when the push was finally committed to, clearly, denial was tough. It's really shaping up to be a very close contest.
I think it's also big mentally for Waybo to win that in that fact, like the way the round was playing out, right? Because that's almost like the boogeyman coming back from Lair. Resets and what he did in the opening round of that map and how many clutches Waybo lost. I mean, you can kind of lose count. So to win that round in that fashion, in that way, for what is now their third round straight, 3 opening kills in a row as well. It gives me more Border vibes than it does, obviously, Lair vibes. So Elevate with a timeout, and they now know that Waybo are back in this series. I mean, Hovin doesn't get the initial kill, but his overall play helps them win that round. But it's this moment here, 17 seconds. Speakeasy's low on health.
I mean, it's just really good positioning there from Speakeasy on the pillar. If he was greedy and peeked that and died, resets could straight away get on the kit with the second.
You need
spare.
resets to at least swing you, come further out.
Yeah, he forces the swing, which is the right way to play it.
If he panics and swings, dies, which he would have died immediately because he was so low, there might have actually been enough time, and resets would have, I think, metaphorically put a knife into the heart of Waybo, even if it would only be a 3-2 scoreline. It's like that mental...
Another clutch.
Yeah, like another clutch, another resets masterclass. Mentally, that's difficult to deal with, even if it's only one round. Final round of the half for what has easily shaped up to be the best game of APL this stage. No surprise considering what these two teams are capable of, and both of them will be in the pointy end of the major land qualifier, but only one's going to guarantee their slot today. And really,
drone hole.
The story of this series has been
Drone
fine margins
hole.
and clutches.
Stemp very fortunate.
Stem's very lucky there. And that's going to be in the back of the minds for all of the team, all of the players on both teams going into the second half. Is, you know, it might be your moment in round 7 or round 9. It might be a 1vx or a 2vx. Those have been the round deciding factors in this series.
So the Denaro to be focused on by the Deimos Death Mark. Down below in dining, and Raps takes that as an opportunity to push forward. Catches up, a good team play there from Elevate.
Yeah, you should know he's down now as well. One in West Main, got to get the trade and does.
I know there's the second in dining.
Nicely done from Turd. So 1 for 1. Opening kill does go the way of Elevate, so puts an end to that streak for Waybo. Turd has been so consistent across this series. He has been the highest rated EPS player. It's the bailiff from Speakeasy to get rid of resets. That's a freebie.
Timing.
Stamp should still know that Turd is around West Main unless he thinks he went up trophy into Solar. And Turd might time him here if he clears left side. He has to hard clear left.
Who hears who? Sounds like neither has heard the other.
Well, Stamp might push back in and not expect Turd right there in the corridor. Into bedroom now, the plank going down from Speakeasy. Holvin watching that doorway. Vigorously, but as he stood up, he sat down.
2v2.
Was low on health. Another 2v2, but it's Psycho that goes down. It's Ion that's low on health. It's Waybo firmly up in this 2v2. And then Turd and Speakeasy have made the most of it. To close the first half, they take a 2-round advantage going onto their defensive chalet in this upper bracket final. 3 rounds away from the major LAN qualifier.
That's 2 massive rounds for Waybo. Really good in the late round. Found some good playmaking opportunities, some good timings, especially down below. Good lurk there from Turd.
3 sets.
Yin Kayid off the board. And Waybo just getting a little bit more chirpy now in the old chat.
I mean, they've been timely, though, with their old chat banter. They kind of only do it when they're really winning.
Yeah.
Which that in itself is almost the mental battle of, like, if Elevate see them trash talking like that, then Elevate subconsciously feel like, yeah, we're losing this right now.
Blackbeard's army also taken down to kick off the second half. Some really sharp shots in that last round, though, from Waybo.
They're starting to win some of the clutches.
Yeah.
2 rounds in a row came down to 1 alive, 2 alive. Waybo win them both. So they're kind of, they've switched what was happening on lair. Now it's in their favor. Yeah, it's been such an arm wrestle of a best of 3. Speakeasy, 8-2. Big turnaround for him. He was 10-17 coming into the map. And it feels like he's kind of wound the clock back a little bit.
Well, I mean, he got off to a bad start when he got run out on the Blackbeard if you cast him back, and I thought, oh, no, not again.
So he's really like 8-1 since then. So actually, really, so not only did he come into the map at that, he was technically then 10-18 at one point. Now he's 18-19. Looking at the numbers across the whole series, by the way, there's only 2 players on Elevate that have crossed 20 bombs. It's resets and wraps. That says everything about the additions those two have been for the series.
Some good scouting by Elevate.
A little bit. Turd, by the way, is 2 away from a 30 bomb. 125 EPS. With a 79% cost. The next highest on his team is 68%.
Yep.
I mean, you think of Turd, you don't think best player in the region, but his numbers this stage are entering those conversations.
So Elevate posturing here with Osa Solar side. Resets down below with the skeleton key can begin to clear and pressure and prevent the flank.
Loading mag.
Can be a very useful tool in clearing out vert positions from closet, bathroom, etc.
I feel like as well it can be very difficult switching into that second half now into the attack with a loss streak. 4 rounds lost in a row for Elevate. Now you've got to go into the attack.
Oh, bad nade.
And then you're missing some more simple plays like your frag grenade. Oh, wow.
That's rough. I mean, it's tough. It's so finicky.
At this level, though, in an upper bracket final, the spot at the major qualifier LAN,
not
you
ideal.
cannot afford those little finicky mistakes, no matter how difficult it is. Stemp shut down by Reaps. No entry on the Ossa available. 1 and 7 as well now for Stemp.
It feels like it's probably going to shape up to be one of the poorer rounds from Elevate in this series, right at the critical juncture.
Well, they need to change it pretty quickly, although Hoven goes for
Why?
an aggressive play. Why indeed? And it gives a look back in for Elevate.
Did not expect that.
And they were switched on for it, even with the Claymore, to their credit. So the kit finds itself in Solar. Playing the window, Ion shuts down Speakeasy, and Elevate now have the advantage.
It's flipped. Control Solar for Elevate.
35 seconds left, pivotal round. Here comes Turd. Wants to stake his claim as one of the top players in this region, and doing it in an upper bracket final as Reaps oversteps his mark.
2v2.
2v2 once again, and a wry smile on our faces as Turd and Ape have the health advantage, but no longer the 2v2. With the revival of Raps, they have the numbers, all low on health. Swing from Ape shut down. Turd, is this your moment to make a difference as he does get the kill on resets? He gets shot in the back from Ion. No moment to be had. Elevate turn that around to take a huge round away from Waybo.
Big from Elevate. Turning point in the round. Had to be the failed run out to bring it back to a 4 versus 4. Diffuser was stranded. Elevate were finding it so difficult to contend for map control. Then had the advantage. Wrangled back to a 2-2, but with the res and a sharp shot there onto Ape, Turd had a lot on his plate. And unfortunately, it was always going to be an uphill battle in the 1v2.
Is overtime really the only thing that's fair right now for this game? To really put this in the history books in this region as one of the best, it would be fitting. I don't think either team would want that though.
No, not for the blood pressure.
10 seconds to insertion.
Minimum 150 SI points on the line by qualifying into the grand final here for Asia, but more importantly, you book your place to Melbourne. You get a little bit closer to the major. And with that, it all adds a little bit closer technically to SI in the long run. It all helps. Rival 7, Daystar waiting in the wings, of course, for that lower bracket semi-final. It'll be after this match. It's a tough one to follow for them. But those two teams weren't expected to be there, and so they might have some fun with it.
Reset's looking for value on the Twitch, and he
got
gets
the
it.
mirror, and Hoven goes down again early for Waybo. Advantage for Elevate.
That's the first.
That's so lucky, wow.
I mean, it is the first entry battle in quotation marks for Hoven.
There's a little bit of a sign of tilt, though, if you're writing that so lucky. Regardless if it was or it wasn't.
You'd imagine so.
I mean, if he's saying it, probably is, but that's what you really want to hear when you're on the opposition, knowing that you're in their head. He's a little bit tilted off that, and maybe his team might be as well. Reaps might be the power player later in this round, although they're not really fully clearing this top floor just yet. Line scan goes out. Speakeasy will go back to his little bunker in Barstock. Ion gets rid of Turd. Ape gets a much needed kill at that point towards Big Window, and a second onto Stemp as well.
Oh, Elevator fed them that.
Reaps is low. 3v3 might be just the new 2v2.
Yeah, Barstock still in control. Speakeasy with Nitro.
A double Nitro available, and they've still got a decent amount of map control, Office, and Piano that Elevate need to then go and clear out, which is why Ion now, Solar side, clearing across.
Yeah, they've essentially hit the reset button here on attack. It's a 2-1 pinch. Ion, Solar side. The other two attackers on that library bulk. Oh, Ape gets caught.
I think at that point in the round, APL's probably not expecting that.
Oh, absolutely
He's
not.
not expecting that.
No. That's a good
But it says,
read.
it says to Reaps now that he should be expecting this. A straight line 1v1 between Reaps and Ion. Reaps is lower on health, but Ion will drop. He'll go kitchen.
Reaps won't know that
And now
unless he heard
Reaps
it.
is going to be on an island by himself. It leaves a lot to do here for Speakeasy. Gets rid of Wow. Raps, wins that close battle into the doorway. 10-3 for Speakeasy. And Psycho at the mezzanine has to drop and get involved into this battlefield towards the site. Without the kit, you must push forward, but only waiting, it's Keanu Reaps.
I feel like we're getting prime Speakeasy again.
Where's this come from?
That's a massive play under a lot of pressure. It takes a lot of confidence and know-how to be playing bar stock and then identifying
By
that
yourself,
you
mind
need to make a play. Like, that's scary. Because you know if you push out and die, it is round over.
Effectively a 1v3 for him at that moment because Reaps is piano and not entirely sure that Ion has dropped hatch.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Arpe and Reaps did a good job here to the mid round to find a pick each. Elevate were a little bit split on their attack. Arpe got caught. Ion, good flank.
That pick there is insane, and then even winning this
on the lurk and the
just
objective.
clean.
Yeah, that was nice.
That's Speakeasy in his prime.
Yeah.
And yeah, you go back to Border, he was 6 and 8. He was actually 3-0 entry on Border, but 6 and 8. So half his kills were the 3 entries. And then, I mean, to be fair, on Lair, they all struggled, but he was 4 and 9. So again, not really big impact, but he's risen. He has risen here on Chalet, and he too now has got 20. In fact, everyone in the server's got 20 except for Ape and Stemp, who are on 19 through the 3 maps. Like that, like it has been that much of an even spread. Like I'm looking at these numbers and they're so even. There's only 2 real clear standouts. Turd overall, 123 EPS is 16 higher than the best for Elevate. And the 6-2 entry battle for Reaps are the only 2 real numbers that, away from the median.
Rat position from Hoven, who has been caught out a couple of rounds now. It's been a very volatile performance from him. He decides to...
But he makes amends elsewhere, doesn't he? Like, that's the thing. It's not like it's just... Like, I mean, Stem's 1-8 if you want to talk about a super volatile. And there's that makeup as well. He gets the opening pick back this way around. 4v4 into sight. Rap's looking to stick the plant. Logic Bomb activated into Kitchen. He's going to get this down. No one to deny, but he gets off it. Just the pressure alone. They haven't dealt with the Vern.
Elevator in a box now.
Well, I mean, this is not too bad for Waypo. There's no real contest up above. Reaps firing from office, but they still haven't found any more kills.
Hoven to lurk through the smoke. And so now B site cleared by the defense.
Oh. I mean, there's a nervy moments because if Elevate lose this round, Waybo will have 3 match points. Smoke goes up. Raps will move into dining. Hoven's gonna spot him! No way! He does get him! Hoven makes amends! Kit on the floor, picked up though by Resets, who's already had 1 major clutch, but he's 2 shot down by Hoven! Don't you dare speak his name, Michael!
What a round.
What
He's going to get another
round.
one.
He might just find one more for the quad! As Hoven searches, it's all 5! You can take it all back!
It's all forgiven. He has repented.
Hoven has just aced Elevate in this upper bracket final to give Waybo a 3-round advantage.
Elevate thought they were sneaky there and found the pocket of space to go for the plant. And Waybo were up to the task. Great pressure above. And then Hoven horizontally able to find space, bar across, and completely annihilate that attack. Good denial inside of the smoke and clean shots outside of that. And so 3 opportunities now for Waybo and Reg.
I was not on the bingo card. Hoven ace.
After some of the stuff we saw earlier, definitely not.
All those runouts, his cost was not very high, let's just say, before that round. It's now up to 56%, so you can imagine how low it was prior to getting an ace. Siege is a funny old game sometimes, though. Swings and roundabouts, but it's Chalet where it's been utter domination. Again, it probably goes, again, more in vain to what happened on Border, doesn't it? Like a 2-1 start for Elevate, and then just Waybo had full control, 1-7-4. You look at Chalet, 2-1 start for Elevate, and since then, Waybo have had full control. Lair's the outlier, really, and you mentioned it before. Lair, you could have probably flipped a lot of those rounds in favor of Waybo.
Yeah.
Attackers objecting to defuse a bomb.
This map does not have a similar vibe where Elevate are getting advantage and then failing to convert. Waybo feel at least half a step ahead in most of these rounds, if not a step or two. And these rounds continue to break down for Elevate.
3 opportunities for Waybo, the Stage 1 champions, top 8 at EWC. And with the threat in their own region coming from outside the region, the additions of wraps and resets seemed like, up until this point, maybe enough to dethrone them. But at this very moment, it isn't enough. 3 more rounds for Elevate required to force overtime. There's a chance that Elevate could get their revenge in the grand final, but they won't be giving up just yet here in the upper bracket final. Ion with good information. Yellow ping.
Bad timing.
Well, I mean, good timing if you're Waybo, bad timing if you Elevate.
Good if you turn, not so much if you're Elevate.
It depends on the side of the coin you're on.
Oh, Psycho is taking control of Solar side currently. Diffuser in hand. And resets for the first.
Big pick on to Speak Easy. Psycho then shuffles his way in towards bedroom. Taking space, looking for plant position. Ion with a nice kill onto Turd, shuts down the tuber route, but Psycho up close. Here he comes again. Halvin exploding onto the scene. But they lose too many at once, and Reap's now in the 1v3, and Elevate might just have the answer in this round. Surely they will. Indeed, they do. Resets and Elevate still with a few tricks up their sleeve. They will not bow down this easy, but it's all set up now because guess what? This series, 7-4, 7-4, 6-4.
Yeah, better there from Elevate. Playing a bit more brawl. Didn't kind of get sucked into the poke battle that Waybo are really strong at. They layered the smoke. They play the Monty. They go for an awkward plant position. Difficult to deny. Reaps had Nitro opposing side of the map over near Piano. So unable to deny then from below. It was relying on some swift players close by. But Elevate up to the task in denying that pressure. And so we go one more. It's bar for the 11th round. And let's see whether or not Elevate can rise to the task once more. Decomposition here from Waybo. A little varied compared to what we have seen previously on this site. They dropped the mirror. Speak Easy was playing that bar stock. They introduced the Vigil. Turd was previously playing Warden. Arun is in play. They also have the Oryx in case the shield gets brought. And Elevate looking to take no prisoners in this round. You look at this composition, and the first thing that shouts out to you, especially with these spawn positions, is this will be direct. Games hit, blitz deep, Glaz to cover. Will Waybo be able to deny this pressure? It's a largely split defense at the moment. So Speak Easy will be the one that needs to stand up. He's the only player inside of bar. Oh, Ape above.
Ape! Talk about aggressive plays. Into games, by the way. Raps is going for the plant. Ape's trying to spot. Shoots through the smoke. Raps will fall at the hands of Speak Easy.
That should be it.
2-player advantage, but Ion then makes his way into top library. Kill onto Ape.
That's
Resets, falls indeed, guys. That seems like it should be it. There's no chance here for Elevate in this upper bracket final. They may have another chance later in the grand final, but for now, that ticket to Melbourne PAX Australia for the major qualifier LAN is going into the hands of Waybo as that chat fills up with some happy champions from this region.
They will get that grand final spot to defend what they feel is rightfully theirs, and no outsider will take it from them. The grand final spot is yours once again, Waybo, and that trip to Melbourne has been confirmed.
Talk about a series. I tell you what, not only have we just witnessed probably one of the best games in the APL this year, we've witnessed cinema. Unbelievable performance from Waybo. Elevate made them sweat. Elevate pushed them the distance, but ultimately the Kings retain their crown, and more importantly, they protect their region. Elevate now drop into the lower bracket, and they will face the winner between Arrival 7 and Daystar later on tonight. But this has gone down as probably, in my living memory, one of the better games of Siege we've seen in this region, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we may look back at it in a couple of months / years time and be like, oh, it was 7-4, 7-4, 7-4. It didn't really stand out as being that amazing in terms of just raw scoreline, but just the gameplay throughout and the swings of momentum, the sheer quantity of 2 versus 2 clutch moments in this match was honestly absurd.
Yep.
So many really close rounds. Elevate tried their best to dig deep. They go for the rush in the final round, and Waybo completely cut them down, show them who's boss, qualify for packs, get some good shit talk in the chat, and they're looking really, really good for the back half of this year.
Oh, did Reeps just flip the bird?
No, I think he was pointing to the other side of the screen. No, he would never stick the bird up. I tell you what, that is a little bit of cheek from Reeps. But I will say, the one thing I noticed most of all, everyone's getting up and celebrating, and Turd is straight to the keyboard, and he is there for a good 30 seconds while everyone else is celebrating. Reason to celebrate, Xenox. A very important win for Waybo. I think not only in the context of obviously booking the ticket to LAN, but more importantly, there were questions about them going into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. It probably was less questions about just them, but maybe more questions about how they got it against this new edition lineup of Elevate. And we got the answer now. And honestly, they probably should have won this 2-0. Like, Lair, I know you've got to give the credit to Elevate, but there were so many rounds that Waybo probably should have won. So the overall play through a best at 3, they dominated. So for example, Waybo were fully green in entry. So no one went negative on entry. All 5 players. Not one player went negative across 3 maps. 3 players were positive. Speakeasy only ended up as -1 and Ape -3. Again, this is 3 maps. Like that is a very
absurd.
consistent and a good spread performance. For Elevate, I don't think they walk away too displeased. Like, it was still close.
I'd be pretty pissed off if I saw the chat go.
Probably, I mean, I'm talking performance, not the mental game.
Course.
And the other factor is the fact that Elevate beat Waybo in this same matchup last stage, and then Waybo came back and won the grand final. Elevate, I think, could still do that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be shocked.
I think the overarching perspective, when you look at, as you said, the green, it's overwhelmingly in favour of Waybo and one player in particular. Turd, I'd say it's a live series, but you know what, mate? That just seems to be par for the course for you in stage 2. Bit of shit talk in the chat, little bit of polish on the game. How does it feel?
It's another day in the office, man.
You make it too easy, mate. I will say 125 EPS across this series, 33 kills. That's pretty bloody absurd. Thank you, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, my voice won't project there. Where is it coming from at the moment? Because I think rightfully so, tagging the Waybo performance in groups, we were worried coming into playoffs, but this has just absolutely washed away any conversation from what we saw earlier.
Yeah, so after we completely burgered out in the groups, we lost 2 times on our permaban, which is like, whatever, we just wanted to get some experience, see if it's playable.
Sure.
After that second play day we lost against Fury, like, we're pretty angry. Someone smashed the table after we lost. We're pretty angry losing to Fury, and we decided we needed like extra help strategically. So after the game, we contacted Waybo management. Shout out Waybo, by the way. And we asked them, we might need some extra help in the staffing department. we ended up picking up Gohan, the Brazilian legend.
that.
I don't even think it's announced, but everyone keeps leaking it in the chat and stuff. So it is what it is. We picked up Gohan, and he's been going hard the last week and a half-ish. He's been there like 10 days or something. But he's been working hard every day. He fixed a few of our maps, a few maps that we played in playoffs actually. It's been smooth sailing since he's joined, really. Yeah, shout out Gohan.
Turd, can you just talk us through Lair? Because it was a very strange map. The first 8 rounds, there was 2 or less alive every single round. So a lot of clutches, a lot of close rounds. You lost the vast majority of them. How did you guys handle that mentally and then being able to move on to Chalet with a good positive mind? But during that, as it was happening and Elevate were winning clutch after clutch after clutch, how did you guys kind of handle that as a team?
I think it's definitely annoying, like, when you're in the moment, you know, like, you lose the 1v1, you lose the 1v2, whatever, but if you, like, you know, you calm down after the map and you look back at it, you'd probably rather lose the map in all the close rounds, you know? Like, we lost 4-7, but we could have won 7-4 as well, you know?
Yeah.
We could have won fucking 7-1.
Yep.
So I think, like, looking back at it is, like, it's not too bad when we're losing those clutches, it's whatever, you know? Just gotta look at it with a calm mind and think about what that means.
Obviously, congrats on the win with that. A pack spot is yours and you're one step closer to Munich. What's the approach and the preparation like for you guys? Is this very much a case of you just purely focus on yourselves? Are you paying any attention whatsoever to the other teams? Because, I mean, it's quite obvious that you guys are one of, if not the best teams in APN right now. Well, APL, sorry.
Yeah, I think going into PAX in Melbourne, the major qual, I think we're mostly going to be focusing on ourselves because we already know, like, just from scrims, we only scrim APAC North teams. We already know we're better than all the other APAC teams, and they're all scared of us. They don't want to scrim us before the event. We already know we're better than them, so we're just going to focus on ourselves, our strat book, maybe our map pool a little bit. And yeah, that's really it. Like, we're not too bothered about the other teams in APAC.
Well, you say that, so I want to follow on. If you don't really consider the other teams much of a threat, does that mean, in your mind, Elevate's the second best team in APL, like, across the board? Would you put them there?
Right now, yeah, I'd say so. If we're first, then they're second, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, today's
and
performance...
only 2 slots, by the way.
Yeah, correct. Only 2 slots. No worries about it. I think today's performance from both of you just goes to show the level of Siege that's being competed at, especially in Southeast Asia at the moment. So, big congratulations, Turd. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Thank you to the fans. Thank you to my mum, my dad, sister, whatever. Thank you to Waybo. Huge help this season. They literally give us whatever we want. Like, we're in an amazing house, boot camp. You know, we get everything we ask for. Shout out Waybo. Shout out my teammates, except Reeps. And yeah, shout out you guys.
Much love, Turble.
Actually, no, not shout out you guys. I saw you guys all.
Okay. Okay. Hey, did we not take care of you when you came to Melbourne before? Thank you very much. Do I have to leak the burning tongue incident all over again?
All right.
We get one.
Much
we
love,
get
mate.
one.
Much love. We'll speak to you soon.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
I'll be annoyed if we pick Waybo in the final and they choke it. So
Yeah, honestly, I think, look, to be fair, he's 100% got enough behind him to kind of tell us to stuff off. Who was the only one that predicted Waybo, by the way? Was it Dev? I predicted Elevate.
So it was a tough one, wasn't it?
It was
Because,
very
like,
tough.
It's so black and white in terms of I select this one or I select this
Yeah.
one. I wish there was an option where it's like, I've got no idea, and either of them can win.
Jake, if that was an option, I know you wouldn't pick it because it's too much thought to go into that option. You just, I think Elevate's going to do it. Anyway, boys, I will say, shocking cast from you, but great game on the other side. It's the battle of the underdogs. Arrival 7 go head-to-head with Daystar.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. This is actually pineapple flavored.
Pineapple.
So, second question, Turdster. You're no stranger to a good subtweet. We know you love getting active on Twitter.
Absolutely.
On June 17th, you posted a tweet 2 days before playoffs, and we've had more cancels than actual scrims played. Hashtag locked in. Care to explain?
To be honest, there's just a lot of check farmers in the APL, as everyone might know. A lot of check farmers. So as soon as some bum teams lose, they get like 4th place, 5th place in playoffs. They just sack it off. They just cancel all the scrims, and the actual good teams, they don't get much practice. So sucks to suck, but it is what it is.
Well, stage 2 is starting up very soon. How's your prep going? You getting more scrims?
We actually haven't scrimmed since we left EWC, and now I'm here eating into my scrim time. But
literally,
literally. But I think once we get back, we'll be on the test server playing with a new op, and yeah, we'll have around 2 weeks before the season comes out. So I'm pretty excited to go workshop with the new op.
And where are you scrimming from?
I'll be scrimming from Tokyo.
And you're playing the season from?
From Bandung, yeah.
Right. Now, we have one more question for you, if you're ready to take on the third wing.
Honestly, you took level 2 better than level 1.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't. Get ready! I'm taking them out! Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
I've been thinking, 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 I've been thinking about you. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me.
Singing and dancing.
Just looking at Xenox Cast on Twitter.
Yeah, Xenox Cast just
Not
posted
bad for
a
me.
brand new tweet.
Big tweet.
That's
I
a
haven't
once
done
in a
one
lifetime.
for like 2 weeks.
So technically it'll be, you're kind of 3 minutes behind the curve of culture at the moment, but you will be caught up very quickly, as we have been throughout today. Technically, in terms of predictions, every underdog has won today. Elevate went in. The supposed favourites, you said 2-1 Elevate.
I haven't looked at the predictions. Did you have Can you have a look at the predictions, please, and tell us who was the one that actually picked Waybo?
I'm 90% sure.
Make yourself useful.
I'm I'm 90% sure.
What's
it was
the
Dev.
Rainbow Six?
R6 Esports Asia on Twitter, just in case you were wondering. You can go ahead, give that a follow. You can see all the talent predictions in there.
It was James Dev Marta Stewart.
Yep. So technically,
yep.
When it goes to talent predictions,
and
which is
we
always
also
fun,
can't win the next one because we all went Fury.
Everyone went Fury. It's a terrible time all around. We all deserve a great pat on the back, but it has been a day for the underdogs. I know Waybo isn't the underdog, but going into the last series, there were definitely a lot of questions about them. By God, have they answered them. Now we get a couple more questions answered.
Can I just add to it, and we'll close on this? I went with Elevate because I expected Waybo to lose the upper bracket final and then come back and win the grand final.
I agree. I totally agree with
it
that.
just didn't go to the
So
right
who's going to
way.
win the grand final now?
Elevate has to. That's just the way it works in Asia. You drop down in the lower bracket, you come back up and win in the grand final, which will be important because it goes 50 points, 150 points.
Well, we were discussing this
points.
before on the cast. If obviously Waybo win the grand final now that they're in it, they'd go to 600 SI points already.
Holy
But because we haven't had this particular format before, it's hard to predict like what the cutoffs and stuff is.
I'd be interested to know like what do they need at Munich if they qual?
It might only be like 100 points.
To be like a 99%.
I think as long as they make it to Munich.
Like legitimately, I think if they make Munich,
it could be good enough.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see because we still have a matchup to go for this afternoon. It is the battle of the underdogs, quite literally. Daystar. Daystar and Arrival 7. The two teams going head-to-head here for an opportunity to play Elevate in the lower bracket. It's a daunting challenge. There's no two ways about it, Michael. Who do you think is the underdog in this game? And if you don't say Arrival 7, I'm really gonna have to give a mental check real quick.
Arrival 7.
Unfortunately for them, they have come in with only 4 wins throughout the group stages of stage 1.
They're still kicking around though. They're still kicking.
They are still here and they are still competing.
From James, didn't you?
Yeah, I did actually. Thank you very much. And I have stolen a bit of yours yesterday and then brought it into the later part. See, I'm a merchant.
You're a good host because you listen.
I'm a fantastic merchant.
You absorb and then you...
I absorb and then I wait for you guys to get off the desk where I know you can't hear me and I just regurgitate what's been said. That is what a good host does.
But it's already for Arrival 7 been a tremendous turnaround from stage 1 where they didn't make playoffs and now to get to a lower bracket semi-final. And admittedly against the Daystar team, which it's not like it's Arrival 7 v Elevate. While they are underdogs, they could still win it.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's a really good stage for them. For Daystar, it really should be must-win if they really want to cement themselves as the third best team in the region. And therefore then get at least a crack against Elevate, even if it'll be unlikely.
As unlikely as it is, we've seen stranger things happen, and especially when there's so much pressure, because that lower bracket is you win, you go to APL, you lose, you're done. There's nothing else that you get from that game. You only get 50 SI points if you lose. That's not enough to make up for the lack thereof, where they would only be on 200 points. Anyway, I'm now starting to theory craft here. What I will say,
this was APAC North, by the way, they would have made LAN.
Shout out APAC North, baby. What I will say for Daystar is their results have kind of surprised me. They haven't been the most clinical team, but from an individual standpoint, no one's really lacking that much. Maybe Azuki you could look to and go, excuse me. But like considering where they are.
Are you saying excuse me to me? I was zoning out a little bit.
I know you were. You're looking across there at a door.
There's a party going on next door.
There is a party
I think he's
going
fantasizing about, I might go in there and get a couple of bevies and
mingle. Might need a couple of bevies to get through this next game. I don't think it's
going to be... Oh, my God.
I don't think it's going to be quite as good as the first one of the day.
No, I think you're going to struggle to make ends meet with this one. But...
This is the curtain raiser after the main event.
Is this the curtain closer?
Apparently.
Yeah. Oh, God.
And we got a Club and Sky, Rob,
Thanks,
as well.
mate.
Which,
how about you? Hang on. Which you give this a hosting segment for.
Fundamentally, could be much more different than the maps we kind of just had before as well. So it's going to be more closed. It's going to be a little bit tighter, a little bit more defaulty, certainly on the first two.
And then Nighthaven Labs is the decider, Rob. How do you think that one's going to shape up if we are to make it to 3?
What I will say is from my notes earlier on today, because see, what a professional does is they take notes. When I look back at my notes that are opening up at the moment and slowly load, this is the lowest. Like I've never seen. I don't know. This is loading so slow. What I will say is, Daystar have consistently left Nighthaven Labs as the decider for best of ones and best of threes. So they will go into this very comfortable, mate. I know what I'm talking about.
I think
don't
this will
write
go 3
notes.
maps.
I think it should. honestly,
I hope it
from
doesn't.
what we saw.
Have you got places to be?
People to see.
He wants to go to bed, tuck himself in.
I've got to
He's
get
got
up
an
early
AFL
tomorrow.
Grand Final.
There is the AFL Grand Final. For those of you that have no idea what we're talking about, I'm sure you'll hear enough about it tomorrow night.
Well, no, unless we win. Then
That is, no, then we won't hear about it for the next bloody we won't stop hearing about it for the next 2 weeks. Gents, go and take your rightful place behind the casting desk. You're shocking analysts and you're terrible on the desk, but thank you for joining me. It is time for us to get underway with our final best of 3 of the night. This is technically the lower bracket semi-final. Daystar, a rival 7, came into this playoffs bracket the heavy underdogs, and they have defied all expectations and have made it through. They are but one match away from finding themselves in a game against Elevate. That is to go to land. That is where all the emphasis is right now. Gents, I hope you're sitting down with your headsets on, because let's get this bad boy on.
Thank you very much, Rob J. Monday, a true professional as always. Honestly, probably one of the best hosts in the history of Australian esports. Not that there's many left, so the bar is pretty low. Let's jump into club then. The opening of this BO3, Sky to follow, labs if required. And if you tuned into the first match of the day, Waybo Elevate, well, the quality of that match, Jake, was very, very good. We must now set the bar a little bit lower between these two, as unfortunately their group stage was not quite as good, and well, they don't have the...
Did you say the first match of the day?
The first match of the day, yes, was Waybo Elevate. And I'm trying to preface that this second match will probably not be
We
as...
had 2 more matches before the Waybo.
Oh, our first match. Our first match of the day. I think I said our, which is kind of was. No, I said the. Yeah.
I don't blame you. It's all right. It was a good game, and I'm glad it was. Regardless of who had have won it, it needed to live up to the billing, and both of those two teams can do really, really good things internationally. We saw that from Waybo at EWC, and I think Elevate, should they get there, and I think they'll still be likely to get there. 4 teams at the LAN qualify for the major in Munich, and so you could probably pencil both of those 2 in. Turd himself even said it in the interview that he thinks they're the best 2 teams in all of APL. We'll find out. That's going to be the beauty of that LAN to come pretty soon.
Couple weeks?
Yeah, not even. I think it's like, what, 2 weeks away?
That would be a couple. Couple is 2. Sometimes more, but typically 2.
It's on the edge, isn't it? it's the start of a couple. It starts with 2. As for a Rival 7 and Daystar, I think it's a case of just happy to make it this far, happy to be here for a Rival 7. Didn't make playoffs in Stage 1 and now into a lower bracket semi-final. Because you lose this and you are out of APL playoffs and out of the chance to go to Munich. But if you win, your prize awaits you in Elevate. Opening kill, Souffle will get rid of Pio. And should preface as well, and I don't want to speak for you, but I think Daystar heavy favourites even in this matchup.
Yep. Kaid, Bandit, Monty, Grimband out, all typical here for club. Does leave Hard Breach up though for attack. First round though, and they lose a pick. Completely uncontested. So Daystar should be able to consolidate on site.
I mean, Daystar's the kind of team that on paper, they just look really good. And if they always played, I think, to the best of their ability, I would have predicted them to make it this far. But I've always had this element with Daystar, and maybe it goes back a little to Stage 1, where I just feel like sometimes they can a little bit throwy and not play to the best of their ability at times, and for large portions of a series, and it can cost them.
Yeah, there's a lack of polish.
But I think I don't even want to say potential, because it's clearly players that have been around such a long time. But maybe in terms of the team potential, there is still room for improvement, which would be really good for the region. Souffle gets rid of Labyrinth. He's just roaming around bar. And Joker will get rid of Peeps. And this is going to be a very easy opening round for Daystar on their map pick of Clubhouse. Skyscraper to follow after this, and if needed, Nighthaven Labs.
Roldini good for 1, so won't be flaws here for Daystar. Just over a minute to go. Certainly not the way to open up your account here for a Rival 7, but...
Well, they never got an opportunity, but it's credit to Daystar playing a bit more aggressive around this first floor, around bar stage, around top main. They played a bit more of the map, backed themselves in to win the gunfights, which they should. I think Daystar are a really good fragging team. Azuki and Jogor at their best are some of the better fraggers in the region. Roldini, a wealth of experience, and I'm sure he'd be happy to be back in playoffs and even a deep playoff run. A player like Peeps, in terms of his, kind of coming of age, he had a great stage 1 individually. Now in stage 2, he gets the opportunity to make a deep playoff run as well. A lot of positive signs in this region, outside of maybe some of the older heads from Soul's Heart and Fury, which are going to have an off-season to think about rejigging things. Roldini does get the pick blue onto Seal. So from a 2v5 to a 2v3, but still more work to be done. Gallet does have the kit in hand and coming out of bot main to what is essentially a firing range of Daystar players staring down the corridor. Yeah, they picked up the 2 kills prior to the end of the round, but it was always still pretty comfortable for Daystar due to the early work that they were able to do. And they take basement very, very comfortably to kickstart this series. It is our final series for the day today. Tomorrow, APAC North, I'm pretty sure it should be. I'm assuming it's back and forth.
Yeah, considering OS starts midweek.
OS is its own thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't interact at all with...
back to back
to back. 3 days in a row of OS after both Asia and APAC North conclude. And OS is going to look very, very tantalizing, considering there's 3 teams fighting for 2 spots.
Realistically.
There's 6 teams in the playoffs, but 3 good teams, I should say, that are fighting for those spots. Yeah, APAC North tomorrow, of course.
What time do we have to be here? Oh, we're on the late shift.
Oh, maybe it's not. It says 1 day, 14 hours. Maybe we're doing back-to-back Asia. I mean, I should clarify. That is my bad. It indeed is Asia tomorrow.
Got to circle it in the calendar,
Sorry,
Jake.
I'll take it all back. Asia tomorrow. Asia will conclude tomorrow.
Okay.
There you go. Apologies for the confusion, but yes, Asia will be back again tomorrow. And that will be very quick. I will say, it kind of... Considering the game we had today between Elevate and Waybo, and they're literally going to likely play again tomorrow,
yeah,
it does take the shine off what was a really, really good series today.
Would have been nice if they had a week to just like go back to the drawing board and come back full focused.
There will be a lot in that grand final for their side points and plus the money aspect as well.
And just the bragging rights, I think, as well. I think Waybo are pretty spurred on by the fact that they don't want an import team to take their #1 spot.
I think we're actually booked on for that that grand final. Might be fair to probably go to James and Pengu. But do you guys want it? Like, I feel bad. Depends on how inebriated I am as we get into call time.
Yeah, surely Nick wants to sleep in as well. He's been waking up very early over in the old Denmark.
He has to. It's a later start tomorrow.
True.
He'd be fine.
But you might be in a bad mood. Or a very good mood.
It's either a very, very bad mood and drunk, or a very, very good mood and drunk. Heaps. Can't hit the shot.
On water.
Oh, yeah, absolutely drunk on water. You think I'm in? Come on, don't be silly.
CC across here from the attack. Roldini finds the first.
Yeah, I mean, the Deimos play's been good so far for Rival 7. Jogo got...
That was a bit of a nothing peak.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very slow edge peak, holding cash. You give up your life that easily. Azuki, though... Well, it does fire back in a timely manner because they needed that. The round was starting to go the way of a Rifle 7. Souffle, is he going to be prepared for the closer angle? He's got his eyes firmly locked, but a good tuck in here on the con side means he can take both battles now from this position. Gun barrel spotted, easy headshot onto Peeps. Now you can fall back, play the site. Roldini with the death mark active on Azuki, who's playing towards logistics. It's a 2v2.
I wonder if anyone recorded just how many there were in that last series, because it felt like they just were infinite.
I mean, obviously, we have the numbers, but no point really going back and
No.
looking at all.
We've had a lot of 2v2s tonight.
It's been the magic number. And it's a big 2v2 now for a Rival 7, because if they can get an early attacking round, Volt's in,
oh, he's tracing him!
Souffle has struggled a little bit, but he did get the kill. And unfortunately, Roldini couldn't help out his teammate in PO from that distance, and knows Azuki is still logistics. He has to go for the long grab and try and take the 1v1 with Souffle. Souffle has to just not move. Oh, well, he does move.
I got forced out by the grenade.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but he moved. technically killed as well before the frag grenade even went well and truly off, but credit. I think that pick from Azuki and also the con play when they were kind of staring down the barrel of losing that round after a good aggression from a rival 7. Daystar earning that round win well and truly, in contrast to the opening round, which was pretty much over before it even really began. 5 kills for Soufflé in the opening 2 rounds. And he's gotten off to a flyer. Cash and CCTV, the 3rd round here of this lower bracket semi-final. Loser of the series is done for the stage. The winner will play tomorrow against Elevate. And you win that, and you're into land. So, I mean, for one of these 2 teams to even be in that kind of position, even if they'll be well and truly up against it, it's still, I think, a big achievement. Massive achievement.
Imagine APN and Asia had 3 slots each instead of the 4-2.
Yeah, well, the winner of this would be going to land. I think that would have been more fair, firstly, and I think that should have been more warranted. I know we probably can't speak too much on these kind of decisions, but I think one region having 4 slots and the other 2 having 2 is a little bit disingenuous. I think a 3-3-2 split would have been more fair.
Give me Rob J Monday from here.
He's a very loud man.
Very boisterous. Can see him studying the VOD very, very hard there in the background. So he'll surely have some tantalizing points on the desk.
Is that the VOD?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
haven't got my glasses on, but I'll trust you on that and trust that he's doing his work.
Oh, absolutely. One of the hardest workers in the
He did have
industry.
some stats ready to go.
He did.
So Zuki plays Rafters with Joe Gore. They'll double stack that. But the site itself is actually very much open. I mean, Daystar have gone for a pretty heavy gym bedroom hold on the Cash CCTV site. Playing behind the mirror window inside bathroom is Soufflé. I mean, like, literally someone right now could just walk up red stairs and into Cash.
Yes, they could, but there is no one there.
There is no
that
one
would.
there.
And it's a
PO.
low percentage play.
Oh, big pick, and that's the smoke dealt with early. So, and also Con opened up, so now these defenders are kind of split. This is a really winnable round for a rival 7. In fact, from this position now, after getting rid of Soufflé, they've got to convert this.
That was Seal not dead.
Seal got one, but traded. They keep their advantage. Azuki also losing his life. PO doing a great job, but lost out the battle against Joe Gore. Regardless, a rival 7 are going to get on the board here for Clubhouse in the opening map of this series. Joe Gore's good. He's not that good. Low on health, 1v3. And credit to a rival 7. That was a pretty good attack from them. They really punished the stretching defense there of Daystar. And once they kind of broke it up in that middle, once you got that kill Con, you basically had 2 players either side of Con. Like 2 on the bedroom, gym bedroom side, and 2 on the Cash and CCTV side. It just meant that for a rival 7, they could use their numbers to overwhelm the gym bedroom side of defense. I thought that was a really good attack from a rival 7. Daystar tried to do a little too much.
Astute analysis from you, Jake. I feel like a little bit like a master Jedi, and you're my apprentice a little bit. You know, over the years of just, you know, listening to my color, you've kind of absorbed it. It's good to see. You disagree?
Well, I mean, I feel like in most of the mechanical events that you're talking about from a particular brand of entertainment media, in those particular roles, usually the
the master
is the older one.
Oh, I mean, you could pass as younger.
Oh, absolutely. People always say Rob's my father.
Yeah, well, Rob looks 50. You look 40, and I look 30.
And Alex looks about 15.
Don't put Sky, don't put Sky off. His observer's been good today.
I will say for Sky, he used to look a lot younger. Like he really used to. He's becoming a man before our eyes. I feel like he's got about 6 dads.
And we're all terrible at our jobs.
We're all terrible. Well, I'm not too bad at it. Sometimes he just needs a throttle. Getting back on track. He did a really good job, by the way, in that last series.
It's a high-intensity siege, and the observing was right up to the mark. One of the best.
Absolutely.
Hashtag Sky to SI.
Well, Arrival 7 looks very good in that previous round. Now their test is basement once again, which, of course, in the first round they never really had a prime opportunity. But with Daystar playing more bunker defense style, hence nothing's really happening, and 5 on site outside of Seal around Secret, which will just fall back, play blue. It gives Arrival 7 a bit more of an opportunity this time around on this site, rather than Daystar playing aggressive up above. Jogor looking to deny the X-Karos from opening up the hatch. He's got no more impacts though, and it's just more about delaying the inevitable. It is going to get opened up.
So time is ticking here for the attack. Utility, though, very much still available for this push. A piece of explosive to deal with some of this utility on site. Maestro cameras will be pivotal for the defense. The Gas Babe is also available for Azuki, so don't discount the impact of that. As late round work here will confirm one more camera down bot main. And the attack with options aplenty as to where they want to go for the hit. Diffuser is currently being rotated over towards the blue drop as Roldini takes space on the IQ. But presumably that diffuser will now go back over towards Moto. Pressure triple likely then from the attack as Roldini begins his charge forward slowly and gets the first.
I mean, they needed that considering there's not much time on the clock. So now you can start to flood the site. You've got the extra player advantage. Fika needed to win this quickly and then turn his attention. But instead of winning the battle and turning his attention, he whiffs and then still just turns his attention anyway because he knows where the real pressure is actually coming from. PO goes down. 5 seconds, by the way, on this clock. So this kit's got to go down. Gallet's going to stick it, but he's inside of the smoke. He hasn't got the time. He has to then either die or get off and move. He can't do either. Or time the biggest enemy for Arrival 7 in that round. And the very much big ally for Daystar. They go 3-1 up. Arrival 7 really just left themselves no room there at all. Needed quick, concise kills. And basically needed to get, all 5 kills in about 10 seconds, which was always going to be difficult.
So it feels like Daystar may be starting to just propel themselves forward in this series. Opening map looking positive. It is Skyscraper, though, to follow. And that could be an intriguing dynamic depending on start sides. It is globally the most defense-sided map. So it may test Arrival 7. They are to try and mount rounds early.
I mean, you already got the 1 round. You got 2 more opportunities to get the second.
That's right. I was talking about Skyscraper.
Oh, you're talking about Skyscraper?
Yeah. Just looking a little bit ahead, If you're struggling to attack into club and you're then having to mount attacks into your pick.
map pick, though. I mean,
that's kind of irrelevant when it's an 80% defense-sided map. I think it'll still be tough. Anyway, we're probably looking too far forward here. Gym bedroom, round 5. They start with an extension, cash across. And the attack to bring Sense into play. Labyrinth also on the Nook, so that could be an X factor in this round. He may be able to lurk up red, up main. Provide pressure through bar, prevent any vert play from defense. And then with no hard breach banned out, the Thermite Ace available and to be brought here by the attack. To note as well, I suppose, the additional bans for these last 3 rounds have been Mirror and Deimos. Sensible is pre-placed outside here from the attack.
And so suggesting we'll see focus here on the balcony. And the ROU can block out line of sight from both CC and potentially Con as well. Labyrinth shotgun in hand on the Nook. So could even look for some vert plays if there is ping info available. IQ from Roldini. Able to see the yokai from Souffle. Can also spot out mute jammers as well as active glasses from Azuki. Even the catch from Seal. Range hard breach now in play with Jacuzzi wall down. Although again, mute jammer stalling out that progress. Arrival 7 continued to posture at the midpoint of the round. Labyrinth trying to find value. Frag grenade from down below to clear out bathroom, and Souffle does take some damage. Cleared the mute jammer as well.
It's unfortunate for Roldini. Labyrinth to lose out the battle against Pika as well. And you've still got Seal over towards CCTV. Yeah, he finds one onto Pio. He got to just swing that for free, even with that shield screen up. Found the kill outside that gym window and then comes on in late to find the second as well for him.
I think
at the end of the round.
He actually used, I'm presuming, an impact to break the wall. We could see it on our overhead on the side. The RU that got pre-placed earlier was broken and he had one less impact. So I'm presuming, I didn't catch it, but I'm presuming he actually threw that out, broke it, and pretty much foiled that entire plan. Now, would that have been a big enough win condition for the attack? No, but
he just kind of put the nail in the coffin.
Sealed the deal.
4-1 up, go Daystar. And now one last opportunity for Arrival 7 to find their second attacking round that they're searching for. Cash and CCTV. Funnily enough, it's only been 2 opening kills for Daystar. Feels like they've been really dominant. The score line would suggest that, but
general play, mid to late round transition.
Yeah.
Inability or ability to trade and the inability for Arrival 7 to trade. Yeah, it's been quite one-sided.
One saving grace for Arrival 7 has been a couple of those opening kills, but just unable to convert 2 of them.
They can bring life back into the series here. 2-4 scoreline, given how it's shaping up right now, would be quite positive.
10 seconds left.
That is the beauty sometimes of attack, is you just need to string together 2 good rounds to remain competitive in pretty much any context.
Yeah.
The others can be washouts. There's no carry-on.
Well, they're going into the blitz once again. Now, they did win this last time out. But I think they won it more based on the way that Daystar were kind of playing defensively. Now, to be fair, from what I can already see, they're going to play it almost in a pretty similar fashion. Double stack rafters again. This time, though, Pika will actually stay inside a cache and kind of slip in between cache and top red. But then you've still got then 2 more players around top main, bathroom. But no mirror available this time, so that is a bit of a hindrance towards bedroom, so they can't hold this as extensively. But this was the way in. This was the avenue for Arrival 7, that they got the con pick and then they converged on these players towards bedroom, top main, logistics, etc. Killed them and then made pretty easy work of the remainders towards rafters. There is one out there, by the way. Pio hard left here on the balcony, tucked in. Labyrinth gets the drone on to Souffle, so he's going to fall back. Chogor just had a cheeky little peek towards Oil Pit, didn't spot anything. There's
Azuki
no
wants to peek this.
Azuki wants to peek this and does peek this, and on to... Oh, hang on, careful with that impact.
Did he impact? Wait, what?
He impacted, I think, the...
Himself? On the barricade?
Well, the barricade, but he was standing so close to it that I think he took a little bit of damage.
I thought the grenade was going to go clean through. I suppose not. It may even open the window for a potential revival here as well. So that's unfortunate.
Oh, never mind. That's good bait. They left him out there dangling like a little fish on the line. Well, to be fair, they will get the revival, but they lost 1 for it. Now they've got to lose 2 more. All this to save Private Pio, and it's not coming up good at all for Arrival 7.
Does Pika get cleared? Well, he may not even need to contest. They invested in PO heavily this round, but no dividends in return. They start looking good here on club.
I mean, I can understand why you'd want to get him back up. He's still got Candelas available, and the Ying's great.
I mean, credit goes to Joe Gore. That's a really good play from him.
But it's such a difficult spot to go for that res. And also, yeah, as you said, credit to Joe Gore to kind of be switched on and think, well, if they're going to go for it, there's two ways they're going to get it, which is either deeper balcony position, so coming out of gym or bedroom, or it's going to be the direct con window. So 5-1-1 for Daystar on the map of Clubhouse. And pretty dominant as well throughout the half. 4 players in the green in terms of EPS. Souffle leads them all, 168. 9-3, 1-0 entry, 83% cost. But really, in the end, a bit of a nothing round, unfortunately, for Rival 7. And they had the opportunity to make it a 2-4 scoreline, which would have set them up nicely, coming onto their defense now. But reality sets in. They've got a long way back.
It's a long way to the top if you're a Rival 7 right now. It's a long way to the shop if you want a sausage roll. Oh, it's late shift today, so we're allowed to have a bit of fun.
It's the late shift. It's like the late show.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully we don't get pulled off air. Given our shenanigans, I wouldn't be shocked. Big task for Rival 7 though in this half. Trailing by 4. Little promise in the first half. Outclassed here on club. Skyscraper is going to be very intriguing. I'm still skeptical on their attacking prowess on that map. It will be a tall challenge. Daystar firing though at the moment. Pretty good well-rounded performance. Souffle's been a standout. Joe Gore's had impact. It's difficult to fault them.
Yeah, and Daystar have a whopping 10% attacker win rate over a Rival 7. So they're a much better attacking team than their opponents, and they are also 1% higher on defense. There's not really any statistical categories that a Rival 7 are actually all that good at, unfortunately for their sake. But to be fair, a lot of the numbers are from the group stage, and their performance earlier today, you know, was more the anomaly and probably played to their very, very best to get that result. And I think, to be completely frank, they're going to have to play very much to their very best if they're going to beat Daystar as well. And right now they're getting kind of torn apart here on Clubhouse. This opening round of the half is gonna.
Was that a missed drone? No, it was a bait drone.
It was a fakey.
Oh no!
Here comes Joe Gore. Oh!
Good night.
Labyrinth. Oh, he's dead.
That was a good moment though. Well lasted. Pretty good way to win that fight.
He was very close to getting out of there too. The old transfer back to the shell down below. It's like
this is gonna be a fun game.
It was like Jaws. It was like, and a no. Under a minute remaining in the round for Daystar. They don't have their Blackbeard anymore. No Joe Gore to try and hit Church Arsenal. Tripwire connectors to be dealt with as well. Aldini, I wonder if he's gone for the spiderweb formation.
Is that what you're coining it?
That's what I'm coining it, but it doesn't look like he's gone for it.
A little bit. For the hatch drop, there is some utility. Also, some scattered dirt.
It's not the spiderweb formation, though. I don't know.
No, it's not too extensive.
No. Well, he is going to play close angle in dirt, though. Not many seconds remaining in this round, by the way. Daystar are going to have to really pick up the pace. While the double push looks like it may open things up. They've got Souffle coming through Oil Pit as well, and Pika towards Blue. So in fairness, the 4 players are kind of playing in groups of 2 as they push in towards the site, but they, again, don't have a lot of time left. And when Pika goes down, that's Kid on the floor in the bad way. There's no time left. They can't win the round. It's over. And they lost that round, by the way, with 2 players up to a rival 7's 1. They get timed out. Like, just pick up the pace, guys. A little bit more speediness, and you might have won that round.
If only it was that easy. Oh, there's a dog. Is that a golden retriever? A Labrador?
I think it's a dog.
A DOG. Definitely not a cat.
Well,
it's a big cat.
It could be.
I suppose. So gym bedroom then for the 8th round. And Daystar need to pick up their pacing moving forward. Still, that's will not be rewarded in this match.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally the only reason why they ended up losing that round. I actually thought the sort of pivot from them to go double dirt and then kind of double blue. So it's a lot of pressure on one side of Church Arsenal to converge in, and they hit the majority of their shots, despite being, you know, very low on time. So therefore, you're pressured. You're a little bit anxious as you're pushing in. They did well, but again, just left themselves no time.
Are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Daystar pushing for the map clear this time around. They have Flores for util clearance. That will be particularly useful top red. Azami posted there currently. And range hard breach for Joe Gore. Good for Kennels and Cash. Currently Jacuzzi, also valuable there. Secondary hard breach also in play for Seal. Pika self-sufficient on drone work garage. He can take rafters once he confirms that is indeed clear. PO lurking basement, and so we actually could see an early fight. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Pierre's not really going to expect that. The drop oil pit there, if he's got no idea, and it's gym bedroom, he's just not expecting that. You could just tell. 2 and 7 for PO. Opening kill for Daystar. They have converted every single round that they've found the opening kill so far on this map of Clubhouse.
Oh, that's concerning for a rival 7.
Very much concerning, as Labyrinth is going to hold still Cash along with Peeps top red. So they're going to continue to fight this one through, despite being down a player, which means that Daystar can take a little bit of this map space now. Zuki already just outside Con towards balcony, so he can kind of get these guys cut off. That's going to be, I think, a big plan here for Daystar. Can you get them cut off?
Oh, good trade. Okay.
Where's everyone going?
The structure feels so weird right now. That was a shot. That was a drive-by.
Oh, Peeps! I mean, this is turning into TDM in this 8th round, and Roldini's going to get caught. Souffle gets stuffed on the roof outside the building. And poor old Gallet now probably just nervous if he can actually even go for this res. He can.
Against the death mark, this is very hard.
Yeah, but Seal and Zuki are still a little bit away. Knows he's inside Con. Gallet goes searching. Still lots of time in this round. Flashbang, push forward, now full white. The follow-through doesn't come through initially, though. They hesitate. Now they slow double push. Gallet will hold the angle. And Azuki's going to get caught. Did he get shot in the back by Seal? Oh, he doesn't know he's already slipped back in. Nice movement from Gallet. A rival 7. Not giving up hope here on Clubhouse. That was a round of siege.
Yes.
For me, it was when I think it was Labyrinth on the Tubarao when he pushes Cash into CCTV, and it was just like a little bit aimless, like it was a bit wandery, but then it was also very cinematic on the breakthrough entry from Rafters at the exact same time, and he's like, "Ooh, free kill." But against so many other teams, he either dies to like Kennel's Breach or he dies CC Window, which he ended up actually dying CC Window. It's just a bit of a kind of nothing play. When you're on defense, you go for that search, and more often than not, you're not going to get really a good result. But he got fortunate with the timing.
You do that against an Elevate or a Waybo. I mean, you wouldn't even consider doing it against an Elevate or a Waybo.
He would have gone back the other way. He would have been running.
Yeah.
Well, they refuse to go down here without a fight. Arrival 7, 2 rounds in a row. So far, defense looking good. 8 rounds of Siege, only 1 attacking round so far successful on Clubhouse. Which can sometimes be the case on this map. Oh man, these are some long lines. I mean, really, the longer the tripwire connected, the more you're getting out of it, right? Like in terms of usage, like in like a square meterage statistic. Like if you're making a short line, it's not really getting much, really, is it? He didn't even get rid of the tripwire connector. He missed. I don't even think Pika actually dealt with it. No, he did not.
Look at that setup.
Yep.
Holy. Wouldn't want to be jumping into that.
Located by attackers.
I mean, it makes it kind of annoying to also deal with a little bit. It's all about trying to force it to be more of a util clear. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does slow you down. Asuki finds Pio. That's just Pio being careless. When you're playing cache CCTV, that CCTV window is always deadly. I don't even know how Roldini's just died.
Does feel like Daystar may be moments away from map point.
I mean, this is just the site, though, where you've just got to play very compact and understand there's a lot of dangerous positions. It's about just holding still as much as possible.
It's about soaking up that util and pressure.
Exactly. And then let the time tick down. And then when things get, you know, crazy... I mean,
that was a good clear,
That was a really good clear. There's nothing Peeps could really do.
But he doesn't have a second player after to help him like he normally would because they're dead.
Yeah, flamed out. And if a second player was there, they could have maybe peeked, got the trade. Now, at this point, Labyrinth feels like it's a 2v5. I kind of have to go for something.
Got to go for broke.
Yeah, well done by Daystar for putting the pressure on. And Arrival 7 do melt under the pressure. It's a low percentile play. Headshot angle. And Jogor gets the double. It's a flawless round, the first one of the map and the series. And now it's map point for Daystar. After a little spring in the step of Arrival 7, they now face their demise on Clubhouse. 3-round differential, 3 map points for Daystar.
So the additional bans now to come through to cap off regulation.
How would you rate Daystar versus Elevate if that does eventuate as the lower bracket final?
Cap mirror, by the way. Daystar v Elevate.
Yeah.
I think it could be probably one of the most dominant games of the bracket, duo to Elevate.
Daystar did only lose 7-4 in the group stage to Elevate.
Don't care.
And it was on bank.
Doesn't change my mind. Respectfully.
Respectfully.
It's so obvious how big the difference is between the top two.
I'll repose it. Do you think that Daystar would do better than Soul's Heart in that upper bracket semi-final when Soul's Heart lost 7-2, 7-2?
Yes.
Like 7-3,
I don't think Elevate would go in and just wipe the floor 2-0 and win 7-2, 7-2. But I would imagine that they'd still walk away with a 2-0 victory. Maybe one of the maps, maybe the selection of Daystar could be relatively competitive.
Yeah,
and if Joe Gore or someone has a really good day, like that could pose a threat. But overall team play, strategy-wise, I think mental resilience, experience, etc. Like Elevate just have them in so many different areas.
Yeah. So timeout expires for Arrival 7, and their time on Clubhouse is almost expiring as well.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
In terms of this particular game, by the way, because whoever wins this series, you guarantee third at minimum. The difference between third and fourth SI points is none. You get 50 points for third and fourth, and actually even for fifth. So the only difference is $2,000. Unfortunately, the current system is pretty harsh, but it makes it entertaining. Like the difference between finishing third versus second and first is so large in terms of SI points, and then now for stage 2 in terms of the major qualifier land. And first taking home the majority of the prize pool.
The Daystar closed out here. Certainly looks probable. And with that kill going the way of Azuki,
that's not good.
It feels likely.
Yeah, and Rob has stood up now and he's on his way to the couch, so...
I don't even know if this match is deserving of a post-match couch.
He thinks this one's done.
Can't be dying there on a basement site. That's rough going now for the 4 remaining members of Arrival 7, who probably now feel the need to double down and find one back.
And it's a commitment for him too, because he's not going to the couch and then coming back and then going back to the couch. He's got to stay there. So he knows, well, he's actually coming in here for a second.
All right, boys. Finish this game, would you?
Well, we can't control the game, Rob. I'm sorry.
I'll see you on the couch, Robert. He's on his way over.
Very professional. They start now just needing to go through the checklist, vert, hatches.
This is one where you don't rush now.
Yeah, vert, hatches, triple wall, just get all that done. Do a bit of droning.
You can see the eagerness of Pio to try and get some information, but I mean, there's not much he can really do on the clash. Maybe try and bait them into the tripwire connector, but it's not going to.
Well, there is catch here. I think he has to play for life and just hope he gets kills. Peeps gets caught short.
Peeps gets caught, and that's the smoke as well, so you lose more time denial. And they're going to actually go for the drop here. They may feel like this could be enough of an advantage to capitalize upon this basement site. And Souffle now goes to 12 kills. Pio low on health, and yeah, let's head on over to the couch.
We're going for a little bit of a jog?
Yeah, we're going to go for a stroll. So 7-3, Daystar taking the opening map of Clubhouse. Emphatic in the end, flawless in the final round. The clear better of the two teams. One map away now from booking their place in tomorrow's lower bracket final.
It's gonna get personal. That's what you get. You're gonna get better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
How's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. This is actually pineapple flavored.
Pineapple.
So, second question, Turdster. you're no stranger to a good subtweet. We know you love getting active on Twitter.
Absolutely.
On June 17th, you posted the tweet 2 days before playoffs, and we've had more cancels than actual scrims played. Hashtag locked in. Can you explain?
To be honest, there's just a lot of check farmers in the APL, as everyone might know. A lot of check farmers. So you know, as soon as some bum teams lose, they get like 4th place, 5th place in playoffs. They just sack it off. They just cancel all the scrims, and you know, the actual good teams, they don't get much practice. So sucks to suck, but it is what it is.
Well, stage 2 is starting up very soon. How's your prep going? You getting more scrims?
We actually haven't scrimmed since we left EWC, and now I'm here eating into my scrim time. But
literally,
literally. But I think once we get back, we'll be on the test server playing with a new op, and yeah, we'll have around 2 weeks before the season comes out. So I'm pretty excited to go workshop with the new op.
And where are you scrimming from?
I'll be scrimming from Tokyo.
And you're playing the season from?
From Bandung, yeah.
Right. Now, we have one more question for you, if you're ready to take on the third wing.
Honestly, you took level 2 better than level 1.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for promptly taking my advice and wrapping things up. I really appreciate it.
Oh, we didn't wrap it up.
No problem.
Now you've just ruined the illusion for everyone at home. They thought that you were the ones that pressed the start button and also the stop button. Michael, why did you just roll your eyes at me?
I didn't roll my eyes. I just shook my head.
I think everyone at home can agree that's pretty much the same. You're gaslighting me now. That's what you're doing. You're gaslighting me. Well, I tell you who got gaslit. Unfortunately, Arrival 7. 7-3, not the start they would have hoped for. They actually got off to a pretty decent start, all things considered. Got a couple of opening kills. The footy on, is it, mate?
He's just looking through some stats.
I'm just looking through some stats.
Yeah, as we get them up on screen now.
I'm trying to find some interesting talking points about the game.
He's actually just thrown from his phone straight to the screen.
Yeah, 7-3 days.
Airdrop.
I don't really know what more to say about this game. It wasn't of the highest quality. I'm just going to keep it real. Daystar across the board, a little bit more proficient. Fragging power is certainly stronger. Arrival 7, I mean, especially on defense in the second half, they really found it tough going. The rounds that they lost were off the back of losing really early picks in unfortunate positions, which just really can't be happening at this kind of level. And Daystar punished them accordingly. So, yeah, good work. They didn't flounder a lot of the advantages that they earned in this map.
Yeah, in their second half, Arrival 7.
How my stats?
Yeah, pretty good actually. 1v2 to kickstart things. That's never a good sign.
Yeah.
Into flawless rounds from Daystar. That is never a good way to finish a map. But look, I think the positives needs to be taken away here, and that for Daystar is that across the board they're all involved in pretty much every round. They're not. It's not like you've got Souffle going large, but that's mainly because of the 3Ks he's achieved. However, everyone else is in the server for 70% of the rounds or more. And that, for me, is a takeaway for them because, especially when you look forward, if you start looking ahead, I know I hate doing that as a desk when you look past the game that is in front of you. But when you're going up against Elevate, you need to be sure that every player is going to be firing, not that you've got one player popping off. And I think that it's at least a good start for them. As we move to Skyscraper, though, what do we think? I don't like Skyscraper for Arrival 7 here.
I'm going to go against the grain.
You know what? You have been a good devil's advocate in the past.
I do like to play devil's advocate around here, and I think that for me, going into Skyscraper, this is their map choice. This is something that they're able to be a little bit... What is he doing?
Nothing.
You can't say it.
Rob was making faces.
He's being goofy.
He's being goofy. Like, it's their map pick, and while there are similarities to Clubhouse, it does play pretty differently. And I think
I know.
Is he still doing it?
He's going to lose his job.
Sorry. There are... Sorry.
We've lost
Devil's advocate.
Either way, devil's advocate. I think Arrival 7 will perform on Skyscraper.
Well, look, personally, I have a special place in my heart for Daystar. I just don't see them losing this. I can only guess the starting sides are Arrival 7 on attack. Such a difficult map to attack into, and they made a lot of fundamental mistakes. Well, it is their map selection, so I'm assuming that Daystar picked defense. If Daystar really hate themselves, they might have picked attack first, but I doubt it.
Can we get some comms from production real quick?
Yeah, admins. Who is starting defense?
Yeah,
who does Alex?
Yeah, well...
Alex, who's starting defense?
Hey, hurry up!
Daystar.
Daystar defense.
But I would like to retract my devil's
You can
advocacy.
retract that, yeah? I don't think that's how it works. I think once you sign the paper with the devil, mate, you're on.
Unfortunately, the reason why I would like to retract it is that the worst attacking team in all of Asia is Arrival 7.
Into the most defender-sided map in the game. Wow.
So to play devil's advocate, if
against devil's advocate,
they can actually perform well suddenly on attack,
it would be quite surprising and
then
actually bring some life into the
not only would
series.
it be surprising, but I think they'll win the map.
Judging off what we saw in the first half of Clubhouse, anyone want to take a stab in the dark at what their attacks were?
One.
Out of how many rounds?
Sometimes they only need one.
Sometimes all you need is one, Jake. And sometimes all you need is love. 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 And that's what we get here at the APL. It's nothing but love. And that's all I've got. I'm going to have to do the longest throw in my career. These two have never gotten up slower. In fact, I think I've actually seen Guz walk faster to other rooms before. Michael, thank you very much for picking up the pace there. But it is time to get underway. Arrival 7. They are but one map away from being eliminated here in the APL playoffs. It's a little bit somber for them after having such a high against Soul's Heart, but that is just the way the cookie crumbles. Daystar are on a surge right now and starting defense on Skyscraper. That is everything you could ask for. Speaking of everything we could ask for, how about Mr. Jake Xenox and Diddy and Michael Guzgurry take it away?
There it is. I was just waiting until we actually saw the bands.
Which are?
Just jamming out to the music.
Kaid Bandit, Monty Damos.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very rough half for Arrival 7 if they can't turn around what's been a difficult stage in terms of their attacking prowess. 31% attacker win rate, and now heading into Skyscraper. It may be their map pick, Guz, but as you've been alluding to, it's not going to be easy.
Everything points towards a 5-1 half for Daystar.
Yeah, look, almost minimum. Like, even if it's a 2-4 half, I would almost consider that a win.
2-4 would be good, yeah.
Yeah, a 2-4 half for Arrival 7 would be good enough to at least suggest that it's going to be a competitive game. Obviously, they'd still have to do the work on their own defense. I still think you find the overall positives for Arrival 7, even if this is their last map of the playoffs, from a team that didn't make playoffs stage 1.
It's been an improvement.
An improvement, yep. And pretty much stayed together as well. But it's difficult for professionals to know that they're still a distance away from other competitors. within their own sub-region, let alone even then internationally. Whereas I think a team like Daystar would maybe feel, you know, at the end of this stage that they're not that far off. I think if they can get a little bit more support behind them in terms of the extra coaching staff, if they can get some more people in to help the team, to help the roster, they keep finding improvement, keep putting in a good amount of time.
I think as a 5, they have the ability with a bit of time
if
and
they can keep growing,
the support stuff.
Yeah, for sure. There's probably more of a world. I think Arrival 7, this is probably about as good as this roster will get, is like top 4 in Asia, which is not bad by any means.
Daystar for an SILCQ could be intriguing.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be like a dark horse. Souffle through Pantry. Labyrinth was able to get that opening kill, but then traded immediately by Pika, so no real advantage was gained for either of the two teams, but not an awful start. I mean, this is probably what Arrival 7 would want, is a bit of scrappiness on Skyscraper, rather than the more systematic, structured nature of the defense that we will typically see. They want this to be chaotic and messy and scrappy, and bring it down to 2v2s and 3v3s. Move away from the more system-based defense Daystar, I imagine, will want to bring. Minute left on the clock. And sometimes for teams that struggle to attack, I feel like a lot of the times they just don't help themselves either with their time management and even their own confidence. Like right now, it's not like Daystar's really doing anything to, you know, offset this or seal. Well, that was ultra aggressive. That's going to be a punishment. And Arrival 7, we've been talking about maybe the inability to attack coming into this map, but it's a 3v3, 40 seconds left. It's winnable.
Joker's been lurking on this half of the map for so long, and finally rewarded, untraded. Oh, he's been blocked out by his own teammate. Pika's locked him out.
Oh, he's got the gap.
Okay, there was a gap. I thought it was the, I thought it was parallel to the door. I was like, oh no, he's been locked in. Tough position now for Arrival 7. 20 on the clock, 2v3.
I think he's messed that keeper barrier up, and unfortunately he did for Jogor's sake. He knows they're both here as well. This round's over. Nitrocell, even if it does nothing, which it doesn't, I think that actually got denied in the air, and it's still a 2v2, but with 5 seconds left, Rodini needs to now start thinking about the fact he's got no time to get this kit down. Pika's got the close angle, and he doesn't even get the kill because the time runs out. But those are the rounds that we want to probably see from Arrival 7. They don't win it. It's Team Room Karaoke. It's Skyscraper. It's going to be hard to attack into these main sides, but it was competitive. Yeah. Kept Daystar at bay in certain areas. They made it interesting. And all it takes is, you know, winning 2 of those kind of rounds over the next 5 rounds, and they can make a competitive map of this series. And I think Daystar will look to know that they're going to play better if they're going to close this out quickly. Offers an exhibition to come in the second round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Highlight reel from that prior round. 4 versus 3. Arrival 7 had that advantage, that lead, but only momentary. On the opposing side of the map, Jogor posed problems, then peeled back to Drum. Increased that stall potential further. 2 versus 2. But with so little time on the clock, Daystar able to win out the opening round. Although not completely disastrous for Arrival 7 again. At least remotely competitive. But they aren't going to have too many chances, the assumption being here in this first half, to get a scalp or 2. So it's about, you know, continuing to work hard to try and find those win cons, and then when they present themselves, you have to take that opportunity.
Yeah, and they got pretty lucky as well to get that opening kill. And I know it was traded immediately, but that's, again, what you want if you're a Rifle 7, is that you're, you know, in the rounds early, you're active early. I think a 4v4 is better for a Rifle 7, regardless of operator trade. Straight in towards Geisha for PO. There's an extensive horizontal hold for Daystar. Souffle around T-Room. Jogor a little bit closer down below in Barbecue, and he does have a Nitrocell in hand, but does miss that one. I'm trying to see, I think it was in the hallway. I don't think it was quite Geisha. Oh, no, it was Geisha. What's blocking it on our overhead?
What are you looking for? I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
on the overhead, it's just the angle. You can't see it.
Okay.
Blocked by the wall.
Closing down the midpoint of the round. Bit of map control for Rival 7. Looking to take Drum across.
It's a pretty generic looking attacker lineup though for a Rival 7. You got a bit of this map control, but what tools do you have now to unlock these positions like Dragon?
Reloading.
Well, the Blackbeard's going to be very pivotal for them on this attack. Oh man, that's a good clear. Too easy. What are you doing, Souffle? Holy. Well, we've been speaking about maybe this being difficult to attack, but they got a 2-player advantage. An early attacking round. Make that 3. Azuki missing the shot onto Peeps. He didn't land in a single bullet.
Drive-by. Trade.
Well, this is done. Well, there's your attacking round. 2 rounds into Skyscraper. This is why you always play devil's advocacy.
You proud of yourself? I don't think it's the most outlandish call to have assumed they'd get at least 1 attack. To be fair, though, that was actually quite clean. No, they didn't have to overcomplicate things. It was really spearheaded by the Dragon clear. It took 1 grenade at a Blackbeard. And then Souffle gets isolated. Good round from the attack. Pretty poor from Daystar, but it ebbs and flows. Tertiary now in play for the 3rd round.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good clear. But as soon as that frag grenade gets thrown to the back of Dragon, I think Souffle's got to respond and offer a little bit of help to Seal. Seal just got kind of left to his own devices there. And in fairness, I think from Souffle's perspective, he's thinking, surely there's someone pushing with that Blackbeard. So allow the Blackbeard forward and then watch the doorway, but there's no one there. And Gun was already up on the Blackbeard. So it's just, I guess, a misplay really on the side of Daystar, and a Rival 7 will punish. And it relieves a little bit of pressure for a Rival 7 as well. Because I tell you what, between Skyscraper and our next map, if we get there, Nighthaven Labs, we're not going to be seeing a lot of attacking round wins, I don't think, between these 2 teams. So any that you can get, they go a long way. It's like gold. 2 opening kills to start as well for Rival 7. So speak of their attack what you will, but you couldn't have asked for a better start. Free BPC, 4 Peeps on the Bravo. Oh my god. Now, for me, it's always the person who gets shot that's at fault.
Oh, yeah.
It's always on them.
They end up winning this round.
Oh.
They actually end up winning this round.
Well, if they get this plant down in Kitchen successfully, there's a very good possibility that they do win this round indeed. And Gallet will stick it, and it's right at the windowsill. Daystar have allowed that plant to go down with Jogor inside Geisha. Just had to spray that smoke or even throw the nitro. Pia's low on health. Jogor hits the headshot anyway, regardless of the HP. Did not matter. Time will be the biggest essence here for Daystar now. They do have the extra player. Souffle. Oh, that's a good kill on to Peeps. Well, you say they're going to win this round. Now it becomes increasingly unlikely. Only Roltini left. He does get 1. He does also get them off the plant and gets rid of Jogor. Roltini is going to win them the round.
Oh, God, I love this region. You look bewildered. We don't need to say anything more. There's nothing that needs to be said.
Well, I mean, like, what's the worst part of that round, really? Is it the team kill? Is it the
the
plant
free
not being
plant?
denied? Is it the 1v4? Poor boy. I mean, credit to Roldini, but... I don't know.
I don't know what to say.
Again, that's not Peeps' fault at all. He's just breaking barricade, and Labyrinth is... I don't know. This was actually a really good shot here from Souffle as well. Yeah, that's... yeah, move on. But regardless as to how that round happened, it's 2 attacking rounds.
I know. That's
for
the
Arrival
That's
7.
the thing. It's going to extend how long this game goes for.
We're going to night
We're going to labs.
Daystar's not awful at attacking, but you know, they're not really the masterclass attacking team either.
5 seconds left before
I think there's a good world of Arrival 7 win labs as well. Just got that feeling, got that inkling.
You're playing a lot of Devil's Advocate.
I mean, well, you have to.
To be fair, I mean, the whole stage is kind of subverted expectation from their perspective.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess...
They just keep pulling out these results. To be fair, it's good resilience.
Where from?
Can't say that on stream.
A hat?
Yeah, a hat works. A sleeve.
A sleeve? Ooh. A result up their sleeve that they can go with.
So, Osatal on Util out backstairs.
I think this is going to be the kind of round that might actually be more difficult for them because they're trying to play a little bit more of a set play off the Glaz Capital Ossa combination here. Top black stairs, there goes Pit. Oh, there goes the Glaz. So you've lost a big part of your round now.
Which is how you're going to try and open up the stairs position by spearheading it with the Glaz and making it difficult for the defense to contest.
I think Arrival 7 will win Skyscraper if they just play like it's ranked. It's going to be very difficult to see them win this round now. But it's the first time Daystar have got the opening kill, so they've been very good in these opening 3 rounds.
Oh,
nice nitro from Seal.
Yeah, this hold's been really good from the defense.
It has. It has. But Arrival 7 have tried to go into the strat book and they can't quite follow the instructions.
Oh, it's a pretty default strat. But unfortunately, losing the Glaz early just means that...
No, but that's what I'm saying, is that I think they're better when they don't even open up the strat book and they just play free.
Yeah, maybe. Daystar just need to ensure that they don't feed one set. That being the only way they lose this round.
Yeah, they're going to have some composure now here, Daystar. I know that Arrival 7 have already got 2 attacking rounds, but there's still a decent amount of time to go in this half. And still a fair chance this goes 2-4. Gallet trying to creep his way in to open up an angle. He knows that he's going to be exposed towards this hallway. There's the swing from Seal. And the round is done. And now the real test. What do you do if you're Roldini? You're 5-0-0. You're on the rappel, 20 seconds left in the round. Do you go in or not?
No, absolutely not. Get run out instead. If you're gonna sit back and save the KD, you've got to at least save the KD properly.
That was a good little angle there, Joe. All right, 2-2.
We return to normality.
Well, I mean, it's already job done for Arrival 7. They get 2 free rounds coming up.
Exhibition up next. We have seen the site on one occasion so far. Went the way of the attack. Arrival 7 had 3 players still left in that instance.
Yeah, that was the Dragon clear.
Yeah. Blackbeard.
Blackbeard banned, of course, now.
See if that is enough of a difference maker. Make that clear and map control a little bit more challenging.
They could bring the blitz if they really wanted to. It is available. They did use it for Barbecue Kitchen, but maybe asking a bit too much of the blitz for the overall map clear that's needed. I don't know. Again, I think a Rival 7 will be better for just kind of keeping things as simple as possible. Like that last round, in terms of the lineup that they brought, was conventionally one of the more difficult lineups where your operator selections matter. And if you lose, you know, the Glaz or the Sands, a big part of the round, you know, falls away. The same really probably can't be said here in a round such as this. Unless both your hard breaches die and you don't open up any hard breach. But it's not even reinforced in terms of main breach. Trying to say how extensive this hold is for Daystar. And yeah, they are indeed all the way over towards Geisha and T-Room again, as was the case last time in the second round.
Jump out. Dead.
Oh,
good
nicely
hold.
done from Lebrith.
Was
Then
it
he got
double
the
jump
second
out
as well? Double jump out. Lebrith gets both of them, by the way.
I don't hate that from Daystar. I don't think it's the worst play ever, but
it's not. But
Clearly,
the fact that
clearly
Lebrith got both
yeah,
of them
that's
is insane.
That's really good.
Of course, Gallet did die, which is why Lebrith was able to get the second kill onto Pika.
A 3-round half makes it very intriguing. I can't believe a Rival 7 are even close to this position.
They're going to get a third attacking round.
Unbelievable. Worst attacking team in the league. Weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Into the most defender-sided map in the league.
31.4% puts them 8th for APL, so even below the two teams that did not make playoffs, which was Leighton Dragon and Shark LFO. They were below both of those. For reference, their 31.4% attacker win rate is a whopping 40% lower than Elevate. So even if you were to double a Rival 7's attacker win rate for the stage so far, it still wouldn't match Elevate. And yet, suddenly on this map of all maps in Skyscraper, they've now found a third attacking round.
That's why you play Devil's Advocate.
That's why you play Devil's Advocate. Absolutely.
It's going to really hurt if they're going to lose this map after getting this many.
It's going to hurt for Rob on the couch because he's going to have to know that I'm right. Like, that's the takeaway.
Well, no. I'm saying if a Rival 7 going to lose.
Oh, if they're going to lose.
After winning this many attacks, that would hurt.
Nah, this is done.
It's done.
It's done.
That's speculative.
So defensively, right, for a Rival 7, they are 5th. Doesn't sound like a lot. They're basically neck and neck with Daystar defensively anyway. So their attacks are so bad typically, but their defense is usually okay. Middle of the road. But the fact they've gone and got these 3 attacking rounds, yeah, it's set them up now beautifully. 1 round to go in the half. You can lock it in, Eddie. Lock it in. Nighthaven Labs is calling.
I don't think ED is playing in this game.
Maybe he should be.
Maybe he should be. So final for the half. Map roam is in play. The extension from Daystar. Geisha Cross, facilitated by the Mute. And the Mirror Util closer towards site itself. Intriguing to see if a Rival 7 want to take this head on, or direct it more towards the objective itself. Diffuser is in the hands of Gallet. He's over towards that vent repel, so
the old rare repeat as well, site choice-wise. Comes out every now and then these days. But with Tearium Karaoke locked out, you probably still just repeat Office and Exhibition over Barbecue Kitchen, which you lost anyway in terms of the tertiary site. Well, Dini has made a little bit of noise on the repel. Pika thought about a little cheeky check, and Souffle is going to go down to Pio. 5-1 opening kills for Rival 7. For the worst attacking team in the region, Daystar have just been obliterated here on Skyscraper. If Daystar are fortunate enough to play tomorrow in the lower bracket final, I think this map's been banned out immediately.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure if it's is it an insta-ban for Elevate? I'm not too sure. But I don't think
even if it is, I think
Elevate will leave it.
I don't think Elevate. If you gave Elevate the option, they wouldn't ban any maps against either of these two teams. They wouldn't care. Imagine a 4 attacking round half for Arrival 7. I need to go see how many attacking rounds they've actually gotten. So against Soul's Heart, they played earlier today, right? They got 6 attacking rounds in 2 maps. They're about to get 4 attacking rounds on Skyscraper in just this half.
They haven't got it done yet. To play devil's advocate, Daystar could still win this round. In fact, they're still posturing okay.
I just feel like they haven't made Arrival 7 work for it as much in this half.
Oh, no. Giving away way too many freebies. Without any utility expenditure or risk taken.
44 seconds remaining in the round. Well, Joe Gore holding stairs with the shotgun. Dragon control. Seal no longer really able to peek this angle. Numbers advantage with Arrival 7. Logic Bomb activates. Joe Gore absolutely shut down by Peeps. And Seal will fall, and it will be 4 attacking rounds unless Pika and Azuki clutch up big in the 2v5. More importantly, they just have to deny the plant going down inside of the next 10 seconds. That's now their win con. No more, no less. Big pick. 2 more, 3 more. Okay, now it's a 2v1. They've just picked up 4 kills. 1v1. Labyrinth has got no time to find this one. Daystar clutch up to make it a 3-3 half by some very fine margins, and all things considered, guys, they did not deserve to win that round, yet they pull it through.
So the bands then for the second half. Scorelines tied. Grim Kaid. It'll probably be a double down here from the attack. Take the bandit out. Defense a little bit more versatile. Potentially Blackbeard. Blitz instead, but bandit as anticipated. Arrival 7 with the theoretical and statistical lead at the moment. A 3-3 scoreline, but the map being so defender-decided, they can skew that to something more so akin to a, I guess, a theoretical like 2-round advantage at the moment, maybe. At least 1. We'll be reliant though on their defense being strong. A little bit more resilient than what we saw from Daystar. Sure, last round good, they were able to fight back, but outside of that, not testing Arrival 7 as much as is required here on Skyscraper. Just because it leans defense does not mean the rounds come for free. It's Karaoke up first. We'll see Utility peppered on the opposing side of the map. Let's see what Daystar have to offer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely curious now if they can actually replicate what we saw from Arrival 7. Daystar are not an awful attacking team themselves. There's every world in which this does go to overtime. I think that's maybe even likely at this point. That's a big round loss for Arrival 7, but even still, 3 attacking rounds was probably 3 more attacking rounds than I envisioned coming into that first half. So they did an amazing job. All credit to Arrival 7. If they are to go out in this match, at least they've shown a bit more. And that's all you can ask for a team that didn't even make playoffs last stage. They've been competitive here on Skyscraper, and it's a real game and a real opportunity for them now on defense. They'll feel confident that they can send us to Nighthaven Labs and give themselves every chance of making that lower bracket final and cementing themselves a top 3 spot in Asia, which would be beyond their wildest dreams, I think, coming into this stage. I think their goal really as a team would have just been to make playoffs. They did that. Now they've made a run. We'll see if they can keep on running. They need 4 more rounds. Wall opens up here. That's a Blackbeard shield in your face. Nitro is instinctive, but it's not
good from Jogor. I mean, he soaks up a Nitro and doesn't die. He's done his job.
Yeah, absolutely.
It would have been very easy to panic and go for the kill and die.
Yep. Backed himself in with the shield up.
Well, they can trap Pio here. He is in Terrace.
Turned out as well.
The Zoto actually did leave that.
Oh, I like this from Labyrinth though. If someone goes for the close angle check onto Pio, he's got the long angle. Well, he had the long angle. Oh. Wow, they've made a meal of this.
Yeah.
They just made it so much harder for themselves. It's Arrival 7 and Daystar versus Arrival 7.
I think they saw the numbers. Skyscraper's too defender-sided. Let's make it trickier for ourselves. That was bizarre.
Oh, big nitro from Labyrinth.
Okay. It's winnable.
Yeah, winnable. Labyrinth up to 8 kills now.
Still one shot to the DMR.
Oh, Gallet. Had to be quick on the trigger there with such a close pixel gap. Left to right. Labyrinth, another one. Oh, and there goes Gallet.
Still winnable.
1v2. Labyrinth, can he get it done? He's going to go for the vault. He gets him in the back.
And that's
Hazuki goes
Diffuser.
down. 30 seconds.
Does he know it's Diffuser down? Labyrinth's run all the way back around.
That's a big wrap. Well, he's going to let him get the Diffuser, and he's going to go for... Oh, he's getting pinged as well. He's on cam.
Uh-oh.
13 seconds, and Souffle knows he's got a gap. Like, he can get this plant down and stick it the whole way. Labyrinth... Oh, does he spot him? No, he's going to surely get the headshot!
It is!
No, he runs it, no way! Labyrinth has clutched it! 4 kills in the round! And Arrival 7 go 4-3 up! Well, if you thought Elevate and Waybo was a classic, this is turning into one as well. For all the wrong reasons.
Oh, God.
This is proper Asia Siege.
Oh, yeah. We're so back. We're so
back.
back. Maybe this is why they got 2 slots.
I take it all back. No wonder they got 2 slots.
I mean, look, to be fair, Arrival 7, well hard fought. How's he missed it?
And he gets the reload, and then Souffle
right.
misses everything as well.
He still wanted it in the end. That's the most important part.
Oh, what a quad from Labyrinth.
It was a good play. I mean, the jump out earlier as well was a highlight in that round. Now he laughs all around for everyone except for Daystar.
Azuki looks pissed.
Still smiling. He's got the Divers good vibes going from back in the day. Everyone else on the team is like, get us out of this bloody map right now. Oh boy. I hate to say it, but you know what the cherry on top for this kind of match would be? Like a match point tech pause or something.
Don't say that. Don't say that. We've been pretty good today.
No, we have been.
That's the second time, by the way, that Labyrinth has found a 4K. So 8 of his 11 kills have been in 2 rounds.
Really? Okay.
They made it so hard on themselves too in that round, and
both teams are making it difficult for themselves.
Yeah.
They're playing Siege on hard mode. Nothing's coming for free in this game.
I tell you what, though, it's entertaining because you got no idea what's going to happen in the round. You have to just watch and enjoy it.
Yeah, no.
This is
Completely
classic,
unpredictable.
This is classic popcorn stuff.
Cam deployed.
Oh!
That was a random shot through the wall.
I think it scared the hell out of him.
Oh, it scared me. Good work at the 0 there to help clear breach into drum from Gish. Just puts a bit of pressure now.
You just don't know
onto
what they're
Labyrinth.
going to do. I'm half expecting Labyrinth to push Geisha.
I mean, look at where Labyrinth's looking. He doesn't know what to expect either. So much chaos inside of this server at the moment.
Does he still know that he's this close by, though? He might have thought he's fallen all the way back.
I'm half expecting Labyrinth to jump through that breach and somehow pull it off.
I don't know what Labyrinth's going to do. There's a drone mezzanine, by the way. I don't even think Sky knows what to watch right now. I actually feel
I just take my hands off the keyboard and let the game decide.
Hazuki gets the opening kill onto Pio. There's the swing. Oh, Labyrinth. He finds his 12th kill. He's still got Mez control for the defense of Arrival 7, so they've still got good horizontal map control.
Peeps low.
Oh, yeah.
Survives with Nitro.
And he's still got, yeah, well, Nitro and Zoto, so he's still got a lot of utility available now. Oh, and Roldine is just like, all right, well, I mean, we know they're not Mezzanine. We know they're not Drum. They're probably going to be close by to site. Out on the breach. Oh, Roldini
He winds back the clock.
Yeah.
Oh, it's starting to really fall apart now for Daystar on this map.
I think we're in white flag territory. Just wave it and get out of here. You're only going to do yourself a disservice by continuing here on Skyscraper. Timeout, Daystar.
Can we get timeouts?
No, no. Daystar have to hit the reset button here.
They don't look happy at all. Oh, can we get a zoom in on Jogor's chair, by the way?
Oh, it's a big Z.
Are we able to do this live?
You're asking a lot, mate.
I am. I mean, I also... tilt the head, A little bit more, Joe. Jeez. I sent him that one myself.
Really?
Yeah. For those that don't know, I've got my own chair company.
Handcrafted by yourself?
Handcrafted.
Really? Is that what you get
I can't
up
say
to?
much more, by the way, because we are on a sponsored stream.
No, definitely not as good as the seats that do sponsor R6 Esports, of course.
Exactly.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
2 away from map 3, Jake. Just 2 away.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's well and truly deserved. Rob gave nothing of a chance for Arrival 7. This is why he's not an analyst.
Swapping mags.
And it has been the day of the underdog, hasn't it? That's the story. All 3 games prior to this, the underdog has gone on and won. And Arrival 7, once again, the underdog, looking to send us to a 3rd map. They're pretty close.
Yep. The voices in my head.
The voices.
Gosh. Well, can Daystar reset? They've just used their tactical timeout. 60 seconds to talk over what is going wrong right now.
What is with that sound on the sledgehammer?
What about it?
Like when it hits the barricade, it just sounds
bit
so
weird.
flat.
Oh, don't know. I haven't really noticed it. I've been questioning a lot of other things inside of this game, but not that. This has been an interesting one.
Don't blame you.
Is there hope for Daystar, though? That's the question. We need to see these fundamentals improved.
3 of the last 4 rounds to Arrival 7. They've won on attack, they've won on defense now, and so far Daystar's attacks, they've gotten both opening picks, but have not converted the rounds. A Labyrinth 4K, a Roldini 3K. Yeah, they're just kind of getting destroyed right now. There's no real good systematic attacking plays. It just feels like they're very disjointed. A lot of individual push-ins and peaks. There's nothing really from Daystar that suggests to me that they're losing rounds based on as much the opposition as to what their own kind of play style is turning out to be. Again, another opening kill, but the trade comes through shortly thereafter. This is going to be the 3rd round straight where that's been the case.
Yeah, diffuser recollected there by Souffle over towards Terrace. Minute 20 on the clock. Seal probing. Shoulder spotted.
Yeah, they have
Labyrinth
Labyrinth
down.
pinged out, so good catch.
Yep.
And I will say we haven't seen Barbecue Kitchen yet, so this is going to be now a real test for the remaining 2 players of Arrival 7.
Roldini for the flank and Gallet to hold sight. Maybe actually reattempt to retake up above himself.
On the rappel. Nicely done, Pika. All right, 5-4.
Okay. Good catch.
That was quick as well from Daystar. Tertiary sight, fair enough, but that was much better from them. They looked more concise in terms of what they wanted to do. To me, for the first time in this half, looked like they played as a team and that they all kind of were on the same page. Just the areas on the map that they wanted to push into, use their numbers, good pinging, good droning, got more information. They looked like they understood what they were doing. In the first 2 rounds, it just looked far more almost like 5 individual players playing ranked, and yeah, that looked more like a team. It's funny that it's only a 5-4 scoreline, yet this game just feels
like it's almost over, but there's every world in which Daystar now just kind of flip things and go on a little run.
It's just beginning. It could be at the midpoint.
But Tea Room Karaoke coming up, main site. This is the one site that neither team have been able to successfully win on the attack. Will that change? And if it does, then at 5-5, and maybe for the first time on this map, Daystar would actually get some momentum. They've not won 2 rounds straight on this map yet.
Yeah.
So, good opportunity for them to, as I said, yeah, get a little bit of momentum, make it 5-5, and that might even then force a tactical timeout for a rival 7.
Sensory pick here from Daystar, and so it is pointing towards a backstairs clear with the sense to cover the long angles from the corridor. Seal actually switches off though last second, and so it's back to the Ying. So maybe looking for other options elsewhere. Maybe they've spotted something they're not too comfortable with here from the defensive setup from Arrival 7. They're also posturing for a map clear given their initial spawn positions as well. Bit of pressure on Pio this round on the clash. You'll be looking to offer support, depending which side of the map the push is to come from. And he'll be versatile enough to contest that. Currently aggressive towards this exterior breach position, plants the shield down. He is detected from here, of course, but easier said than done for Daystar to clear. Peeps prone, droned out. Should be forced back here over towards Exhibition. Oh, it gets caught. There's a player right there. Souffle has jumped in from behind, gets the opening kill, and Daystar edge closer to a 5-5 scoreline.
Yeah, but they've gotten now 4 opening kills in a row, but that doesn't mean they always convert them. Oh, Kendall ringing out from Seal. So pivot Pio over to Drum to try and lock down this area of the map for Arrival 7. Oh, nice little drone as well here from Seal. Great information on both Labyrinth and Gallet. Daystar slow it down. I like the change of pace. It feels like the first time in this half they've actually opted for this strategy. They got the numbers advantage. Now they can kind of formulate the plan of attack. 2 Candelas still remaining available for Seal. Line scans available. Still got Roteros. Still got flashes, nades. A belt of utility on everyone with a minute left in the round.
Got to clear this clash shield though. Nade cooked.
Oh my goodness.
Jogo caught. Good nade.
Can't go down there.
Okay, traded.
They get the trade and they get the revive.
Not that bad, honestly.
Yeah,
not that bad for Jogo.
It could have been worse.
Yeah.
It's the risky take, I guess. We're trying to get that frag grenade out. If anything, not too bad from Pio. Gallant, big kill, and Jogo goes. He was low on health. Azuki pushes up. He's got the kit. They still have not been able to clear out Roldini, who finds the kill onto Souffle. Azuki gets one back onto Gallet. Roldini up close. T-Room with the shotgun, and Seal's going to have to drop. I don't mind that, because if he doesn't drop there, he might have been dead. Roldini pushes out to T-Room. Headshots Azuki, kit on the floor. Seal's position is known. And he just makes the sprint, beeline straight up into his death. It's the 3rd map on the cards. Arrival 7. 1 round away from sending us to Nighthaven Labs. The most magical of maps, where anything can happen.
Not anything. Not quite. I mean, Arrival 7 could win it though, which would be a miracle. It's a good start to the round. Peeps pinched. 5-4. Tempo gets slowed down. This clear is great. 5v3. Labyrinth is over towards Geisha. Doesn't get pinched correctly. Roldini and T allowed to reaggress. Arrival 7 hit their shots, but the clearance from Daystar absolutely all over the place. They are not in sync here on Skyscraper.
Now, the good news for Daystar, though, Rob hasn't started to head over to the couch just yet, so he believes. He believes.
What does he know? Does he know something we don't?
2 rounds required on the attack straight for Daystar. I imagine this will be a double up office and exhibition for Arrival 7 if they do lose this round. Likely you'd see them repeat. Daystar's inability to string together multiple rounds has been on their undoing, and now they must actually do it to force overtime. And this is also the round that a Rival 7 can be a little bit more cheeky. Oh, not quite, PO, not quite, but I like the effort, like the endeavor.
Good intent.
Not a big spread horizontally for a Rival 7, so they're keeping it kind of around drum, about as far as they're going to go, not really pushing out to Geisha and Tea Room and Karaoke. PO droned out. And it will be the sweep across here for Daystar.
Well, we've seen Labyrinth do good things here prior over towards Drum. He's been rather unpredictable in terms of his positioning, and he'll be eager to try and find a kill here for his team. Try and work elsewhere. Shrine exposed. Pika can catch the regress here from below, as the rest of Daystar begin their push forward.
I think they're just hoping that a Rival 7 will get antsy and push forward, but really all they're doing is now pushing themselves back, which is good. It's the right way to play this for a Rival 7.
They've peeled. Gallet's really the one in the most advanced position over towards Dragon. Should have some supporting catch, and that may prove to be actually quite difficult for the attack to clear. He vacates though. So it's a low-risk round for Rival 7. I do get the vibe a little bit they're playing to not lose this round as opposed to win, but it can work on Skyscraper. Well, you can get away with it.
I think playing not to lose this round is probably the best way to win this round.
Given how it's played out.
Yeah. You want to force Daystar into making mistakes and having to really pick up their pace and start to swing and be aggressive, go for big hero plays. I think Labyrinth will hold Dragon. I don't think he'll give that position up. They've already got enough numbers on site. 40 seconds. The time now is against Daystar. They've got to go for something because they've been given nothing by a Rival 7. They have not found any freebies whatsoever. Toto canister to delay the exothermic charge from opening up this wall in towards Lounge. 20 seconds. Time dwindles. Headshot found from Seal. Peeps, though, fires back with one of his own. Advantage still with Daystar, but the time is, again, still well and truly against them here. They're up against it. I thought maybe he'd spot the backside. He did. Joker on the second glance went back, cleared out Dragon. 5 seconds, though. Souffle in the 1v1 to try and keep this map alive. Vaults over. No time at all. Pro Play will do it. It's Nighthaven Labs that is required for this lower bracket semi-final. A Rival 7 are not done with playoffs just yet.
say, it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Yep, see that right there? I feel like you need to get around that.
It's a bit of an upgrade.
Hey, what's going on everybody? For APL Stage 2, I'm Dev Marta and you're watching Shot Ones, the show where we eat hot wings and ask even hotter questions. Today, I'm joined by Enterprise Esports player Bappen, hot off the plane from EWC, 10 tournaments under his belt. Welcome. But the real question is, how are you with spicy food?
Shit.
Well, I'm sorry, but you got your work cut out for you today. We got 3 different levels of spicy wings. Why don't you dig into the one on your left? This is going to be hard to ask you the question. I'm digging it. Go for it. All right. All right, Bappen. You first came into the scene with Barbie Boys over 2 years ago now. What was the experience like, and how did it shape the player that you've become? I don't think it's that spicy. It's really not that spicy. I'm going to go for another one.
It just tastes like shit.
2 years ago, Barbie Boys, how did that shape how you become?
I think Kyra got dropped or something. Him and Prez wanted to rebuild just before the stage. And I was playing ranked, like 24/7. I was grinding and they reached out to me. I think I played in like a shit team with Caken once. So they saw me from there, so they asked me to play with Saved, it was.
So how did that experience affect how you've become today?
That experience did nothing. I didn't learn anything from President. I think Kyra was good. Kyra was good to team with, yeah. But once I got off, that 2-year journey with President, I instantly skyrocketed with someone else. So.
What do you think of the wing? You haven't eaten very much.
Yeah, they're really good.
Are you afraid to eat the spicy bit? Because it's actually.
Just eat the whole thing.
I mean, ideally, at least eat some more of the spicy bit. I tell you what, I didn't have lunch today, so this is pretty damn good.
Yeah, I just ate Nando's.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까. Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 썸도 아닌 썸을 타며 행복한 줄로. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해. Honestly, 'cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면, baby, can't you see? 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까? 봄에 안겨볼까? Whatever your love language, I know it's gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard. No, 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아. 어렵지 않아. 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도. Guess like I've never guessed before. 나 좋아하는 건 맞아. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 왜네 앞에서 no way 날 기억하고 맡길 수 없는 걸 Yeah, you are the only thing I need I can feel 뭐라고 해도 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 너는 나의 미래 노래다면 내일 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 나로 나의 긴 시간 어제와 내일 또 지나 어디까지 갈까 한계치 몰라 무한한 의모 열린 꿈 미래를 꿰뚫어 view 다른 의미 you're my rule 다시 펼쳐보는 데서부터까지 feel so good 나 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 너는 나의 미래 노래다면 내일 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation 지나온 어제에는 새로운 너를 만나 You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 난 영원한 your generation 너는 나의 미래 노래다면 내일 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation I've been thinking 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 about
So it comes down to Nighthaven Labs, a rival 7, proving that they do have the attacking prowess. And we'll see if they can do it again now, as they are attacking in this first half against Daystar on the third and final map in this lower bracket semi-final. Win and you're into the lower bracket final tomorrow against Elevate. Lose and your time in APL for stage 2 has come to an end. It's a difficult one to split, I think, going into this third map. 7-3, 7-4. Rival 7 looked really, really good on Skyscraper. Certainly not what we expected going into that map, and they absolutely changed our view on this series altogether. Labyrinth was sensational, 14-7, 2-0 on entry, 82% cost. He had a 152 EPS, multiple 3Ks, multiple 4Ks. It was Roldini as well alongside him at 12-5 that had multiple 3Ks. Those two, 26 kills between them, were outstanding. Overall, between the two maps, it still looks better by and large for Daystar. There's a lot of red still for Peeps and PO. They've struggled, only 8 and 9 kills respectively. 12 kills for Gallet. So it's been all Roldini and Labyrinth on Skyscraper to get them to this third map. They're going to need more, I think, on this third map. Who have you got? Last map, lower bracket semi-final. Loser goes home. Winner moves on to tomorrow.
Probably Daystar, I would imagine, at present time. I know that it's been a bit of an up and down series for both teams, and that makes this prediction a little bit tricky, but I expect the result from Daystar to be a little bit better, and you look at the numbers in terms of well-roundedness, they have also been slightly better as well, as you're kind of alluding to. So
avoiding the recency bias, yeah.
Trying my best.
Yeah. Kaid, Bandit, the bans from Arrival 7, Montang and Thermite, the bans from Daystar, and they will be on defense first top floor. This opening round might actually just set the tone. I think if Arrival 7 come in, take command server, you probably flip your pick. Like it's that much of a big round. If they're continuing to show a good attack, Pierre opening kill.
Oh, question mark in the chat.
Joe Gore with the question mark. It's a double one too, so it's significant. It's not just the one. Joe Gore goes down early. That's a big opening kill for Arrival 7 on command server Nighthaven Labs.
So Daystar now on the back foot. Still, though, a difficult site to penetrate, given the amount of power positions available to the defense.
Yeah, entry can be difficult. But they've made it easier for themselves by getting that opening kill onto Joe Gore. And why not a second? And that's the Maestro as well. Further signifying how likely now this is for Arrival 7 to take top floor in the opening round on their attack. It would set the tone.
Surely they don't do it again. They don't go ahead and
get
an underdog win under their belt once more.
And not just that, but in
for the day as a whole.
In the attacking fashion that they've been doing it.
Yeah.
For the worst rated attacking team, that's not just in playoffs, but also in Asia. And
done their homework.
We'd have to look at all of the other sub-regions, but it may actually be close to the whole of APL.
Maybe.
Job's not done yet, but they do have 60 seconds. Like, they don't have to rush this. So much utility. 4 Candelas, you got smokes, you got Kawan Hive Launcher, you've got flashes. And they've shown...
They could just wait out the smoke util.
They've got the gun ability as well. Pressure on Azuki, Pika, and Seal. Seal, massive kill onto Labyrinth. No more Candelas and Azuki at the exact same moment elsewhere on the map.
Well, they didn't get value from the cap bolts. Gallet's just going to plant and smoke. That could work.
Well, Azuki's shown presence now towards Rafters.
Nitro.
Nitro, I think, is short. It is.
Ooh.
Azuki was more worried about applying pressure than denying plant. But Gallet lost his life immediately after getting that plant down. Another kill from Pierre. That's his second in the round. They will double stack towards electrical conside of the map. Seal and Azuki can move together. The opening round has big ramifications. Swing from Seal, then Azuki. Daystar will not allow this top floor to be taken. Despite a 2-player advantage for Arrival 7, they fall short of stealing the opening round.
Quite the retake there. Very surprised that was a success. To be fair, I'm also equally surprised that Arrival 7 were able to get that plant down. They didn't time and sync the util particularly well, then fed ones before the plant attempt. Gallet was able to get it on the ground, but then in the post, the sharp shooting from Daystar was enough to be the difference maker. You can certainly get away with that one. Opening round theirs. Basement would go for the second.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs. Setting Vulcan. All secure. Ordnance out and primed. Vulcan ready.
Well, that was a missed opportunity for Arrival 7.
Deploying explosive ordnance.
Those are the kind of rounds back on Skyscraper that they actually would have been able to go on and win. Alas, falling short to kickstart Nighthaven Labs. And I think much needed for Daystar. Coming into this map off the back of what transpired on Skyscraper, they really needed to lock down command server to win that round, not only, but also to win it in the fashion that they did. Will instill the confidence that they're the better team. They should be winning this. They just need to get the belief back. Back themselves in. They were very, very dominant on Clubhouse. It really could have been 7-1 territory. They were that good. And then it just went haywire on Skyscraper.
So that's the map clear for Arrival 7. They have Ram for Vert, Deimos for info, and then PO late round especially will be quite valuable on that blitz and dispersing and offering pressure. Souffle still in command center, mind you. So Pio may actually be quite useful here on the initial clear. Oh, he doesn't spot Souffle, who gets the jump on him. However, Pio survives. Good impact in response. Souffle under the pump. Allowed to escape, but only momentarily. Roldini for the kill.
I mean, it's just good teamwork there from Arrival 7, and also for Pio, okay shield management, even if the clear wasn't great. Jogor wins the battle towards Cargo, still behind and being pushed back by Pio, but good delay with the keeper barrier. Nitrosol from Jogor went a little bit too early. The keeper barrier had actually blocked him from pushing into this position. Ambitious to go with a pistol shot, especially with Seal still there. Wow, okay. Well, it wasn't quite landing them down below, but he lands the quick headshot onto Seal. Makes it a 3 versus 3. Very winnable round now for both teams, although Pio is very low on health on that blitz, and so therefore he's got to be a bit careful how he progresses forward for the remainder of this round. Labyrinth with the Boogie Auto breaches, putting pressure from above. You've still got Roldini, full health on the Deimos, death mark onto Azuki, which is actually a very strong death mark because you kind of get an idea as to where this pulse is and what information he can gather.
Swapping mags.
A lot of vert pressure now from the attack. Daystar have done a good job in avoiding a pick going against them. With Pio low, it starts to get a little concerning now towards the death here for the attack. Diffuser recollected. Still 2 gas babes for Pika. Jogor falls though. Susceptible to that pressure from above.
Look at that angle found by Roldini. Oh, wow. And Labyrinth and Roldini all combine. Arrival 7, an attacking round win in the second round. They should have got it in the first. They're bringing more of the same from Skyscraper now over to Nighthaven Labs. It's only 1-1 on the scoreboard, but it's right now alarm bells for Daystar that this series is so much closer than they probably expected it to be.
Yeah, I mean, they did a really good job for such a prolonged period there, Daystar, to avoid bleeding picks to the vert, and then in the space of 5 seconds, they all bang, bang, bang were dead. It was a pretty good start to the round for Arrival 7 with the clear of the blitz, and then they traded it back to a 3 versus 3. But then in that very small window towards the tail end of the round, Daystar didn't force the execute, which was their best win con. Tertiary now in play, storage for the third as anticipated. An important round for either team here. Daystar again electing not to re-attempt. Intrigued to see how they shape up here defensively. They have the hold above with the mirror in support. Castle as well for utility, probably against the horizontal below.
Yeah, big round again. I mean, whenever you get to a third map in a best of 3 series, I feel like all of the rounds, the stakes have been raised, but tertiary site, if Arrival 7 get to a second attacking round already this early on, that is really a disaster for Daystar because it gives Arrival 7 so many opportunities to compound an advantage going into the second half. And it's also the fact that if you kind of look at the general play, Arrival 7 should have won the opening round. They win the second. Now we go tertiary. Like, it's a rough start on the defense for Daystar. Nighthaven Labs played 8 times in the Asia region for a 60% defensive win rate. 77% on the top floor. And then it's largely 50-50 on all the other sites. Now, Peeps thinking about this quick entry Rafters, but Seal is watching. Seal is now in Rafters. Peeps could time this really, really well and get a free kill. Well, he gets it from Pio anyway. Pio did the same thing, but from the exterior window. Free kill onto the Azami, holding Rafters. They've got IT control just about. I mean, Jogor's backfilled in, takes the same position that Seal was once in. Oh, hello. Freebie. Peeps, come on.
Yeah,
you can't just kill one player and think we've got the whole top floor.
Yeah, they haven't cleared it. 4-4.
Just went one step too early.
Swapping mags.
He did open up the floorboards for what it's worth. At least did his job on the ram. So IT is exposed if they can get control of it once again. Jogor falls back now. So they do get more of the rafters control.
He'll be able to peel as well. No, there's no cutoff from the attack down blue.
Yeah, but Labyrinth can now play more IT. Zuki gets caught. Well, Pio decided to just try and rush into the site, which was garnered by Pika. Labyrinth is trying to play the angles in IT. Jogor's actually backfilled in. Does he not know Labyrinth is in there? He's very close left. Now he's got the idea. Good swing, good kill. Jogor has killed 2 players in IT, both completely unaware that there's pressure that's going to be put back on that position. It's basics. 2v2 with 17 seconds left. Now they're thinking for a control hit. Instead, they switch it up.
Nitro below.
Jogor's got a third. Jogor has won this round single-handedly, but he does lose out to Roldini. He's got 6 seconds to go find Souffle, who can hide, and he will hide. The round's over.
They start take the round. Fundamental errors from Arrival 7 in that round.
They've lost 2 rounds of Arrival 7 that they should have won.
Or at least looks more competitive.
Well, they definitely should have won the first round. The third round was, competitive, but it's also just inexplicable mistakes. It is past midnight now.
It is.
But, what was it, a minute 20, I think it was about a minute 20 on the clock. At Peeps, you're playing the Ram. Yes, you get the Boogie bridge it down, open up the floorboards, but like you don't need to be sitting in the middle of IT staring down those floorboards at that point
when the rest hasn't been cleared.
And you haven't cleared out server, you haven't cleared out command. You killed 1 player rafters, but you've got to be expecting more pressure. That's a learning moment, though, for Peeps and for Arrival 7.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Daystar, 2 round wins, but 2 rounds that they've been let off the hook.
Yeah. Top floor we return. Incredibly defender-sided site. Last time out, Arrival 7 able to brute force a plant, and then in the post, Daystar fought back. Still certainly up in the air as to whether or not it was a deserving round win, but it was a win nonetheless. See if Arrival 7 can tidy things up. Again, early mid-round, good. The late round transition left a little bit to be desired. They didn't sync around that Capital utility probably as well as they would have liked. They got stalled out by the smoke late. Smoke no longer selected here by Daystar. Noting that the new bans in play are the Mirror and Ram.
Position secured.
A little bit of a first floor roam here by Daystar. I don't mind it because I think that Arrival 7 have shown that they're susceptible to being caught off guard at times. They do wander around the map a little bit carelessly. But in fairness to Arrival 7 right now, they're not really doing that. They're kind of keeping it pretty chill. Outside, con meeting side hit looking likely.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
Roldini did drone out rafters. That got shot out by Seal, so they do get a little bit of information on that hold, but to be expected. Pika has got himself in storage. Nitrocell ready if needed. Roldini makes his way towards IT Bridge. He'll open that with a secondary as PO Peeps now have been able to take electrical. Oh, Beltcam, free information. Nitrocell, dead. Bye-bye.
That's the hard breach.
And Beltcam does get shot out. I think Beltcam for kill is a good trade.
To be fair, I think hard breach was already deployed, so it's a loss in firepower. 60 seconds. This is the Capital util again to play around Grim. I can make this work.
It's going to be very difficult, though.
Con finally opened up. Zodos were stalling that out momentarily.
Selma from the grave.
Yep. At least deployed it before pushing through electrical, so that was good.
Ooh, I don't think this is going to get it. Oh, surely they get shot. Oh my god, the timing on that is impeccable. Wow. If that mute jammer doesn't actually stop the close drone hack on the Velt cam, like if he could have got a bit closer, he would have hacked it but died.
I think it's inconsequential anyway.
But it does not matter. No. Just a funny little tidbit. That did not change the course of the round at all. Daystar, that's much more convincing on command server. That is probably their most convincing round win so far on this map as they go 3-1 up. Defense looking a little bit more locked in there. No errors, no mistakes, and for the first time on this map, their opening kill was converted into a round win. It was 3 consecutive rounds where that was not the case for either of the two teams. I think this is going to be the kind of match where Arrival 7 had opportunities in rounds 1 and 3, didn't capitalize, didn't steal those rounds, didn't get early attacking rounds, or at least enough of them. They've got 1, but 2 more rounds to try and get at least 1 more, and it's going to come back and bite them. This is the first time that Daystar have strung together 2 rounds in a row since Clubhouse. They didn't do it at all on Skyscraper. So a long time between drinks for them in that department, and looking better. I mean, this doesn't have the Skyscraper feel to me. It doesn't have the Clubhouse feel. I think these 3 maps have played distinctively different, but Daystar look a little bit more in control on Labs than they did on Skyscraper. Skyscraper, they looked pretty lost.
Can Arrival 7 fight back? It's basement defense with a pretty extensive roam. Arrival 7 with pretty good info for this early portion of the round.
They need at least 1 more from the last 2. I don't think they need a 3-3 half again like they did on Skyscraper.
Oh, is this a fast direct? Blitz glass.
They don't have the blitz. So they opt to go for quick pacing.
They do have info above on the hatch.
A lot of this round will come down to Peeps and PO. Peeps get to find a kill. Instructed onto the glass is an important position to be on. Pika spotted at rafters. Only 1 player in basement, by the way, so Peeps is kind of just staring into the abyss.
Arrival 7 know that off that drone. They can flood a plant here.
They won't have that vert. They will have to be a little bit careful, but the flood is coming in. Priori Gates might help a little bit. They do lose PO. Pika finding that kill from Garage. Labyrinth getting taken a little bit low as well. He got lit up. Gallic gets himself into a good spot to get this plant down, but no, he does not. Seal finds the kill. Guess what? From first floor, he had the angle. Again, if you go for these horizontal hits, you've got to be careful.
You got to flood.
Yeah.
You can't play a predictable plant position. I think their read was good, and the idea to flood was also good, but the plant position and their positioning for the cover, unfortunately, not quite as good. Daystar played the control well, though, deserving of the round win. 4-1 lead.
I think in those kind of rounds, like, again, it's like what you said. It's not like the idea of flooding in and knowing that the site's, you know, essentially empty.
You go for that plant position if you know vert is clear because you've done a map clear. You don't go for that plant position on a flood.
Basically want to opt for an unconventional plant spot that they won't be able to necessarily predict straight away.
Yes. And that doesn't guarantee you'll get it safe.
It's just the short-sightedness there, I think, for Arrival 7, where they got, like, a little bit wide eyes in that moment where it's like, oh my god, the site's open, guys. Let's just go straight in and then go. But we'll go into default routine, and that was the issue. They needed to play unconventional,
or they need to have a pre-match idea of if X team goes for if the opposing team goes for this hold, which is above and 1 site, and we find out that it's clear, where are we planting and who's playing where. It didn't look like they had that next plan in mind.
No, they didn't.
Which again is probably a reflection of their level of experience, but it's those little 1%ers in Siege that add up.
Well, especially if you're trying to fight for a top 3 spot in Asia.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly competitive.
Well, suddenly, feels like this lower bracket semi-final is fizzling out unless Arrival 7 on the tertiary side of Control Storage can find their second attacking round. It would give a little bit life back into this series. I think Daystar will have the capabilities of winning out on the tertiary side. If they go 5-1 up, as long as they win Control Storage twice, they will get the job done. Ordini does get the opening kill onto Azuki. Gives them a lifeline, especially on this side. Of course, you think back to the last time we saw this side, it was the IT misplays that cost Arrival 7. And they are opting for a different strategy. They bring the Ossa, the Sledge. Of course, the Ram got banned out, so they've got to adjust a little bit. They had the Nook last time as well, so essentially swapped that out for the Ossa and then brought the Sledge instead of the Ram. Dropped the Blackbeard as well for the Lion. So a bit of a change up. Not just in operator selection, but also the way they're kind of playing this as well. I do wonder if they might posture for control later on in this round. It is being watched here by Seal, playing a deeper position.
Yeah, they may shape up for like...
there's no one defending the IT storage side of this map. Oh, it's a big pick from Pika.
Yeah, good off-meta position.
Daystar look pretty clued on to the fact this is going to be control side. Pika got traded. Labyrinth then losing his life to Joe Gore. Still has a gas babe available. Nitro for Souffle. Playing the Bolt, so he can get some good info.
And no diffuser for the attack at the moment, and nobody is remotely close to it. It's just going to be isolated fights. Every single one of these fights is isolated.
This is TDM. 1v1s everywhere. Peeps still yet to find a kill.
They never really played around this whole Osa setup, which I think actually was quite a smart idea.
Shot in the back, and it's a 5-1 half for Daystar. Very convincing in the end. I mean, the first couple of rounds that they won, I don't think were convincing at all. But then they started to get more convincing, really, as the half progressed, and well and truly deserved their 5-1 lead. 2 rounds away from a lower bracket final tomorrow, which is a big result for Daystar. Arrival 7 now will need at least 5 defensive rounds to force overtime. This was as far as Daystar got last stage. They lost in this same match to Soul's Heart in the lower bracket semi-final, 7-3, 7-5. Funnily enough, Ninehaven Labs and Skyscraper were the 2 maps. So a nice little reversal for them if they can get the job done. I think back to that lower bracket final, Soul's Heart ended up taking the first map from Waybo. Waybo then went on to win 4 maps straight.
I think it's good natural progression for Daystar.
Yeah.
Sets them up nicely for an intriguing run at the SILCQ.
It's progression for both of the 2 teams, right? So that's always good to see, at least something to take away.
For sure.
Whereas for Soul's Heart, it's regression, massively.
Yep.
For Fury, just more of the same.
Stagnation.
Like, just stagnation as a middling team that just kind of scrapes in, which is disappointing to see. I wonder, would you ever envision, especially with Soul's Heart and Fury, they're basically done now for this entire calendar, like a super team?
Do we see a Thai super team? Maybe.
A little.
It kind of feels like that. It kind of feels like that may be the last option for Thai Siege at this present time.
Well, I mean, there's a Thai team playing right now.
To compete against the top 2 is what I mean.
I know.
Arrival 7 might get there one day, but I think they're about 2 years off. And I'm not saying that disrespectfully, like, but it genuinely takes that
Arrival
long.
2027.
Well, yeah, that has a ring to it. If they stick at it. Like, even Daystar on the reversal, they'd be, I think, tail end of 26 if they keep at it and continue this rate of improvement.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's a big gap.
These guys, you know, you think back to the Direwolves days for the not large majority of this roster, it feels like it's still, to me, and maybe because the organization they're with now compared to who they used to be with feels like a newish team, but they've been around such a long time. It's like, how can you keep kind of saying that they're almost there, they're almost there, they're almost there for like the last 3 years?
Yeah.
Tripwire connector. Gas babe, tripwire connector.
And kill.
Opening pick for Arrival 7. Makes life a little bit easier on what is already the easiest site. 77% defensive win rate on command server in this region. Across all teams.
Swapping mags.
Minute 30. They start looking to wrangle back this round. Still so much utility up for defense, though. You look at those cards. You have the Maestro up, the Clash. Someone needs to pull something out of somewhere to bring this round back. A multi is absolutely required here from Daystar for a snappy entry to somehow wriggle around this util.
Arrival 7 just win this round as long as they just stand on site, do nothing, and then wait for Daystar to push in. I just don't see how they lose it.
Yeah. If they budget util properly
and
from
even
here,
then, despite that, PO just goes for a little roam, bot blue stairs, and finds a free kill onto Sleepy Joe.
Don't overpeak. You really shouldn't be losing anyone from here.
It's disappointing for Daystar because these are the free rounds, right? Like, you're not expected to win this site. But these are the rounds that you should feel like, wow, Peeps, you got to open your eyes, mate. I know there's a gas babe in your way, and it does obscure the vision a little bit. And for us,
it can look a bit different.
We've got the outline, but it should be visible if you're really paying attention, and that's what you're really looking at. And he still lost it anyway. Oh no, Peeps.
There's no way.
No.
There's absolutely no way.
Nah, I'm not even going to bother.
I'm not entertaining it.
No.
The Clash is still up.
It's not possible. Clash is up. Maestro's up. Nah. I'm still... No. No. No.
No. Oh, they can play on the Clash.
Oh my god.
They can play on the Clash. They won the round.
Oh my god.
They won the round.
No.
They won the round.
No, they didn't. I'm not looking up. They
actually won that round.
No, you're lying.
No. That's a nightmare. We're not actually awake right now, right?
No. We finished early.
That is match of the round of the day, not match of the day.
I don't
round of the day.
I don't think they actually won, right? Like,
no, they did. They did. It's definitely changed at the top. It says 6-1 now.
It was 2v5 command server
with the smoke pave still.
With like 15
and the
seconds.
Clash alive as well.
Yeah, right here, 2v5 with 40 seconds, 2v3 with 15 seconds, 2v3 with actually 8 seconds.
Wow.
I am a little bit perplexed. We've done a lot of Siege. That might be the biggest throw I've seen. I genuinely think that might be it.
We're not even trying to say that to be mean.
I think
I
think we've peaked.
We have done... We've been together for, what, 5 years? As a duo.
5 years.
What, 4 or 5 years? I'm not even trying to take the piss. I actually genuinely think that may be the biggest throw I've ever seen.
I'm not even mad. I'm just
neither.
Perplexed.
I mean, full credit to Daystar. Like, they didn't give up. So many players would have just completely hands off keyboard, like, at that point in time. They actually problem solved it as well as they possibly could. Like, respect. Wow.
I mean, and full credit to Arrival 7 because they're still in the server playing. I think I might have just pulled the plug at that point.
Oh, this game's so done. They are so checked out from that point. From that. There's no way.
Could you imagine they bring it back 6-1 down after that?
If that happens, I kid you not.
I'm leaving. Forget the post-match. I'm just going home. Rob can do the overtime.
I would have never seen anything that strange in my life if that happens. It's impossible.
Until it isn't. 4v4.
Oh boy. I still can't believe they won that round. They actually won that.
I still feel like they didn't.
Oh, I've got to watch it back.
I don't think you want to.
No. That's one for the history books. I'm going back home and clipping that one later. I don't want to forget it.
I want to forget it.
4-4, by the way, here. Midpoint round number 8.
Well, is this the end for Arrival 7 as Daystar are searching for their 7th round? Big nitrous elf from PO keeps them with the advantage now heading into the final minute. And Peeps actually still with pressure on top floor server means... Although Pika might have a bit of a clue on here. He's watching still rafters. If Peeps gets a little bit... Yep.
Oh, good call. Yep. Good catch. Good observation skills from you there, Xenox.
Well,
wow. You don't get that every day of the week.
I wasn't expecting him to just stick his butt out through the doorway like that, but hey.
Well, we've come to expect the unexpected in this match, that is for sure.
So, all evened up, 3v3. Raldini's still first floor, by the way, over towards Cafe. Pushing through Lounge now. So there's only 2 on site for Arrival 7. Raldini has also, I think, been droned, unless that was not being watched, but you got their players, so those things really should be. They start really taking their time, and I think they're just expecting Arrival 7 to make some misplays. Gallet has still not found a kill. 2v2. Zuki can't get the plant down. Pio goes prone. Swing from Jogor with a shotgun. It's only Raldini left.
He clutches.
Over towards Tang, and Pika puts an end to this lower bracket semi-final. Daystar will book their date with Elevate tomorrow in the lower bracket final. A series that's for the ages.
It felt like it went for ages, but that one in the books now. Daystar with a very convincing 7-1 to close things out. Looking at the positives of this game, both of these teams were not even expected to make it this far. They took down 2 former titans of the region in Fury and Soul's Heart to find themselves in a very advantageous position. This is just now for Daystar. It's a free shot at the Kings tomorrow. Well, maybe not the Kings, maybe the Bridesmaids. Elevate is who awaits them in the lower bracket final. What's absurd about that is Daystar, they are 1 series away from booking their tickets to PAX. It just feels absolutely absurd at this point. These teams have gone through the thick of it in the Asia League and coming out on top. Unfortunately for Arrival 7, their story ends here.
That was very beautiful from you, Rob.
No worries. Please, for the love of God, take your time. I actually would like you to take longer next time, if that's possible.
I think we were still trying to understand.
Honestly, we
what was that?
Trying to figure out what happened there in that
penultimate round.
That round.
Yeah, I can't really. I can't.
We were trying to think if that was the worst throw we've ever seen in like our 5-6 years.
Well, I asked Alex, and he's done a lot of Siege.
He's been here longer than us.
And
that's Alex Sky McCallum.
Alex McCallum, the best
Melbourne,
observer.
Right?
Yep. And he thinks it's the worst he's seen.
It was crazy. Just
That was
genuinely the craziest passage of play I've seen.
Okay, turning things to a positive note for
That is
Arrival 7.
By the way, that's my question for the interview. I'm just going to ask it.
Yeah, sure. What if they think that's the worst throw? Yeah,
I think that's a very fair question.
Because I feel like Joe Gore will probably keep it real with us. He'll let us know.
2v5 command server, 45 seconds on the clock.
2v3 with 8 seconds left on the clock.
With the clash.
It's pretty. It is
with a clash.
It does feel pretty crazy, but at the end of the day, for me, I think when I look back at this series, I want to take the positives away for Daystar because they've made themselves, I would say, at the forefront of that kind of mid. Yeah, I know there's There's a drip coming down.
Is there actually?
I'm looking. No, I'm just looking up to try and figure out what's going on. Xenox is looking up, but you know
You were
where
looking-
we're
you're like,
looking.
yeah, oh.
We're looking forward to an interview with Harambe.
No.
Let's bring him in.
Nice.
Whoop, whoop. Yeah, Harambe, welcome
What's up, guys?
back. It's so
Been a
good
long
to
time.
see you.
It's
It's
been a
been
while.
a very long time. Look, it's been a crazy old day for you and the boys. We definitely had Fury picked in the earlier matchup, but that was an easy one for you. Yeah, I mean, all power to you. How does it feel now that you're only one game away from PAX?
I mean, I'm really like, we're just chilling right now. So don't think about what we're gonna do if we win or if we lost. We just play the game.
Good way of doing it.
Harambe, I have to ask, the penultimate round, so the command server round at the end there, 2v5 with about 45, 50 seconds left. Is that the biggest throw you've ever seen by a team in your time?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you gotta hold, you just gotta sit tight, and we lost.
Yeah.
But they don't. They got ants in their pants.
I will ask a more serious question. So obviously Skyscraper was not ideal, and we know statistically that Rival 7's not really the greatest attacking team. They're 8th in Asia. What went wrong there, you feel like, especially in that first half?
It's kind of like after the first game, like everyone in the team wants to close out the series. So it's kind of like there's a tension between like the game and themselves. So yeah, it kind of fucked up their mental and how they decide what play they're gonna do and blah blah blah. Yeah.
Obviously tomorrow, big game, Elevate. How do you prepare, I suppose, the mental in that regard for a match that's going to be really, really challenging?
Yeah, I haven't slept for like, I don't know, 20 something hours. I'll be doing preps and stuff. I'll just do my best. We're gonna do our best.
Look, I think honestly, on your very best day, if Elevate are at their worst, then it's game on. No, I'm kidding. That sounds really dodgy. I kind of want to leave you on a question before we give you the floor here. Unless Jake, I know you like to jump back in with other questions. Did you have something else? No, not this time. No, I do want to ask you just kind of on the trajectory of Daystar. You know, kind of picking up the new roster this year and starting to, I guess, recalibrate how it'll look. How are you feeling now that you've kind of had a bit of time together as a team and you're on the back end of stage 2? Does it feel like this is the team that you could be taking to lands?
I mean, definitely, we definitely have the potential to play in lands. Yeah, like this year, I kind of figured out how the game should be played, and also with CGX and the new ban system, stage 1 was like experimental for us, but it went not bad, but not great. So, yeah. So we try to fix stuff this stage.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's worked.
win
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
No,
he's actually, now he's got a question.
No, it's not a question.
Yeah,
Harambe,
for
where's
sure.
the Daystar
Hit me.
jersey?
It's in the laundry. It's in laundry.
It's getting prepared for tomorrow. They knew what was coming. They knew they were going to be versing Elevate tomorrow.
And that's going to be like, what are you wearing? Why are you wearing diamonds?
Let's get him on the screen then. Anything you'd like to say, Harambe, before we let you go, my friend?
I need to take some sleep. Good night, guys.
No worries. Good night.
Good
Best
night,
of luck
mate.
tomorrow.
We'll speak to you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Already defeated. No.
Filled me with confidence.
Yes, brimming from ear to ear.
Elevate's not going to know what's going to hit them.
Well, I mean, if that second last round is anything to go off,
I mean, we've just had 4 upsets in a row.
We have actually.
Well, we had 3. Well, no, not in a row.
Bring it
We
up.
we did have
show
3
the
for the
audience
day,
tonight.
and then we had some unusual rounds, but not an upset in that final game.
What a day.
What a day. What a crazy old day we have had. Now, you boys weren't here in the morning, so I'll quickly recap for the viewers.
Thank you very much,
The morning that took place, of course, midday it kicked off. Daystar absolutely turned up in the server, 2-0ing Fury. It wasn't for the lack of trying. Fury still kept it close, but unfortunately, it's not good enough when Daystar are at their best. And I will say, they're starting to look like they're hitting strides right as we get to the kind of, well, this is probably their penultimate game, if I'm being completely honest. I know
Well, they're
that
on
sounds
tomorrow,
a little
yeah.
brutal. Yeah, it's just, this is as simple as it goes.
Asia ends tomorrow.
Oh my God. Blink and you miss it kind of stuff. That's
Gold
just
confetti.
I see it, but I struggle to believe it. And until I see the gold confetti at our feet, Jake, I will not believe it. But Arrival 7, look, you've got to give them credit. They have fought valiantly throughout the playoffs. They even took down the likes of Soul's Heart, who we were looking at as potentially a favourite to go up against a team like Elevate or Waybo. Not to be. Daystar booking their ticket to the game with Elevate. That is a date of destiny if I've ever seen one, and the grand final of everything. We're finally going to get there. Waybo have already booked their ticket to PAX and indeed through to the grand final. It's really important as well, contextualizing SI points for people here. 300 points for first place, 150 for second, and then 50 for third and fourth.
And fifth.
And fifth. So it actually, fifth gets, I did not actually check that one out, so thank you for that.
Actually, fifth gets 50.
So, well, technically they get 50 points, and that's really going to make a difference at
Thanks,
the end of the day.
thanks, Jake.
But the big talking point there is with Elevate losing in stage 1.
Does compromise them.
They're compromised in a big way. But if you are an Asia fan, you really need to be backing in Waybo because they will be the best bet to go to SI should they win the grand final.
I don't think Elevate can make it to SI on points.
Well, if they
don't
win tomorrow,
if they don't win the grand final.
Oh,
Yeah,
no. Yes. Unless they go and finish first in the major, unless they
well,
end
then
up on
that
stage.
points would be irrelevant if they won the
Correct.
major.
They could just go straight through. But, gents, I think it's about that time we close up shop. Michael?
No, I mean, as Harambe said, good night.
Go the Lions.
Go the
God, I hope they
Lions.
bloody win tomorrow. If they don't, I apologise.
We are going
if they
to
do,
have-
I apologise.
No matter what happens, we get the best of both worlds for tomorrow night's grand final. But before we get there, Daystar have a date with Destiny. Destiny's name is indeed Elevate. We'll be back tomorrow with the conclusion of the Asia League. Please take care, stay safe, and what is it?
Good night.
Good night.
涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜もふと窓に映ったまだどこか戸惑った顔このまま遠く離れてゆく街も君もさよならなんだ夢を追いかけ
ここだよ